Chapter 1. Damn it. Lin Bei, hurry and heal me. Quickly. As he gazed at the dwindling health bar, Wang Chongyang urgently called out to Lin Bei, who was idly resting by the spring at the back of the team. He was terrified that if Lin Bei hesitated even for a moment, he would perish on the spot. Ding! A green glow appeared above Wang Chongyang's forehead. 25. Wang Chongyang's health bar barely returned to a safe level, preventing him from dying with just a mere touch. With the cooperation of the 5-member team, the level 2 monster, the Phantom Thief, finally succumbed. Experience 10. Ding! Your level has risen to LV.2. At last, we've slain it. Lin Bei, your class truly embodies the essence of early game weakness. You should learn some powerful skills when we get back, Wang Chongyang boasted, sprawled on the ground in an exaggerated manner, feigning death. Ever since the gods transformed the world into a half-game environment, one would only die if their health bar was completely depleted. Of course, this is assuming there is no resurrection spell. Indeed, although your class inevitably limits you from learning offensive skills, you can still acquire non-offensive ones. Zhang Qingfeng chimed in from the side. Enough with the chatter, it's not our fault we had to dive into a dungeon right after awakening. Bunyard Tu Schwerer sighed in exasperation. Lin Bei, a striking figure more handsome than Wu Yanzu, stood at a height of 1.89 meters. His physique a testament to his frequent workouts, a classic case of being fit without appearing bulky. He hailed from one of Jiangsheng's 5 prominent families, the Lin family, albeit a branch family. Though a branch, it was still part of a significant lineage. He had initially prepared a rather decent skill book. However, to his surprise, he awakened as a benevolent class. The benevolent class can unconditionally learn non-offensive skills from various classes. For instance, healing spells from priests, buff adjustments from aura masters, meditation from mages, and so forth. Any skill that is not offensive can be acquired. Most crucially, Lin Bei had also hit the extraordinarily rare probability to obtain the core skill Summon Deity. Each class has a few core skills, and Summon Deity is one of the core skills of the Taoist class. Fortunately, Summon Deity is not an offensive skill. Instead, it enhances the user. Otherwise, Lin Bei might have been the first person in the history of all realms to be unable to use their class core skill. While the benevolent class can learn skills from other classes excluding offensive ones, the effectiveness of these skills is only half that of their standard versions until their skill levels are upgraded. Lin Bei, what's wrong? Although the others were deep in discussion, they noticed Lin Bei seemed to be staring blankly at his skill panel. I'm fine. Lin Bei forced himself to suppress his excitement, then discreetly rubbed his hands together. Currently, the only skill he had learned was the healing spell, which he had purchased while at school with access to healing spells. Otherwise, with only a level 1 Summon Deity at his disposal, no one would be inclined to team up with Lin Bei for dungeon runs. The Summon Deity skill is rather peculiar. If its level is too low, even the wild mountain spirits might ignore him. Indeed, with a level 1 Summon Deity, he could at most summon a wild mountain spirit, but how could he ever hope to summon celestial deities? Just moments ago, after defeating the Phantom Thief, Lin Bei's level successfully rose to LV.2, which initially seemed inconsequential. However, shortly thereafter, a message appeared before Lin Bei. Healing spell LV.1 LV.2. Summon Deity LV.1 LV.2. The skills upgraded without any warning, following the elevation of his level. For instance, the healing spell requires proficiency and skill points for level upgrades, and upon reaching LV.5, one must comprehend the essence of a skill to continue utilizing skill points and achieve further advancement. Yet, Lin Bei, despite merely reaching LV.2, found all his skills upgraded to LV.2 as well. Simultaneously, after leveling up, Lin Bei felt a newfound familiarity with the skills he could wield. The condition for the healing spell to reach LV.2 is to be used 100 times. It's important to note that each use of the healing spell requires a cooldown period before it can be used again. Moreover, timing is crucial when employing the spell, and Lin Bei had inexplicably gained that portion of experience. The same applies to Summon Deity. He had a strong premonition that if he utilized the Summon Deity skill, he would succeed instantly. However, Lin Bei was uncertain whether this circumstance was a coincidence or something exceptional, so he chose to remain calm. My healing spell just leveled up. What? But you haven't even used it 100 times yet. How is that possible? The other 4 members of the team looked on in astonishment. Could it be that you've experienced enlightenment? Zhang Sun pondered, stroking his chin. After all, Lin Bei had appeared dazed for a moment, possibly immersed in that rare moment of insight. That's possible. Enlightenment is an experience everyone longs to encounter. The condition for leveling up to LV.6 is enlightenment, which also grants a substantial amount of proficiency. This seems to be the only explanation. The group gazed at Lin Bei with a mix of envy and jealousy, astonished that he had stumbled upon enlightenment. Quick, check the effects. Lin Bei nodded and revealed the effects of Healing Spell LV.2. Healing Spell LV.2 consumes 20 energy, providing the target with a maximum health increase of 40 plus 2 of the user's maximum health, with a cooldown of 25 seconds. The energy consumption remained unchanged, previously offering only a maximum health increase of 20 plus 1, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Now, the upgrade represented a significant enhancement. However, the others realized that this was merely the effect that the healing spell should have had from start. Their feelings of envy and jealousy dissipated instantly. Your skill has reached the level of a standard priest finally. We can stop worrying about sustainability. Wang Chongyang, the team's tank, expressed his joy. Had it not been for his class being a shield warrior, which categorizes him as a frontline fighter with exceptional survivability, along with his core skill, Blood Shield, which enhances his defenses as his health decreases, he would have already met his demise with Lin Bai's previous healing output. Typically, team configurations are divided into tank, sustain, damage, and support roles. Lin Bai's team, however, deviated from the usual configuration. Shield Warrior Wang Chongyang, Shadow Assassin Tu Shuer, Benevolent Lin Bei, Lightning Mage Zhang Qingfeng, and the Berserker Pai Yimping. Due to the presence of 3 heavy damage dealers, their team's leveling speed remained relatively rapid. As for why they included Lin Bei, who seemed currently of little use, it was naturally due to his monetary prowess. Aside from Wang Chongyang being his close friend, the other 3 members had formed a team with Lin Bei due to his financial capabilities. Now that your sustainability has reached normal levels, we can finally unleash our full potential. Pai Yamping's skills are quite unique as a berserker. His strength lies in blood exchange. The lower his health, the higher his attack speed and damage output. However, if his sustainability falters, exchanging blood could very well leave him with none. Nonetheless, this was a beginner dungeon, which meant there was no risk of death. Even if their health bars were completely depleted, they would merely be expelled from the dungeon. Then let's level up quickly. We are currently in the first echelon, and if possible, I want to try and break into Jiang Cheng's top 10. Zhang Qingfeng rubbed his hands together, his large glasses making him look somewhat comical as he feigned the actions of a fly rubbing its 4 legs together. Unlike Lin Bei and Wang Chongyang, the other 3 were merely commoners. The allure of the 100,000 reward for placing in the top 10 was tantalizing. Had Lin Bei not offered to enter the novice dungeon at a rate of 11,000 per person, they likely would not have been inclined to team up with him. The benevolent class is notoriously difficult to play effectively in the early stages without resource support. Simply purchasing skill books can be quite costly. Nevertheless, the benevolent class possesses its own unique advantages. The range of skills it can learn is double that of regular classes. Every 10 levels, an additional skill slot is unlocked, which means Lin Bei effectively has 2 slots. Currently, he has only occupied 1 with a healing spell. Lin Bei glanced at the real-time leaderboard, nodding at the 7th-ranked explosive squad. If they could maintain their position, they would secure a spot in the top 10. Achieving a top 10 ranking would mean enhanced rewards from the family. Half an hour later, the 5 of them successfully defeated another phantom thief, and it dropped a blue glow. Wow, we actually got a skill book. Wang Chongyang stepped forward to pick it up. Group Shield, a rather simplistic name. The drop rate for skills is incredibly low, at merely 1 in 100,000. Thus, they are typically purchased online. This particular Group Shield skill book could easily fetch 1 million on Jiang Cheng's shopping platform. This skill book is mine, ill divided among you with 20,000 each, How about that? No problem. I have no objections. I want need it with 200,000. Who do you think I am? Wang Chongyang exuded an air of wealth and confidence. In stark contrast to Lin Bei, who was merely a member of a branch family, Wang Chongyang was the third scion of the Wang family, one of the 5 prominent families of Jiangxing. Money was never a concern for him. Even the skills he was learning had long been prepared by his family. All right, since everyone has no objections, I shall proceed. At the moment Lin Bei came into contact with the skill book, a series of numbers flashed through his mind. Would you like to use the skill book? Yes. Ding. Learning successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the group shield technique. Ding. Group shield technique LV.1 LV.2. Lin Bei. Something feels off. Indeed, something feels amiss. Lin Bei rubbed his eyes, astonished to find that the shield technique he had just learned had unexpectedly advanced to LV.2. What's wrong? Nothing. We can continue hunting monsters. By the way, I'd like to try my core skill shortly. Summon Spirit? Yes. One of the core skills of a Taoist, Summon Spirit, was an immensely powerful self-enhancement ability. Although Lin Bei could not learn offensive skills, enhancing himself to engage others in battle was certainly feasible. At least it satisfied his initial desire to awaken his offensive capabilities. The others, upon hearing this, did not refuse. They were all at LV.2, and their experience points had already reached half. Engaging LV.2 monsters would not lead to instant annihilation, and with their combined force, they had already climbed to 4th place in the rankings. The top 3 positions were somewhat distant, occupied by teams of awakened individuals with formidable professions and powerful core skills. For their team, consisting of 3 damage dealers, 1 tank, and 1 support, maintaining a 4th place standing was commendable. Moreover, their landing site was advantageous, located in the dark forest, where the monsters were mostly solitary and only LV.2. If it were another team, their endurance would likely falter and become a liability. Suddenly, the purple grass in the distance began to rustle, and in the next moment, an LV.2 monster appeared. Come, let the show begin. Wang Chongyang stepped aside, eager to witness what Lin Bei could summon. No, it was more accurate to say that successfully summoning anything would be quite impressive. It was said that an awakened Taoist with the core skill Summon Spirit required connections to summon effectively. As an awakened Taoist, where would he acquire such connections? Deceased relatives? Well, that was also a possibility for summoning. Moreover, there was a chance of failure in summoning. One could say that the Taoist profession was among the most challenging in these times. Oh, and there was also the summoner. What one summoned depended entirely on luck. With poor luck, summoning a mere slime could be quite disheartening. The monster let out a roar, and devoid of rational thought, it charged directly at the 5 humans before it. Lin Bei immediately activated the Summon Spirit skill. In the next moment, he felt his vision plunge into darkness. A bright light appeared on his forehead, and a commanding voice echoed. Wasn't I in the midst of training? Where did this little brat come from? Summon Spirit? A grand tiger, 5 meters in length, adorned with a regal character on its forehead, appeared in Lin Bei's mind. Shan Jun, the Mountain Lord, was its divine title, while Hu Shao was its name. He had actually succeeded, and it was the Mountain Lord. Hu Shao looked utterly bewildered. He had been diligently training in the mountains when suddenly he was yanked away by an inexplicable force. Wasn't it said that summoning required connections and consent from the deity? Why was this happening? Welcome, Mountain Lord Hu Shao. As soon as the words left Lin Bei's mouth, before Hu Shao could comprehend, a powerful force hurled him towards Lin Bei. What the? The Mountain Lord was stunned as the entire tiger collided with Lin Bei, only to be forcefully bounced back. Hu Shao felt dizzy, utterly perplexed. What was going on? You forcibly summoned me, and then your body repelled me. Lin Bei? Upon realizing he had summoned the Mountain Lord, he felt a surge of excitement. The Mountain Lord was indeed a powerful deity, although not on par with the celestial beings. If he could successfully augment himself, dealing with the monster before him would be a breeze. Yet now, this Mountain Lord had been repelled by his own body. Ding ding. At that moment, text emerged from Lin Bei's forehead. Was the system malfunctioning? He was still striking a pose he deemed impressive. Could it not provide any feedback? Ding. Correction complete. In the next instant, as the system finalized its corrections, the Mountain Lord's form became solidified. Simultaneously, Lin Bai's summoned spirit skill underwent a transformation. Summoned spirit substitute. The phrase substitute had been added. Behold, the Mountain Lord's form materialized before the assembly. The sudden appearance of this formidable tiger left the onlookers in a bewildered stupor. Overwhelmed by the Mountain Lord's imposing aura, they trembled uncontrollably. Observing its level, they fell into a profound silence. Mountain Lord's roar LV. 20, strength restricted, the assembly. The goblin hunter, its charge abruptly halted. Echoed. Mountain Lord's roar. Silence descended upon the scene. Wang Chongyang's gaze shifted towards Lin Bei, still striking a pose, as if questioning, is this a divine invocation? Is my understanding of such things flawed? The Mountain Lord's sudden arrival elucidated the situation for Lin Bei. Although the divine invocation skill was intended to augment the user, it also granted access to the invoked deity's abilities. In the invoked state, the user was considered to possess offensive capabilities. The benevolent profession, however, precluded offensive skills, creating a conflict. The system, in its attempt to rectify this anomaly, had forcibly transformed the invocation into a divine proxy. It seemed to reason that by summoning the deity, the user would not be directly employing offensive skills. The benevolent profession could learn summoning techniques and keep pets as guardians. Now, the divine invocation had become a proxy, effectively replacing the potential summoning skill. Perhaps this was not such a bad alternative. After a brief pause, Lin Bei broke the silence. I implore the Mountain Lord to eliminate the goblin hunter before us. Mountain Lord? You task a deity to trifle with a mere LV. To whelp? Is this some jest? Even with my power diminished, I still have my pride. Thump. The Mountain Lord's form blurred, and in an instant, before anyone could react, it annihilated the goblin hunter with a single blow. The goblin hunter's remains were scattered, and a crater marked the ground. The Mountain Lord was silent, wondering why his body moved on its own. Before Lin Bei could speak, he felt a pallor wash over him as the Mountain Lord vanished. Divine Proxy LV. 2. Consumes 10 energy to randomly summon a deity for assistance, with the energy cost and duration scaling with the deity's power. Lin Bei, at LV. 2. Had reached his limit by summoning the LV. 20 Mountain Lord. Maintaining the connection for 6 seconds was already remarkable. Lin Bei opened his system panel. Profession, Benevolent LV. 2 Health, 110 energy, 30-50 physical attack, 6 magical attack, 6 physical defense, 5 magical defense, 5 core skill, divine proxy skills, single target heal. Group shield. His energy had plummeted to 30. Depletion would likely result in unconsciousness. This is one of the foundational theories studied over the years at the school. Lin Bei, are you all right? Wang Chongyang immediately began to express concern upon noticing Lin Bei's pallor, reminiscent of kidney deficiency. I'm fine, just a bit drained, Lin Bei replied. Despite the exhaustion, the situation is remarkable. Rabbit Schwer, having regained her composure from her earlier shock, noted the extraordinary feat of summoning a level 20 entity at level 2, an act that defied the natural order. However, the aftermath did feel somewhat like a dimensional suppression. I have an idea. At that moment, the Thunder Mage Zhang Qifeng raised his right index finger, his eyes shimmering with intelligence. What idea? Why don't we challenge a boss? Within the dungeon, bosses and elite monsters awaited, and the maximum level for novice dungeons was capped at 5. A level 5 boss possessed tenfold the basic attributes of an average player of the same level. Only the most formidable professions, or those with unique core skills, could triumph over such foes. These individuals were typically the elite among players. Given Lin Bei's formidable core skills, why not leverage them? There was a chance to secure first place. The top ranker in Jiangcheng would grant each team member 1 million alliance coins, alongside access to a welfare dungeon and a purple quality skill book. Let us give it a try. Lin Bei opened his system backpack and began consuming the energy potions he had meticulously prepared. After all, he was an alliance coin player, and the Lin family dominated various industries throughout Jiangcheng. Not to mention, their enterprises extended even to the otherworldly realms. Although these ventures primarily belonged to the main family, he was still part of it by blood, thus entitled to certain benefits. The price for a basic energy potion was roughly 1,000 each. So he decided to procure 9 sets, with each set containing 99 bottles. With the family backing him, it would be remiss not to take full advantage of their resources. Energy potions came in 4 grades: basic, intermediate, advanced, and supreme, with 2 types: sustained recovery and instant recovery. The instant recovery type was about 50% more expensive than the sustained recovery variant. The potion Lin Bei held was of the instant recovery type, capable of restoring 100 energy at once, practically a full refill. The three companions looked on with envy. Let us go? I want to see if we can break the record set in Jiangqing. Excitement surged within him, almost overwhelming. All right then. In an instant, the air in the dark forest was filled with the sounds of fierce combat. Thunderous might. Instant shadow kill formation. Absolutely berserk. Who dares to stop me? Immortality, come and vanquish me. Healing spell. Healing spell. Group shield spell. 3 hours later, Lin Bei's explosive team ascended from 4th place to 1st. Their levels also rose from level 2 to level 4. Unsurprisingly, Lin Bei was already aware of his circumstances. As long as his level increased, his skill levels would follow suit. Healing spell, LV, 4, consumes 20 energy, restoring 160 plus 4 of the target's maximum health, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Group shield spell, LV, 4, consumes 30 energy, providing the team with a shield that grants 100 plus 10 of the caster's maximum health, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Divine proxy, LV, 4, consumes 10 energy to randomly summon a deity for assistance, with energy consumption and duration depending on the deity's power. Higher skill levels reduce energy costs. With the elevation in levels, everyone noticed that Lin Bei's healing spells were extraordinarily potent. Take Wang Chongyang, for instance, who had the highest health among them at level 4. He could have 300 health points, yet Lin Bei's healing spell would restore over half of his health in one go. Furthermore, his core skill, Blood Shield, increased its resistances as health diminished. This led to the remarkable situation wherein, even when besieged, the damage inflicted upon him by the monsters remained in the mere single digits. He was impervious to demise, utterly unassailable. With the presence of Wang Chongyang and the newly emerged Lin Bei, the remaining three could unleash their full potential in their onslaught. From the outset, they had all focused their efforts on a single beast, but now they found themselves collectively assailing 10 creatures. While one might expect that the elevation in levels would result in a decline in experience gained, compounded by the increasing experience required, the efficiency of their endeavors had instead accelerated their progress, akin to a snowball gathering momentum. Observing their position atop the leaderboard, the group could not help but smile with genuine delight. In the outside world, due to the awakening in their inaugural foray into the novice dungeon, the entire Jiacheng, or rather, the alliance of Longxia, was engaged in a momentous examination. Achieving remarkable results within this arena would enable advancement and confer loftier rewards. This could be deemed one of the crucial pathways for the common folk to leap into greatness. In Jiangcheng, beyond the confines of the novice dungeon leaderboard, the onlookers bore witness to the meteoric rise of the Zhatian squad. Initially, it was presumed that this squad could only maintain a 4th place standing, given that the top 3 teams comprised exceptionally formidable classes. To illustrate, the leading team, the Yisha squad, was captained by Lu Feng, who had awakened as a saint warrior, possessing the core skill of Shackle's liberation, which allowed for a tripling of attributes in a short span. The remaining 4 members were equally formidable, boasting powerful core skills. Among the top 3 teams were also those with exceptional sustainability roles such as Celestial Shepherd, Holy Angel, and BNK, alleviating any concerns regarding endurance. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the top 3 teams were leading by a significant margin. In contrast, the Zhatian squad consisted of a lightning mage, a shield warrior, a shadow assassin, a berserker, and a newly awakened healer. Their explosive power was indeed formidable. But what of their sustainability? Could they truly rely solely on a fledgling healer wielding a level 1 healing spell to maintain their endurance, allowing them to unleash their full might without restraint? A hush fell over the crowd, until one high-ranking individual quietly broke the silence. I recall that awakened healer. It seems they belong to the Lin family. Ah, that clarifies matters. The Lin family, one of the 5 prominent families of Jiangcheng, is indeed quite affluent. Wealth is not confined solely to Jiangcheng. Rather, it permeates the entire alliance. However, due to the Lin family's roots in Jiacheng, they are often referred to as one of the 5 great families. In reality, when it comes to competition, the other 4 families are hardly a match for the Lin family, which stands as a singular entity. The players who possess alliance currency, bolstered by health potions and stamina, raise the question of fairness. You claim it is unjust? The platform has already been made available to you. As long as you excel, there will be those who take notice. Moreover, their wealth is their own affair. If you have the means, why not display it? To impose restrictions would indeed be an injustice against them. Thus, the crowd remained unusually silent, offering no dissenting opinions. After all, with the development of Jiangxing and the financial backing for this awakening, the Lin family is among the sponsors, and the attendees have also benefited from their patronage. In the novice dungeon, the Yisha team is the first-place team using hacks. One member could not help but voice their frustration. Initially, upon witnessing the significant lead of the top three, they believed their positions were secure. However, in a moment of distraction, the originally fourth-ranked team, Jade Tian, unexpectedly overtook them. Their scores continued to soar. Was there no need for a break? Is your team's endurance truly that formidable? Casting a glance at the Jade Tian team's significantly superior score, the group fell silent. Although some among them were members of the five great families and could also utilize stamina potions for endurance, the repeated use of such potions would diminish their effectiveness. Furthermore, without robust skills, how could one maintain sustained performance? Let us focus on achieving a higher score, Captain Lu Feng said after a moment of contemplation. He had heard of Lin Bei from the Jade Tian team, a player of alliance currency who enjoyed spending lavishly. When asked why he did this, the answer was clear. His family possessed great wealth, but more importantly, it was to cultivate good relationships with others. After all, one who accepts favors is often bound by gratitude. Therefore, encounters with Lin Bei usually involved friendly greetings and smiles, devoid of any resentment towards him. The group merely expressed mild complaints, having also benefited from his generosity. Moreover, they shared an unspoken rule. Anyone who spoke ill of Lin Bei in secret would face consequences. Isn't this boss nearly impossible to find? Tu Shuai remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Qingfeng. We almost scoured the entire shadowy forest and defeated numerous elite monsters. Yet we haven't even glimpsed the boss. Can something that is so difficult to locate truly be called a boss? After Pai Yinping executed a devastating mountain-crushing strike against an elite-level LV5 Shadow Hunter, a blue stone materialized. Upon picking it up, it instantly transformed into a piece of blue equipment. Wow, it actually dropped blue equipment. Equipment is categorized into weapons, armor, and core energy stones, and its quality ranges from white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, black, to rainbow. In a novice dungeon, obtaining blue quality equipment is already considered an extraordinary achievement. The blue equipment in question is the core energy stone, which consists of 4 parts corresponding to the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. The Shadow Hunter Pearl, with its northern quality, is a blue-grade equipment of level 5, boasting an attack power of 20 and physical resistance of 5. It provides a dark attribute resistance bonus of 5 and has the following attributes. Attribute 1 grants a dark attribute attack bonus of 5, and Attribute 2 enhances attack speed by 5. When 2 pieces are equipped, the dark attribute attack increases by 10, and with all 4 pieces, successful skill hits inflict a vulnerability effect on the target. This set is particularly suitable for the character Rabbit Schwer. After glancing at the description of the Shadow Hunter Pearl, Pai Yinping tossed it to Rabbit Schwer. The group had already agreed that any equipment suitable for other members should be prioritized for use. As for the value of the items, they could be evenly distributed once they exited. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous dropped items, mostly of white quality, with a few green ones scattered among them. The blue equipment was a first. Everyone's inventory was now filled with gear, akin to exchanging a bird's gun for a cannon. They had 1 weapon, hand, foot, body, and the complete core energy stone set. Though the quality was not exceptionally high, it was sufficient to challenge a boss. Suddenly, the nearby grass began to rustle, accompanied by a deep, menacing growl. More than one creature. The group immediately became alert, and in the next moment, a monster appeared, larger than the other shadow hunters. Upon seeing the LV5 green boss name atop its head, excitement surged through them. To their astonishment, a boss had appeared, accompanied by 5 elite monsters of level 5. Why the formality in your arrival? They mused. Activate the group shield spell. You are now fortified. Charge ahead. Lin Bei positioned himself at the rear, assuming the role of commander while protecting his comrades. Although the others felt somewhat exasperated, they did not hesitate. Wang Chongyang, leading the charge, promptly activated his taunt skill. This skill, acquired at school before entering, much like Lin Bei's, allows the user to taunt enemies within a 5-meter radius, compelling them to attack. The lower the health, the higher the defense, though the sensation of pain remains vividly real due to the semi-game-like nature. While one cannot die unless the health bar is fully depleted, striking vital areas can inflict critical hits and continuous health reduction. However, due to the high defenses, these attacks fell to Wang Chongyang akin to an extravagant massage. Oh, how delightful. The attacks from the level 5 elite monsters barely registered on Wang Chongyang, while even the level 5 boss could only inflict damage in the 20s. With a group shield spell active, attacks must first break the shield before affecting the target. With taunt engaged, all attacks landed on Wang Chongyang without causing any significant health loss. Nearby, Pai Yinping, Tu Shuer, and Zhang Qingfeng unleashed their core skills: instant shadow kill formation, thunderous onslaught, raging blood frenzy. The boss's health plummeted rapidly, visibly decreasing in mere seconds to a third of its original value. As the taunt effect waned, the boss emitted a dark roar, inflicting a debuff on everyone. Dark roar. Affected by dark roar, attack speed reduced by 10, damage taken increased by 10. The Shadow Hunter boss, as swift as a phantom, vanished before reappearing in front of Tu Shuer. Shadow Claw. Violet-black light erupted from the Shadow Hunter's claws, striking Tu Shuer before she could react. Minus 226 fortunately. The group shield spell kept Tu Shuer's health stable, though the heavy blow left several 7 to 8 centimeter long lacerations on her fair skin, accompanied by a bleeding debuff. Healing spell. Tu Shuer's dwindling health was instantly restored, and the wounds inflicted by the Shadow Hunter healed visibly, restoring her skin to its original flawless state within moments. Had her clothes not been torn, one would never have guessed the damage she had sustained. Tu Shuer shuddered, realizing the Shadow Hunter possessed a lock-on skill, allowing it to appear instantly behind its target and strike. Following the skill's execution, the Shadow Hunter noticeably staggered. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Qingfeng consumed an energy potion and unleashed the second stage of Thunderous Onslaught, Thunder Sea. Unlike the initial Thunder Punishment, Thunder Sea was a sustained skill that continuously drained energy. Were it not for the dozens of energy potions provided by Lin Bei, he could not have maintained it. With Thunder Sea active, a 10-meter radius was enveloped in a thunderous domain, inflicting paralysis. Due to the team's damage immunity, only the Shadow Hunters were affected. The paralysis buff took effect. Pai Yinping delivered a mountain-shattering strike, and Tu Shuer followed up with additional damage. All the monsters, including the boss, were vanquished. A surge of experience flooded into everyone, elevating them to level 5. Unsurprisingly, Lin Bei discovered that his skills had also advanced to level 5, further confirming that his skills would improve alongside his level. The highest known skill level was LV 9, a mastery typically possessed by demigods. The thought of wielding skills at a demigod level at just level 9 was strangely exhilarating. However, differences remained, notably in skill quality. Lin Bei's group shield spell and healing spell were merely basic skills, requiring quality-enhancing stones to improve. Look, a green quality-enhancing stone, Pai Yinping exclaimed, excitedly picking up a fist-sized green stone while looting the spoils. Quality-enhancing stones are worth at least 5 million on the market. Even the lowest grade stones are highly sought after by various factions. Commoners rarely encounter them, obtainable only through the black market or as rare drops from dungeons. The higher the quality, the rarer they become, unless. Lin Bei, this quality-enhancing stone is for you. After a brief exchange of glances, the group quickly decided who should receive the stone. All right, I won't refuse. Lin Bei accepted without hesitation. While he could easily acquire a green quality-enhancing stone through his family, he preferred to earn it himself. Core skills, initially basic, could also be upgraded using quality-enhancing stones. Use quality-enhancing stone. Yes. Ding. Successful usage. Please God substitute. White, green, skill quality, like equipment, was categorized into white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, black, and rainbow. The strongest demigod under the gods, 90. Possessed core skills of red quality, capable of destroying a planet with ease at full power. However, this applied only to ordinary planets, excluding those with planetary consciousness. Meddling with a planet's will was a death sentence, even for gods. Blue Star, for example, was the strongest planetary consciousness in Myriad Realms, serving as a hub with the title of the Myriad Realms Central. Please God substitute LV 5. Green randomly summons a god to act as a substitute. The duration of the summon consumes one's own energy. The higher the skill level, the lower the consumption. Perk 1. After the summon god's 10-second duration ends, gain a 1 overall strength boost. Lin Bei examined his core skill, noting little difference from before. Oh, wait. There's a perk. Gain 1 overall strength after the god's summon ends. Ergo, might he acquire the deity's potency upon completion of the invocation, or perhaps augment his own overall strength by a factor of 1. Though tempted to immediately test the conjuration, Lin Bei surmised his mental fortitude would not withstand a successive summoning in swift succession. Albeit devoid of cooldown, the invocation skill was contingent upon his own mental state. Else, he would not have been as enervated as if afflicted by renal deficiency previously. He suspected that a forced summoning might engender mental impairment, potentially culminating in a vegetative state. He scrutinized his other abilities anew. Healing Art LV 5 expends 20 units of energy to furnish the target with 320 plus 5 of the caster's maximum health points, with a 15-second cooldown. Collective Aegis LV 5 consumes 30 units of energy to bestow upon the party a shield of 200 plus 15 of the caster's maximum health points, with a 25-second cooldown. The augmentation was indeed substantial. With respect to the Aegis, their party configuration, with Wang Chongyang tanking and suppressing his health, would render it nigh impossible for even a dozen monsters to breach. The fallen boss yielded not only Ascension Stones, but also a verdant skill tome. Shadow Impale, presumably akin to Shadow Claws, was aptly suited for Tu Shuer. Unsurprisingly, Tu Shuer successfully assimilated the skill with the consent of the ensemble. A verdant skill book, valued at a minimum of 5 million, left Tu Shuer, already burdened with a 4 million credit debt at such a tender age, in dire straits, albeit not devoid of merriment. At worst, she would simply delve into additional dungeons to procure materials. Diligence begets reward. Dungeons are devoid of mortality, save for certain unique or pioneering instances. Otherwise, death within a dungeon merely entails a one-day ban from re-entry, with the duration escalating in tandem with one's prowess. Prior to level 9, known as Tier 1, dungeon death incurs a mere one-day prohibition. Subsequently, each tier advancement amplifies the ban's duration tenfold. For instance, a demigod's demise within a dungeon results in a 100,000 day exclusion. Barring entry into perilous special or pioneering dungeons, one is relegated to the gradual absorption of ambient spiritual energy for augmentation. However, having tasted the expedited path to empowerment as a player, few are inclined to pursue the gradual cultivation route. Consequently, the higher the echelon, the greater the likelihood of a profound personality shift upon succumbing within a dungeon. In addition to the Ascension Stones and Verdant Skill Tome, the boss also contributed a Verdant Equipment piece and 2 white ones. The Verdant Equipment was a weapon, a fan, Spring Breeze Fan level, LV 5 quality, Verdant Attack, 20 magical attack, 20 effect, reduces skill cooldown time by 10 for the wielder. Affix, augments charm slightly. A rather fitting armament for Lin Bei, who promptly equipped the Spring Breeze Fan without hesitation. He now bore 2 Verdant Equipment pieces, the remainder being white. After all, it was merely a novice dungeon, hardly conducive to the acquisition of superior items. The boss had fallen, yet the trial's duration remained unfulfilled, as it was slated to persist for a full day. Only approximately 8 hours had elapsed thus far. As the hour was still early, should we venture into other sectors? The nihilistic entities in this sector have been decimated by their relentless farming. High-level monsters are virtually extinct, and the experience yielded by low-level ones has diminished. Furthermore, their dispersion makes them difficult to aggregate, rendering it more advantageous to seek monsters in other regions. The Novice, a boon bestowed by the Order system on Awakening Day, is maintained and operated by the state. The gloomy, dense forest they inhabit is but a small segment of it. Given that the monsters are capped at LV 5, their level renders the LV 1 and LV 2 monsters scarcely worth the effort, yielding negligible experience. As they advance further, they may cease to gain any experience at all. I wonder if venturing into other regions would expose them to attacks from other parties? Since death is impossible within them, encounters with other teams invariably escalate into skirmishes. This will inevitably lead to the elimination of certain individuals. Such is the nature of the rules within the primordial dungeons. Some ethereal creatures can assume the forms of other teams' members, making it entirely reasonable for them to acclimatize in advance. Fear not, should they continue to grind here. Even a full day of effort may yield no progress in leveling up. Cross-regional battles are not an unprecedented endeavor for them. Throughout the annals of history, numerous formidable players have merely been content with vanquishing the bosses and remaining stagnant. Let us not jest. It is only through cross-regional combat that those powerful organizations from the outside realms will take notice. After all, does not cross-regional engagement symbolize courage at times? Although it may invite ambushes, resolute in their decision, the quintet proceeded to engage in cross-regional combat. After a period, The team known as the Explosive Squad vanished from the rankings of Jiacheng. Upon realizing this, the populace of Jiacheng responded in unison. The members of this explosive team have ventured into other regions. The boundaries of each area are arbitrary. Merely making contact will result in a random teleportation to another region inhabited by a boss. The rapid ascension of the blasting squad's levels has resulted in a peculiar situation where, apart from the bosses in the Jiangxing region being vanquished, the bosses in other areas remain undisturbed in their respective locations. Tianlong City. Here lies the capital of the Dragon Summer Empire, a region of unparalleled resource concentration. While the awakening is largely a matter of chance, a modicum is influenced by one's lineage, particularly among races other than humans, where vocational paths are often limited to a select few. This also elucidates the reason why, after 3 centuries of spiritual revival, the human race has witnessed the emergence of foreign bloodlines. Through intermarriage, they have sought to procreate, thereby achieving the objective of inheriting the remarkable genes of both lineages. The Valley of Dragons. Here lies the proving grounds of the Celestial Dragon City, an area teeming with myriad creatures of draconic lineage, from colossal lizards to serpentine behemoths. Yet, these are but phantasmal entities, ethereal beings destined for perpetual recurrence. Though vanquished in the present, they shall inevitably rise anew after a time. Indeed, should they be left to roam unhunted for an extended duration, these spectral monsters may even awaken to sentience. Alas, even with awareness, their sole purpose remains the obliteration of all that exists. This year's Awakening Novice Tournament is a veritable clash of titans. A plethora of formidable classes, some never before witnessed, have burgeoned forth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Whether this phenomenon is auspicious or ill-fated remains to be seen. Dragon Xingyao. Do not presume that your royal lineage grants you such imperious airs. We were the first to discover this formidable foe. A colossal dragon. Its scales as pristine as freshly fallen snow, and its body stretching 10 meters in length, soared through the heavens, its fiery gaze fixed upon the 5 figures before it. The leader of the quintet, visibly apprehensive, voiced his protest. His strength was considerable, and fortune had smiled upon him, granting him 2 pieces of azure equipment. This boon was largely attributable to the serendipitous awakening of his team's support member, who had manifested the Lucky Walker class. This class's core skill augmented the entire team's critical hit rate by 20%, while also bestowing a modicum of additional luck. Yet, despite the acquisition of superior equipment and the advantage of a favorable class, the sight of the airborne dragon sent shivers down their spines. Dragon Xingyao. Of the dragon clan of the Dragon Summer Nation, descendants of the founding emperor, legend has it that their ancestor was none other than the mythical Ling Long. Whether this tale is truth or mere fabrication, the dragon family possessed the means to transform into dragons even before the resurgence of spiritual energy. This indeed aligns with the likelihood of awakening a profession that corresponds to one's formidable bloodline. Long Xingyao's awakened profession is the Dragon Blood Battle Princess, a figure of immense power, far surpassing the dragon blood warrior typically awakened by the royal lineage. Her core skill, transformation into a dragon, renders Long Xingyao virtually invincible within the secret realms. To speak plainly, defeating a boss is a mere trifle for her. However, the squad that arrived first is decidedly reluctant to relinquish the boss so easily. Slaying the boss in their own territory grants the full complement of points, while cross-territory kills yield only half. Tianlong City has established a ranking reward system, where higher ranks naturally reap greater rewards. Moreover, as the capital, the rewards are exceedingly lavish. It is a matter of retreat or perish. Long Xingyao's voice is frigid, devoid of any sentiment. The 4 individuals behind her observe the scene with keen interest. All 4 hail from one of the 8 ancient families of Tianlong City, and they watch with amusement. Although they lack unique bloodlines, fortune has favored them with the awakening of formidable professions. Among them, the support role has awakened as the Star Destiny Walker, with a core skill that bestows the target with the power of the star, amplifying based on the corresponding star's strength, coupled with Long Xingyao's formidable combat prowess. This cohort of awakened individuals from Tianlong City is virtually unstoppable. I suggest you heed the words of the little princess, otherwise we cannot guarantee your elimination. Remarked one from the team known as the Dragon Warriors, as Dongfang Yao chuckled. Their team comprises the foremost clans of Dongfang, Zhao, Shangguan, Zhuge, and Long, representing the pinnacle of the Longxia Kingdom. Not to mention, they are amply supplied with potions for energy and recovery, and even their initial equipment has been meticulously prepared. Furthermore, based on the professions they have awakened, They are equipped with specialized skill books awaiting their use. Here's a refined version of the provided text, focusing on clarity, conciseness, and enhanced vocabulary. This exemplifies the dominance of elite families. While the Chitian squad possesses commendable strength, being comprised of members from various prominent families, they pale in comparison. Upon hearing this, the Chitian squad, despite their reluctance, had no recourse but to withdraw, as the War Dragon squad's power was undeniably insurmountable. The mere aura emanating from Long Xingyao surpassed even that of the Dragon Blood Lizard King. Let's depart. They were left with no alternative but to venture into cross-regional combat, seeking other formidable adversaries to strategically outmaneuver their rivals. Their capabilities would render them an overwhelming force in other territories. Observing the Chitian squad's departure, Long Xingyao refrained from engaging them. As a member of the imperial family, initiating an attack might provoke clandestine disputes, despite outward compliance. Had they remained, however, Long Xingyao would have undoubtedly taken action. The colossal dragon head turned towards the distant Dragon Blood Lizard King, and the coiled body sword toward it. Falling Star Jade Balance. Zhuge Guanxing activated his core skill, Astrological Endowment. Long Xingyao's aura surged dramatically, starlight enveloping her, causing her power to skyrocket. Jade Balance Star. Blue grants a 200 increase in attack power, converts 40 of final damage into true damage, lasting 30 seconds. Affix 1. Slightly reduces mental energy consumption. Affix 2. Amplifies mental energy by 20. Dragon Transformation. Blue transforms into a true dragon, increasing all attributes tenfold and unlocking the skills Glacial Ice and Dragon Ice Burst. In the Dragon Transformation state, existing skills undergo slight modifications. Affix 1. Reduces self-consumption by 20. Affix 2. Increases physical resilience by 100. The Dragon Blood Lizard King, an entity of fire, stood 10 meters in length and 3 meters in height. Its hide was cracked, revealing a molten, lava-like circulatory system beneath. Magma Breath. A torrent of magma erupted from the Dragon Blood Lizard King, only to be instantly frozen by Long Xingyao's glacial ice. Ascending over 10 meters, she dove. Skill. Charge. Blue propels forward rapidly for 20 meters, inflicting damage equal to 200 of the user's attack plus 2,000 points. Affix 1. Damage scales with the user's weight. Affix 2. Reduces damage taken during the charge by 20. Affixes appear with increasing frequency as quality improves, with green granting 1 affix and blue granting 2. Consequently, even a level 1 skill can surpass a higher level skill if its quality is superior. In the Dragon Transformation state, Charge evolved into Dragon God Dive, increasing the final potency by 10. Before the Dragon Blood Lizard King could retaliate, Long Xingyao, imbued with glacial ice, froze its body solid. Minus 3,326, its health plummeted to 1/10, triggering the boss's skill. The frozen encasement instantly vaporized. Flames ignited the surroundings, momentarily contending with the glacial ice. Just as Long Xingyao prepared to finish the boss, a thundercloud materialized over its head. The cloud unleashed a devastating thunderbolt, delivering a fatal blow. Rumble. The bolt struck the nearly depleted boss, obliterating it into fragments. Thunderclap, first stage, Divine Punishment. Who dares? The War Dragon squad, who had been gleefully anticipating their victory, were instantly enraged. Who would commit such an unscrupulous act of stealing their boss? 30 meters away, behind a massive boulder, Lin Bei and his group emerged. Zhang Qingfeng's tone was smug, inciting the War Dragon squad's desire to pummel him. Who are you, and why did you pilfer our boss? High above, Long Xingyu reverted to her human form. Her gaze icy as she regarded Lin Bei and his companions. This boss isn't exclusively yours, and besides, didn't you just usurp someone else's boss? You. Shangguan was sputtered, unable to retort, as they had indeed seized the Chitian squad's boss. Now, experiencing the same fate, they understood the sentiment. In the distance, the Chitian squad, witnessing the War Dragon squad's boss being stolen, were expressions of schadenfreude. Serves you right. Who told you to steal our boss? They were keen to see which audacious team dared to provoke them. This is indeed the War Dragon team. While they might not warrant the attention of the families behind them, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that sycophants seeking favor with those families might attempt to trip them up and target them. At that moment, a young lady among the Zenith Sky squad, who had awakened as a luck walker, widened her eyes in surprise. Cousin? The others in the Zenith Sky squad exchanged glances, questioning cousin. Meow Meow, is that team's leader your cousin? Yes. He's in the same year as me. but he studies at the Jiangxing main branch, while I study here in Sky Dragon City. Lin Miaomiao is a member of the Lin family's main lineage. They had met a few months prior at a family gathering and maintained a modicum of contact, so she naturally recognized Lin Bei. Oh, isn't this Miao Miao? What a surprise to find you here. Does this mean this is the trial zone for Sky Dragon City? Kid, you dared to snatch our War Dragon team's boss. Are you prepared to be eliminated? Since there's no real danger of death, Shang Wanhua intends to eliminate Lin Bei and his team, as eliminating them would yield 10 of their points. A glance at the leaderboard revealed a new team named Sky Rippers, Jiangxing, with a score of 5,433. Defeating a boss grants 1,000 points, while elite monsters of varying levels yield only 525 points. How many creatures must one vanquish to attain such a score? Yet, if one could procure 10 points per instance, a commendable 543. 3 points could be amassed, though not as valuable as a boss. They could traverse territories to slay bosses in other regions. It is quite remarkable that a team from Jiangxing, a city nestled in the southernmost reaches of Longxia, near the frontier, has emerged, outstripping their own speed in slaying bosses and venturing into other areas. It must be acknowledged that this audacious squad possesses a certain prowess. However, regardless of their abilities, they could never rival the War Dragon team. Leave them to me. Shang Wanhua, inherently hot-tempered, had now awakened as a formidable Karma Fire mage. Core skills such as the Red Lotus Karma Fire and the profession, to some extent, influenced one's character. Though subtle, the combination ignited Shang Wanhua's temper. Although they, too, seize bosses from others, it is because their might prevails. Now, to be usurped by a team they deem inferior is intolerable. Shang Wanhua, restrain yourself. Seeing Shang Wanhua about to charge forth in a heroic, albeit reckless, endeavor, Zhuge Guanxing swiftly intervened. To accumulate over 5,000 points signifies more than mere competence. Their own team has only attained 3,666 points, despite being the highest-scoring team in Tianlong City. This team hailing from Jiangxing, capable of earning over 5,000 points, exudes an unmistakable aura of formidable strength. Thus, to proceed with caution, it is advisable to confront them collectively. Upon hearing Zhuge Guanxing's remarks, Shang Guanhua found himself momentarily calmed. Very well, let us join forces. With this declaration, the group nodded in agreement. Long Xingyu remained silent, yet she was already prepared for action. While seizing another's boss might indeed tarnish one's reputation, the harsh reality of survival of the fittest leaves little room for reproach. However, to snatch away another's boss only to have the final blow claimed by rival teams is a bitter irony. This somewhat humiliates them, rubbing their faces in the dirt. It would be unreasonable not to impart a lesson, or even eliminate the opponent entirely. However, the consumption in the dragon transformation state is rather significant, making it impossible to utilize it twice in a short span without exacerbating the drain. Nevertheless, when facing this exceedingly arrogant team known as the Explosive Squad, there remains a measure of confidence. Zhuge Guanxing. Without the need for Long Xingyao to elaborate further, Zhuge Guanxing promptly bestows buffs upon the group. He employs his core abilities, Yuheng, Tianquan, Tianji, and Tianxian, consecutively, for times in quick succession. Even with the full suite of blue equipment enhancements, Zhuge Guanxing begins to feel the strain. The white feather fan in his hand flutters gently. In terms of appearance, coupled with his flowing white robe, he could be regarded as a dashing young gentleman, if one were to overlook the pallor of his face, which bears a striking resemblance to that of one suffering from renal deficiency. Tianquan increases cooldown speed by 40. Tianxian enhances self-recovery speed by 200. And boosts both physical and magical defenses by 20. Tianji elevates attack speed by 50 and movement speed by 100. These 4 enhancements are graciously granted to Long Xingyao. Shang Wanhua, Zhao Taizhu, and Dongfang Yao. Zhao Taizhu and Dongfang Yao, with their respective classes of the Dragon Lord Titan and the Azure Phoenix Sword Immortal, occupy formidable positions as frontliners and assassins. These are exceptionally powerful and awakened classes, seemingly linked to their ancestral heritage. Observing that the opponents have activated their ultimate abilities, Lin Bei naturally refrains from being overly presumptuous. While he may not have encountered Zhao Taizhu, Dongfang Yao, Shang Wanhua, or Zhuge Guanxing before, everyone knows of Long Xingyao, the little princess of the Dragon Xia Kingdom. It seems we've stirred quite the hornet's nest. Surely, these prominent families wouldn't deign to target a few fledglings over a mere novice dungeon, would they? Even our own team is in a state of disquiet. Now that Long Xingyao has assumed her human form, It's impossible to ignore that she's the esteemed princess of the Dragon Summer Nation. Zhang Qifeng is utterly dumbfounded. He inadvertently pilfered a boss from the princess herself. A rather impressive feat to boast about, assuming he doesn't face a deluge of online vitriol upon exiting this place. After all, the little princess boasts a staggering 5 billion ardent followers within the Human Clan Alliance, making her a veritable superstar of the Alliance. This is intertwined with the little princess's beauty, talent, and status. Lin Bei, are we doomed? Zhang Qifeng stammered. If we don't resist, we truly are doomed. With the opponent clad in azure, after careful consideration, only Wang Chongyang can withstand them for a while. Mass shield. Shields enveloped everyone, and Wang Chongyang immediately employed taunt. Azure Phoenix Swordplay. Charge. Healing spell. Crimson Inferno Blast. Titanic Strength. Boom. Instantly, Wang Chongyang's position was engulfed in ash. As the ash dissipated, Wang Chongyang was left with a sliver of health, nearly eliminated on the spot. Fortunately, enduring it wasn't in vain. The brunt was the true damage. The other attacks were also quite painful, but not enough to instantly kill him. However, the Red Lotus Karma Fire continued to burn, dealing 2 points of damage per second for 30 seconds. The damage decreased as Wang Chongyang's health diminished. Long Xingyao remained silent, while Shang Wanhua and the others looked bewildered. Seriously, brother, how can you endure so much? Their burst of attacks, to say nothing else, would have killed the Dragon Blood Lizard King. You're even more durable than the Lizard King. Actually, if Lin Bei hadn't added the mass shield and promptly followed up with a healing spell, Wang Chongyang might have truly been finished. Good brother, you finally endured it. Have a vial of blood tonic to replenish your health. Don't get burned to death. Red Lotus Karma Fire suppresses healing by 20, and he was genuinely worried that Wang Chongyang would be burned to death with that sliver of health. Wang Chongyang also felt a lingering fear, but he didn't expect himself to be so durable. Zhao Taizhu, as a frontline combatant, remained silent. As a frontline, he naturally understood the significance of enduring the attacks. This team was not simple. So what if you can withstand a burst of attacks? Without a frontline, you'll only be eliminated. As he spoke, Shang Wanhua continued to condense Crimson Inferno Blast, and the others also planned to continue their assault. Lin Bei sighed. It seemed there was no other choice but to do this. I really didn't want to eliminate all of you, but since that's the case, don't blame me. At this moment, on Blue Star, in a remote primeval forest, in this realm resides a congregation of spiritually unawakened mystical beasts, despite their lack of enlightenment. They possess a certain innate sensitivity. Atop the mountain lord is diligently arranging a formation. Only recently, he was forcibly summoned by Lin Bei, and in the process of attempting to crush a level 2 minion, he nearly jeopardized his own path of enlightenment. Why must he engage with such feeble creatures when he could be battling foes of level 30? Does the Mountain Lord, with his fierce roar, not deserve some semblance of dignity? Thus, to avert a recurrence of such an incident, he unleashed his full power. Sprinting from the vicinity of Jiangxing to that of Tianlong City, this considerable distance, coupled with the establishment of a spirit-severing array, effectively cloaked him from any external detection. He remains resolute in his belief that Lin Bei cannot summon him under these circumstances. Following Lin Bei's invocation of the divine, the summoning skill automatically scanned the vicinity for the nearest deities. This scan revealed a plethora of deities to choose from. However, many of them were merely feeble spirit gods. At that moment, Lin Bei recognized a familiar deity. Wasn't this a random summoning? How could he also be among the options? When one has a familiar deity, there is no need for an unfamiliar one, right? Yet, that wasn't entirely the case. At the very least, Lin Bei believed that the Mountain Lord possessed sufficient strength to handle the unfolding events. He merely hoped that afterward, Long Xingyu and the others would refrain from retaliating against him. After all, it was a matter of self-preservation. Eliminating them in self-defense would leave them with little ground to argue, wouldn't it? The novice dungeon indeed had a recording function that was perpetually active. Even if they sought vengeance later, the advantage would still lie with him. Alas, how long would it take to enhance his own strength? After a brief tidying up of the cave, the Mountain Lord bent down to rest. As the sole mountain god of Blue Star, his power had reached level 80. The means of advancement for deities differ from others. It requires the power of belief, self-cultivation, and occasionally, a moment of enlightenment or the consumption of rare heavenly materials to elevate one's strength. While slaying void monsters can enhance the power of those yet to ascend to godhood. For those who have already become deities, Recklessly absorbing void energy may lead to internal conflicts between two opposing forces within. Thus, it is generally understood that even with semi-gamified strength, once one steps into the realm of divinity, subsequent advancements must be achieved through diligent cultivation. Although the Mountain Lord was only at level 80, he had nonetheless attained divine status, and thus his inherent power was of a higher divine caliber. Naturally, he could not absorb void energy. However, with divine power at his disposal, he found it no challenge to confront beings of demigod status. As the Mountain Lord rested with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt a wave of lightness envelop his body. A sense of déjà vu washed over him, as if he had just experienced this not long ago. His eyes snapped open, only to find himself once again in the inky expanse of that familiar space. You again? Brat. The Mountain Lord's eyes widened to the size of bronze bells, clearly astonished that even after fleeing to Sky Dragon City, Lin Bei could still forcibly summon him. Is this your idea of inviting a deity? I'm lodging a complaint. Heh, I just happened to see you, Mountain Lord. Could you lend a hand? Before the Mountain Lord could refuse, Lin Bei, with fingers joined and eyes fixed on the approaching dragon star Yao and her entourage, softly uttered, I beseech thee. Mountain Lord's roar. As his words faded, a golden radiance materialized before Lin Bei, coalescing into a colossal tiger. Mountain Lord, save Wang Chong'an. Though reluctant, the Mountain Lord found himself compelled to act. Swoosh. This time, the summoned Mountain Lord possessed a power of LV 20, but its duration of existence was significantly prolonged. Initially, upon witnessing their concentrated assault failing to eliminate Wang Chongyang, Long Xingyao contemplated advancing to deliver the final blow, anticipating a swift resolution. However, unexpectedly, a colossal tiger lunged towards her. A tiger descending the mountain. The momentum of the tiger was irresistible. The sudden tempestuous force propelled Long Xingyao back several meters, where she collapsed into the arms of Dongfang Yao, a member of their team. Roar. The tiger's roar reverberated throughout the area, stirring the wind and clouds into a frenzy. At this moment, the group focused their attention on the Mountain Lord, discovering that its level had reached LV 20. Furthermore, appended to its level was a red inscription, Mountain Lord Tiger's Roar LV 20 Divine. This signifies that the mountain deity before them is a formidable level 20 Crimson boss. Given that the assembled group barely reaches level 5, even adorned in full blue armor, how could they possibly contend with a level 20 Crimson divinity? Surely, this is a jest. Though not directly struck by the mountain deity's claw, Long Xingyao was affected by its released aura, her health plummeting to a mere fifth. Hold on a moment. As Zhao Taizhu and the others began to realize the gravity of the situation and attempted to interject, Lin Bei continued his command. Mountain deity, assist us in eliminating the War Dragon squad. He could, at best, sustain the mountain deity's presence for approximately 15 seconds. Thereafter, his mental reserves would be depleted, necessitating an extended period of recuperation before he could summon it again. Should they capitalize on this interval to assail them? Lin Bei doubted their collective strength would rival that of the War Dragon squad. Thus, it was prudent to eliminate them preemptively. As for the Qitian squad at the periphery, Lin Bei deemed their combined capabilities sufficient to engage in combat. No. Zhao Taizhu immediately invoked his Herculean strength, while Zhuge Guanxing promptly augmented Zhao Taizhu with buffs, hoping to withstand the mountain deity's assault. However, they evidently overestimated their capabilities and underestimated the mountain deity's damage output. Roar of the tiger. With a single roar, the entire War Dragon squad was instantly rendered unconscious. Earth shatter. The mountain deity slammed a claw upon the earth, causing fissures to propagate toward the War Dragon squad's location. Moments later, the ground split open, and the 5 members plummeted into the chasm. In the subsequent instant, the earth converged, resulting in the complete elimination of the War Dragon squad. Presently, in the outside world, the figures of the War Dragon squad materialized at the entrance of the novice. Although individuals were being eliminated in succession, the War Dragon squad was a prominent contender for the championship. Yet, now they too have emerged. What could have transpired? Gazing upon the leaderboards, where the War Dragon squad score of over 3,000 points remained fixed, Xian Yuan Fengbo, the divine might general responsible for maintaining order, furrowed his brow. With a flicker of movement, he instantaneously appeared before the quintet. Casting a glance at the scene, he waved his hand, and the 5 individuals, along with his own form, vanished from sight. Before long, a sensational piece of news swept across the length and breadth of the Dragon Summer Nation. Even news outlets and other nations within the alliance featured reports of international megastar dragon Xingyao's ignominious elimination from the novice dungeon, accompanied by footage of dragon Xingyao and her companions being ejected from the instance. A wave of dismay washed over the masses. Their goddess had been eliminated. Who was the unscrupulous scoundrel, so devoid of compassion, as to eliminate their very goddess? Was it excessive for their goddess to desire first place? Not at all. Even if their goddess yearned for the stars in the heavens, they would endeavor to procure them, let alone this mere first place in a novice dungeon. Investigate. Unearth the identity of the one who dared to eliminate their goddess. While the outside world was in an uproar within the dungeon, Lin Bei and his comrades breathed a collective sigh of relief after eliminating the War Dragon squad. However, the other four harbored some trepidation. Lin Bei, having eliminated the little princess and her team, will there be repercussions? Surely not. After all, our dragon summer nation is relatively reasonable. Yes, reasonable, hopefully. Although Lin Bei also felt a tinge of unease, if they had not eliminated them, they themselves would have been the ones eliminated. It was impossible to surrender meekly. If faced with the same situation again, he would undoubtedly choose to eliminate them once more. After dispatching Dragon Xingyao and her party, Mountain Sovereign returned to Lin Bei's side. His eyes, as large as bells, filled with a sense of grievance. The scoundrel. Even after venturing into the Sky Dragon City's territory, he still laid down a soul-separating array. I didn't expect he'd still be forcibly invited over by this brat. Is that any way to beseech a deity? Much obliged for the Mountain Lord's assistance. The Mountain Lord's gaze remained resentful, but before he could utter a word, his figure dissipated. It turned out Lin Bei had proactively terminated the deity summoning. Huh? Was the Mountain Lord trying to say something just now? Lin Bei scratched his head, perplexed. Was there? Perhaps I should summon him once more? Nay, best not. Another summoning. And I fear I shan't endure. That art is exceedingly taxing on one's mental fortitude. Were it not for the elevation in the summoning grade, diminishing the expenditure considerably, I'd have eschewed summoning altogether. After all, the sensation of enervation is hardly agreeable. Outside, within the primeval forest, ere the Mountain Lord could convey his grievances regarding Lin Bei's brigand behavior, he felt a momentary daze, whereupon he found himself returned to his own corporeal form. The Mountain Lord? The Mountain Lord gnashed his teeth, exclaiming, "You rascal." In the subsequent instant, the Mountain Lord sensed a surge of power within him, gradually coalescing with his intrinsic strength. Empowered, albeit modestly, a mere 1% augmentation. Yet it encompassed all facets: soul, flesh, divine power, an all-encompassing 1% elevation. Verily, a precious boon. His tone shifted to one of contentment. "Lad, summon me forthwith. I am capable." The Mountain Lord implored the ether. Alas, his entreaties fell upon deaf ears. This marks a remarkable 1% increase. His prowess has ascended to level 81. In the past, one would have to toil for several months, if not years, to achieve such a feat. He believes that this transformation is intricately linked to Lin Bei. For otherwise, his strength would not have inexplicably surged. Sigh. Without sensing Lin Bei's summoning, Shan Jun let out a resigned sigh and subsequently immersed himself in silent cultivation. Moments later, "Hey, hurry and summon me." In the Imperial Palace of Longtian City, the damage sustained within the novice dungeon is fully restored upon exiting. Even if one were to lose limbs or suffer grievous injuries, they can instantly revert to their former state. Herein lies the formidable boon of the novice instance. Are you implying that a contingent hailing from Jiangqing summoned a level 20 deity known as the Mountain Lord, resulting in your elimination? Indeed. Giggle, a nearby individual tasked with the interrogation, couldn't help but chuckle. "What amuses you?" demanded Sheng Wanhua, his fiery temper flaring. "Nothing, merely a recollection of humorous events." "Pray, contain yourself. We are trained professionals," another interrogator interjected with a solemn countenance. "We speak the truth." That individual was unequivocally employing illicit enhancements. Shang Wanhua inhaled deeply, continuing. "Giggle enough. My patience has worn thin. What provokes your mirth?" The individual, upon hearing the renewed laughter, promptly concealed his face. "Not. Merely a poignant memory that compels me to weep with laughter." "Ahem, compose yourself. While we exist in a semi-gamified state, the world remains veridical, devoid of any form of exploitation. And if we speak of exploitation, who could rival the little princess at your side?" At this juncture, Long Xingyao remained taciturn. Having been ejected from the novice instance by Lin Bei, she was immersed in contemplative silence. Shortly thereafter, General Xianyuan Fengbua of Divine Might approached. The ramifications of this incident are truly significant. Just moments ago, the details of Long Xingyao and her War Dragon squad were disseminated. This formidable team, comprised of the Hellfire Arcanist, the Longbow Giant, the Dragon Blood War Maiden, the Fate Star Walker, and the Azure Phoenix Sword Immortal, all boasting potent core abilities, distinguished classes, and adorned in full Azure gear, having elevated their skills to Azure quality before entering, were unexpectedly eliminated by an obscure Jiangqing squad known as the Heaven-Shaking Team. The reverberations are immense. That Jiangqing squad is rather audacious, seemingly unconcerned with appearances. General, what's the situation? Don't even mention it. The impact is substantial. That squad is quite inconsiderate, refusing to yield any prestige. Despite these words, there's no genuine reproach. After all, if even Long Xingyao's War Dragon squad, with their extravagant configuration, could be vanquished, it begs the question of just how formidable their opponents truly are. This could undoubtedly serve as a powerful promotional tool. If managed adeptly, it could certainly enhance the reputation of the entire human alliance. I heard that you were defeated by that fellow who summoned the Mountain Lord? Indeed. After being reassured by the crowd, Shang Wanhua finally regained his composure and responded swiftly. As for the Mountain Lord, Xianyuan Fengbua considered that he might inquire about him. Coincidentally, not long ago, he sensed a formidable presence approaching the vicinity of Tianlong City. As the one responsible for ensuring the safe operation of the novice dungeon in Sky City, Xianyuan Fengbua felt compelled to investigate and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Upon closer inspection, it appears that the Mountain Lord has arrived near Sky Dragon City. As a deity of the Dragon Xia country, and the only mountain god within its borders, whose strength is comparable to or even surpasses his own, there would naturally be no cause for obstruction. The question remains as to the true relationship between the Mountain Lord and this young man, that he could be summoned by him. According to his investigation, Lin Bei merely possesses the core skill of divine summoning. This skill typically involves the descent of a deity upon oneself to enhance one's strength, and a summoning in the manner of a summoner had never been observed. You may rest for now. With your scores, while you may not secure a position within the top 10, your respective family heritages ensure that you are not wanting for such trivial gains. Organizations, sacred grounds, and guilds had already been decided upon the moment your classes were awakened. Although you faced elimination, it is of little consequence, save for a slight loss of face. With these words, the figure of Xianyuan Fengbua vanished, leaving behind the assembly in the palace reception hall. Stario, what occupies your thoughts? Is it concerning that young man? As a member of the esteemed 8 great families, the Eastern family, and a classmate of Dragonstar Yao, Eastern Yuan naturally shares a close bond with her. In private, they address each other as sisters. Observing Dragonstar Yao's demeanor, it is evident what she is contemplating. The thought of being eliminated without resistance irks Eastern Yao, and she desires a proper duel with Lin Bei. Indeed, this is the first time I have been defeated head-on. Although Lin Bei relied on summoning the Mountain Lord to swiftly defeat us, the ability to summon is a testament to his strength. It is akin to challenging a summoner. One would not challenge their physical form, would one? What strength does their physical form possess? Their strength lies in their summoned beasts. Thus, Dragonstar Yao, who has experienced nothing but success and triumph since childhood, tastes defeat for the first time. The sensation is unpleasant, yet strangely intriguing. Star Yao, shall we target that young man in secret? Seeing Dragonstar Yao's expression, it is clear that she has taken an interest in Lin Bei. Having grown up together, Eastern Yao is acutely aware of Dragonstar Yao's tendency to become fixated on matters that pique her interest. The fact that she is now interested in a man is a matter of grave concern. Avert danger. Her confidant can only be hers. No one can take her away. Instantly, Eastern Yao transforms into a possessive guardian, embracing Dragonstar Yao tightly, burying her head in Dragonstar Yao's ample bosom. No. Even if revenge is sought, it must be achieved honorably. I hereby warn you all, no one is permitted to target him in secret. Otherwise, Dragonstar Yao's right hand rests upon Eastern Yao's head, gradually increasing the pressure. I was wrong. I would never do such a thing. Upon hearing Eastern Yao's words, Dragonstar Yao relents to a gentle caress, causing Eastern Yao to tear up. In her heart, she laments, "Oh no, my Yao Yao? That wretched brat. The audacity to steal my beloved. An unforgivable offense." Upon hearing this, the others hastily pledged that they would never act in secret. This is, after all, the young princess. While they may be members of one of the 8 great families of Sky Dragon City, holding considerable influence throughout the Dragon Xia country, they could not contend with the royal family unless they united their forces. Having successfully eliminated the War Dragon squad, The attention of the crowd shifts to the Chi Tian squad in the distance. Eliminating other teams would also grant them 10% of their points. This proposition undoubtedly holds considerable allure. The team before us, emblazoned with the insignia of the Chi Tian squad, ranks third in Tianlong City, boasting a commendable 900 points. Eliminating them would yield 290 points. However, Lin Bei has already expended his trump cards. While he could continue summoning, and the mountain lords would effortlessly dispatch them. Doing so courts the peril of overexertion, rendering it somewhat imprudent. It would be more advantageous to venture into other regions and vanquish more bosses. Sensing the gaze of the Jade Tian squad, the members of the Chi Tian squad began to panic. After all, they were the ones who eliminated the War Dragon squad. Adversaries they could scarcely contend with. Had they not witnessed the Vanguard tank withstand the full brunt of the War Dragon squad's assault, they would have been annihilated instantly. Brother, cousin, we're on the same side. Please, don't finish us off. Lin Miao Miao exclaimed from within the Chi Tian squad. Fearing Lin Bei would eliminate them in the blink of an eye. TSK, Wang Chongyang expressed a hint of regret, as Lin Bei's healing spell restored their health. Let's depart. The boss in this area has already been vanquished. Let us proceed to the next region. Despite their current tally of over 5,000 points, the final stage has yet to arrive. Once all the regional bosses have been defeated, the regional world boss will be unlocked, and all participants will be transported to a single area. Points will be awarded based on the damage inflicted by each team, with an additional 2,000 points bestowed upon the team that delivers the final blow. Indeed, the substantial sum of over 5,000 points amassed by Lin Bei and his cohort remains precarious, necessitating a continued pursuit of additional points. Having already secured the paramount position within Jiang City, the ambition to seize the national title of Longxia is not beyond consideration. Let us proceed without delay. Upon successfully traversing regional boundaries, information pertaining to the area's formidable boss will be unveiled, albeit with a commensurate reduction of acquired points to half their original value. This also represents a corresponding equilibrium. After witnessing the departure of the explosive team, the members of the Chi Tian team finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they did not regard us as mere pawns to be eliminated. Meow meow. What on earth is your cousin's situation? How could he summon such formidable creatures? Shanjun. Huh? I have no idea. Perhaps he has awakened to the summoner profession? But that doesn't seem right. Given the circumstances, he appears to be more of a support character. With his healing spells and group shielding techniques, those shields are exceptionally robust. Coupled with Wang Chongyang as a tank, he is virtually invulnerable, truly unassailable. Enough of this. Since our boss has been defeated, we should hasten to other regions. This marks the first time since the inception of the Novice Dungeon that the Dragon City has been subjected to an outsider defeating its own boss. It is nothing short of a disgrace. You say the strongest Battle Dragon team was eliminated? Oh, then it is of no concern. In the outside world, news of the explosive team's elimination of the Battle Dragon team spread rapidly across the land. Even in Jiang City, the populace bore expressions of disbelief. Lin family, here, ensconced in the heart of Jiangcheng, at the ancestral residence of the Lin family, Lin Xiong, Lin Bei's father, was engaged in discourse with the influential figures of other prominent Jiacheng families. This day marked the commencement of the Novice Dungeon, a crucial juncture for identifying prodigious talents. Upon learning that his son's team had emerged victorious in Jiacheng, Lin Xiong was elated. Though maintaining an outward composure, his heart was brimming with joy. He would remark to acquaintances, "Ah, how did you know my son secured first place in Jiangxing?" However, upon discovering that Lin Bei's Blast Sky team had masterfully manipulated various industries and ousted the War Dragon team, which had garnered the highest number of endorsements and was favored to win, his countenance grew grave. He promptly declared to the others, "That rascal, to think he eliminated the little princess's team. Utterly outrageous." Though his tone was stern, the underlying pride was palpable. The fact that the War Dragon team, with its formidable configuration, had been defeated by the Blast Sky team suggested the latter's exceptional strength. Yet, despite their investigations, they could only ascertain the skills and attributes the team possessed before entering the Novice Dungeon. Impossible, they exclaimed. With such a setup, how could they possibly defeat the War Dragon team? Did they resort to cheating? Lin Xiong, the head of the Lin family, Lin Long, father of Lin Miao Miao, appeared at the main residence via holographic projection. "Brother, what is it? Allow me to congratulate you. Lin Bei has actually managed to eliminate the War Dragon team." "Yes, but brother, is there no issue on their end?" "None. After all, we are all part of the Dragon Summer Nation. Although the War Dragon team was initially slated to be the national champion, with the intention of boosting their reputation, their elimination is somewhat of a disgrace. However, given that the War Dragon team's configuration and skills were made public, the Blast Sky team, which eliminated them, is undoubtedly the stronger force. In other words, the nation is abandoning the promotion of the War Dragon team in favor of the Blast Sky team. The elimination of the War Dragon team was unexpected, but they place greater emphasis on the Blast Sky team that eliminated the War Dragon team. Hopefully, I was truly afraid that our Lin family would be retaliated against. Retaliation is unlikely. After all, our Lin family is not easily provoked. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Lin Long's eyes. The Lin family, with its business ventures spanning the nation and even the entire alliance, possessed a depth that belied its outward appearance. Having developed in secret for so long, the Lin family had grown formidable and was no longer a force to be trifled with. Lin Bei has quietly accomplished something significant. It seems our Lin family is poised for further prosperity. Yes, but we must be wary of the Scourge Church and those monsters within. The Scourge Church was a sect founded by the Scourge monsters that emerged from failed dungeon explorations. These Scourge monsters, born from failed expeditions, evaded detection by the world's consciousness, a consequence of the balance of order. Their purpose was to obliterate all realms, plunging everything into nothingness. Naturally, they targeted and ambushed promising talents. Not only humans but also other races faced the threat of the Scourge Church, with exceptional talents among them becoming targets, due to the difficulty in tracking them. Unless they willingly revealed themselves, the monsters of the Scourge Church lurked in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. The world was protected by the world barrier, and divine beings guarded it from the outside. Consequently, beings of divine rank, level 100, could not manifest within the world. Thus far, the highest level Scourge monster encountered was level 99. Upon reaching the divine level, one was compelled to ascend to the divine realm. Even against one's will, one had to comply, for this was the power of order. Moreover, upon becoming a god, one had to venture into perilous battlegrounds to confront formidable Scourge monsters. This held true not only for humans, but also for the deities of other races. Nevertheless, each race would endeavor to retain one deity to serve as a guardian, intervening only in the event of the race's potential annihilation. Such intervention would violate the order, resulting in severe consequences. 5 hours had elapsed. In Jiacheng, the escalating score of the Jiangqing team had plunged the onlookers into silence. In those 5 hours, their score had soared to 8,842. Aside from eliminating teams that attempted to seize their points, they had essentially bulldozed their way through. The entire team had reached level 6. Lin Bei's skills had, unsurprisingly, also reached level 6. Reaching level 6 ushered in a new domain, affix rerolling. Any skill with affixes could be rerolled. After 10 rerolls, one could designate a specific affix for the skill. However, Lin Bei possessed only one green quality skill, the core skill Divine Possession. He had already surmised the effect of the affix. For every 10 seconds a summoned deity remained, their strength would increase by 1%. Therefore, Lin Bei chose not to reroll the affix, opting to accumulate enough rerolls to designate the affix later. Rerolling affixes was a matter of chance, and only leveling up a skill granted a reroll opportunity limited to the skill that had been leveled up. Class: Benevolent Level, LV. 6 health points, 860 energy, 1100 physical attack, 40 magical attack, 40 physical defense, 15 magical defense, 15 core skill, Divine Possession skills, single target heal. Group Shield Divine Possession LV. 6 green randomly summons a deity to fight on your behalf. The duration of the summon consumes your energy. The higher the skill level, the lower the consumption. Affix 1. Upon the deity's departure, gain a 1 increase in overall strength. Single target heal LV. 6. Consumes 20 energy to heal the target for 640 plus 10 of their maximum health. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Group Shield LV. 6. Consumes 30 energy to provide the team with a shield that absorbs 400 plus 30 of their maximum health. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Weapon, Spring Breeze Fan, green. Armor, Shadow Armor 3-piece set LV, 5, white. Effect, 10 Shadow Attribute. 20 Movement Speed Core Enchantment Stone, Shadow Hunter Bead, white. 4-piece set, transitional equipment not shown, once a skill reached level 6. All of the benevolent skills would revert to their original effectiveness. This elucidates why the benevolent profession, though seemingly inconsequential in its nascent stages, becomes formidable in the latter phases. Shadow Stab. Before them, a boss, valiantly withstood and taunted by Wang Chongyang, had but a mere tenth of its health remaining. In an instant, Tu Xuer flickered into position, appearing behind the boss and striking its vulnerable rear. Minus 1086. The boss's health was instantly obliterated. A significant portion of Tu Xuer's shield dissipated. With a resounding crash, the boss's form disintegrated, leaving only materials and equipment scattered upon the ground, along with a skill book. To her surprise, a skill book had dropped. Tu Xuer picked up the azure orb. The orb of the skill book radiated a deep blue light, distinct from the lighter azure sheen of the blue equipment. Thorned armor? Wasn't that the very skill possessed by the boss they had just vanquished? Oh, let me take a look. Lin Bei's interest was piqued upon hearing this. He accepted the skill book for examination. Indeed, it was thorned armor. This skill book is mine. How about it? No objections. The others unanimously concurred, after all. They were all reliant on Lin Bei's guidance. With Lin Bei's group shield technique, which surpassed even pure healing in its effectiveness, they could unabashedly slay bosses. Take, for instance, the boss that Tu Xuer had just dispatched. Due to the thorned armor, any damage inflicted upon it would result in a retaliatory attack of 20 damage. Thus, in this region, ordinary teams dared not overextend their output against the boss, which afforded them the opportunity to strike. Lin Bei nodded in satisfaction, indeed. This was the mark of good teammates, all too aware of who was leading them to victory. Thorned armor. White grants the target thorned armor for a duration of 5 seconds, reducing damage taken by 2, and reflecting 10 of total damage received as spell damage. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. This is indeed an effective reflection skill, capable of inflicting damage upon adversaries without being classified as an offensive skill. Although he is unable to acquire aggressive abilities, the reflection skill is certainly within his grasp. As the saying goes, with the blazing sun and reflective armor, striking me is akin to striking oneself. Furthermore, let us not forget that Lin Bei can continually enhance the skill's level, thereby augmenting its quality. Upon upgrading, the skill undergoes a remarkable transformation, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. What if he cannot learn offensive skills? He shall master supportive abilities, infuriating his foes. Lin Bei pondered over his current repertoire of skills, summoning, healing, and shielding. He still lacked control and purification abilities. He already possessed skill books for reflection and damage reduction, which he could learn immediately upon unlocking skill slots at level 10. The path of the great support role remains unfulfilled. He must persevere. Suddenly, the sky began to tear asunder. Everyone looked up to witness a kaleidoscope of colors erupting from the fissures. The final boss was about to make its entrance. Ultimately, all dungeons shattered, and those within were transported to an expansive plain. Not far from the plain, a colossal beast, towering at a height of 100 meters and wreathed in flames, materialized before them. The beast bore the inscription LV 20 World Boss Titan Ape purple emblazoned upon its forehead. With arms as thick as a human thigh, it pounded its chest, emitting a piercing roar. World Boss Titan Ape has arrived. Roar, roar, roar. The Titan Ape's roar reverberated throughout the entire dungeon realm. The students, mere fledgling awakened beings, had never witnessed such a spectacle. While they might handle foes of comparable size, facing a world boss was an entirely new experience. Many were awestruck by the Titan Ape's immense stature. As the spectacle concluded, the Titan Ape's gaze fell upon the gathered awakened ones. Its crimson eyes glimmered with a hint of mockery. Little humans, how trivial. It was the magnificent Titan Ape, having been possessed and fused with an otherworldly creature. Its potential and power had surged to an unimaginable level. Moreover, these wretched humans remained blissfully unaware that the Void Sect had infiltrated their ranks. These seedlings. The cult of nihility has graciously accepted them. A furious roar resounded as a deep purple fissure manifested behind the Titan Ape. The crack emanated an ominous aura, the very essence of nihility. At that moment, the individual tasked with maintaining the stability of the instance felt a chilling dread, sweat pouring down uncontrollably. Damn it! Who dares to invade the instance? Each instance opening is governed by stringent regulations and controls. Yet, no one anticipated that signs of a novice instance being breached would emerge this time. And judging by the circumstances, it is indeed the cult of nihility. Commander Wei. Thank you for your trust. A man donning a white towel hat grinned, revealing his teeth. Suddenly, purple patterns began to form upon his body, and the violet traces on his face gradually took shape, ultimately transforming him into a creature of nihility. A humanoid monster. The nihility abomination. This is the void creature. which has merged to form the void entity, predominantly found within the ranks of the void sect. The void creature possesses the ability to amalgamate with any living being, thereby concealing itself within their corporeal form. As long as it remains dormant, its whereabouts are utterly elusive. The essence of the void is exceedingly subtle, making it nearly impossible to detect. However, should it dare to emit even the faintest trace of its presence, the entire surveillance room is suddenly filled with the resounding blare of alarms. This cacophony is triggered by the void entity's emanation of void energy. Level 1 alert. This is a demigod-level void entity. Farewell, Commander Wei. The void entity's form dissipated, and in the next moment, the surveillance room erupted in an explosion. Xian Yuan Feng Bo, with a grim expression, rushed inside, only to discover that the void entity had vanished. Wei Shang, what on earth transpired? Zhang Rong has betrayed us. He has, at some point, joined the void sect. If memory serves correctly, Xian Yuan Feng Bo recalled that this individual had perished 3 years prior within a copy. Given that he had already reached over level 80, it meant he would need to wait 10 million days to re-enter the copy and enhance his strength. In other words, he would require over 27,000 years to return. Yet, having experienced rapid ascension in just a decade or even a few years, how could he possibly endure the slow progression of power? This illustrates one of the pitfalls of rapid advancement in power without a corresponding state of mind. The cult of nihility particularly delights in seeking out such individuals, for once they merge with the monstrous entities of nihility, their strength can soar to astonishing heights. Zhang Rong is a prime example, having directly ascended to the semi-divine tier. The matter concerning Zhang Rong is being addressed by the Dragon War Hall, but the most pressing concern now lies with the dungeon. The dungeon has been tampered with by Zhang Rong and is now completely out of control. Intervention by a deity is the only solution. However, deities refrain from intervening unless faced with an existential threat to their race. This is a pact with the void creature, a veritable shackle. After all, this is the order established by semi-gaming. No, what if this fellow? Suddenly, Xianyuan Fenghua had a revelation. Not long ago, he had sought the Mountain Lord and inquired about certain matters. He discovered that Lin Bei had indeed summoned the Mountain Lord into the dungeon using his divine invocation skills to aid him in battle. Although it was not the true form, it was nonetheless a manifestation of the Mountain Lord. If Lin Bei could continue to wield this ability, perhaps he could resolve this crisis. Within the dungeon, everyone remained oblivious to the circumstances. Behind the colossal Titan ape, hundreds of indistinct, shadowy mists emerged. The pitch-black, gaseous entities glowed with a crimson light, akin to the gaze of a hunter surveying its prey. They were the void beasts. Among them, an individual awakened to the vocation of appraiser activated their core skill, universal appraisal, and discovered that these entities were indeed the fabled void beasts. Although they had previously vanquished such creatures within the confines of the dungeon, that had only occurred after the void beasts had merged with other beings. The presence of these unmerged void beasts signified that they possessed the formidable abilities of forced assimilation and possession. This encapsulates the terrifying essence of the original void beasts. The reason for the appearance of hundreds of these creatures remains enigmatic. However, it is indisputable that they may very well be the chosen hosts of these void beasts. Once fused, separation? Throughout history, there has never been a documented case of successful separation. The fate of those possessed is to become void beasts themselves. In a moment of confusion, the crowd was taken aback, yet some individuals, emboldened by courage, exhibited no fear of the void beasts. Esteemed comrades, the time to achieve greatness has arrived. Slaying these void beasts will earn you military merits. Such merits can be exchanged for numerous invaluable treasures, unattainable in the shops beyond. With this fervent declaration, many began to muster their courage. The void beasts, simply slay them. Furthermore, these creatures were not exceptionally powerful, merely around level 5. Perhaps constrained by the limitations of the dungeon. Aside from world bosses, which can defy the norm, everything else must adhere to the regulations set by the dungeon's framework. The novice dungeon had already commenced, making it difficult to alter. Thus, the prowess displayed by the void beasts was already remarkable. Beyond this threshold lies the power of the divine. There was essentially no need for the Dragon Palace to intervene. The sheer force of order was sufficient to vanquish the void beasts. Azure Flame Inferno, Feral Wolf Surge, the Ocean, Roar, Wrath of the Inferno. Under the encouragement of certain individuals, the crowd ignited their own small universes and began their rebellion. Lin Bei was no exception. At this moment, he no longer considered restraint. Failing to act would result in dire consequences. With his eyes tightly shut, He brought his index and middle fingers to his lips. Summon. In the unseen realm, countless specks of light re-emerged. After sweeping across, the light associated with Mountain Lord appeared once more. It is you. With a flicker of thought, the light belonging to Mountain Lord surged towards him. Simultaneously, Lin Bei's eyes flew open, a glint of golden light flashing within. I summon you, Mountain Lord. Let your roar resound. Meanwhile, beyond Dragon City, Mountain Lord mourned, wishing for the moment when Lin Bei could once again summon him. After a trial where he had to engage in minimal training, simply being summoned by Lin Bei to confront the so-called Dragon Squad, his strength had subsequently elevated by a percentage upon his return. If he were to summon several hundred times, would he not directly attain the prowess of a deity? Do not be deceived by his current status as a god. It is merely a title, for his true strength remains at the semi-divine level. A familiar sensation. Yes, this is the feeling. The Mountain Lord sensed a sudden emptiness within his being, and then his consciousness was drawn into an unfamiliar, pitch-black realm. Upon glimpsing Lin Bei's figure, the Mountain Lord was instantly filled with exhilaration. Young one, you have finally summoned this Mountain Lord. Please, proceed. Mountain Lord, roar. As the words left his mouth, the Mountain Lord's massive form materialized before Lin Bei, simultaneously elevating his power to level 30, a significant enhancement from his previous summoning limit of level 5. Roar. With a flash of golden light, the Mountain Lord's figure reappeared, his roar resonating throughout the entire instance, heralding his arrival. Mountain Lord, please vanquish all these ethereal monsters. As you wish. Gone was the previous discontent, replaced only by boundless joy. He summoned me. It is imperative to display one's prowess. Otherwise, who knows when a certain wild deity might emerge and usurp one's status. At this moment, the Mountain Lord finally perceived the elusive creature before him. The Titan demon ape, towering at 100 meters, indeed appeared rather intimidating. Yet, in reality, it was merely at level 20, at best a purple-named world boss. The quality of bosses is categorized into white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, black, and rainbow, similar to the grading of weapons, equipment, and skills. The Mountain Lord's divine avatar, however, was of level 30, a true manifestation of divinity with red quality. Confronting this level 20 Titan demon ape, mere claws would suffice. Nonetheless, to thoroughly demonstrate his might to Lin Bei, encouraging future summons, the Mountain Lord immediately unleashed the utmost power he could muster in his current form. The law manifestation of heaven and earth. The law manifestation embodies the strength possessed by those who tread the divine realm. Although the Mountain Lord was not a deity of the highest order, he certainly possessed the law manifestation inherent to divine beings. Behind him, an immense white-eyed tiger materialized, its forehead adorned with a regal emblem, exuding an air of authority. The law manifestation loomed large, reaching a height of 100 meters and extending over 300 meters in length, standing resolutely behind the assembly. The onlookers were taken aback by this spectacle, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Where did such formidable beings come from to lend their aid? With a resounding roar akin to that of a tiger, the manifestation unleashed a thunderous growl that reverberated through the air, obliterating the encroaching void creatures into nothingness, scattering them like smoke. The essence of void power, akin to experience, surged into Lin Bei's team. Hundreds of these void creatures, each at level 5, propelled Lin Bei and his companions to the esteemed rank of level 9. Tantalizingly close to reaching level 10. Level 10 represents a significant threshold. Upon attaining it, one may randomly awaken skills that resonate with their chosen profession, in addition to gaining an extra skill slot. Beyond this, every subsequent 10 levels offer a chance to awaken further abilities. Moreover, one can embark on secondary professions, such as blacksmithing, repairing, enchanting, alchemy, or potion crafting. However, to pursue these secondary professions, one must first obtain the requisite certification. With a single tiger's roar, the crowd, eager to confront the void creatures, was met with the realization that the foes had already been reduced to ash. They could only lament the futility of their earlier efforts. At that moment, the Titan ape gazed in bewilderment at the colossal Mountain Lord, equally matched in size. Where did this colossal tiger emerge? A level 30 deity? No. I must report this. The opponent is cheating. Was it not agreed that deities were not to intervene? They have dispatched a deity. This is blatant cheating. Order must be restored. Punish the opponent. The Titan ape felt utterly devastated, level 30, and of red quality no less. He was merely a level 20 purple quality world boss. A mere child in the presence of the Mountain Lord. To have him face the Mountain Lord? Are you serious? The Mountain Lord could annihilate all void creatures with a single strike. Even the Titan ape, under the influence of the Mountain Lord's roar, saw his attack diminished by 30. And his health plummeted to a mere 90,000. This monkey has a rather substantial health bar. The Mountain Lord observed the Titan ape in silence. This was preferable, as it would allow the Titan ape to unleash more skills. At that moment, the Mountain Lord felt himself enveloped by a shield. He glanced at his status. Group shield technique. The Mountain Lord, what a feeble shield. To him, this thin layer would shatter with a mere touch. Lin Bei attempted to ascertain whether his skills could affect the summoned entity, and to his surprise, it succeeded. However, this was only logical. As he had summoned it using his skills, it was naturally considered an ally. Mountain Lord, please eliminate him swiftly. 3 seconds had already elapsed. And Lin Bei estimated that his mental energy could only sustain for another 15 seconds, a fortunate circumstance due to the recent skill upgrade. If the Titan ape was not dealt with within those 15 seconds, he would truly be in dire straits. However, the void creatures had already been vanquished. Even if the Titan ape remained unresolved, it was not of great consequence. As you wish. The Mountain Lord wasted no time and unleashed his most formidable skill. His claws struck the ground, causing fissures to surge towards the Titan ape, who promptly cast the mystical armor shield upon himself to enhance his chances of survival. Yet, as the ground cracked, the Titan ape inadvertently stepped into a void, becoming immobilized. He realized that, despite his might, he was unable to shatter the earth beneath him. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. This is indeed a point system. Any successful infliction of damage can be converted into points. If they do not confront the boss, it would imply that the boss points would vanish. Some have painstakingly persevered to reach the world boss level solely to accumulate points from defeating it. It appears that if they do not act soon, the world boss will be slain. How will they achieve high scores then? Or even attract the attention of formidable organizations? Sanctuaries or nations? With a resounding roar, the tiger's howl devoured the soul. The fierce beast's claws swept across, instilling sheer terror in the Titan demon ape, which stood paralyzed with fear. No, the Titan demon ape crossed its arms defensively in a futile attempt to ward off the lethal strike. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted, and a tempest engulfed the arena, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. When everyone finally regained their senses, they found the upper body of the Titan demon ape had entirely vanished. Simultaneously, a notification of -91,006 appeared, indicating the real damage dealt. The ability to inflict over 90,000 points of true damage does not reflect the limited strength of the Mountain Lord. Rather, it signifies that the Titan demon ape's health had dwindled to such a precarious level that it could not dip any further. The world boss is rather unique. Any participant in the damage output is entitled to experience points proportional to their contribution. However, this time, it seems they may face disappointment. On the world boss output leaderboard, only one team was displayed, the explosive team. Output rate, 100. With a single strike, they had annihilated the formidable, level 20 world boss. Is there still justice in the world? Is there still a semblance of law? You claim that it was a level 30 red quality deity that delivered the fatal blow. Then it is of no concern. At this moment, everyone felt as if they had swallowed something distasteful, unable to voice their grievances. Resentment? Yes, indeed, after all. They had not contributed any damage themselves, as all the credit was seized by Lin Bei and the explosive team. Yet, there was also a sense of gratitude. For had it not been for Lin Bei and his team's intervention, they might have truly fallen victim to the minions of the Void Sect. It is conceivable that some among them could have been ensnared, forcibly merged with the Void creatures, and thus become part of the Void Sect. Thus, the gazes directed toward Lin Bei and his companions were tinged with an indescribable sentiment. As the world boss was swiftly dispatched, its lower half began to erode and dissipate, causing the world to fracture. Ultimately, everyone was safely extracted from the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, at the entrance of the novice dungeon, all eyes were watchful, vigilantly guarding the area. They had received immediate word of the dungeon's anomalies. The minions of the Void Sect had infiltrated the novice dungeon with primitive void creatures. It is possible that these emerging entities might already be possessed or merged with the remnants of the Void Sect. This undoubtedly represents a significant loss for them. In the course of this year, one might assert that no prodigies could be nurtured. However, that is not entirely accurate. The Dragon Battle Squad exists. Fortunately, The Dragon Battle Squad was eliminated prior to confronting the world boss in the Novice Dungeon. Otherwise, they would have indeed had to contend with the scoundrels of the Void Sect. There was even the possibility of being possessed and assimilated, necessitating suppression or even annihilation. Junction. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is absolutely unacceptable. Thus, the Lin family, with the current patriarch Lin Zhantian, father of Lin Long and Lin Xiong, and grandfather to Lin Bei and Lin Miao Miao, immediately issued a decree to publicly confront the Void Sect. Although the Void Sect has long been suppressed by people around the globe, their remarkable skills in concealment have rendered the results of such efforts often unsatisfactory. However, with the Lin family taking the lead in openly targeting the Void Sect and announcing a bounty, the entire realm of Blue Star has become increasingly active. A reward of 10,000 is offered for the elimination of a first-tier member of the Void Sect, while second and third tiers command 50,000 and 100,000. Respectively. For fourth and fifth tiers, the bounty escalates to 1 million and 5 million. Sixth and seventh tiers yield 10 million and 100 million. As for the eighth and ninth tiers, the rewards soar to 1 billion and 10 billion. Furthermore, anyone who slays a demigod-level being from the Void Sect will receive the Lin family's solemn promise to exert every effort in assisting them in procuring certain necessary materials. Why? You may ask, is the Lin family so enraged? Naturally, it stems from the fact that over the past year, both their granddaughter and grandson have awakened and participated in the Novice Dungeon together. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The fury was palpable. It was widely known that Lin Miao Miao was the apple of Lin Zhantian's eye. A radiant light appeared, signaling the transportation out of the dungeon. Once the brilliance faded, 4 teams remained. Lin Bei's explosive squad, the Night Demons team, the Radiant team, and the Undying team. These were the top 4 ranked groups, as the rest had long been eliminated by other regional teams before entering the World Boss Dungeon. As they materialized, before anyone could share their joy, a sudden burst of light illuminated the surrounding area. A colossal formation emerged, ensnaring everyone within its confines. They were trapped. Upon witnessing Lin Bei and his companions ensnared, the onlookers from Jiang City collectively breathed a sigh of relief, though their hearts were heavy with sorrow. After all, these were the promising talents of Jiang City. Also transported was the Mountain Monarch, whom Lin Bei had summoned before his time had expired. At this moment, the Mountain Monarch gazed around in confusion, and upon discovering that Lin Bei was enveloped by the formation, he was instantly filled with rage. He is well acquainted with this formation, the Great Demon Confinement Array. This is a formation meticulously crafted by the mages of humanity, possessing formidable capabilities to ensnare foes, rendering any internal breach nearly impossible. The external maintenance of this formation is entrusted to none other than Wang Kuai, the Lord of Jiacheng, who is of level 70 or above. What do these individuals intend to do? Is the Demon Confinement Array not designed to target the void monsters? Why then? Are they setting their sights on Lin Bei and his companions? If Lin Bei and his group were to perish, would not Shan Jun's hard-fought method of swiftly enhancing his power be extinguished? This cannot be allowed. In an instant, the true form of Shan Jun, far away in Tianlong City, awakened. To summon forth his essence was merely to conjure a fragment of himself. For Shan Jun, this merely provided an additional perspective for control. Upon discovering the peril that Lin Bei faced, he immediately rushed back to Jiang City. Like a dragon emerging from the clouds and a tiger descending from the winds, Shan Jun traversed the sky, his passage akin to a tempest of unimaginable ferocity. His sole purpose was to return to Jiang City with utmost haste. Meanwhile, his fragment was engaged in a standoff with others. What is happening? Wang Chongyang was taken aback, clearly astonished that he and his companions, having safely emerged from the world boss checkpoint, found themselves ensnared within an array. If I am not mistaken, this is the Demon Confinement Array. One of the more academically inclined members of the Radiant Squad, unable to restrain his fear, pointed at the whirling formation. The Demon Confinement Array was specifically constructed to counter void monsters, allowing external forces to assault those within. while those inside could do little but remain trapped unless they possessed formidable strength far exceeding that of the array's external maintainers. Surely they do not mistake us for the detritus of the Void Cult? The group exclaimed in disbelief. No, we are one of you. City Lord, this is a grave misunderstanding. We have not been possessed by the detritus of the Void Cult. One individual hastily clarified, observing from the outside. Others shook their heads in sorrow. How pitiful these children are. They are among the finest in Jiang City, yet they have fallen prey to those loathsome fiends. Cursed Void Cult. City Lord, you are aware of the detritus of the Void Cult. Do not be deceived. Such occurrences had transpired in history. Due to a moment of compassion and the absence of apparent change, an entire city had met its ruin. To this day, that city remains uninhabited, serving as a somber lesson to future generations about the malevolence and terror of the Void Cult. Furthermore, the Void Cult's aberrant beings possess nearly divine capabilities of concealment. Even now, there exists no effective means of identification. One can only recognize them upon their own exposure. However, there is one consolation. Once a void monster emerges, it cannot extricate itself, binding it irrevocably. Moreover, these beings possess an extraordinary trait, immortality. Yet, upon death, they devolve into mindless humanoid monstrosities, unless time allows for the reawakening of their intellect. The method to suppress these void monsters is straightforward: overpower them. Those of significant strength can subdue them individually, while the weaker ones must be collectively restrained. The void monsters can enhance their power by absorbing the ambient energy in the air. Consequently, the deities have collaboratively devised a unique array to counter this threat. The formation is known as the Celestial Star Absorption Array. It possesses the capability to extract the energy absorbed by the ethereal beings within, fortifying the formation itself while simultaneously refining the excess energy into energy stones. Upon hearing his assistant's reminder, Wang Kuahai, initially feeling a pang of reluctance, was suddenly engulfed in a crimson haze. His eyes, bloodshot and ablaze, swept over the captives ensnared within, glancing at the various factions and prominent families of Jiang City. Esteemed colleagues, let us await the results before we take action. Though it pains me, the greater good must prevail. Once the higher authorities validate the findings, they would act without hesitation. The records and footage of the novice dungeon are classified documents, impervious to leaks and devoid of live broadcasts. Only members of the investigative team possess the authority to extract them. They must await verification of the footage to ensure all is in order before any can be released. Children, should you have no issues, there will be compensation upon your release. Otherwise, Wang Kuahai left the sentence hanging, but everyone understood the implications. The group was left speechless. Having narrowly escaped the clutches of the Void Sect, they now found themselves ensnared in this predicament. The avatar of the Mountain Lord had long since dissipated, as a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Lin Bei bore a somewhat drained expression, reminiscent of fatigue. He casually retrieved a vial of energy elixir to replenish his vigor. What now, Lin Bei? What else can we do? We must patiently await our fate. The individuals outside were formidable. With the weakest among them boasting a level of 50, it was futile to challenge them head-on. Meanwhile, the Mountain Lord was still en route, having employed his divine ability to traverse the clouds with haste. Within the confines of Tianlong City, not only Jiang City but also various regions of Longxia Kingdom had similarly ensnared the awakened individuals emerging from the World Boss Dungeon within a formidable demon-sealing array. This was to ensure that the investigative team could ascertain the reasons behind their circumstances before deciding their fates. At this juncture, the investigative team had arrived at the Novice Dungeon's archives. This is a specially established archive room, classified at the highest level of confidentiality by the Alliance. Within it lies the video recordings of every participant in the instance. Once the competition concludes, the scores will be announced, and should any doubts arise, the recordings will be retrieved and disclosed upon obtaining the authorization of the individuals involved, silencing any dissent. Of course, with the advancement of technology, anyone wishing to access the recordings from the novice instance need only pay 1,000 yuan to obtain the complete content of their footage, valid only for that day. Those who consider themselves exceptionally skilled, yet unfortunate, often spend this sum to extract their recordings, subsequently using this documentation to seek entry into various factions, organizations, or sanctuaries. An AI system is employed for classification and resolution, efficiently managing the vast workload across the nation. At this moment, everyone is enduring a torturous wait, inwardly cursing the investigation team's sluggishness. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This indeed is the world boss. Oh, you are a level 30 deity, which is quite extraordinary. Is it true that your good-natured individual can summon a level 30 deity with just a level 6? In summary, this situation is utterly absurd, leaving the investigation team somewhat at a loss, fearing that the Void cult might possess the ability to distort the live broadcast records. They promptly decided to report this matter to the royal court for their adjudication. In Jiangcheng, Lin Bei's explosive team sat down on the spot. Given the circumstances, they decided it would be better to rest for a while. After the world boss was defeated, the immense experience was shared among all members of their team, propelling their levels to an impressive level 11. They were merely a breath away from reaching level 12. With this elevation in rank, Lin Bei's skill levels undoubtedly surged to level 11 as well. With such skill levels, Lin Bei could boldly proclaim that he could dominate the world. Even demigods would be no match for him. After all, the highest ranked skills publicly known for demigods are merely at level 9. Perhaps true deities possess skills beyond level 9, but they are no longer present in this realm, making comparisons moot. Every 10 levels grants 2 skill slots, a unique characteristic of the benevolent class that compensates for the absence of offensive skills. Currently, Lin Bei had 3 skill slots available, allowing for the arrangement of enhancement, control, and purification skills. Additionally, every 10 levels, there is a chance to acquire a skill specific to one's profession, with a special opportunity to obtain the first awakening skill at level 45. Lin Bei's newly acquired skill is named Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart level 11. All skills' final benefits are additionally increased by 22. As a benevolent, possessing a Sacred Heart is essential. Upon reviewing the details of the skill, the 22-point enhancement appears rather extraordinary. For instance, the Thorn Armor applied to Lin Bei grants a final damage reduction of 10. With the augmentation from Sacred Heart, the total damage reduction escalates to an impressive 22. This situation is somewhat absurd. For the benevolent class, the probability of acquiring the Sacred Heart skill is quite low. After reviewing the skill, Lin Bei opened his system backpack. The drops from the world boss are allocated based on output ratios, and there is even a reward for the highest individual output. At this moment, Lin Bei's backpack quietly contained a secondary profession transfer certificate, an item known as the Divine Artifact Template, and a golden skill book. To say the least, the Divine Artifact Template alone is an astonishing reward. And now he also possesses a golden skill book. As for the secondary profession transfer certificate, it is not particularly rare. Defeating a level 10 boss generally yields a chance for such a certificate to drop. Upon inspecting the information on the system panel, it was revealed that the reward for defeating the world boss team was the golden skill book, while the Divine Artifact Template was awarded to Lin Bei for achieving the highest output. Previously, the highest output rewards were typically limited to weapons of golden legendary quality. Yet now he has been rewarded with a black quality artifact. Artifacts are the equipment of the divine, and to acquire one at level 11 is indeed astonishing. At this moment, Lin Bei discovered something remarkable. He had achieved an accomplishment. Boss Slayer. Source: first kill of a world boss. With a damage contribution of 100%. The world boss was notoriously difficult to defeat throughout human history. Even records from other races have never documented anyone achieving such a feat. Although Lin Bei did not directly inflict damage, the Mountain Lord was summoned at his behest. Thus it could be regarded as his effective contribution. Is your reward also a golden skill book? Yes. The crowd erupted with excitement. This was an unprecedented reward, shattering historical records. Elevating the quality of a skill to the golden tier incurs substantial costs. Now, possessing a skill of golden quality would allow even a solitary venture to carve out a remarkable reputation. Lin Bei nodded and took out the golden skill book to examine it. Resurrection. Lin Bei was taken aback. Throughout recorded human history, only 6 resurrection skill books had ever surfaced. To his astonishment, the reward from the world boss was a resurrection skill book, and of golden quality no less. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to learn it. Lingering for even a second would be a disservice to such a prestigious skill. What skill book do you have? Inquiries arose, as skill books could only be discerned by the holder. Resurrection. Oh, is that so? Really? Resurrection? Would I lie about something like this? Lin Bei shot a glance at Wang Chongyang, just as the system prompt chimed in. Ding. Resurrection learned successfully. Ding. Resurrection LV, 1 LV, 11. Unsurprisingly, Lin Bei's resurrection skill had also ascended to level 11. Resurrection LV, 11. Designate a target, not exceeding your own level by 50. with a death duration not exceeding 1,024 days. With a complete body, consuming 1,000 energy will revive the target, with a cooldown of 6 hours. Entry 1. Restores all states upon revival. Entry 2. Increases attack power by 30 for 30 minutes after revival. Entry 3. A body with injuries can also be revived and will be restored. Entry 4. Upon revival, gains a true shield equal to 100 of maximum health. Entry 5. Upon revival, enters a vengeful state, dealing triple damage to the target responsible for the death. After glancing at the resurrection skill he had acquired, Lin Bei fell into contemplative silence. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted upon reflection. Lin Bei suddenly thought of his cousin, Lin Miao Miao. She had awakened as a fortunate walker, and her core skill, lucky delivery, could indeed enhance one's luck. The combination of their abilities promised to be quite remarkable. With another click, Lin Bei's attribute interface expanded before him. Upon resurrection, he would permanently gain an additional 20 health points. Moreover, he would receive an enchanted state, allowing the damage inflicted to be converted into true damage. It became clear to Lin Bei what the specified attribute entailed. Contemplating thoughtfully, he stroked his chin and soon spotted one of the attributes, promptly selecting it with conviction. Attribute 2, transforming from a single target to all entities within a 100-meter radius. This meant that the solitary resurrection spell had now evolved into a mass resurrection spell. As long as the targets he selected were within 100 meters, Lin Bei could resurrect them all. The designated choices for attributes were aimed at maximizing benefits. He cast a glance at his own attributes. Aside from the second one he had just selected, none of the others had reached their maximum potential. However, limitations remained. Although it had transformed into a mass resurrection spell, the energy consumed would increase with the number of individuals. For instance, one resurrection would cost 1,000 energy points, while 10 would amount to 10,000. This is not something Lin Bei can currently expend. He took out the artifact blank and clicked to make a selection. The artifact blank allowed for weapon customization, and naturally, Lin Bei began to choose a weapon suited to him. A flute. After all, Lin Bei had a fondness for music. Imagining the scene of playing the flute at a great height, it would be undeniably impressive. Setting direction, support, self-preservation, cooldown reduction, and enhancement. He could choose among these 4 options. Ding. Weapon customization initiated. In an instant, the dark blank in Lin Bei's hand emitted a kaleidoscope of colors. The aura of divine power and void energy erupted from it. Under the astonished gazes of those around, it transformed into a flute that perfectly matched Lin Bei's ideals. Upon holding it, Lin Bei weighed it in his hand. The vibrant green color, coupled with a texture akin to spiritual jade, was delightful. The tail end sported a dark tassel, upon which he could faintly discern the character for Lin, naming it Bai Xian Flute. After observing the flute's appearance, Lin Bei promptly designated it Bai Xian Flute, artifact, quality, black equipment level, LV, 10 attack, 200 spell attack, 300 effect 1, depending on the melody played. It enhances various attributes for friendly units within earshot, primarily focusing on mental connection, not limited to party members. Effect 2. During the performance phase, the user cannot move and is untargetable. Effect 3. Depending on the performance, it provides a certain skill cooldown reduction for allies. Effect 4. The user's cooldown is reduced by 40. By collecting specific materials, it can be upgraded. Attribute 1. Increases the final enhancement cap of the user's skills by 10. Attribute 2. Increases the user's energy recovery speed by 500. Attribute 3. Allows the user to move, unaffected by Effect 2. Attribute 4. While performing, the user is immune to any control effects and can use skills, highest priority. Attribute 5. While performing, enemy units suffer a 10 reduction in all states. Attribute 6. While performing, enemy units have a 1 chance of having their skills sealed for 1 second, with a trigger time of 1 second. Attribute 7. Upon completing the performance, the user's skill cooldown is refreshed. After comprehending the effects of the Bai Xian Flute, Lin Bei fell into silence. He realized that from this moment on, he was destined for greatness. Possessing a golden quality resurrection spell, along with the ability to revive a group, was enough to establish Lin Bei as a strategic asset for the entire Longxia Kingdom, an indispensable support for dungeon exploration. After all, while there have been numerous powerful damage dealers in Longxia over the centuries, strong support is exceedingly rare. The reason lies in the slow progression of support skill levels. To advance to level 6 requires a concept known as enlightenment, which is notoriously difficult to trigger. Though enlightenment pills exist, they are relics of the divine, with very few in circulation. Even if a deity were to forge one, its transmission would be challenging. Therefore, Lin Bei's golden quality resurrection spell could indeed be deemed the most powerful divine art of the present age. In addition to this golden quality resurrection spell, the artifact Lin Bei now possessed was also immensely formidable. As long as the necessary materials were provided, it could be upgraded, making it a weapon for a lifetime. Artifacts possess their own spirit. Apart from Lin Bei, the Baixian flute could only be wielded with his permission. Otherwise, not even a demigod could hope to use it. Alternatively, it could be destroyed and reforged, though artifacts are notoriously resistant to destruction, and few means exist to accomplish such a feat. Lin Bei, what weapon is this? Exclaimed Wang Chongnong, utterly astounded. Initially, he had intended to share his joy over his own golden quality skill with Lin Bei. But upon witnessing the Baixian flute in Lin Bei's grasp, his desire to boast vanished. The Baixian flute, an artifact, is my personal possession, Lin Bei added. Reflecting for a moment before elaborating, it was awarded as a personal reward for achieving a 100 output rate against the world boss. This operation is replicable, albeit few possess the capability to execute it. Firstly, it involves confronting the world boss solely relying on one's intrinsic abilities, without any enhancements. In this regard, not only the Dragon Summer Kingdom but even the myriad of other races across the realms would find it impossible to achieve. Thus, even if one were to speak of it, it would not carry significant weight. However, one might inquire about the attributes. A divine artifact. Such gear is wielded by deities. Even among demigod entities, it is rare to see them in possession of such artifacts. Lin Bei, merely an awakener like the rest who have just awakened today, astonishingly possesses a divine artifact. Is this a person? Could it possibly be real? What? You say this individual is on our team? Well, that's a relief. After all, double standards are a matter of course. All right then, but are you not concerned about being disheartened? Not at all. Lin Bei nodded, transmitting the information of the Baixian flute to Wang Chongyang's information panel. Silence. Still silence. Wang Chongyang sat quietly in the corner, seemingly drained of color. The others nearby naturally witnessed this exchange, and upon hearing that Lin Bei possessed a divine artifact, they were filled with envy and jealousy. Why is that? Clearly, they too were newly awakened individuals, yet the best quality they held was merely LV5, and that was green. And you already possess a divine artifact? Is this in the river? Upon hearing that this was a personal achievement reward of 100%, they reminisced about the scene with the world boss in the novice dungeon. Naturally, it was in the river, with such prowess. They would not have been surprised even if Lin Bei had become a deity on the spot. Outside, those responsible for maintaining order at the scene paused in astonishment at Lin Bei's actions. What did they witness? A phenomenon of heaven and earth? The first appearance of a divine artifact is often accompanied by such celestial occurrences. However, due to being sealed within the demon great array, the manifestation was rather subtle. Yet, they perceived it with remarkable clarity. A divine artifact. This Lin Bei surprisingly possesses a divine artifact. Is this truly what he should possess at his level? For a fleeting moment, those with a tinge of greed entertained a notion. However, upon recalling Lin Bei's identity, that notion swiftly dissipated. Did they not observe Lin Xiong, his father, standing vigil outside the formation? Should he dare to act, the consequences would certainly be dire. Thus, they could only await confirmation that Lin Bei and his companions were indeed the enigmatic figures of the Void Sect. Perhaps, yet even so, given their prowess, they would stand little chance of acquiring a divine artifact. Artifacts without a master essentially belong to the state. Unless one can claim ownership, they remain the property of the nation. Lin Xiong, do you believe this could be an artifact? The emergence of a divine artifact is always accompanied by extraordinary phenomena. This is something any educated individual would know. Although they had no opportunity to witness such an artifact manifest, it remains a matter of legend. I'm uncertain. Yet I can assure you that this insufferable brat poses no threat. Divine artifacts are particularly effective against the void creatures of the Void Sect. The divine power and void energy are inherently conflicting forces. Indeed, one could argue that this conflict extends to all forms of power. The repulsion exerted by divine energy is simply stronger. If a void creature from the Void Sect dares to wield a divine artifact, it would inevitably suffer from the erosion of the divine power within. At that juncture, there would be no need for them to intervene. The mere emanation of divine energy from the artifact would suffice to vanquish the void creature. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Bei produce what appeared to be a divine artifact, they could hardly suppress their relief. It is not only Lin Xiong who harbors such thoughts, but also Wang Kuai and other high-ranking officials of Jiangqing. Within the confines of the seal, Lin Bei opened his system backpack and retrieved a token dropped by a world boss. Such tokens appear randomly, yet there exist formidable. For instance, the Divine Craftsman. It is said that as the skill level of a Divine Craftsman increases alongside their own level, they may even forge artifacts of unparalleled power. Presently, the Dragon Summer Kingdom boasts a primary character who holds the of a Divine Craftsman. This individual is of strategic significance. Although they are currently unable to forge divine artifacts, it is rumored that they have successfully created equipment of semi-divine caliber. Regrettably, the success rate is rather disheartening. Out of 100 attempts, perhaps only one may succeed. Nevertheless, as long as a single successful creation occurs, the resultant losses can be deemed acceptable. In addition to the renowned god craftsman, there exist formidable secondary professions such as the Sage of Medicine, the Celestial Enchanter, and the Master of Reinforcement. However, in stark contrast to these powerful secondary professions, the proportion of ordinary professions is astonishingly high, reaching a staggering 99. If one finds themselves dissatisfied with their primary profession and core skills, they may consider taking a chance on the random secondary profession certificate. This is also the only opportunity for ordinary individuals to undergo transformation. The random vocational certificates are quite expensive, priced at 1 million each. However, due to their randomness, any vocation may potentially emerge. Once utilized, they cannot be altered. Therefore, the selection of a secondary profession is indeed a matter of great significance. At this moment, Lin Bei found himself in contemplation, gazing silently at the vocational certificate in his hand. What is the matter? Bunny Schwerer, filled with joy from her newly acquired golden quality skill, was eager to share her delight, but noticed Lin Bei's silence as he stared ahead. No, it seemed he was actually focused on the system panel. After all, without permission, the system panel cannot be viewed by others. No, I just think it's time for me to learn a secondary profession. Huh, do you have a vocational certificate? Bunny Shui was taken aback, surprised at how quickly he had acquired one. Indeed, Lin Bei nodded in affirmation, transmitting the information of his vocational certificate to Bunny Schwerer. Receiving it, Bunny Schwerer fell silent for a moment. Then, she gazed at Lin Bei with an intense look. Dog. Bunny Schwerer's panel displayed, vocational certificate, versatile apprentice. Versatile apprentice, green, capable of learning skills from all secondary professions. Upon learning 6 secondary profession skills and elevating them to level 6, one automatically advances to versatile scholar, blue. Although the quality enhancement for the versatile apprentice is somewhat challenging, its strength is undeniable. If Lin Bei were to seek knowledge from those with formidable secondary professions, it would be tantamount to obtaining a secondary profession for free. For an ordinary person, acquiring such a vocation might prove difficult, but was it challenging for Lin Bei? Not at all. After all, he was backed by the Lin family. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Bei's vocational transition certificate, Bunny Schwerer's already crimson eyes became even more bloodshot with excitement. Lin Bei chuckled. Why hoard good fortune without showcasing it? Pretending to be modest? That is only necessary when one's own strength does not permit otherwise. He, Lin Bei, lived life with an open heart and had no need to disguise himself. What a joke. He was supported by the Lin family and frequently fostered good relationships with his classmates. After all, the more friends one has, the better, eventually. One becomes the center of the universe. Anyone who wishes to challenge, you must first consider your network of connections. Learning. Ding. Successfully activated the secondary profession. Transitioning to versatile apprentice and acquired skill learning. Ding. Learning LV. 1 LV. 11. Lin Bei? Although he had speculated that all his skills could be elevated to match his own level, he thought this limitation applied solely to his primary profession. To his surprise, even in the realm of secondary professions, this was feasible. It seems Lin Bei had slightly underestimated his own prowess. Indeed, it was his relentless efforts that had led to his current achievements. Learning LV. 11, green, capable of acquiring skills from other secondary professions, enhancing the success rate of comprehension. Entry 1. Mental power increased by 10. Apart from secondary professions with self-promotion qualities, other secondary professions can also utilize vocational enhancement stones for quality elevation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is a realm of existence at the same echelon. Both are semi-divine beings of level 90. However, one possesses a mere white-grade profession. while the other boasts a green-grade quality. Despite sharing the same level, the disparity in their attributes renders one vulnerable to defeat. In the vast universe, even purple-grade professions are a rarity, highlighting the arduousness of enhancing professional quality. Unless one ventures into a legacy dungeon, the prospect of elevating one's professional quality remains bleak. Lin Bei cast a glance at the effects of Trait 1. Upon successfully transitioning professions, his mental acuity experienced an unprecedented enhancement. Yet, he opted for refinement. Eager to explore the options available, after 10 attempts at refinement, he scrutinized the potential maximum yield and ultimately chose to embrace the art of versatility. He selected LV 11, green, the ability to acquire skills from other secondary professions, thereby improving the success rate of comprehension. Trait 1. Versatility. This is an exceptional trait. Versatility not only pertains to learning secondary professions in alchemy but applies to combat as well. There are moments when one must attend to a teammate's health. Yet it is all too easy to overlook the conditions of others. A fundamental duty of support roles is to remain vigilant about their allies' statuses and ensure their safety. Unless endowed with formidable mental strength, one cannot easily divide their attention. Otherwise, certain aspects may be neglected. Thus, a support character adept at micromanagement, endowed with formidable auxiliary skills, becomes pivotal to a team. After all, there is a saying, the support remains steadfast, while the main damage dealer is ever-changing. Output is not in short supply within the universe. Just look at the awakened individuals in Jia Cheng, where the output ratio soared to 90, while support languished at a meager 10. Among them, those with powerful core skills and support roles are lamentably scarce. And truly capable support characters who can execute micromanagement are exceedingly rare. Thus emerged the phrase the main damage dealer supported by steadfast assistance. After all, during the arduous journey of dungeon exploration and unique instances, these support characters are indeed indispensable. While Lin Bei was diligently assessing his own gains from this venture, others were similarly tallying their rewards from novice dungeons. Although their spoils may not rival those of Lin Bei and his companions, they still received participation prizes from the world boss encounters. To suggest they made no contributions would be absurd. Even in a casual match, their participation mattered. Consequently, every team that took part received a token of participation. Rather than a mere participation prize, it could be perceived as a consolation prize, a white-quality skill book, intriguingly marked with a question mark. The skills it could unveil were entirely a matter of fortune. In contrast to Lin Bei's extraordinary team members, who obtained not only golden quality skills, but also those pertinent to their respective classes. This delineates the stark contrast between the two. In an instant, the atmosphere outside shifted dramatically. The skies above the entire Jiang city were engulfed by ominous clouds, heralding a tempest of thunder and lightning, as if an apocalyptic disaster were descending upon the realm. Sensing the brewing turmoil, the upper echelons of Jiang city grew vigilant, summoning their utmost focus to confront any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed from the heavens, its volume so powerful that it compelled some of the less formidable souls present to cover their ears. Alas, mere ear covering could not quell the force of that sound. Curiously, this roar resonated solely within the vicinity of the demon binding formation, leaving other areas of Jiang city untouched. Were it otherwise, this singular roar would have shattered every glass object within the city limits. The ordinary populace, especially the weaker awakened beings, would surely succumb to the dread of such a fearsome sound. Who could it be? Who dares to assail the city of Longxia Kingdom? Do they not fear the retribution of Longxia Kingdom? Wang Kuai, grappling with the sudden pressure, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What of Longxia Kingdom? If you target those who have rendered meritorious service, then let it be so for this trifling Longxia Kingdom." The roar resounded once more, this time accompanied by the voice of the Mountain Lord. The high heavens, cloaked in dark clouds, appeared indistinguishable from the depths of night. As a ray of light pierced through the clouds, the silhouette of the Mountain Lord emerged, commanding the clouds to part, thus beckoning the attention of the people of Jiang City. A tiger, a beast, a monster is attacking the city. Below in Jiang City, many ordinary citizens and lesser awakened beings were thrown into a state of panic upon witnessing the imposing figure of the Mountain Lord. The Mountain Lord, however, paid no heed to the common folk, nor did he seek to instill fear in them. Descending from the heavens, his stature was an imposing 100 meters tall, stretching over 300 meters in length. His muscles were sinewy, with an astonishingly low body fat percentage. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern the contours of his muscular physique. Anyone who dared to meet the gaze of the Mountain Lord would instinctively bow their heads. A deity, not to be gazed upon directly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is indeed a living deity. No. It should be referred to as a deity from the lower realms. This is the first time he encounters a mountain lord. Although he was aware that such celestial beings might exist in these worlds. However, most of them are merely local gods, often invisible unless summoned through special means. Yet, now a mountain god appears before him, taking the form of a vividly colored tiger with a magnificent mane. The sheer bulk and intimidating muscles of this creature indicate that it is not to be trifled with, not to mention the divine title it bears. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. These are merely a group of recently awakened youngsters. How could they possibly be companions of a deity, such as yourself? No, wait. He recalls that after casting the demon confinement array, a colossal tiger did indeed materialize beside them. Yet, it vanished within the blink of an eye, leading him to believe he had merely imagined it. However, it seems he was not mistaken after all. There truly exists a companion of the Mountain Lord among them. And, without a doubt, it is that lad from the Lin family, Lin Bei. What on earth is going on with this young man? He has so many friends. Could it be that having wealth truly allows one to amass a multitude of companions? Wang Kuai pondered deeply. Not only Wang Kuai, but the people of Jiangxing were also in contemplation, including Lin Xiong. He was aware of his son's extravagant behavior, and given their family's considerable wealth, he allowed Lin Bei to indulge in such frivolities to forge friendships. However, he never anticipated that this divine being would also be a friend of his son. When did his son's circle of friends rise to such lofty heights? Although the Mountain Lord displayed an inclination to resolve matters through combat, he was still capable of reasoning. Otherwise, he could have easily shattered the core maintaining the formation rather than engage in a standoff. Mountain Lord, you are mistaken. We have temporarily confined these children for their own safety. Soon, Wang Kuai articulated his internal concerns and the considerations of the country. Despite his anger at their treatment of his treasure, the Mountain Lord was still reasonable. Additionally, having grown up in Longxia, raised by a beautiful caretaker, he had a fondness for the nation. Thus, upon hearing Wang Kuai's predicament, he did not press further, gradually shrinking in size until he resembled an ordinary fierce tiger. Humph. Then let us swiftly uncover the truth. With my divine presence, how could they possibly be influenced by those scoundrels? Divine power is known to vehemently repel the forces of the void. Should it be affected during the merging process, failure is a likely outcome. Therefore, with the Mountain Lord overseeing the novice world S-Boss dungeon, there was no need to worry about interference from the Void Sect. However, when the Mountain Lord spoke of the Void Sect, her expression was one of barely contained fury. After all, her beautiful caretaker possessed the strength to rival the gods. Yet, due to the Void Sect's interference, her caretaker was lost. Consequently, she became the sole legitimate mountain god of Blue Star, distinct from the incense gods. Regrettably, the Void Sect's members were exceedingly adept at hiding. Even the world's consciousness could not detect them until they revealed themselves, let alone the Mountain Lord. Although she was a deity, she was merely an 82-level tiger, bearing the title of a legitimate god. Yes, it has been some time now, and results will soon manifest. Moreover, their compensation upon exiting will undoubtedly be substantial. Upon hearing this, the Mountain Lord nodded in satisfaction, casting her gaze upon Lin Bei, who was ensconced within the demon ceiling formation. Lin Bei, with me here, fear not. They cannot harm you. Should they dare to threaten you, I can whisk you away from Blue Star. We are good friends. Blue Star serves as the nexus of myriad realms, a transit point to other worlds. With the Mountain Lord's power, transporting someone to alternate realities would be a trivial task. Faced with such deference, the onlookers could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. My God, could you please be mindful of your divine status? Your demeanor evokes thoughts of a sycophant. The contrast between the Mountain Lord's current appearance and her earlier attitude was stark. Were it not for the unmistakable resemblance, they might suspect a switch had occurred. All right. Thank you for your kindness, Mountain Lord, Lin Bei nodded, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. It's quite nice to have gained another friend. However, Lin Bei was curious as to why the Mountain Lord was being so courteous. Could it be due to his skills? After all, her temperament was markedly different during the previous summons, with her tone softening after the third encounter. Now, in their fourth meeting, she appeared in her true form. Her voice gentle and soothing, leaving him momentarily astounded. Goodness, is this truly a deity? In an instant, several awakened individuals, who held reverence for the divine, began to question if they had perhaps placed too much faith in their deities. Hee, if possible, might you summon me again? The mountain lord's tone was somewhat awkward, akin to that of a neighborly girl. Yet this girl possessed the strength to move mountains and command respect. Yes, the mountain lord was female, though her voice bore a rugged quality. Just moments prior, after Lin Bei concluded the summoning, the mountain lord's avatar dissipated, returning to her true form. Unlike the previous enhancement of her strength by 1%, this time, her overall power surged by an astonishing 23%. With such a remarkable avenue for enhancement revealed, the mountain lord felt compelled to firmly attach herself to Lin Bei. Despite Lin Bei currently being at a mere level 11, with only a white-quality profession, this was merely a reflection of his present weakness. Even so, his current state still managed to elevate her overall power by 23%. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Here lies the Imperial City, positioned at the very heart of Tianlong City, where those who linger possess the power to influence the realm of Longxia and, indeed, all of humanity. General Xian Yuan Fengbois, a figure of divine might, personally arrived at the imperial court to meet the current sovereign of Longxia, Long Badian. Although Long Badian appeared to be a man in his 40s, his true age exceeded 150 years. His strength had reached the pinnacle of the 99 demigod level. Yet he had suffered a treacherous demise within a dungeon a century ago due to a malevolent calamity. Now, he could only rely on his own cultivation to gradually enhance his power. Fortunately, as a being of demigod status, he had nearly solidified his divine form, allowing him to live effortlessly for countless billions of years. The reason he maintained a youthful visage was, of course, to uphold his authority. Excellent! Excellent! The entire assembly erupted in applause after viewing the footage from the Novice World Boss Dungeon. Is this young man, who summoned the Mountain Lord's avatar, the one who defeated the Dragon Squad led by Yao Yao? Indeed, Your Majesty. It is thanks to this young lad that this year's pool of talent has not dwindled into obscurity. Why almost? It was because the Dragon Squad, despite their early elimination, was renowned as the foremost team of prodigies. Although the unexpected appearance of Lin Bei disrupted matters, aside from him, only the shield warrior in the team was worthy of notice. Yet, with Lin Bei's emergence, he led the explosive team to vanquish the Dragon Squad, shattering the stalemate imposed by the Void Sect's machinations and ensuring everyone's survival. Well, since it has been confirmed that no further complications will arise, let us release everyone. Remember, they must be compensated. Furthermore, I shall personally visit Jiang City. Your Majesty, is that truly necessary at that moment? The director of the Education Department, poised to speak, was silenced by Long Batian's firm gesture. There is no need for further discussion. Such prodigies are destined to ascend to godhood. When that time comes, our human race will gain another powerful divine entity. Though ascending to divinity entails a journey to the so-called upper realm to confront even more formidable void creatures. Should the opportunity arise, the Centennial Day of Divine Descent could grant humanity access to greater resources. The Day of Divine Descent is when the deities, in their benevolence towards all beings, bestow upon us some of the superfluous resources. However, such bestowals are limited in quota. The higher the energy contained within the bestowed resources, the greater the consumption of energy required. This is currently the most effective method of direct communication with the divine. It is not that they are unwilling to bestow resources. Rather, the act of delivering them necessitates the opening of a domain gate. The transfer of items similarly requires the consumption of energy from the domain gate, which can only be accumulated successfully once every century. With Long Batian's words, many have come to realize the high expectations he has placed on the youth named Lin Bei. He has even suggested that the boy possesses the potential for divine ascendance. Despite their formidable strength, having reached semi-divine status, and even the 9th tier, the path to divinity is far from simple. First, one must elevate their level to 99, followed by expelling the void energy from within to forge a divine body. The divine physique is exceedingly resistant to void energy, and what is referred to as experience is merely the amalgamation of void energy with a certain force from order, which rapidly aids them in their ascent. Thus, to attain divinity, one must purge the dross of experience from within. If successful, they may step into the 100th level of divinity, unlock the gates to the divine realm above, and enter that realm for training, as well as to confront the void monsters. This signifies that among 100 demigods, only a mere handful are likely to ascend to the divine realm. One cannot help but notice that despite centuries of existence and an exceptionally efficient rate of advancement, there remain only a few dozen deities, which underscores the inherent difficulty of such a pursuit, given the assessment results indicating that the populace has not been influenced by the Void sect. The expressions of the city lords overseeing the novice dungeons across various cities were nothing short of ecstatic. Furthermore, in light of this compensation, a decision was made to grant those awakened individuals the option to freely choose to join the Su and Elling army, while those opting not to join would still receive a blue-quality skill book. This reward does not belong to the upper echelons of the rankings, rather. It is a unique compensation designed solely for them. Jiang Cheng, upon receiving the news, promptly disbanded the demon confinement array, his expression finally easing considerably. After all, he was the sole individual maintaining the array, and the prolonged effort had taken quite a toll. Once the details of the compensation were revealed, the various awakened teams in Jiangcheng were instantly filled with excitement. The Xinlong Army. It is renowned as the elite force within the Longxia Kingdom. It is said that the selection process is exceedingly rigorous, and not everyone possesses the qualifications to join. Although they were granted the freedom to join the Xinlong Army as compensation, this opportunity hinged upon their ability to pass the army's trials. Should they fail, they would forfeit this privilege and only be able to pursue a secondary option, acquiring a blue-quality skill book. For Lin Bei, however, he chose to directly opt for the blue-quality skill book. They had finally graduated, and awakening now signified their entry into society. To progress further, they would need to align themselves with a certain faction, organization, sanctuary, or enlist in the military. These are all avenues through which one can continue to enhance their abilities and acquire further knowledge. Lin Bei, being a member of the Lin family, also represents a certain influence. Thus, the decision of whether to join the Xinlong army holds little significance for him. Given this, it would be more prudent to select a skill book of blue quality. Lin Bei, a familiar voice called out. It was Lin Xiong. Father, what is it? Well done, Lin Xiong exclaimed, pulling Lin Bei into a hearty embrace, his smile radiating genuine warmth, a smile that had not graced his face since that fateful incident long ago. 10 years ago, when Lin Bei was merely 8 years old, the family had embarked on a journey to a realm known as the Natural Continent. This world, where the elven race predominantly thrived, also harbored native humans. It was a misconception that humanity existed solely on Blue Star. Other worlds were home to humans as well. However, unlike other realms, Blue Star's spiritual energy had been sealed, leading its inhabitants down the path of technological advancement. Even in this era of universal awakening, the pursuit of technology was not abandoned, but rather integrated with spiritual energy, forging a new path known as spiritual technology. The family had initially intended to visit Lin Bei's mother's hometown, hoping to catch up with his grandfather. Little did they know that an unforeseen tragedy would separate them forever. The attack by the cult of nihility. Indeed, this otherworldly realm was besieged by the cult of nihility. During their evacuation, Lin Bei's mother, Emily Shang, felt compelled to return and assist due to the assault on her hometown, ultimately leading to the destruction of the interdimensional passage by the cult's minions. Thus, the two worlds were cut off from one another, resulting in the permanent separation of the family. This became a lifelong anguish for Lin Xiong, igniting an intense hatred for the cult of nihility within him. A sentiment that took root from that very moment. This is one of the reasons why the Lin family has taken such actions this time. And it is not solely due to Lin Bei and Lin Miao Miao. There is also Lin Xiong's strong advocacy in the matter. Haha, who am I? I am Lin Bei. Lin Bei graciously accepted the praise from his father, which prompted Lin Xiong to give Lin Bei a playful kick to his backside. You rascal, how shameless you are. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. If Lin Bei were to encounter any trouble, he could not predict what reckless actions he might take. Perhaps he would even rush to some location upon hearing rumors of the Void sect, armed with a bomb capable of annihilating an entire world, seeking mutual destruction with them. Rest assured, Father, my abilities remain formidable. At the very least, I can protect myself. Saying this, Lin Bei shared his panel information with Lin Xiong to reassure him. Lin Xiong shook his head with a smile. Although he was astonished that Lin Bei could summon deities like the Mountain Lord, he couldn't help but question, seriously? You're at level 11? Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, he had never heard of anyone breaking through to level 11 in a novice dungeon. Lin Bei's team had undoubtedly shattered that record. It was likely that there had been no precedent, nor would there be in the future. If this experience were to be monopolized by one individual, to what level could it elevate them? 15? Perhaps. When Lin Xiong beheld Lin Bei's skills and equipment, he thought his eyes were deceiving him. After rubbing his eyes and confirming there was no change, he looked at Lin Bei with a complex expression. Did you cheat, kid? He leaned closer to Lin Bei and whispered, honestly, where did you buy your cheat? It's built in, not for sale. Lin Xiong couldn't help but click his tongue in disappointment. Just remember not to carelessly expose your panel. You're still too weak. Although Lin Bei could summon the Mountain Lord, Lin Xiong was aware that the summoning likely wouldn't last long. Moreover, given Lin Bei's occupational characteristics, he could not learn offensive skills, only those that lacked damage. This has resulted in his lack of offensive capabilities. Indeed, the Mountain Lord is formidable, capable of overwhelming the current assembly. However, Lin Xiong perceives that the summoned Mountain Lord is merely a manifestation, a mere shadow of its true self. Perhaps in the future, as Lin Bei's strength ascends, his potential may expand, but that is certainly not the case at present. The absence of offensive means implies that Lin Bei requires a team to supplement his output. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei nodded, for he was aware of this reality. His lack of offensive skills signifies a deficiency in output. Although he can acquire various skills to enhance his self-preservation, the absence of powerful offensive abilities means he cannot sustain a relentless assault, allowing adversaries to seize opportunities to threaten Lin Bei's life. This implies that Lin Bei requires a team to compensate for his inability to maintain continuous output. Fortunately, the Lin family is not lacking in wealth or resources. Short on materials? A trivial matter. As long as one knows where to procure them, wealth can pave the way. Do you need me to assemble a team for you? After a moment of silence, Lin Xiong withdrew a cigarette labeled Longxia from his pocket and placed it in his mouth. With a flick of his right index finger, he ignited it with a flicker of ethereal purple sparks. Despite having access to the system space, Lin Xiong chose to keep the cigarette in his pocket, perhaps finding it more convenient that way. I don't think it's necessary. I prefer to build my own team. All right, just let me know if you need anything. Certainly. It's not in Lin Bei's nature to toil away when the family has resources. Upon my return, I will prepare skill enhancement stones and class advancement stones for you. The purple ones are contingent on circumstances and are somewhat difficult to acquire. Purple advancement stones pertain to strategic resources and are generally not available to the public unless one has made significant contributions and can exchange them for military merit. Otherwise, one must rely on luck to conquer dungeons and defeat bosses for potential drops. Advancement stones above purple can only be obtained through dungeon raids, while blue stones are likely to drop only from special dungeons or higher-level quests. Lin Xiong contemplated assisting Lin Bei in applying for a purple class advancement stone. He had previously safeguarded all participants in the Novice World boss dungeon from an attack by the Void Sect, thwarting their nefarious plans. Coupled with the contributions the Lin family has made over the years, he had a high probability of success. As for the purple skill advancement stones, the family still possessed some, but the golden ones were rather elusive. Even the Grand Lin family had no stock left, as what they had was utilized at the earliest opportunity. Unless news emerged of an auction, acquiring one would be quite challenging. That's enough. Don't worry, Dad. Once I grow stronger, I will surely retrieve my mother, Lin Bei said, patting Lin Xiong's shoulder with a smile as he observed him deep in thought. Lin Xiong was momentarily taken aback before shaking his head and smiling. He felt that since that incident, he had never experienced such joy in the past decade. The last time he felt this happy was perhaps long ago. All right, I shall rely on you then. Just tell me what skills you need, and I will procure them for you. Although the Lin family had branched off, they had only recently separated from the main family, whose patriarch, Lin Zhantian, was Lin Bei's grandfather. Thus, even after the split, it did not alter the fact that Lin Bei remained an important member of the Lin family. Lin Bei opened his skill panel, beginning to assess his needs. He required enhancement skills. While he had no shortage of healing abilities, he possessed only a single target healing spell. In the face of unforeseen circumstances, relying solely on one healing spell would be inadequate. His control skills were also lacking, as were the abilities to inflict debuffs on enemies. With this, the remaining 2 skill slots might prove insufficient. However, if he could successfully apply for the purple class advancement stone, he could gain an additional 6 skill slots. Indeed, this was the peculiar advantage of the benevolent. While others would unlock a skill slot at level 10 and gain only 1 additional slot upon class advancement, Lin Bei would possess 1 extra skill slot. Theoretically, a typical profession could attain 21 skills upon reaching divine level and enhancing their skills to the legendary multicolored tier. But this was merely a theoretical limit. Normally, a profession could obtain a skill every 10 levels and have a chance to acquire an awakening skill at level 45. However, 21 skill slots were not Lin Bei's limit. Theoretically, 46 was his ultimate capacity. This is the peculiar nature of the benevolent. My abilities are cast upon you. As long as my skills are abundant, the vacuum period is virtually non-existent. This remains the primary profession, without the inclusion of secondary professions. Were secondary professions to be considered, Lin Bei would scarcely dare to imagine. However, as of now, Lin Bei has yet to attain divinity, being merely at level 11. Thus he possesses no available slots. Upon returning, he hopes to acquire the purple profession upgrade stones, which would enable him to unlock 6 additional slots. Consequently, Lin Bei can strategize his choices based on 6 skill books: enhancement, debilitation, control, restoration, and team sustainability. After sharing his thoughts with Lin Xiong nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will ensure you obtain them. By the way, the city lord wishes to speak with you. It is likely regarding a reward from the state. After all, you have rescued numerous compatriots and thwarted the nefarious schemes of the Void Sect. A reward is indeed warranted." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Bei proceeded to gather everyone. It was essential to account for the resources acquired this time and distribute them accordingly, given the considerable bounty obtained. The Shadow Hunters, upon vanquishing these void creatures, leave behind the most concentrated fragments of void energy in their remains, which can be referred to as materials. These materials may be utilized for weapon forging, potion crafting, or even the intricate design of formations. The Lin family, being involved in these domains, is naturally well equipped to manage this aspect. Shortly thereafter, the total of 1,500,000 Alliance coins was duly calculated. This is primarily due to the fact that most of their materials originate from the boss. After dividing the Alliance currency, they categorized it based on the equipment and skills each had acquired. Ultimately, Tushiwara found herself burdened with a debt of 2 million, while others shared over 2 million Alliance currency among themselves. Lin Bei, however, was unencumbered by any debts. He provided his share on the spot, for he was never in want of money. His indifference towards wealth was evident, as he was known to lavishly spend to forge friendships. "What are your thoughts on the Xianlong army?" Lin Bei suddenly inquired as the group contemplated their separation. After all, those who had emerged from the novice boss dungeon had earned the qualification to be selected for the Xianlong army. Historically, such qualifications required extensive selection processes, demanding formidable professions, skills, and commendable character. "I intend to join the Xianlong army," Tushiwara responded without hesitation. Although she had acquired a golden quality skill, she remained merely a commoner and had her own compelling reasons to enlist. "I too," Zhang Qifeng raised his hand in agreement, casting a subtle glance at Tushiwara, his eyes reflecting newfound resolve. "I have already promised my brother to join his rogue squad." Pai Yinping made a contrary decision. The rogue squad was primarily composed of warrior-class professions, akin to a collective of adventurers organized by commoners, dedicated to accepting tasks from the Awakeners Guild. Such squads frequently undertook training tasks. For a fee, they would guide others through dungeons or farm materials to sell to those in need. "My family also wishes for me to join our clan's guild. However, I suspect you are keen on forming your own team," Wang Chongyang said, patting his chest as he continued. "I intend to cling to your side, hoping you won't find me a burden." Lin Bei chuckled, patting Wang Chongyang's shoulder. How could I ever think that? Setting aside other considerations, he had always been willing to team up with Wang Chongyang. Even when he awakened to the rather challenging profession of Benevolent One, a brother he had grown up with. The other 3 were equally moved, but having made their choices, there was no need to dwell further on the matter. "Let's exchange WeChat contacts. After all, this is our first time teaming up," Lin Bei generously proposed. "Feel free to reach out for any news or assistance needed." He even sent a small red envelope to the 3 as a token of their acquaintance. The trio was exhilarated, recalling a rumor about Linda Xiao, who was known to pave his way with wealth, akin to a deity of fortune. Upon opening the red envelope, they found a staggering 5 million. Tushiwara's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 million. This amount would eradicate her debts and leave her with over 200,000 to spare. "Lin Bei. No. Lin Xiao. This is too much," Pai Yinping exclaimed, his hands trembling in excitement. It was the first time he had possessed such wealth, along with the Alliance currency he had just received. He now had over 700,000. He could easily purchase an excellent skill. "Indeed, Lin Xiao, this is excessively generous." Tushiwara struggled to articulate her joy, now addressing him as Lin Xiao instead. Great Father above, allow me to pay my respects. Zhang Qifeng proclaimed, kneeling without hesitation. Is there gold beneath a man's knees? He was kneeling on gold indeed. A walking deity of wealth. Get up. Lin Bei's expression darkened. He had no desire for such a grandson. A daughter would be more suitable, one who is both beautiful and of good character. I care not whether you possess wealth. In any case, you cannot compare to my fortune. Since you are my friends and have participated in the novice dungeon alongside me, you are my companions. As my companions, it would be disgraceful for others to perceive you as impoverished. Lin Bei had a fair grasp of the trio's personalities. They were indeed individuals worth befriending. Moreover, let us not forget that they had acquired golden quality skill books. Even alone, they could carve out a name for themselves. Especially considering that Tu Shuer and Zhang Qingfeng had both decided to join the Xianlong army. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is one of the secrets behind the rise of the Lin family. Ah. It is a cherished family tradition. Lin Xiao, you shall always remain my friend. Do you need a wife? Just utter the word, and I shall have one delivered to you immediately. Tu Shuer, moved to tears, feigned her emotions, yet her admiration was genuine. I, Lin Bei, lack nothing. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei promptly shook his head in refusal, jesting that, given his status, coupled with his handsome visage that surpassed even that of Wu Yanzu, he had no need for someone to find him a spouse, to say nothing of the fact that should Lin Bei express his desire, suitors would line up from Jiangxing to Tianlong City. Well, what a pity. Tu Shuer sighed, feeling helpless for her friend who lacked such fortune. Very well. Should you ever find yourselves in dire straits, you are always welcome to join the Ba Lin Guild established by the Lin family. Essentially, all families are registered with the Awakeners Guild. The vast majority of Awakeners, after navigating the novice dungeon, either choose to enlist in the military or join various guilds. Others may opt to become part of renowned organizations, such as those comprising all alchemists, or align themselves with sacred grounds possessing ancient legacies. If one chooses not to join any, they must embark on the path of a lone wanderer, exploring at their own pace. After all, there are no longer options to work in factories, as they have transitioned to full automation, achieving integrated production. Apart from a few mechanical roles requiring human oversight, there are virtually no factories in need of laborers. Lone wanderers can seek sporadic tasks from the Adventurers Guild, forming teams as they see fit. While devoid of the constraints that come with belonging to a faction, they enjoy the boon of freedom. For instance, the rogue team that Pai Yinping is about to join is a self-formed group of lone wanderers. Typically, these teams consist of around 10 members, tasked with tackling various dungeon scenarios. All right, it's settled then. Pai Yinping chuckled. The Ba Lin Guild is among the top 10 guilds in the national, or even global alliance. For commoners like us to gain entry would be akin to our ancestors smiling down upon us. Such grand guilds boast a minimum of 100,000 members, rivaling the size of a city. However, establishing a guild necessitates an application, starting with 1,000 members. Moreover, each guild has its own responsibilities, needing to guard at least one dungeon. The profits from the dungeon are divided on a 70-30 basis with the Longxia Kingdom. Consequently, the guild's base is naturally situated near the dungeon entrance, responsible for maintaining its operations and addressing emergencies. For instance, if someone causes a disturbance at the dungeon's entrance, they may be dealt with severely, even lethally, without fear of repercussions from Longxia's laws, indeed, the Alliance's laws. After all, the Awakeners Guild is initiated by the Human Alliance, accountable to all humanity. To guard the vicinity of a dungeon, it is only natural to establish a stronghold, the guild's base. Gradually, large guilds evolve into cities. Lin City is the metropolis established by the Ba Lin Guild of the Lin family, its prosperity rivaling that of the Longxia Kingdom's capital, Tianlong City. After all, the Lin family is the hidden wealthiest family in Longxia, their riches formidable enough to rival nations. Lin Bei's grandfather, Lin Zhantian, currently presides over Lin City. As he watched Tu Shuer, Zhang Qifeng, and Pai Yinping depart, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon Wang Chongang. Are you certain you do not wish to join your family's guild? My guild is stronger than yours, Ba Lin Guild. Ha ha ha, very well. Lin Bei draped his arm around Wang Chongyang's shoulders and then bid him farewell, making his way towards Wang Kuai. At that moment, Wang Kuai had been waiting for Lin Bei for quite some time, and upon seeing him approach, he finally exhaled in relief. Congratulations, hero of Jiangqing. You not only rescued them but also thwarted the Void Sect's sinister plot. This reward is extraordinary. and an unexpected guest will be arriving as well. Oh, Lin Bei was not overly concerned about the reward, as he knew that with the Lin family's strength, acquiring what he desired was merely a matter of price. Thus, he found himself intrigued by the mention of an unexpected visitor. You might as well take a guess, Wang Kuai said, squinting, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. With the power of my Lin family, the unexpected visitor could only be someone of the 8 great families caliber, right? However, I have no fear of the 8 great families either. Lin Bei was well aware of his family's might. Otherwise, he would not act so ostentatiously, scattering wealth to forge friendships. If it were an ordinary wealthy individual, one might fear that by the next day, they would have been robbed by those with nefarious intentions. Perhaps it is someone from within the imperial city, the Dragon Battle Hall, the commander of the Dragon Guard? Upon hearing this, Wang Kuai merely smiled and shook his head. Lin Bei pondered for a moment, and a bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be? He said, pointing upwards. Indeed. It was the very person you were thinking of. To be candid, the fact that the sovereign personally sought an audience with Lin Bei, even going so far as to visit in person, was truly astonishing to Wang Kuai. He was merely the lord of Jiang City, a mere level 1 city. Above him lay the pinnacle cities, which undoubtedly held a higher rank. To meet Long Batian in person was, for him, an unparalleled honor. This individual has reigned for a century, yet has resolutely guided the Longxian nation to seize the position of the foremost power within the human alliance, while also amplifying its reputation significantly. Some have even stated that had it been a century ago, the human alliance might have genuinely constituted a coalition of major nations. However, the present alliance seems to echo solely the sentiments of Longxia. Upon the emergence of this rumor, apart from a few minor nations raising their voices in protest, none of the major powers dared to utter a word. This reputation has been forged through the indomitable efforts of Long Batian, who led the people of Longxia Kingdom in a united front. After all, several decades ago, the nation that harbored a long-standing enmity towards Longxia, situated to the east, was the very first victim in a brutal demonstration of power. Aside from a few women and some men who managed to survive, the rest were obliterated. The entire island was commanded by Long Batian to be sunk at all costs. Thus, the current monarch, Lin Bei, commands great respect. Though he could not achieve such feats in his previous life, he now witnesses his new nation accomplishing what was once deemed impossible. Ha ha ha, I never expected you, little one. To guess it was I who had arrived. A deep voice resonated, kind yet authoritative. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an urge to reprimand Lin Bei. Perhaps merely a figment of his imagination? Your Majesty. Lin Bei expressed his respect for Long Batian, promptly bowing in greeting. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is the strength of this sovereign not astonishing? One might mistakenly think it to be an act of covert retribution. Furthermore, he has not committed any transgressions against the sovereign, has he? Your grandfather is that old fellow. Lin Zhantian, correct? Indeed. Old fellow. It appears that the sovereign is quite familiar with my grandfather. Sovereign, do you truly know my grandfather? Ha. Of course I do. While speaking, he inadvertently added, after all, he was a rival in my youth. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was momentarily taken aback, not just him, but Wang Kuai. Standing beside him, was equally stunned. Rival? The current patriarch of the Lin family is truly remarkable, isn't he? He is, after all, a rival to the sovereign himself. Is this a secret he can hear? Wang Kuai secretly lamented, a cold sweat beginning to bead on his brow, fearing that if he continued to listen, he might be silenced. Your Majesty, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Very well, depart. Do your job well. I have faith in you, Long Batian replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing these words from Long Batian, Wang Kuai felt a surge of excitement within. Steady now. With such commendation from the sovereign, his path to success is now assured. Even adversaries must tread carefully. As he watched Wang Kuai depart, Lin Bei turned to Long Batian with a puzzled inquiry. Your Majesty, what brings you here in person? Quite simply, I wish to behold the youthful hero of our Longxia kingdom. At that moment, another figure emerged, Xin Yuan Fenghua. Clutched in his hand were a violet-grade profession enhancement stone and a purple skill tome. This is a reward for your recent contributions. In the coming days, young one, you shall become renowned throughout the entire alliance, even across the myriad realms. Renowned? Noticing Lin Bei's look of confusion, Long Batian exchanged a glance with Xin Yuan Fenghua. Indeed. Your point reward this time has exceeded expectations, surpassing the highest record since the semi-gamified era of the Myriad Realms. As he spoke, he also displayed the national points ranking. This ranking is compiled by aggregating the scores from novice dungeons nationwide and verifying the standings through the configuration of teams. Lin Bei's team, known as the Explosive Squad, remains firmly in first place, impervious to challenge. First place, Explosive Squad, score 113, 533. Second place, Chitian Squad, score 5. For 66, the bulk of the points derives from the world boss in the novice dungeon. After all, any contribution to damage can be translated into points. Every bit of output corresponds to a fraction of score. Although it was the Mountain Lord who initiated the assault on the Titan Demon Ape, he is still considered a member of Lin Bei's team, and thus his contributions are duly accounted. Therefore, with the 102,000 points accrued, combined with Lin Bei's existing score and the points gained from vanquishing the primordial void creature, the team boasts an astonishing total exceeding 113,000 points. This achievement is unprecedented and may well remain unmatched in the future. Once the points of this ranking list were released, it not only caused a stir nationwide but also sent shockwaves throughout the entire alliance. Simultaneously, the news reached other realms. As the Awakening Day event featuring novice dungeons was not exclusive to humanity, various worlds and races had already synchronized their activities, albeit at different times. Your grandfather personally applied for you to receive the purple grade profession enhancement stones, which are classified as strategic resources. Even your affluent Lin family would find it challenging to acquire such stones. The advantages bestowed by a purple grade profession are immensely significant. For instance, if a white grade profession has a base value of 1, then a green grade profession stands at 2, a blue grade profession at 3, and a purple grade profession at 4. This results in a staggering fourfold difference compared to a white grade profession, in addition to the amplifying effects of skills. The threats posed are no trivial matter. In fact, in the current market, green grade professions are rare, let alone blue grade ones. Typically, when family factions procure them, they are hoarded, and any surplus is cast into the auction houses. Each appearance of such items incites a veritable storm of competition. Furthermore, this purple skill book, coupled with the purple profession enhancement stone, constitutes the entirety of your rewards. It can be said that these rewards are beyond extraordinary. Consider this. Even the demigod-level powerhouse, Xianyuan Fengbua, possesses merely a purple grade profession. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is all a result of your own efforts. By the way, have you considered joining the Dragon War Hall? The Dragon War Hall? Xianyuan Fengbua was taken aback. How could a mere fledgling who had just awakened for a day be invited to join such a prestigious institution? What could the sovereign be thinking? The Dragon War Hall is the mightiest organization in the Longxia Kingdom, serving as the strongest spear. It is dedicated to confronting enemies, deterring various factions, conquering high-level exploration dungeons, dealing with special dungeons, and suppressing the Void Cult, all under the sole authority of the Dragon Lord. There can only be one Dragon Lord, the individual occupying the position of the sovereign. Although there are numerous responsibilities, the corresponding resources are abundant, with every member being at least of purple grade profession quality. Xianyuan Fengbua is formidable, being a level 92 demigod, yet within the Dragon War Hall, he is considered among the weakest. Now, with Long Batian suggesting that Lin Bei, a novice of the first or second tier, join the Dragon War Hall, is the world descending into chaos? It feels almost surreal. Lin Bei was, of course, aware of the significance of the Dragon War Hall. It is the strongest institution in the Longxia Kingdom, wielding life and death power that none dare provoke. After all, the weakest members are already at the demigod level. Who would dare challenge them? Now, with Long Batian permitting him, an inexperienced youth, to join, was he concerned about Lin Bei's swift demise? The sovereign surely jested. Lin Bei chuckled, diverting the conversation. Although the Dragon War Hall is powerful, he had no intention of joining at this moment, setting aside his current lack of strength, which could lead to questions about the wisdom of such a move. What could he possibly accomplish there? Without absolute power, the Dragon War Hall would struggle to tackle special dungeons or undertake exploration missions, let alone suppress the Void Cult. Long Batian smiled silently, and the others fell into contemplation. Ultimately, Lin Bei shook his head and spoke. Let's forget it. I don't believe I can bear such a responsibility. Very well. It seems I may have been too hasty. Should you ever reconsider, feel free to approach me directly. Long Batian sighed in response, indicating his sincerity in the matter. Lin Bei paused for a moment. observing the disappointed expression on Long Baitian's face, and inquired, "Why does your majesty wish for me to join the Dragon War Hall?" "Because you possess the potential to ascend to divinity," Long Batian replied without hesitation. "You may not realize this, but the Dragon War Hall primarily recruits individuals with the potential to become divine beings. The two essential qualifications for selection are the potential to attain demigod status and loyalty." He then fixed his gaze upon Lin Bei, shaking his head in resignation. Loyalty here refers to allegiance to humanity. Although the Dragon War Hall is directly subordinate to the Dragon Lord alone, should a day come when all discover a problem with the Dragon Lord, they would prioritize the preservation of humanity in their decision-making. This is humanity's final line of defense. The integrity of the Lin family is undoubtedly beyond question. Although Lin Zhantian is a rival of Long Batian, it cannot be denied the contributions the Lin family has made over the past century. Whenever there is a campaign against the Void Sect, a member of the Lin family is always involved. Long Batian is well aware of the reasons behind this. Yet, it is undeniable that while anyone may betray humanity, the Lin family stands apart in their unwavering loyalty. Lin Bei, destined for divine caliber, has prompted Long Batian to consider incorporating him into the War Dragon Hall ahead of time. It seems he has been overly eager. Should Lin Bei choose not to join, it remains acceptable. He could take a position in the Young Dragon Group beneath the War Dragon Hall. This Young Dragon Group is a place that gathers the nation's prodigies, and joining it would not interfere with one's identity or daily activities. By merely holding a position there, he would benefit from resources cultivated by the Longxia Kingdom. However, this would entail managing various responsibilities. The War Dragon Hall selects its members from the Young Dragon Group. After pondering for a moment, Lin Bei nodded. He understood the Young Dragon Group and recognized that it imposed no significant restrictions. After all, there is an annual assessment to determine whether one can continue in the Young Dragon Group, and one's character is observed discreetly to ascertain their suitability. This arrangement is agreeable, and rest assured, Your Majesty, Longxia Kingdom is, after all, the land where I was raised. In other words, he wishes to assure Long Batian that he, Lin Bei, would never betray his nation. Although the Lin family did not endure the darkest of times, their long-standing contributions are hardly inferior to those of other families. Lin Zhantian has even established a family decree: betrayal of humanity is forbidden. Those who defy this edict shall be expelled from the family lineage. Excellent. Your words grant me peace of mind. Long Batian nodded with relief, but at that moment, Lin Bei suddenly recalled something. Your Majesty, I am curious, why does the War Dragon team? You mean why their skills are all of blue quality, correct? Lin Bei nodded. According to past conventions, to allow newly awakened individuals to experience their own potential, they typically refrain from using skill enhancement stones to elevate their skill levels. This time, the emergence of the Dragon Battle Squad, which utilizes skill enhancement stones, has undeniably disrupted the equilibrium. Are you familiar with the Trial of All Races? The Trial of All Races? Lin Bei inquired with a perplexed expression, evidently unaware of what it entailed. It is understandable, as the details have yet to be disclosed. The Trial of All Races involves selecting a team from among humanity to represent them in a special dungeon competition. This is a benevolent dungeon provided by the higher authorities, where death is not a concern. Instead, it offers various rare resources, and if fortune favors them, they might even acquire a coveted item known as the Profession-Designated Awakening Stone. The Profession-Designated Awakening Stone can be likened to a heritage stone, with the stipulation that only the current awakeners are permitted to access it, and they must possess a notable reputation. Although the specifics of this operation remain elusive, it is a requisite of the trial. With merely a week remaining until the trial, this time frame is ample for them to enhance their abilities. After informing Lin Bei about the Trial of All Races, he nodded and posed his final question. Could it be that this recent attack is also linked to the Trial of All Races? One could say so, Long Batian affirmed. The followers of the Void Sect are undoubtedly privy to certain information regarding the Trial of All Races. In their attempt to sabotage it, they orchestrated this outrageous assault. However, the attack was not solely directed at humanity. According to Long Baitian's investigations, on this day of awakening, other intelligent races from different worlds also faced varying degrees of assault. Some succeeded, losing a batch of prodigies, while others, like them, encountered unforeseen setbacks. In summary, the Void Sect has stirred significant trouble. But this aligns perfectly with their ideology, to plunge everything into oblivion. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Rest assured, before your ascent, we seasoned veterans possess the prowess to shield you. Long Batian glanced at the time, aware that he must take his leave, but not before elucidating everything to Lin Bei. Understood, my lord. I shall not be shy in expressing my needs. By the way, regarding the matter of the trial of all races and your intention to eliminate the Dragon Battle Squad, correct? Fear not, we old-timers are not so petty. Moreover, your team will need to be reassembled, will it not? I have decided that you shall be the core. You may recruit members to form a brand new team, the Explosive Squad. The renown of the Explosive Squad has already spread throughout the human alliance, and even other races are aware of the existence of such an extraordinary team among humanity. Although the Dragon Battle Squad is also remembered, it pales in comparison to the Explosive Squad. From the moment the Explosive Squad gained fame, Lin Bei automatically secured his qualification to enter the Trial of All Races dungeon. Indeed, the selection of qualifications is not determined by them, but rather by the order. Essentially the game system. Your Explosive Squad holds the highest authority, granting you access to all the dungeons within the human alliance, including those abroad. Long Batian grinned, exuding confidence as he spoke these words. Thank you, my lord. Long Batian now places immense trust and value in Lin Bei. He was aware of this fact. Thus his utmost endeavor was to avoid disappointing others. Particularly regarding his own circumstances, he understood that concealment was futile. In light of this, let his reputation spread even further. Long Batian and Xian Yuanfengbo had departed, presumably to return to Tianlong City to attend to their affairs. Lin Bei stored the purple occupational enhancement stone within the system space and retrieved the awarded purple skill book to examine. Multiple release passive. This skill possesses a 20 probability of triggering multiple releases, consuming double energy to allow the cast skill to be unleashed again, with the option to continue releasing. Entry 1. Additional 10 increase in trigger rate. Entry 2. Upon triggering multiple releases, the energy consumed is reduced by 50. Entry 3. Upon triggering multiple releases, the cooldown time of the skill is decreased by 10 seconds. A patch has been made, previously modified. The ordinary profession at level 10 may possess multiple skill slots. The skill of multiple releases is exceedingly rare, particularly beneficial for mages or those with formidable skills. Not to mention that Lin Bei, theoretically endowed with the most skill slots among the benevolent professions, stands to gain immensely. He tucked the skill book away, as he currently had no available skill slots and would need to unlock them upon his return to facilitate learning. Lin Bei glanced at his existing skills: Resurrection, Group Shield, Single Target Healing, Thorn Armor, Sacred Heart, and Divine Summoning at level 11, 6 skills in total. Under normal circumstances, one would possess 2 skills at level 1 and potentially 4 at level 10. Lin Bei was already significantly ahead, and being at level 10 was no exaggeration. Most importantly, once the skill level of a benevolent profession reaches 6, there will be no subsequent diminishment. This is the true strength of the benevolent class. It is also one of the most powerful support professions across the myriad worlds. 3 days have passed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This cohort has surprisingly produced teams capable of amassing over 100,000 points, leading to rampant suspicions of cheating. The fervor surrounding this phenomenon is insatiable, had it not been for the stringent oversight of the order system. It is likely that chaos would have ensued long ago. Nevertheless, there are still those with a rather warped sense of perception who insist that the Longxia nation is orchestrating these events. However, those instigating the disturbances were swiftly apprehended and dealt with accordingly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The past 3 days of relentless monster hunting have left Lin Bei utterly exhausted. He dined and drank within the confines of the dungeon, with scarcely an hour to sleep. Even the most resilient of beasts would struggle to endure such a grueling schedule. Were it not for the fact that they were all awakened beings capable of enduring the night, he would have surely succumbed to fatigue by now. However, the gains have been substantial. Profession. Benevolent Soul Level. LV. 19 health points. 1. 666. 016 energy. 2. 466. 026 physical attack. 355 magical attack. 560 physical resistance. 356 magical resistance. 356 core skill. Divine Summoning Professional Skill. Holy Heart. Passive. Skills. Resurrection. Moonlight Blessing. Dispel. Confinement. Silence. Eye of Insight. Group Shield. Single Target Healing. Multicast. Thorn Armor. Holy Heart. Divine Summoning LV. 19. Purple consumes 10 energy points to randomly summon a deity for assistance. The duration of the summon consumes one's own energy, and as the skill level increases, the consumption decreases. Attribute 1. After the summoned deity departs, there is a gain of 1 overall strength. Attribute 2. Can specify the summoning of previously summoned deities. Attribute 3. While the deity is present, the summoner gains immunity. Single Target Healing LV. 19. Purple consumes 10 energy points to restore 242, 880 health plus an additional 152 of maximum health to the target, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Attribute 1. Excess healing is converted into a shield. Attribute 2. For 3 seconds after casting, the caster continuously restores 20 of their maximum health. Attribute 3. Healing effects are increased by 50. Group Shield LV. 19. Purple consumes 10 energy points to provide a shield worth 276, 800 health plus an additional 220 to the entire party, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Attribute 1. The shield converts into a tangible barrier. Attribute 2. While possessing a shield, control damage is reduced by 50. Attribute 3. While possessing a shield, movement speed is increased by 20. Thorn Armor LV. 19. Purple applies Thorn Armor to the target for 57 seconds, reducing damage taken by 38. With 95 of any single instance of damage reflected as magical damage, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Attribute 1. Damage reflection is converted into real damage. Attribute 2. During the duration, the reflected damage provides a shield with a conversion ratio of 50. Attribute 3. The distance of reflection is not limited. Holy Heart LV. 19. Purple increases the final benefits of all skills by an additional 38. Attribute 1. All skill effects interact synergistically. Attribute 2. Energy consumption for skills is reduced by 50. Attribute 3. Casting speed is instantaneous. Resurrection LV. 19. Gold designates a target for revival, provided they have not been dead for more than 262, 144 days and possess a complete body, consuming 500 energy points. Cooldown is 1 hour. Attribute 1. Restores all states upon revival. Attribute 2. The revival can encompass all targets within a 100-meter radius. Attribute 3. Severely injured bodies can also be revived and restored to completeness. Attribute 4. Upon revival, the target receives a true shield equal to 100 of their maximum health. Attribute 5. Targets revived gain a state of vengeance, dealing triple damage to those responsible for their demise. Multicast LV. 19. Purple has a 152 probability of triggering a multicast, consuming double the energy to recast the skill. The option to continue casting is available. Attribute 1. Trigger rate increased by an additional 10. Attribute 2. Releasing a second cast after a multicast does not consume energy. Attribute 3. Following a multicast, the cooldown of the skill is reduced by 15. Moonlight Blessing LV. 19. Purple consumes 1,000 energy points to release a moonlight that dispels all debuffs from marked targets within a range of 500 meters for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Attribute 1. Duration is doubled. Attribute 2. Purification takes precedence. Attribute 3. Targets affected have their negative states dispelled. Dispel LV. 19. Purple consumes 50 energy points to immediately remove beneficial effects from the target, with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Attribute 1. Dispelled targets cannot receive beneficial effects for 5 seconds. Attribute 2. Dispelled targets experience a 20 reduction in movement speed. Attribute 3. Permanent effects on dispelled targets are rendered inactive for 3 seconds. Confinement LV. 19. Purple consumes 100 energy points to forcibly immobilize the target for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Attribute 1. The confined target is unable to attack. Attribute 2. Duration of confinement is increased by 3 seconds. Attribute 3. Upgrades to a suppression effect. Silence LV. 19. Purple consumes 100 energy points to silence one of the target's skills for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Attribute 1. Silence affects an area, influenced by the caster's mental power. Attribute 2. Highest priority. Attribute 3. the silenced target experiences 3 seconds of confusion. Eye of Insight LV. 19. Purple consumes 10 energy points to inspect the target's data, not exceeding level 152. With a cooldown of 1 second. Attribute 1. During inspection, the target remains unaware. Attribute 2. The target can be marked, with duration influenced by the caster's mental power. Attribute 3. Breaks invisibility. Weapon, Azure Flute Armor, Holy Heart Armor, Holy Heart Boots, Holy Heart Gauntlets. Excessive. Healing effects are increased by 50. Personal energy recovery rate is enhanced by 200. Per energy stone, Benevolent set, excessive, 2-piece set. Healing effects increased by 60. 4-piece set, after releasing a skill. Grants all allies a boost of 20 attack power. Azure Flute, artifact, quality, black equipment level, LV, 10 attack, 200 magical attack, 300 effect 1, depending on the melody played. Amplifies different attributes for allies within hearing range, not limited to party members. Effect 2. During performance, the user cannot move and is untargetable. Effect 3. Depending on the performance effect, provides allies with reduced skill cooldowns. Effect 4. Reduces the user's cooldown by 40. Collects specific materials to upgrade its level. Attribute 1. Increases the maximum limit of the user's skill benefits by 10. Attribute 2. Increases personal energy recovery rate by 500. Attribute 3. The user can move, unaffected by Effect 2. Attribute 4. While performing, the user can use skills without being affected by any control, highest priority. Attribute 5. While performing, enemy units experience a 10 reduction in all states. Attribute 6. While performing, there is a 1 chance to silence enemy skills for 1 second, with a trigger time of 1 second. Attribute 7. Upon completion of the performance, the user's skill cooldowns refresh. Secondary profession, versatile apprentice skill, learning LV, 19 learning LV. 19. Green capable of acquiring skills from other secondary professions, with an increased success rate for comprehension. Attribute 1. Multitasking. Upon emerging from the dungeon, Lin Bei returned home and greeted his father before hastily retreating to his room for a well-deserved slumber. After 3 days of intense dungeon crawling, he felt utterly drained. Accompanying him in this endeavor were Lin Miao Miao and Wang Chongyang. Lin Miao Miao, a lucky wanderer, could bestow a slight increase in luck to her targets. And after reaching purple quality, the luck provided saw a significant enhancement. As they delved through the dungeons, they unearthed numerous rare materials. Lin Bei's attributes were also bolstered by Lin Miao Miao's blessings, resulting in a delightful outcome for all involved. Only 4 days remained until their entry into the trial of all races. Even amidst the relentless grind of dungeon raids, reaching level 30 remained a formidable challenge. Thus, Lin Bei resolved to seize the remaining time for a well-deserved respite, prioritizing self-care. He feared that he might succumb to exhaustion without fully savoring the experience. As night enveloped the world, Lin Bei lay in deep slumber. The door creaked open slowly, revealing a figure standing at the foot of his bed. The moonlight cascaded upon this silhouette, illuminating her long hair, which shone with a delicate, snow-like radiance. Oblivious to the presence before him, Lin Bei continued to sleep soundly. After a while, he sensed an unsettling feeling, akin to being pinned down by an unseen force, as if shackled in place. Yet, perhaps due to his overwhelming fatigue, he merely cracked open his eyes for a fleeting moment before drifting back into slumber. As dawn broke, the cheerful chirping of birds heralded the arrival of sunlight streaming through the window, casting a bright beam upon Lin Bei's face. The blinding rays momentarily displeased him, stirring him from his dreams. Groggy, he attempted to rub his eyes, only to discover that his right hand seemed immobile, as if weighed down by some unseen force. Turning to observe his right hand, Lin Bei fell into a profound silence. He then closed his eyes once more, uncertain, before daring to open them again. This time, Lin Bei fell into complete silence. No, how could you be in my room and sleeping in my bed? At this moment, Lin Bei attempted to pull his arm, only to find it seemingly ensnared, unable to break free. It seemed that he was no match for the other's strength, perhaps due to Lin Bei's somewhat boisterous voice. The figure stirred and slowly opened her eyes, stifling a yawn. One could not help but notice that this graceful silhouette, in the act of yawning, bore a striking resemblance to a cute kitten, accompanied by a sound that could ignite fervor in anyone's heart. Naturally, Lin Bei, a spirited young man, was no exception. Adjusting his focus, he finally discerned the current state of the enchanting figure before him. Clad in a snowy white nightgown, one of the straps had slipped down her arm. evidently due to an improper sleeping position. The sight of her ample whiteness was enough to stir one's passions. It was undeniable. She possessed an undeniable beauty. This was the Emperor's command. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei was momentarily stunned. The Emperor's command? Long Batian had actually sent his most cherished daughter to his bed? Was this for real? At that moment, far away in Tianlong City, Long Batian was engrossed in state affairs, meticulously reviewing documents when he suddenly sneezed. An assistant nearby inquired, "Your Majesty, are you catching a cold?" "Impossible," he replied. He had forged a semi-divine body, capable of living for hundreds of billions of years. How could he possibly catch a cold? Someone must be thinking of me, he mused, wondering how Yao Yao was faring. Long Batian shook his head helplessly. He had initially intended to create momentum to secure the Dragon Squad's qualification for the 10,000 races trial, only to have Lin Bei's explosive squad burst onto the scene, claiming the qualification for themselves. According to his investigations, Lin Bei's explosive squad was not yet complete, consisting only of Wang Chongyang and the Lin family's young lady, Lin Miao Miao. There were still 2 spots remaining before reaching full capacity. Thus, the day before Lin Bei's departure from the instance, Long Batian sought out Long Xingyao and, with a heavy heart, advised her, "Yao Bao, you should go with Lin Bei." Upon seeing her father, Long Xingyao instinctively hid her phone behind her back. The screen displaying a novel titled The Genius Son-in-Law, the Emperor forcibly betroths the princess to me. Upon hearing Long Batian's words, Long Xingyao seemed to make a connection, falling into a contemplative silence. Long Batian, however, appeared oblivious to her demeanor, preoccupied with the headache of the situation. Only by joining Lin Bei's explosive squad could one gain entry to the 10,000 races trial. Long Xingyao's talents were formidable. If a contest were held among the awakened of the human alliance to determine who possessed the highest combat power, it would undoubtedly be Long Xingyao. Unfortunately, due to this unforeseen circumstance, her dragon squad was eliminated midway, losing their qualification to participate. As Long Batian awaited a response from his daughter, he sensed something amiss. Why did her expression seem somewhat unnatural? Soon after, Long Xingyu raised her slightly strained face to ask, "Father, is this your wish?" Long Batian had believed that Long Xingyu was struggling to accept the disbandment of her dragon squad, hence his attempt to console her. However, before he could speak, Long Xingyao nodded in agreement, her voice tinged with a hint of despair. Noticing her quick recovery, Long Batian chose not to press the matter further. Meanwhile, in Jiang City, at the Lin family residence, Lin Bei stared in confusion at Long Xingyao, who was assisting him in getting dressed. Who was she? What was she doing? Where is this place? At this moment, Lin Bei found himself engulfed in confusion. He certainly did not anticipate that this star of the human alliance, the little princess of Longxia, would personally assist him in dressing. According to Long Xingyao, since Long Batian had chosen Lin Bei for her, she must fulfill her responsibilities. Isn't it quite normal for a wife to attend to her husband's needs? Indeed, in the ultra-ancient times, it would have been entirely customary. However, Lin Bei never imagined that Long Batian would be such a ruler. Observing the enchanting beauty attending to him, Lin Bei felt somewhat disconcerted. It was certainly not due to any inadequacy on his part in the presence of this stunning maiden. "Cousin, uncle is calling for you to wake up." At this moment, after 3 knocks, Lin Bei's door swung open. Upon entering, Lin Miao Miao was taken aback by the sight of Lin Bei and Long Xingyao, her eyes widening in disbelief at the reality before her. After a moment of shock, she quickly closed the door. Yet, the next second, she reopened it, extending a phone into the room. Click, the door shut again. "Uncle, something's wrong. Cousin has a girlfriend." Long Xingyao tilted her head in confusion, clearly perplexed by Lin Miao Miao's behavior. However, she was not Lin Bei's girlfriend, but rather the bride promised to him by her father. The distinction between the two was immense. Contemplating this, Long Xingyao pondered whether she should correct Lin Miao Miao's statement. "All right, my clothes are ready. Cousin is calling us for breakfast. Let us not keep them waiting." With that, she took Lin Bei's hand and led him downstairs. Lin Bei remained in a daze, feeling as though his body was moving while his spirit floated elsewhere. Downstairs, the setting was not like that of the wealthy, with tables several meters long adorned with lavish feasts. Instead, a simple breakfast awaited them, soy milk and fried dough sticks. However, the meal was prepared by the skilled hands of a professional chef. Unlike the usual lively atmosphere, today felt particularly somber, seemingly due to the presence of an additional person. At this moment, Lin Miao Miao was quietly observing Lin Bei and Long Xingyao, occasionally poking at her phone as if transmitting some information. Lin Xiong, on the other hand, gazed thoughtfully at Lin Bei, evidently shocked by Lin Miao Miao's exclamation that cousin has a girlfriend. Finding a girlfriend was not remarkable at all. When he was Lin Bei's age, he would change girlfriends weekly, which he considered rather slow. Thus, when he heard Lin Bei had a girlfriend and that she had seemingly entered his room, he did not react much, merely intending to subtly remind Lin Bei to be cautious and not to cause any trouble. He also wished to discover which family's young lady had become his son's partner. However, upon hearing Lin Miao Miao's mention of a girlfriend, Lin Xiong fell silent, akin to Lin Bei's own dazed state. After a moment of silence, Lin Xiong regarded Lin Bei with a hint of admiration. Truly my son, managing to attract a princess as his girlfriend. He is outshining me. Father, why aren't you all eating breakfast? Is the food not to your liking? Long Xingyao inquired after tasting the delicious meal, puzzled by the peculiar behavior of the family. It was breakfast time, yet everyone seemed disinclined to partake. Lin Miao Miao was engrossed in her phone, while Lin Bei and Lin Xiong sat in silence, appearing rather restrained. Wait, my little princess, what do you mean by that? Lin Xiong questioned. The moment Lin Bei heard her call him father, his expression turned to one of sheer astonishment. She actually referred to him as father. Is this an attempt to take away his father? Lin Xiong's gaze instantly locked onto Lin Bei. You little rascal, are you truly so impressive? I don't recall you ever having contact with the little princess in your childhood. Lin Bei seemed to sense Lin Xiong's meaning, responding with a perplexed expression. Don't ask me. I am equally bewildered. I have no idea. Among men, a mere exchange of glances suffices to comprehend the unfolding events. Although uncertain about the specifics, Lin Xiong felt the need for someone to stabilize the situation. Of course not. It's merely that seeing my daughter-in-law make her debut at our dining table brings me a touch of joy. Is that so? Long Xingyao inquired, tilting her head in confusion. She was rather inept at navigating interpersonal relationships, having been trained since childhood in the arts and classical literature, cultural etiquette, and martial skills, leaving little time for social engagements. Her rise to stardom within the human alliance was undoubtedly aided by her devoted maid. However, this time, Long Xingyao had ventured to Jiangcheng alone. Aside from Long Batian, no one else had been informed, let alone her maid. Otherwise, upon hearing her recent remarks, that maid would likely have been quite startled. Yes, indeed. Lin Miao Miao seemed to have finished her messaging, promptly dipping a fried dough stick into soy milk before swallowing it whole. Her cheeks bulged, rendering her speech somewhat unclear. At this moment, Lin Bei finally regained his composure. Surely, the monarch's task could not be genuine, could it? Not long ago, the monarch had conveyed to him that he possessed the potential to ascend to divinity. Yet, surely he wouldn't stake his daughter in such a gamble? Though, on the other hand, it might not be entirely unfavorable. Lin Bei discreetly scrutinized Long Xingyao, noting her height of 1.65 meters, the loose clothing concealing her fair form, complemented by a physique honed from martial training. The titles of the little princess of Longxia Kingdom, the nation's darling, and an alliance superstar adorned her. It was said that this little princess possessed a splendid character and was remarkably upright. However, she seemed to lack certain insights, particularly in some matters. Furthermore, she appeared somewhat naive. Unbeknownst to her, Long Xingyao noticed Lin Bei's discreet examination, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. She felt a bit shy, wondering why he was scrutinizing her so intently, almost like a lecher. However, a husband admiring his wife shouldn't be deemed offensive, should it? She chose to ignore it. Yet the sensation of Lin Bei's gaze lingered, rendering her somewhat uncomfortable. Realizing he had been caught in the act of observing, Lin Bei quickly turned away, feeling utterly embarrassed. Yet, she surprisingly offered no resistance. For some inexplicable reason, a change stirred within Lin Bei, leading him into uncharted emotional territory. Breakfast concluded, and Lin Xiong was the first to depart, his face adorned with a continuous smile. Although oblivious to why the little princess had become his family's daughter-in-law, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance. The first call he made was to Lin Zhantian, who was far off in lynching. Lin Zhantian's spirits were already high, given that Lin Bei and Lin Miao Miao had bolstered his reputation significantly. Behind the scenes, many prominent families sought to deepen their collaboration with the Lin family. Upon receiving Lin Xiong's call, his thick white beard seemed to rise with excitement. What? You say that Long Batian's daughter has become our Lin family's granddaughter-in-law. Is this true or merely a jest? And they even had breakfast together, personally confirming it? After hanging up, Lin Zhantian's robust muscles quivered in delight as a broad smile spread across his face. Incredible. His grandson had managed to win over Long Batian's daughter. How was he unaware of his grandson's remarkable capabilities? Before Lin Bei's awakening, he merely perceived him as someone who had inherited his penchant for lavish spending and socializing. Yet, he never anticipated that his grandson would silently win the heart of a little princess. He, Lin Zhantian, held a minor grudge against Long Batian. In the past, they had been romantic rivals, and he had ultimately suffered defeat, with Bai Yueguang choosing Long Batian. He had cursed for quite some time, even exclaiming, in a fit of anger, that if he couldn't be her husband, he would settle for being her father. While this was largely aimed at Long Batian, it inadvertently led to him being beaten by both Long Batian and Bai Yueguang. Fortunately, that had all become a thing of the past, and the three had since become good friends, albeit with some lingering awkwardness due to the past incident. Nevertheless, their bond remained steadfast. At that moment, Lin Zhantian felt exhilarated. Astonished that a careless remark from years ago had come to fruition. Lin Bei was his grandson, and Long Xingyu was Long Baishan's daughter. If they were to unite, Long Xingyao would become his granddaughter-in-law. Long Batian, being Long Xingyao's father, would, in essence, diminish his own standing. Upon reflection, Lin Zhantian felt a surge of elation. He had not anticipated Lin Bei's remarkable prowess. Truly, he is my grandson, having inherited the virtues of his grandfather. Unlike Long Baishan's middle-aged demeanor, Lin Zhantian genuinely resembled an elderly gentleman. If he were to venture out, none would find it amiss. No, this mischievous lad has accomplished something significant, and he must be duly rewarded. Despite the fact that Lin Bei's family has undergone a separation, the matters surrounding it are shrouded in unspoken complexities. After all, as long as parents are present, the family remains united. Had it not been for that incident years ago, Lin Bei would still be a member of the main household. Nevertheless, Lin Zhantian was well aware of the circumstances at the time and chose not to dwell on it. Come forth. Ensure that I am well informed regarding the matters concerning the Golden Profession Ascension Stones. Should they appear, they must be secured. There shall be no limits. Simultaneously, Lin Zhantian lifted the scroll in his hand. This is a tattered parchment, seemingly chronicling events within a certain secret realm. One can only hope that the second brother may find a glimmer of hope. Hence, did the sovereign instruct you to accompany me? Lin Bei silently gazed at his phone, awaiting a response from Long Batian. Upon receiving Lin Bei's message, Long Batian informed him that Long Xingyao could join him in his expedition, contingent upon her personal willingness. If permissible, he would advocate for Long Xingyao's inclusion out of respect for their relationship. After contemplating for a moment, Long Xingyao nodded. Recalling her father's words from the past, Lin Bei felt a surge of embarrassment, realizing that a significant misunderstanding had occurred. This little princess truly is quite absurd. She has completely misunderstood the sovereign's intentions. Furthermore, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Do not be deceived by Long Baishan's courteous demeanor towards Lin Bei. He even contemplated inviting Lin Bei to join the Dragon War Hall upon their first meeting. Yet, understanding the actions he has taken reveals that he is undoubtedly a formidable individual who should not be trifled with. One must not forget that Long Batian once bore the weight of the world's nation's pressures, determined to annihilate that small nation, which harbors a long-standing enmity with our Longxia kingdom, so that they might thrive. While there was an element of setting an example through the slaughter, it also underscores his decisive and ruthless nature. If Long Batian were to discover the deeds of his daughter, one can only fathom the consequences that would ensue. Such information must remain undisclosed. By the way, when did you arrive? Just the day before yesterday. On the very day Long Xingyao took residence, Lin Xiong was taken aback. However, upon learning from his subordinates that Long Xingyao had been sent by the sovereign, he surmised that the intention was likely to integrate her into the blasting team. Thus, he arranged for a room to accommodate Long Xingyao. Little did Lin Xiong anticipate that Long Xingyao would misconstrue this as a lifelong companionship with Lin Bei. This situation also relates to her previous lack of knowledge, compounded by the fact that she was engrossed in her studies and reading novels at that time. Thus, a rather humorous misunderstanding arose. Ah, enough of this. From today onward, you shall be a member of my illustrious team. With that, Lin Bei opened the permissions and invited Long Xingyao to join the group. Upon receiving the notification, Long Xingyao promptly clicked to confirm. In no time, her avatar appeared among the ranks of the team. Currently, they were still in need of one more member to complete their lineup, particularly someone capable of area damage. Speaking of which, tomorrow marks the day the special reward dungeon opens. This dungeon serves as a reward from the Longxia Kingdom for teams with outstanding rankings. Entering it would yield a wealth of experience and a chance to acquire upgrade stones of purple rarity or lower. There were even rumors of peculiar skill books being found within. So soon? It may seem quick, but once the dungeon concludes, we must represent humanity in the myriad tribes' trials. Long Xingyu was naturally aware of these trials, as they symbolize the representation of all humankind. As for whether there would be objections from other nations, Long Batian asserted that they unanimously agreed to allow the Longxia kingdom to send representatives, wholeheartedly supporting the decision. At this moment, Long Xingyao felt a twinge of disappointment. She hadn't anticipated becoming the sacrifice to stabilize the prodigies, yet she felt little resistance within herself. After all, Lin Bei was the first, the only man who had defeated her directly. Only a man of such caliber could be worthy of conquering her. Long Xingyao's inner thoughts asserted itself momentarily. Never mind, she would decide on the final member tomorrow. She did not expect her teammates to be exceptionally powerful, she merely hoped for good character. Given Lin Bei's current skill level, he could undoubtedly lead even a pig to victory. This confidence stemmed from the strongest support among the awakened beings of the myriad worlds. So, what shall we do today? Long Xingyu, at level 17. Still lagged behind Lin Bei and the others. Perhaps she should learn a secondary profession, as they had already made reservations for her. Lin Bei had spent the past few days engrossed in the dungeon and had only just taken a break, intending to refine his secondary profession skills. Today's reservation was for an enchanter, a newly minted master enchanter from the West City, with his secondary profession skill level reaching LV 15. Unlike ordinary skills, secondary profession skills do not simply increase by one level upon comprehension. A single enlightenment could elevate them to mastery. Currently, the strongest secondary profession boasts a maximum level of LV 20. This is the strategic talent known as the Divine Craftsman. Level 20 represents a new realm, referred to as the Celestial Master. In simple terms, it involves drawing upon the powers of heaven and earth to release skills through one's own insights. It is rumored that this is related to the conditions for demigods to ascend to divinity, though the truth of this remains uncertain. A secondary profession? An enchanter? By the way, what is your secondary profession? Lin Bei felt curious about what secondary profession the princess of Longxia Kingdom might possess. Long Batian's secondary profession was that of a master alchemist, placing him among the top echelon of the entire alliance. Handicraft artisan. Huh? Soon. A message appeared on Lin Bei's interface. He glanced at it, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she was a handicraft artisan. Secondary profession, handicraft artisan, green, skill, handcrafted production LV, 1. Green items produced by hand randomly increase their attribute modifiers. Modifier 1. Dexterity, enhancing the finesse of her hands, enabling her to work more effectively and swiftly on items. The handicraft artisan also enhances her profession level by upgrading her skills, quite similar to Lin Bei's approach. Moreover, any item crafted by her hands can bestow attribute modifiers, making it a formidable secondary profession. However, compared to Lin Bei's versatile apprentice, it did fall somewhat short. Due to the lack of necessity to grind levels in the dungeon today, Wang Chongyang did not visit the Lin household, and Lin Miaomiao ventured out alone to the streets, seemingly wanting to invite her former companions for a shopping outing. As for Long Xingyao, after discussing her situation with Lin Xiong, she was assigned a brand new studio to enhance her secondary profession skills. Since there was no need to delve into the dungeon today, and she typically spent her time studying, it was an opportune moment to elevate her secondary profession skills. Before long, the master enchanter had arrived at the Lin household. Settling into the guest reception hall, Lin Bei sat opposite the enchanter, who prepared the materials for a thorough lesson. Despite being a master enchanter, his primary profession was merely a level 32 ordinary mage, and due to past deaths in the dungeon, he could only enhance his strength through personal cultivation. Nonetheless, a master enchanter held a prestigious position in any faction across the myriad worlds, irrespective of his primary profession's shortcomings. Thus, even with a lackluster main profession, he had attained a corresponding esteemed status through his secondary profession. Young Master Lin, I am the enchanter invited by Lord Lin to instruct you in the enchantment of items, weapons, and equipment. You may call me Master Zhang. His full name was Zhang Yukai, and since his ascension to Master Enchanter, every faction he interacted with treated him with utmost respect, even offering exorbitant rewards for his expertise. After all, a Master Enchanter could enchant weaponry of semi-divine quality. Though he had only just entered the Master ranks, he was still youthful. At 50 years of age, considering a 30-level primary profession, he could expect to live for 300 years, having only traversed a sixth of his life. In the time to come, his skills would surely advance by leaps and bounds, granting him a sense of pride in his capabilities. Originally, he was quite proud, even in the role of a teacher. He expected to align with a worthy profession. However, the Lin family's generosity moved even his somewhat arrogant heart. Thus, he resolved to personally instruct Lin Bei, who had just awakened his secondary profession as a versatile apprentice. Unlike the enchanting skills possessed by the enchanter, Lin Bei would need to rely on his own insights to learn the enchantment skills. Yet, the Lin family's sincerity was overwhelming, and he decided to teach Lin Bei until he had mastered the craft. Very well, Master Zhang, may we begin our studies now? Lin Bei responded with a calm demeanor. Despite Zhang Youcai's slightly haughty attitude, Lin Bei remained unfazed. Is it not normal for talented individuals to possess a touch of pride? Just as he, being affluent, would not concern himself with the wealth of others? Regardless, he is wealthier than anyone else. Zhang Youcai, a master enchanter, truly lives up to his reputation. His teaching is nothing short of sincere. As Lin Bei immersed himself in the learning process, he seemed to become lost in a realm of contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhang Youcai continued to elucidate the principles of enchantment, only to suddenly notice that Lin Bei appeared to be in a daze. This revelation dampened his spirits, for he found it disheartening that, despite his earnest instruction, Lin Bei was seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts. This is a blatant disregard for the enchantment master. Just as he intended to earnestly correct Lin Bei, so that he could truly appreciate the gravity of the matter, he suddenly sensed that something was amiss. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, in such a brief span of time, have you truly reached enlightenment without even fully grasping the simple principles of enchantment? Is your comprehension truly that extraordinary? Is there no regard for the laws of nature or humanity? At this moment, Zhang Youcai found himself at a loss for words. If nothing unforeseen occurs, Lin Bei has evidently mastered the skill of enchantment. 3 minutes later, Lin Bei emerged from his moment of enlightenment, only to discover that the section of his secondary profession now boasted the skill of enchantment. Ding. Congratulations on mastering Enchantment LV 1. Ding. Enchantment LV 1 LV 19. Before Lin Bei could marvel at the astonishingly powerful learning capability that allowed him to leap 19 levels, a torrent of experience surged into his mind instantaneously. Simultaneously, his body underwent subtle and natural changes, as though he had truly honed his skills through relentless practice day and night to achieve this 19-level advancement. Initially, Zhang Youcai, witnessing Lin Bei's moment of enlightenment, contemplated the extraordinary aptitude of Lin Bei. However, even with such a feat, Lin Bei had merely grasped the fundamentals of enchantment. At the mere LV 1 level, he remained a novice in the presence of Zhang Youcai, a master-level enchanter. This was Zhang Youcai's conviction. Thus, upon witnessing Lin Bei's completion of his enlightenment, he resolved to impart some wisdom, hoping to instill humility in Lin Bei. One instance of enlightenment is hardly remarkable, as he too had experienced such moments of clarity twice. In fact, had he allowed himself to become conceited? Indeed, there was a hint of pride. Yet, as an LV 15 master enchanter, what was wrong with a touch of arrogance? Just as he was about to articulate his thoughts, he noticed Lin Bei's previously clear gaze once again succumb to a state of bewilderment. Zhang Youcai's mouth hung slightly agape, caught in a stupor. A second moment of enlightenment? At this juncture, Zhang Youcai was engulfed in confusion. What kind of person could achieve a second moment of clarity immediately following the first? I must report this. There are individuals here who are resorting to underhanded tactics. Zhang Youcai felt a slight impairment in his Dao heart. When did the concept of enlightenment become so effortlessly attainable? All knowledge pertaining to enchantment techniques was inundated into Lin Bei's mind, and he felt as though he had plunged into an ocean of wisdom, experiencing a profound sense of enjoyment. Although his academic performance in school was not exceptional, ranking only among the top 3, and he harbored little fondness for studying, it did not hinder his delight in soaring through the vast expanse of knowledge. The volume of information this time is quite substantial, particularly regarding the art of enchanting, encompassing everything from the basics to the most intricate details. Consequently, it required a considerable amount of time. It was not until half an hour had elapsed that Lin Bei emerged from his second epiphany. Now, he had attained the status of an enchantment master at level 19. Enchantment LV 19. Gold enchanting an item can enhance its overall attributes by 38, with the quality of the enhancement varying according to the enchanter's level, reaching a maximum of golden quality. Attribute 1 provides an additional 10 attribute enhancement to the enchanted item. Attribute 2 adds a fundamental elemental attribute to the enchanted item, allowing for elemental reactions. Attribute 3, upon enchanting, the item receives an additional random attribute enhancement. Attribute 4, the inherent hardness of the enchanted item is slightly increased. Lin Bei accessed his secondary profession skills and discovered an additional enchantment LV 19 under his learning section, which was of golden quality and possessed 4 attributes. Most importantly, it could be combined with the attributes learned from his core secondary profession skills. This exemplifies the remarkable prowess of the versatile apprentice. However, it is essential to note that such proficiency demands an exceptionally high level of comprehension. Otherwise, one may merely remain an unremarkable jack of all trades. After refining the entries 10 times, Lin Bei ultimately opted for the 4th choice. Entry 4, after enchanting, the enchanted items cannot inflict harm upon the enchanter for the duration of the enchantment. Closing the panel, Lin Bei's gaze fell upon Zhang Yukai before him. Master Zhang, Master Zhang? Observing Zhang Yukai seemingly dejectedly seated on the stool, his face occasionally breaking into a smile. One might speculate that he could be committed to the Qinshan Psychiatric Hospital at any moment. Perhaps hearing Lin Bei's voice, Zhang Yukai emerged from his momentary despondency. After all, he was a master-level enchanter. Even if Lin Bei achieved a second epiphany, what of it? Without a substantial accumulation of knowledge, Lin Bei's enchantment level, regardless of his newfound enlightenment, could never surpass his own. He, Zhang Yukai, proud throughout his life, would never allow this incident to shatter his resolve. Regaining his composure, he regarded Lin Bei with a complex expression. Unsurprisingly, Lin Bei was the most perceptive genius he had ever encountered. He had never heard of anyone grasping such a skill through simple instruction and then attaining a further insight. You are quite remarkable. I trust you have now mastered the art of enchantment? Indeed, Master Zhang, I have grasped it, Lin Bei replied, gazing at his level 19 golden quality enchantment skill. In the subsequent lessons, whenever Zhang Yukai posed a question, Lin Bei effortlessly provided answers. Having already reached level 19, he found no difficulty in applying the knowledge within his mind. Thus, Lin Bei transitioned from an initial state of confusion to a state of clarity, ultimately mastering the intricacies of level 19 enchantment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yukai transitioned from merely explaining concepts to posing queries, and astonishingly, it became Lin Bei who was elucidating, with Zhang Yukai taking notes beside him. At one point, after Lin Bei illuminated a perplexing concept, Zhang Yukai experienced a breakthrough, elevating his level from 15 to 16. Master Zhang, please stop. Do not call me Master Zhang. At this moment, tears streamed down Zhang Youcai's face. He had triumphed. The issue that had hindered him for nearly 3 years was shattered, resulting in his ascension from level 15 to level 16. At this moment, Zhang Yukai had come to a profound realization. Lin Bei's enchanting skills must have reached an extraordinary level. With a slight tremor in his voice, he inquired of Lin Bei. What is your current enchanting level? 19, Lin Bei replied. Zhang Yukai was utterly disheartened. It dawned on him that this world truly harbors geniuses. Although he was lauded by the outside world as the youngest enchanting master, before Lin Bei, he felt like a mere jest. He had witnessed Lin Bei's remarkable transformation from a novice to a master of enchanting, achieving the prestigious rank of a level 19 enchanting master in an instant, even teaching him in the process and helping him overcome long-standing obstacles. Contemplating this, Zhang Yukai bowed respectfully to Lin Bei. A true master is a teacher. You are my mentor. I, your student Zhang Yukai, humbly bow to you. He did not believe himself worthy to engage Lin Bei as an equal. Such a person would undoubtedly transcend the confines of an enchanting master. Having grasped the knowledge so swiftly, one could only ponder what further heights Lin Bei would attain in the future. After all, Lin Bei was merely 18 years old, an enchanting master of 18, already at the remarkable level of 19. It was plausible that in due time, Lin Bei would ascend to the celestial realm of enchanting masters. Though Zhang Yukai possessed his own pride, he was not foolish. It would be far wiser to seize this opportunity, perhaps even to become Lin Bei's student. As for the opinions of others regarding his perceived lack of dignity, what value did pride hold? As long as he could elevate himself, he would gladly endure any scorn. Eventually, they would only remember him as Lin's disciple. Ultimately, Zhang Yukai did not become Lin Bei's disciple. Upon leaving the Lin family, he sought out Lin Xiong to sign a contract, becoming the exclusive enchanting master for the Ba Lin Guild. although he could not be Lin Bei's disciple. Establishing a connection with him would allow him to seek guidance whenever challenges arose. With such a connection, he doubted Lin Bei would refuse assistance. Upon hearing this news, Lin Xiong appeared perplexed, clearly unaware of Zhang Youcai's circumstances. The Lin family already had its own enchanting master, albeit not a master of the highest caliber, with the most advanced among them only reaching level 14. Yet, this enigmatic Zhang Youcai had now joined their family as the exclusive enchanting master of the Balin Guild, which was indeed auspicious news. Once word spread, many would surely come seeking enchantments, drawn by the allure of the Balin Guild. Moreover, he could assist in educating and nurturing their enchanting masters. He might even bring his own disciples into the guild, enriching its membership. The connections and benefits this would bring would undoubtedly elevate the Lin family to a new echelon. This is the profound influence exerted by a master-level secondary profession character. After bidding farewell to Zhang Youcai, Lin Bei embarked on the enchanting task of imbuing his weapon with magical properties. Regrettably, with his current level of enchantment, he was unable to bestow enhancements upon items of black quality. Perhaps he needed to attain the status of a celestial master. Nonetheless, Lin Bei could effortlessly enchant items of lesser quality. After nearly half a day's toil, he returned home, rubbing his weary waist. Due to his impending venture into a special welfare dungeon the following day, Lin Bei chose not to indulge in an all-nighter. Otherwise, given his penchant for new toys, he would likely have played for 2 or 3 days before relinquishing them. Dinner was once again a family affair with Lin Xiong, where Lin Bei and his family gathered around the table. Oh, and they were joined by Lin Miao Miao and Long Xingyao. Long Xingyao sat adjacent to Lin Bei, and their interactions had become rather delicate. The meal concluded in a tranquil atmosphere. However, Lin Bei found himself puzzled by Lin Miao Miao, who persistently tapped away on her phone, occasionally directing her gaze at them. Perhaps this was her unfortunate habit. It is indeed impolite to engage with one's phone while dining with family. Later that night, Lin Bei slumbered deeply, the moonlight casting a serene glow. Suddenly, the door creaked open. A graceful figure entered the room. The next day, Lin Bei awoke in a daze, staring at the enchanting silhouette beside him, momentarily lost in silence. He distinctly recalled locking the door before drifting off to sleep. As he gazed at the damaged door, which seemed to lament its fate, realization dawned upon him. Goodness, the door had been dismantled. Hadn't he explicitly stated that each person should have their own room? If this were to be discovered by others, I would surely be subjected to ridicule. Fortunately, this is the Lin family, devoid of outsiders. Otherwise, Lin Bei might genuinely fear being overwhelmed by the multitude of fans of Long Xingyao. Unbeknownst to him, in Lin Miao Miao's room, she sat there with dark circles under her eyes, excitedly poking at her phone screen. The screen displayed messages where she boasted to her close friends in Tianlong City. Can you guess who my cousin-in-law is? My cousin-in-law is as beautiful as a celestial being. Want to know? Sure, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Thus, due to the news of the national leader's arranged marriage with Lin Bei, Long Xingyao's fame began to spread slowly among the elite youth of Tianlong City. Lin Miao Miao, overwhelmed with excitement, had not slept a wink all day. In Lin Bei's room, he sighed helplessly as he observed Long Xingyao, who resembled a small creature, clinging to his right arm. He was truly a vigorous young man, especially with Long Xingyao's beauty, which could easily place her among the top 3 in the alliance, rivaling even that of his mother. Moreover, her figure was alluringly curvaceous. With her holding onto his arm like that, who could resist? Especially when she occasionally emitted soft, adorable sounds akin to a gentle call. If it weren't for the fear of the national leader discovering this and coming to enact justice, he would certainly show her that he, Lin Bei, was not to be trifled with. He contemplated pinching her cheek as a form of interest, considering she had commandeered his bed and monopolized his hand throughout the night. It seemed fair to collect a little interest, did it not? Extending his sinful hand, a devilish smile involuntarily crept onto Lin Bei's handsome face. Just as he was about to touch Long Xingyao's delicate face, her eyes suddenly fluttered open. They locked gazes, and Lin Bei's smile faltered, evidently taken aback by being caught before he could even act. After a moment of mutual staring, Long Xingyao was the first to break the silence. "Are you trying to touch my face?" she asked, her cheeks unknowingly flushing, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. "If it were you, it would be fine." She took Lin Bei's hand and, in his astonished gaze, guided it to her slightly flushed cheek. Instinctively, he gave it a gentle squeeze, experiencing a delightful bounciness akin to the unique texture of osmanthus cake. Realizing what he had done, Lin Bei quickly withdrew his hand and rose from the bed. Feigning a cough as he responded, "Ahem, I'm merely intended to wake you up, nothing more. After all, today we are to enter a special benefits dungeon. He continued. And why are you back in my room to sleep again? Didn't I tell you last night to sleep in your own room? Lin Bei attempted to shift the topic and play the blame game. Isn't it perfectly normal for a husband and wife to share a bed? And don't you think it's problematic for us to sleep in separate rooms? At this moment, Long Xingyao also sat up, due to an awkward sleeping position. Her white strap slid down her shoulder, revealing a large expanse of flawless skin, causing Lin Bei's blood to rush, stretching and inadvertently emitting a delightful sound. She created a captivating scene that made Lin Bei instinctively turn away. Well, adjust your trajectory to prevent any accidental misfires, he thought. All right, go wash up. And then we'll have breakfast together before heading out. With that, she began to dress and prepare for washing up. After all, at home, Lin Bei preferred to sleep without his upper garments as he had done the previous night. He had never anticipated that Long Xingyao would force her way through the door and sleep next to him again, just as she had done 2 nights prior. Why had he not noticed her presence last night? This cannot possibly be his fault. Lin Bei reflected briefly on the events of the previous night. It seemed that he had become quite fatigued from enchanting too many items and had thus slept soundly. Even when he sensed the bed sinking slightly, he merely felt a wave of softness and chose to continue his slumber. Particularly the sudden arrival of a fragrant scent enveloped him in a swift desire to drift back into dreams. Upon hearing this, Long Xingyao abruptly rose from her slumber and, witnessing Lin Bei's astonished expression, bestowed upon him a kiss. How could she? She actually kissed me. Lin Bei was momentarily rendered speechless. Was this even reasonable? Observing his stunned reaction, Long Xingyao shyly lowered her gaze and softly murmured, "Good morning. Isn't it quite normal to give a morning kiss to one's husband?" After all, she had read in the novel she was binging on yesterday, The Overbearing Prince and His Adorable Concubine, that a morning kiss could indeed enhance the bond between 2 individuals. Whether Lin Bei's feelings for her had truly deepened, she could not ascertain. However, she distinctly sensed that her previous resistance towards him had dissipated, replaced instead by a subtle eagerness to explore the possibilities that lay ahead. This sensation is rather peculiar. Yet Long Xingyao finds no aversion to it. After kindly assisting Lin Bei in changing his attire, the 2 proceeded to freshen up and commence their breakfast. At this moment, the drowsy and disheveled Xiong Lin Miao Miao made her entrance, yawning widely before glancing at Lin Bei and Long Xingyao, exclaiming, "Good morning, cousin and cousin-in-law. Do not shout like that," Lin Bei exclaimed, genuinely apprehensive that even in the reward instance, Miao Miao would continue with such address. If this were to reach the ears of the sovereign, it could spell disaster. He certainly did not wish for an untimely demise. Upon hearing this, Lin Miao Miao regarded Lin Bei with disdain and nonchalantly raised her middle finger in response, to which Lin Bei reciprocated similarly. During breakfast, the previous awkwardness dissipated, replaced by a harmonious atmosphere. Lin Bei no longer felt the need to resist. After all, he was powerless against it now, and this feeling was rather pleasant. Not long after breakfast, Wang Chongyang arrived at the Lin residence. "Lin Bei, I am here," standing at an impressive height of 195 meters. Wang Chongyang's muscular physique resembled that of a formidable bear. Even before his awakening, Wang's physique was already remarkable, and now it had reached new heights. Nevertheless, for a shield warrior, Wang Chongyang was an exemplary figure, as who would not desire a front line comprised of such a robust shield? "All right, enough shouting. It sounds as though I am deaf," Lin Bei retorted disdainfully while digging at his ears. "Your Highness, you are here as well." Last night, upon witnessing Long Xingyao's unexpected inclusion into their explosive team, he felt a twinge of surprise. Now, seeing her arrive ahead of him, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "No need to address me as Your Highness, simply call me Xingyao. After all, we are all members of the same team. And I am also a brother to Lin Bei." She had conducted a thorough investigation into Lin Bei's background when she was eliminated, including inquiries into the Lin family and their connections, naturally encompassing Wang Chongyang, the heir of the Wang family from Jiang City, along with personality assessments. "Big guy, we meet again," Lin Miaomiu exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to Wang Chongyang's thigh. Standing at roughly 1.5 meters, she found it quite challenging to reach his shoulder without rising on her tiptoes, hence the choice to strike his thigh instead. "It's just you, little one," he chuckled, rubbing his thigh where she had slapped him. "It hardly hurt. With such a small frame, you cannot inflict any harm on me. Well then, since we are sufficiently gathered, let us set forth. This time, we should have 10 teams participating in this special reward instance. I wonder what type it will be." There are experience instances, material instances, skill reward instances, and inheritance reward instances. I am uncertain, Long Xingyu mused, shaking her head. Although she could have known the details of the reward instance in advance, she had chosen not to. Since the reward instances operated on an individual basis, one could enter even without a full complement of 5 individuals. Under the operation of the spirit power shuttle arranged by the Lin family, they traversed the vast expanse of the Yangtze River within a mere 10 minutes. Arriving at the capital of Longsha Kingdom, Tianlong City. Upon landing at the designated drop-off point, a considerable crowd had already gathered, including members of the earlier explosive team, Tu Shuer, Pai Yinping, and Zhang Qingfeng. The spectacle of their arrival via spirit power shuttle was indeed quite dramatic, as most attendees had arrived by plane or train, with even the members of ancient families opting for helicopters as their mode of transportation. It was a rare sight to behold Lin Bei arriving in such a manner. The lengthy spirit power shuttle, measuring several meters, landed smoothly, stirring up a gust of wind before finally coming to rest. Lin Bei and his companions emerged from within, signaling the driver to depart, and turned their attention to the trio from before. Wow, Lin Xiao, your entrance is truly impressive, Zhang Qingfeng exclaimed, rushing over to Lin Bei, his gaze quickly shifting to Long Xingyao. I cannot believe that your highness is here with Lin Xiao. Long Xingyao nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but just then, a figure darted from the crowd, charging towards her. Before anyone could react, Long Xingyao raised her hand slightly, and the figure was firmly grasped. Ouch, that hurts. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Dongfang Yao. At this moment, Dongfang Yao found herself firmly held by Long Xingyao's delicate, fair hand, and a slight squeeze made her head feel as though it might burst. Ah, Xingyao, it's me. Let go, my head is about to explode. I have told you countless times not to behave like this. Long Xingyao sighed in exasperation. This friend had always been like this since childhood, and she was quite the clingy companion. If it weren't for her efforts to conceal her whereabouts and block Dongfang Yao, it is likely that this individual would have already stormed into Jiang City. After releasing Dongfang Yao, tears glimmered in her eyes, rendering her an image of poignant vulnerability. She cupped her head in her hands, gazing at Long Xingyao with a pitiful expression, and inquired, Xingyao, where have you been these past few days? Why did you block me? As she spoke, she produced her phone, which displayed a staggering 10,086 messages, each marked with a glaring red exclamation point, showcasing the extent of Dongfang Yao's enchantment. You are exceedingly bothersome, Long Xingyao replied, her brow furrowing slightly. What? You find me bothersome? Dongfang Yao seemed struck, frozen in place as if turned to stone. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. The crowd looked up to behold a massive spacecraft silently hovering above them, its presence seemingly materialized from nowhere. A voice resonated from the vessel, belonging to Xianyuan Fenghua. Ladies and gentlemen, please board the spacecraft in an orderly fashion. We are about to embark on a special reward quest. Beams of light manifested, forming an ethereal staircase connecting the ground to the spacecraft. The onlookers were left in astonishment, clearly unprepared for the revelation that their mode of transport would be a cosmic vessel. This marvel is capable of traversing the cosmos. Shortly thereafter, under the command of Xianyuan Fenghua, a systematic queue began to form as they embarked upon the celestial vessel. The first individual to ascend the staircase tentatively tested the luminous panel beneath his feet, only to discover its remarkable sturdiness. After several minutes, 50 individuals successfully boarded the spacecraft. Before them stood a man clad in armor. He was none other than the formidable General Shui, Xianyuan Fenghua. This time, the special reward instance is led by him. Greetings to all. I trust you are familiar with my presence. I shall serve as your guardian on this occasion. Before we embark on our journey to the instance, it is essential to gather the others. After all, this endeavor concerns the entire alliance, not solely the kingdom of Longsha. Thus, we must navigate the airship to various locations around the globe to collect those awakened individuals who have qualified. Soon, on the airship, points of light began to coalesce into a force field shield, enveloping the entire vessel. 3 seconds later, accompanied by a silent acceleration of the force field, we found ourselves at the boundary of Longsha's territory in the blink of an eye. This spacecraft represents the latest marvel of the Alliance's spiritual technology, boasting a speed that defies imagination. Without a certain level of prowess and the assistance of advanced AI, mastering its navigation proves to be quite the challenge. Before long, the 20 teams finally assembled, 10 hailing from the Dragon Summer Nation, while the remaining 10 comprised representatives from various nations within the alliance. The other countries had fervently vied for these 10 slots during the alliance conference, driven by a fervor akin to a bloodlust. The novice special reward dungeon is no trivial matter. Those who glean benefits from it might even ascend to the rank of demigod, or with a stroke of fortune, attain godhood itself. Regrettably, the Dragon Summer Nation is no longer what it once was, given their strength and the influential figures looming above them. It is a remarkable feat that they have not yet been extinguished. Soon, the 20 teams gathered together, yet in contrast to the Dragon Summer Nation. The teams from other nations appeared somewhat constrained. However, a few among them exuded an air of arrogance, evidently believing that their qualifications for this novice reward dungeon would have been unattainable were it not for their association with the Dragon Summer Nation. The subtle hostility emanating from these teams did not elicit any response from the representatives of the Dragon Summer Nation. Over the course of 3 centuries, the disparity had long been established, and they paid little heed to the gazes cast upon them. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to remain vigilant towards these particular teams. One can never be too sure of their intentions. This bears historical lessons. Although the outcome is favorable, General Shunwei, what is our destination this time? As the final team gathered, preparations were underway to venture towards the location of the novice reward dungeon. One member of a team inquired with curiosity, Venus. Xian Yuanfengbo replied quietly. With the current strength of humanity, we have long been capable of traversing the cosmos. However, due to certain reasons, even with semi-divine power, we cannot escape the solar system. Beyond our solar system lies great terror. The barrier of the solar system protects us from external horrors, simultaneously preventing our departure from it. Fortunately, Blue Star has now become a transit hub among the myriad realms, allowing us to acquire other resources without leaving the solar system. Not to mention the dungeons that can refresh infinitely and even specifically produce various resources. Humanity has achieved travel within the solar system, albeit limited to the Moon and Mars. Both celestial bodies had been developed over a century ago, transforming into new habitats for humanity, all under the dominion of Longxia. After a century of recuperation and the professionalization of the populace, our physical capabilities have significantly enhanced, better equipping us to overcome the challenges of survival in outer space. As Xian Yuanfengbo's words fell, the propulsion engines of the spiritual power vessel ignited. With a flash of turquoise light and a gentle rumble, it shot forth at an inconceivable speed, swiftly exiting Blue Star and heading towards Venus. In an instant, only a turquoise silhouette remained, dissipating shortly after. The journey through space was secure. No foolhardy individual would dare assault a vessel guarded by a semi-divine powerhouse. Merely 5 minutes later, they arrived at the vicinity of Venus, which had also been transformed, its environment now suitable for human habitation. In due time, Venus would surely become another sanctuary for mankind. Upon disembarking from the spiritual power vessel, the group beheld a colossal portal, the entrance to the novice reward dungeon. The ancient script was intricately carved upon the door. Lin Bei glanced up and deduced that the 3 characters inscribed were Southern Heaven Gate. Since the awakening of spiritual essence from its seal, everything within the solar system has reverted to its former state. Opportunities presented by deities from our great Xia and even other nations have manifested within the solar system. This Southern Heaven Gate represents the fortune bestowed by our national deity. By entering, you may have the chance to acquire legacy stones or various rare materials. However, monsters reside within. Though not particularly formidable, they serve as suitable training targets. Xian Yuanfengbo approached and placed a key into the door's aperture. Points of light converged, transforming into lines that traced the carvings on the door. Eventually, the inscriptions glowed in unison, and the dungeon's entrance swung open. A wave of energy washed over everyone present, as the key had registered their eligibility. Following this sweep, they vanished, entering the dungeon. When Lin Bei opened his eyes, he found himself within the Southern Heaven Gate, alongside the other 3 members of his team. It appeared that as long as they were grouped, they would remain together. Lin Bei silently remarked upon seeing the trio. With the others absent, we have merely 1 day. After this time, we shall be teleported out. Wang Chongnong glanced at the system panel, noting the countdown for exit. Although they could also leave early, doing so would preclude re-entry into the Southern Heaven Gate. The group surveyed their surroundings, discovering the area littered with ruins, reminiscent of a battlefield aftermath. Where to now? Perhaps we should head to the Do Shua Palace or the Peach Blossom Garden, Lin Bei mused, stroking his chin. After all, these 2 locations were particularly renowned. The Do Shua Palace was laden with treasures, while his interest in the peach blossom garden stemmed from a desire to see if the famed peaches were present. However, they were unaware of the directions to either place and could only proceed as opportunities arose. Meanwhile, within the reward's secret realm of the Southern Heaven Gate, the team from the Mei Empire randomly materialized in a certain location of the realm. Having successfully entered the Southern Heaven Gate, they could commence their plan, cackling with glee. The 5 individuals were shrouded in dark energy, ultimately transforming into void beasts of level 30. Unlike the novice boss dungeon assaults faced by Longxia, other nations had also been subject to the stealthy incursions of the Void Sect. For instance, the Mei Empire, upon entry, fell victim to the primitive void creatures of the sect, merging with them to become void beasts. Yet, due to the success of their fusion, they could remain concealed, leaving no trace of their transformation. Thus, these 5 void beasts successfully infiltrated the reward dungeon, having received word that the current reward dungeon was indeed the Southern Heaven Gate. This is an opportunity replica bestowed upon humanity by the Eastern deities. The environment within this replica is not genuine. Rather, it is a mere imitation. However, the opportunities contained within are undeniably authentic. There exists a subtle connection between the two. Their objective is to locate the core of the Southern Heavenly Gate replica and corrupt it, thereby exerting further influence on the true Southern Heavenly Gate. The core typically resides in the most energy-rich areas within the secret realms. Moreover, ordinary methods are utterly incapable of uncovering the core. However, the void creatures are distinct. They possess an innate ability to perceive energy with remarkable acuity, allowing them to detect the locations of the highest energy concentrations within the entire replica. Fortunately, the Southern Heavenly Gate has defined boundaries. Otherwise, even with such heightened perception, locating the core would still prove challenging. "Ha ha ha, we have found it," exclaimed a twisted figure, its entire form cloaked in purple, resembling the withered bark of a tree, with a single azure eye gazing forth. The team commenced their journey towards the area of heightened energy density. Upon entering the Southern Heavenly Gate replica, each individual was granted their own unique opportunity. Even materials found along the way could potentially be of blue quality or higher. Not to mention, those fortunate enough might even discover a legacy stone passed down by a deity. However, due to having awakened their professions, even if they utilize the legacy stones, they will not inherit the corresponding professions. At most, they will acquire skills that are compatible with them from the stones. Of course, if they choose not to use the legacy stones, they can retain them and present them to the state in exchange for other resources. After all, professions derived from divine legacies are not to be underestimated. They possess the potential to ascend to demigod status. Starting with a purple profession is the true strength of utilizing legacy stones. An hour passed, and Lin Bei's explosive squad traversed numerous locations. Along the way, they encountered other teams who, upon realizing they were facing Lin Bei's explosive squad, exhibited a degree of reverence. With 100,000 points accumulated, although the means by which they achieved it remained a mystery, it was clear they were not to be trifled with. Thus, the first instinct of those they encountered was to avoid Lin Bei's group. However, a few audacious individuals chose to follow them instead. Shang Guanhua, Dongfang Yao, Zhao Taizhu, and Zhuge Guixing formed one such group. Upon encountering Lin Bei's explosive squad, they did not retreat. Instead, they approached directly. As Dongfang Yao put it, "It's better to have more people for assistance." Each member had their own unique opportunities. For instance, Zhao Taizhu found himself at the Southern Heavenly Gate upon their arrival. Sensing the energy, he made his way towards the gate. After a flash of brilliance, he successfully obtained the legacy of the giant spirit god. His profession aligned perfectly with this legacy, granting him the skill, giant spirit manifestation. He also acquired a demigod-level weapon of red quality, the Xinhua axe, which is capable of growth. Once the team convened, Lin Bei appointed Lin Miao Miao as the guide, given her profession as a luck walker. Since they were unsure of their destination, meandering about seemed prudent. 5 hours elapsed, and the group of 8 explored various locales. In particular, Zhuge Guixing experienced an enhancement of his core skill after passing by the Star Palace. Dongfang Yao, upon passing the Jade Pool, acquired a red quality growth weapon, the Qingwan sword. Shang Guanhua, while traversing the alchemy chamber of the Doshui Palace, discovered another flame, the Sixting Divine Fire. After encountering a dilapidated cauldron, Lin Miao Miao, within the Hall of Relationships, stumbled upon her own opportunity, unlocking a new skill, Destiny of Union. Only Lin Bei, Long Xingyao, and Wang Chongyang remained without opportunities. However, the trio was not anxious. After all, only 6 hours had passed, leaving 18 more to explore. What is this place? Wang Chongyang inquired, glancing at the surrounding ruined structures with curiosity. The group began searching for any identifying plaques. Soon, Lin Miao Miao located a battered sign. Fortunate that it had not been entirely destroyed. Bullfighting Palace? It is said to be the dwelling of Erlangchen. Should we venture inside? Why not? As they entered the bullfighting palace, it bore no distinction from the dilapidated buildings outside, all having weathered the ravages of war. At that moment, Wang Chongyang felt a calling and broke away from the group, heading toward a particular direction. The others soon realized something significant was afoot. Before long, Wang Chongyang returned, his face alight with joy as he greeted his companions. What treasure have you acquired? As Wang Chongyang's close friend, Lin Bei was well aware of his nature. The presence of a beaming smile could only indicate the acquisition of something extraordinary. Can you guess? I can guess nothing, Lin Bei responded, unimpressed. Now standing before you is the inheritor of the divine legacy of the great sage of the Jiangkou, the illustrious Yang Jian. With that, a three-pointed, two-edged blade materialized in Wang Chongyang's hand, and he began to wield it with skill and grace. What remarkable fortune you possess. The others expressed their envy, particularly Zhao Taizhu, who, despite having also received a legacy, was granted only that of the giant spirit god, while Wang Chongyang had inherited the renowned warrior of the heavenly courts. Though Zhao Taizhu felt envious, he was nonetheless content with his own legacy. After all, with the skilled giant spirit manifestation, his overall capabilities would see a substantial enhancement, enabling him to serve effectively in the front line. Wang Chongyang grinned broadly. Upon closer inspection, one could see he was quite handsome, though slightly less so than Lin Bei. In addition to acquiring the three-pointed, two-edged blade, a red-quality weapon capable of growth, he also obtained the skill, Heaven and Earth Manifestation. The acquisition of skills is selective. At level 10, he did not awaken any profession skills, and thus, upon receiving the legacy, he successfully gained a legacy skill. When he reaches level 20, should fortune favor him with a professional skill, he will have the option to choose between the legacy skill and the professional skill. This is the remarkable prowess of the inheritor. The skill Heavenly Law and Earthly Principles is no ordinary ability. It begins with a golden quality. This directly propels him, who is already a formidable tank, towards an evolution of unparalleled resilience. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that after inheritance, his combat capabilities will also experience a significant enhancement. Miao Miao, please select a position to advance. After Wang Chongyang adjusted his thoughts, Lin Bei called out to Lin Miao Miao. Lin Miao Miao nodded, then pointed with her finger and softly chanted. Wherever the little rooster points, that is where we shall go. Let us go. This way. The group had no objections. They had witnessed Lin Miao Miao's remarkable talent for leadership. In a place devoid of maps and uncertain fortunes, having Lin Miao Miao, the embodiment of luck, as their guiding companion was truly delightful. One can ascertain the abundance of rewards through the expressions of the crowd, truly a bountiful return. This is the locale where the energy of the South Heavenly Gate secret realm is most plentiful. Behold, 5 grotesque and peculiar phantoms have arrived before a magnificent and grand hall. Despite the ravages of war that have marred many areas, the central plaque remains unscathed. Inscribed upon it are 4 ancient characters, Ling Xiao Baodian. Let us commence our actions, striving to infiltrate the core of the secret realm. This marks a crucial step in the conspiracy of the Void Cult. Should they succeed in infiltrating the core, even a slight influence over the true Southern Heaven Gate can be achieved. The Southern Heaven Gate serves as a bastion against the onslaught of their void creatures, standing as their foremost adversary. Thus, they resort to this method of incursion to disrupt the normal operations of the Southern Heaven Gate. Even the slightest success could yield profoundly different consequences. Along their path, they deliberately evaded the gaze of other teams to prevent any unforeseen incidents. At last, the time has come to reveal their presence. The leader of the void creatures extended an arm resembling a withered branch, reaching towards the central seat within the Lingxiao Palace. In an instant, the power of the void erupted, affecting the flow of energy in the surrounding area. Concurrently, the secret realm of the Southern Heaven Gate began to tremble. An air of uncertainty enveloped everyone, as they sensed a cataclysmic force descending upon them. The source of this power lay within the Lingxiao Palace itself. The void creatures sensed this influx of energy, but displayed no signs of panic. It was merely the divine consciousness of a deity. The descending force perceived the actions of the void creatures and wished to intervene, yet found itself powerless to do so. The order of power compelled it to watch helplessly as they moved. Cackling, the void creature declared, "Awaken, energy core." With a delicate grasp, the fabric of space was torn asunder, revealing a core of a replica radiating a spectrum of dazzling colors in the void. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. It is hardly surprising that, following their emergence, the entire Jiang city prepared themselves so rigorously. Someone has actually discovered this place. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Our plan has already been set in motion. As for you, should you choose not to intervene, you may witness the fruition of our endeavor. Indeed, you too could become a member of the Void sect. Among the 5 enigmatic beings of the Void, one of the yellow-skinned figures, with arms crossed over its chest, responded. Its violet eyes shimmered with a faint glimmer of eager anticipation. At that moment, a notification sounded in the ears of Lin Bei and his companions. Ding dong. Entering special state. Team limit unlocked. 8. This signifies that the maximum number of participants in a team has rapidly reached 8. Clearly, it is the imposing force that exerts its influence, capable of affecting the dungeon to a certain extent. His inability to take action does not imply that he cannot influence the dungeon. Furthermore, within the entire instance, everyone heard the system announce that it had entered a special state, automatically granting them a quest to vanquish the void monsters, protect the core from harm, and receive specific rewards. The location of the quest is situated at the very heart of the South Heaven Gate dungeon, the Lingxiao Palace. Let us form a team. Lin Bei directly extended an invitation to Shang Wanhua, swiftly assembling a new party. Shang Wanhua did not decline and clicked to accept. Instantly, the avatars of Shang Wanhua and the other 3 appeared beneath the 4-person team display. The team formation was successful. This implies that their respective skills will not harm one another. Since you have chosen to take action, do not blame us. The prowess of these 5 void beings had reached level 30, all possessing an exquisite purple quality. Under the pressure of their levels, they believed themselves to be invincible, even when confronted by 8 individuals. However, Lin Bei harbored no affection for these void beings. His family had been shattered due to an assault by the Void sect. Thus, upon encountering the void beings, he sought to extract some compensation. Group shield spell. In an instant, everyone felt a thin veil of protection enveloping their bodies. As long as the shield remained intact, they would be unharmed. Shang Wanhua and his companions found this new phenomenon rather intriguing, for it was their first encounter with such a tangible shield. Yet, upon glancing at their shield values, they were astounded. Over 3 million in shield value? Was this a cheat? Not only Shang Wanhua, but even Zhuge Guanxing looked at Lin Bei with eyes wide in disbelief. Wang Chongyang and Lin Miaomiao, however, appeared somewhat composed, having witnessed Lin Bei's capabilities during their recent adventures together. Meanwhile, Long Xingyao was equally astonished, clearly not expecting Lin Bei's support skill to be so formidable. It was a stark contrast to their first battle, where Lin Bei's support skills, although potent, had some limitations. Back then, the Dragon Squad had almost eliminated Wang Chongyang. But now, with a shield value exceeding 3 million, and a genuine shield at that, it meant all damage would first be absorbed by this authentic shield. She simply could not fathom how the 5 void beings, relying on their level supremacy, could possibly defeat them. The void beings, oblivious to the shifting sentiments of the group, reveled in their level advantage. Let us strike. Since they refuse to join our void sect, they shall all perish. The purple void being, responsible for the invasion, cast a glance at the group and spoke quietly before intensifying their assault. Do you dare to act before me? Lin Bei directed a silence towards the purple void being. A precise silence shattered the void being's skill, leaving it in a state of confusion for 3 seconds. Generally, skills would diminish in effectiveness when a lower-level entity faced a higher one. However, Lin Bei's skill level was so elevated that it broke this constraint. 3 seconds were rendered as 3 seconds. The purple void being was forced to halt its skill, clutching its head in disarray. Its core invasion had reached an impasse. Seeing this, the red void being unleashed a dark red magical array, enveloping everyone within. Dark prison cage. Within the area of effect, all attributes of the group were reduced by 50, and their maximum health diminished by 1 each second. A wave of despair washed over them, and upon checking their status, they discovered their attributes had indeed plummeted by 50%. Fortunately, while their maximum health was being deducted, Lin Bei's genuine shield ensured that the deducted health was accounted for first by the shield, even with the highest health among them. The damage was insufficient to disturb the shield's integrity. Although the dark prison cage directly impacted their overall values, the accompanying sense of dread threatened to impair their performance. Moonlight Blessing. Lin Bei swiftly cast a moonlight blessing over the group. A beam of moonlight emanated from him, suspended high above them. Wherever the moonlight shone, the negative effects on the group vanished instantly. Concurrently, Lin Bei retrieved the divine artifact, the azure flute, and began to play a melody. A tune of eternal love resonated through the air. The group felt a wave of relief wash over them. As their status bars displayed boosts of 30 in attack power, 20 in movement speed, and a 10% reduction in skill cooldown. During the performance, Lin Bei entered an unselectable state. The sound waves morphed into sonic tides, surging towards the 5 void beings, inflicting a mere 10 points of magical damage per second, though modest. It was highly insulting. Upon hearing the melody from Lin Bei's flute, the void beings experienced profound discomfort. Divine power. Indeed, the azure flute inherently radiated an aura of divine power, which repelled the void energy, causing the void beings to become extremely agitated, yearning to tear Lin Bei apart. Suddenly, the blue void being conjured a sharp blade, vanishing in an instant. The next moment, it appeared behind Lin Bei before anyone could react. Void Hunter's Slash. The group turned to see the blue void being wielding the Void Hunter's knife, poised to strike Lin Bei. Without hesitation, Long Xingyu transformed into her dragon form. A 17-meter-long white dragon emerged, diving towards the foe. The blue void being smirked, "You think you can stop me?" Yet, as it descended to deliver its blow, Lin Bei remained composed, continuing to play the melody of eternal love. The Void Hunter's knife sliced through Lin Bei's form as if it were merely air. He remained unselectable. The blue void being was flabbergasted. What? How is this possible? Who could have anticipated that among them? There existed someone capable of mastering unselectable skills at such a low level. Skills of this nature were typically reserved for those of divine caliber. How could a mere level 19 human be so exceptional? With the attack missing its mark, the follow-up skills of the Void Hunter's slash could not be activated. Only upon successfully striking a target and eliminating it could the skill refresh and amplify its damage by 50%, stacking up to 5 times. A failed hit resulted in a 1-second immobilization. Now, with the skill wasted, the blue void being found itself frozen for a second. Helplessly watching as Long Xingyu charged at it with the Dragon God Dive. Boom. The blue void being was struck by the white dragon. Its decayed wooden body cracking with a resounding impact. Minus 10,086. It had breached the defense, while the damage remained relatively low. The fact that it could penetrate defenses signified a potential threat. Initially assuming they faced merely a low-level team, they now realized the gravity of the situation. Quick. Eliminate that woman. Although Long Xingyu possessed a beauty that could captivate hearts, to the void beings, it was less substantial than mere destruction. They were unaware of the concept of cherishing beauty. The other void beings, regaining their composure, prioritized their assault on Long Xingyu. Meanwhile, a green void being stealthily vanished, seemingly plotting something sinister. Due to their elevated levels, the void beings' reaction speeds far surpassed those of Lin Bei's group. After all, they had achieved a 4th-tier status, while Lin Bei's team only ranked at 2nd tier, an overwhelming 2-tier advantage. Long Xingyu's ability to inflict damage had already astonished them, and they could not allow her to pose any threat. Everyone, let us act. The battle was triggered in a mere 5 seconds, and everyone, regardless of their speed, had already reacted. Zhuge Guanning and Lin Miaomiao, the 2 support players, immediately unleashed their ultimate abilities to enhance the team's damage output. Dongfang Yao, wielding the Qingwan sword, transformed into the Qingwan sword immortal and cast the skill Qingwan 7 kills, charging towards the blue void creature. Although her skill lacked true damage, the Qingwan sword did not. After inflicting 10 strikes of minus 10 damage upon the blue void creature, it instantly transformed into true damage. Minus 2,666. The damage continued to escalate. It was indeed true damage. The blue void creature was taken aback, clearly unprepared for the astonishing skill of this low-level team it had previously underestimated. As for that individual with the million-point shield, it was one thing, but a mere level 17 woman could inflict over 10,000 points of damage, and this little one was even more formidable, capable of dealing true damage. It was destined to perish. The individuals here must remain. Otherwise, should they ascend to divinity in the future, they would undoubtedly pose a tremendous threat to the void lineage. Shangguanhua unleashed the Red Lotus Hellfire, complemented by the newly acquired 6 Ding Divine Fire, hurling it towards the Azure Void creature. The Red Lotus Hellfire diminished its recovery speed, while the sixth-ding divine fire not only burned but also consumed its vitality. Zhao Taizhu and Wang Chongyang exchanged a knowing glance and charged towards the blue void entity to swiftly eliminate this intruder in their ranks. Giant spirit transformation. They cried in unison, invoking their inherited skills. Zhao Taizhu's form elongated, armor forged from energy enveloped him, and his blooming axe expanded in kind. With the force of a mountain, he struck down upon the azure void creature. Meanwhile, Wang Chongyang's form dissipated, only to materialize as a towering giant clad in white armor. Adorned with a golden vertical eye at his brow, wielding a trident blade, he swung fiercely at the blue void creature. Lightning crackling upon his weapon as he unleashed a devastating strike. Several blows landed directly upon the azure entity, which was preparing to escape using a skill. Even it, of a higher level, felt compelled to evade such an onslaught, for failure to do so would surely lead to its demise. Attempting to flee? Lin Bei, who was playing an instrument, sensed the situation and activated his binding skill. Immobilized, the skills converged, creating a thunderous resonance. With a roar of defiance, the blue void creature sustained severe injuries, teetering on the brink of death. The other void creatures were caught off guard. Astonished that Lin Bei's team could nearly annihilate the azure entity in a single burst of power, the crimson void creature immediately cast a powerful healing spell, striving to salvage the nearly expired blue creature. At that moment, its dwindling health surged back to a safe threshold. However, before the azure entity could utter a threatening word, Wang Chongyang and Zhao Taizhu advanced, weapons raised, striking at the blue void creature. Wang Chongyang even activated his taunt skill. Upon its activation, the azure creature, which had intended to teleport away, found itself uncontrollably swinging towards Wang Chongyang. Armed with a void hunter's blade, it aimed to cleave Wang Chongyang, only to have him parry with his trident blade. Behind him, Long Xingyao exhaled crimson dragon flames, attempting to incinerate the azure creature to ashes. Binding. Silence. Multiple castings. Lin Bei, not one to remain idle, unleashed skills upon the void creatures, focusing primarily on the blue and red entities. In an instant, the crimson void creature, which had aimed to rescue the blue entity trapped within the enemy ranks, fell to heavy silence, its skills muted for an astonishing 3 seconds. As the chaos effect took hold, both entities ceased their resistance. Ultimately, the azure void creature fell to the combined might of the 8. The yellow void creature, witnessing this, seethed with rage, unable to fathom that these 8, whose power was 2 tiers below theirs, could vanquish the blue entity. They must not be allowed to grow, otherwise it would spell disaster for their void clan. In a flash, the yellow void creature vanished, entering a state of concealment. Lin Bei, with his multitasking skills, kept a vigilant watch over the remaining void entities. However, he was puzzled by the absence of 2. Could it be a trap? With his insightful eye, his gaze shimmered with blue light as calculations unfolded. The effect of breaking concealment activated. The yellow void creature, brandishing the Soul Reaver, stealthily approached Lin Miao, evidently perceiving her as the weakest link, the easiest to eliminate. With his level 32 prowess, dispatching the level 19 Lin Miao would be a trivial task. Mark. Upon spotting the yellow void creature poised to ambush, Lin Bei swiftly activated his skill, a breaking concealment mark materializing upon the yellow creature's forehead, preventing it from re-entering concealment for the duration of the mark. The yellow void creature, caught off guard by Lin Bei's unexpected ability, found it to be a significant countermeasure. Yet, he had already reached Lin Miao. There was no hope of saving her. While Lin Miao bore a genuine shield, the yellow creature possessed a shield-breaking skill. Each strike would not only diminish the shield by 20, but also inflict damage equivalent to 10 times the shield's lost value upon her health. With the thorned armor and Lin Bei's Holy Heart skill augmenting the damage reduction to 86, the overwhelming power still managed to deplete Lin Miao's health entirely. Lin Miao gazed in disbelief at her chest, feeling a sharp pain, yet her health had not completely extinguished. Ding! The core skill of the Lucky Walker, Lucky Star, activated. Lucky Star LV 2. Purple increases the target's critical hit rate by 35, augments critical damage by 50, and slightly enhances luck. Entry 1. Health depleted, triggering the Fate effect, granting immunity to death for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 day. Entry 2. Upon being attacked, forcibly repel the attacker. Entry 3. Apply the Fate effect to the augmented target. After landing a blow on Lin Miao, the yellow void creature found his body abruptly repelled, only to trigger the retaliation effect of the thorned armor. The damage potent enough to slay Lin Miao also obliterated the level 32 yellow void creature. The yellow entity experienced a jolt of pain before vanishing within the southern Skygate instance. The others were horrified upon witnessing Lin Miao Miao's assassination attempt, but sighed in relief when they saw she had not perished despite her health being fully depleted. They had grown complacent, focusing solely on the blue void creature and neglecting the others. A thorough reflection was in order, and now they must eliminate the remaining void entities. Lin Miao Miao, shaken, felt a warm green glow envelop her, a soothing current coursing through her body, indicating that her cousin had restored her health. "Thank you, cousin," she said, nervously patting her hair. "No problem," Lin Bei replied with a nod, contemplating that while his skills were formidable, the incident with the yellow void creature served as a valuable lesson. Skills were numerous, and the existence of entries meant that a single skill could manifest in thousands of different effects. Just as the yellow void creature's shield-breaking effect demonstrated, fixed at 20. Yet capable of converting shield damage into forced health loss. Had Lin Miao Miao not possessed the fate effect, granting her 3 seconds of immunity to death, she would have required resurrection spells to bring her back. However, even the prospect of death without revival was not a significant concern. In the realm of reward instances, death incurs no punitive consequences. At worst, one is merely expelled from the reward realm. Due to the demise of the void creature, the individual was unceremoniously ejected from the South Heavenly Gate instance. Xianyuan Fengbo was momentarily taken aback. Yet he swiftly regained his composure upon the sudden appearance of the blue void creature, promptly apprehending it. A demigod-level powerhouse such as him would undoubtedly overwhelm a mere 4th-tier void creature. Although the suppression was effortless, Xianyuan Fengbo realized that an anomaly had arisen within the reward instance. "Be vigilant. Seal the surrounding area. The void sect has emerged." Before he could finish his command, a yellow void creature was also expelled in swift succession. Xianyuan Fengbo effortlessly subdued it as well. Owing to the nature of the reward instance and the fact that they were void creatures rather than void beasts, their intelligence had not been entirely obliterated. Upon capture, they instinctively resorted to self-detonation. However, Xianyuan Fengbo possessed ample experience in dealing with such entities. The most vexing aspect of the void sect was their utter disregard for their own lives. After all, death was merely a temporary setback before their inevitable resurrection. Yet, upon revival, they would lack any semblance of intelligence, rendering them entirely new beings. Nevertheless, even as new entities, they would remain steadfast in pursuing their original will. Do you truly believe you can achieve self-detonation? An expert can discern the possibilities with a mere flick of the wrist. He ensnared the void creature, which had intended to explode, with an unyielding grip. Its power was instantly restrained, rendering it immobile. Additionally, a specialized set of binding shackles materialized in his grasp, effectively obstructing the flow of energy within the creature. The inability to channel its power signified a thwarting of its self-detonation attempt. It had been captured alive. At this moment, Xianyuan Fengbo noticed that the strength of the 2 void beasts had surprisingly reached level 32. If his memory served him right, the highest level of those who had entered was merely 20. Who could possess such formidable power? Lin Bei? The name of the young man who had summoned the Mountain Lord in the recorded footage immediately sprang to his mind. If it were indeed him, there was a possibility that he could eliminate them, detain them accordingly, and remember to treat them with the utmost respect. Yes, General, within the Nantan Gate instance. Inside the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, 2 of the void beasts had already been expelled following their continuous demise, leaving only 2 remaining. No, it should be 3. One had mysteriously vanished. Yet, there was certainly nothing auspicious about that. They must be eliminated. The whereabouts of that green void beast were unknown, but first, they would deal with the remaining 2, and then pursue the elusive one. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire Nantan Gate instance. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, enveloping the space in a shroud of shadow. It was a darkness devoid of light, capable of consuming all radiance. Several bolts of purple lightning erupted from the heavens, revealing the silhouette of the green void beast. Sacrifice. The green void creature unexpectedly sacrificed its own body, resulting in the swift arrival of high-level void monsters. Moreover, having sought refuge in a hidden location, the sacrificial skill had already been activated, and it was now beyond any means of cessation. Lin Bei attempted to employ a silent skill, but to no avail. The skill had long been set into motion, and the green void creature had irrevocably become a sacrificial offering, completely perished, unable to escape the confines of the instance. As the void split open, a pitch-black dragon claw emerged, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that drowned out Lin Bei's flute playing. Ultimately, a colossal black dragon, measuring 100 meters in length and radiating an ominous aura, descended. A void monster. Furthermore, a void creature that had assimilated a dragon. Dragons, regardless of their locale, are always among the pinnacle of existence. Astonishingly, this dragon's level had reached LV 50, a 6th-tier power. Within this novice instance, it represented a devastating disparity in strength. Even if Lin Bei possessed formidable skills, overcoming such a foe would indeed prove challenging. Ha ha ha, although Harvey has sacrificed himself, he has afforded us time. Come. Assist me in continuing the invasion of the core. The purple void creature exclaimed to the red void creature. As for the remainder, as long as this void monster persists, there would be no issues. A mere 2nd-tier human could hardly contend with them. After the darkness receded, light returned as the giant dragon soared, circling above the celestial palace. Its gaze was piercing, intensely fixated on Lin Bei and his companions, particularly on Long Xingyao. Currently in her dragon form, Long Xingyao, at a mere 17 meters in length, appeared as diminutive as a dragon hatchling when compared to the 100-meter giant. The dragon's might. The unique pressure of the dragon race bore down upon all, with Long Xingyao feeling the brunt of it. As a member of the dragon lineage herself, facing a dragon of superior strength naturally rendered her momentarily powerless to resist. Yet, she did not surrender. She steadfastly endeavored to confront the looming black dragon above. Initially, she had intended to coordinate with others to showcase her new skills, but that now seemed futile. Lin Bei, gazing at the level 50 black dragon above, an entity of golden quality, wondered if summoning the Mountain Lord could lead to victory. Perhaps it was worth a try. Please. Summon the divine. Lin Bei silently chanted, activating the summoning skill. At that very moment, here lies the true southern heavenly gate, tasked with safeguarding against the assaults of the void monsters. Oh no, third prince. The core of the instance we deployed to the lower realm has been invaded. The king of Broad-Eye, Emoli Hong, hurriedly approached a youthful figure with delicate features, adorned with 2 flat buns atop his head. The boy, with a bare torso adorned with crimson inscriptions, held a celestial herb in his mouth, reclining leisurely upon the southern heavenly gate while playing a gentle melody. This individual was none other than Neza, the third prince. Upon hearing Emoli Hong's words, he opened his eyes with a hint of impatience. The barely concealed killing intent within his half-closed gaze caused the celestial soldiers to break into a cold sweat. Emoli Hong, sensing the atmosphere, felt a shiver run down his spine. Is there trouble? Will it affect the southern heavenly gate? Surely it must. Really? Neza's eyes sparkled with excitement. And in an instant, 2 additional heads and 6 arms manifested. The magic silk, the universe circle, the fire-pointed spear, the 9-dragon flame shield. And the golden brick appeared in his hands. With a light leap, the wind and fire wheels materialized beneath his feet, spinning wildly while emitting the 3 mystical fires. At last, the tedium was dispelled. Neza had been exceedingly bored for quite some time, and now, the thought that the southern heavenly gate might be under siege by those void demons was exhilarating. At this moment, excitement surged among the crowd. Everyone felt a sense of embarrassment, and Emoli Hong even wiped away an imaginary sweat. Truly, he was the foremost god of slaughter in the heavenly realm. And it was fortunate that the heavenly king could restrain him. Otherwise, chaos would have surely ensued. Prince, cease your antics. The pressing matter now is to address the core issues in the lower realms. Ah, so the heavenly court can intervene in the lower realms now? Just 3 years ago, the domain gate had only just been opened. Do you possess the means to intervene? Neza was utterly unconcerned. He was far more eager to engage in a grand battle rather than remain stationed at the southern heavenly gate. He glanced at the other 3 gates, each guarded by venerable elders. Am I that old? Why must a mere child like me be assigned to guard this place? Emoli Hong was at a loss for words. But before he could respond further, he noticed a sudden gleam of joy on Neza's face. The latter then closed his eyes, as if his spirit had transcended the material realm. Meanwhile, in the secret realm of the southern heavenly gate instance, Lin Bei activated his divine summoning skill, embarking on a sweeping search for deities to summon. At that moment, he sensed an immense resistance, which vanished moments later. A multitude of luminous orbs, belonging to various deities, appeared before him. Before Lin Bei could make a selection, one of the light orbs approached and made contact with him. A moment later, Lin Bei opened his eyes, brimming with delight, gazing at the ominous black dragon in the sky, which loomed as if to suppress them. He smiled and declared, "It seems quite fitting. I hereby summon the Grand Marshal of the Central Altar, the great deity of the 3 altars, Neza, the third prince." Descend. Suddenly Lin Bei's eyes widened, and a flicker of crimson lotus light danced within his gaze. He positioned his right hand, with the index and middle fingers raised, 3 centimeters from his lips, and repeated, I hereby summon the Grand Marshal of the Central Altar, the great deity of the 3 altars, Neza, the 3rd prince. Descend. As his words echoed, flames erupted from the void, transforming into a radiant red lotus. Within the blossom, a figure gradually took shape, ultimately materializing as a handsome youth with 3 heads and 8 arms. The youth's 3 pairs of eyes opened, radiating an aura of lethal intent, causing everyone present to tremble in fear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The avatar of the 3rd prince summoned this time is extraordinarily powerful, a level 50 black quality incarnation of the 3rd prince, whose current might can be sustained for a mere 20 seconds. Them? Neza's gaze swept across the gathered crowd, soon landing on the remaining 2 void creatures and a colossal, pitch-black dragon soaring above. With a disdainful snort, Neza hurled a golden brick towards the 2 void beings intent on breaching the core. The brick sliced through the air, and before the 2 preoccupied creatures could react, they were struck down by Neza's projectile. Their souls were shattered, leaving no hope for their physical forms. Wishing to resurrect? Neza seemed to sense something, and with a flick of the Hunyuan silk in his hand, the power of the void creatures was ensnared in an ethereal binding. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Does this not imply that should such a formidable force be encountered in the future, even within a resurrectable realm, certain death would be inevitable? Neza cast a toothy grin towards the crowd, reassuring them, fear not, for the manipulation of such power pertains to the very fabric of rules. It is highly improbable that it would manifest in the lower realms. Only by wielding the power of these rules can one counter the void's essence, preventing their resurgence. Otherwise, given the void race's ability to resurrect indefinitely, the entire world would have long succumbed to their dominion, returning all to the void. There would be no room for resistance or any means of defense. After vanquishing 2 of the void beings intent on invading the core of the realm, Neza's gaze shifted to the colossal dragon hovering above. The events transpired with blinding swiftness. Merely 3 seconds had elapsed. The dragon, realizing the situation, began to react. However, upon sensing the aura emanating from Neza, an inexplicable dread enveloped it, as if a great terror were descending from the heavens. It became painfully aware that this youth before it was its natural nemesis. No, it was its sworn enemy, despite both being of level 50. This boy was a deity of black quality. Even in his divided form, he was beyond its capability to confront. Instantly, the black dragon felt a surge of desperation to flee, simultaneously cursing the wretched green void creature in its heart. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Isn't this a buy one get one free offer? Flee. The black dragon's desire to escape was immediately perceived by Neza. Don't even think about running. It has been ages since I last took action. With a playful smile, Neza felt an inexplicable itch at the mention of dragons. It certainly wasn't due to the East Sea's 3rd prince. With a flick of the Hui Tianling, the infinitely extending red ribbon surged toward the black dragon. It swiftly transformed into 2, then 4, then 8 strands, spreading outwards and ultimately encircling the black dragon's every position. With a final tug, the Hui Tianling began to constrict, binding the black dragon tightly. Flames erupted from the fire-tipped spear in his hand, while beneath him, the wind-fire wheels materialized, accelerating the flames toward the black dragon. With a thrust of the fire-tipped spear, the dragon tendons within the black dragon's body were forcefully extracted. Neza directly grasped it and made a vigorous pull. The black dragon felt its body weaken, uncontrollably plummeting from the heights, issuing a pained roar as if its very lifeblood were seized. While the reverse scale of a dragon is indeed a weakness, the dragon tendons are even more so. Extracting the tendons from the black dragon's body, Neza took a whiff and was immediately struck by revulsion. Truly a stench of rotten fish and spoiled shrimp. He tossed the tendons aside, showing no interest in such inferior quality. However, an idea struck Neza, and he retrieved the tendons once more. They would make a fine scarf for his father. Casting a glance at the half-dead black dragon, Neza brought down the Qianquan circle upon its head. The dragon's skull was instantly reduced to dust, its life extinguished. Even its soul was dispersed by Neza, unable to revive. After completing his task, Neza's gaze fell upon the dazed crowd. He slightly reined in his malevolent aura. Why have you all fallen silent? Are you stunned into silence? Neza felt a twinge of disappointment. These little ones were rather dull-witted. Not at all endearing. Why, you are Neza, the third prince, exclaimed Sahanhua, his face alight with excitement, nearly clinging to Neza's leg. Indeed, it was surprising that someone from the mortal realm recognized him. This was to be expected. However, before he could finish his thought, Neza sensed that he was on the verge of disappearing. He smirked slightly, feeling somewhat unsatisfied at the prospect of returning so soon. How much time has passed? Perhaps only 20 seconds? After casting a glance at the young and fervent Shang Wanhua, he subsequently prodded the center of Shang Wanhua's brow. The true fire of Samadhi. Due to the mismatch between Shang Wanhua's vocation and his innate abilities, even the inheritance left behind proved to be of little utility. However, Shang Wanhua possessed the ability to absorb various flames for enhancement. Thus, Neza bestowed upon him the skill of the true fire of Samadhi. Shang Wanhua's eyes sparkled. His childhood hero had indeed gifted him a skill. Moreover, it was the immensely potent true fire of Samadhi. Neza's gaze swept over Long Xingyu before finally settling on Lin Bei. Kid, remember to call me whenever there's a fight. With that, Neza's figure vanished, leaving Lin Bei's countenance pale, though he gradually regained his composure. One must admit, the summoning skill was extraordinarily powerful, yet it came at a tremendous cost. Meanwhile, Long Xingyao reverted from her dragon form, her expression distinctly different from Lin Bei's, tinged with a hint of fear. Neza's recent gaze had nearly frightened her into a cardiac arrest. She had witnessed the tragic demise of that black dragon, the agonizing scene vividly etched in her memory. Had she not been allied with them, she might genuinely have feared that Neza would, in a fit of pique, extract the dragon's tendons. After several seconds, Lin Bei finally regained his composure, massaging his lower back with a sigh of relief. The toll had indeed been immense, yet he had managed to endure. Following the defeat of the void beasts and the black dragon, a surge of experience flooded into everyone's being, prompting a swift leveling up. Lin Bei's level ascended to 25. All of his skills simultaneously advanced to level 25. Notably, upon reaching level 20, Lin Bei gained 2 additional skill slots. However, fortune did not favor him, as he failed to grasp any vocational skills. After all, it was a mere 50% chance, and one could not demand the impossible. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task. Ding. Dungeon rewards activated. Just then, a voice echoed from the dungeon. Since the task was to resolve the issues within the dungeon, and all the void beasts had been vanquished, the task was deemed complete. Everyone began to receive rewards based on their contribution. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a golden class promotion stone, 10 insight pills, and a golden skill book. Each participant received their respective rewards, and upon viewing the contents, they were all pleasantly surprised, their spirits lifted. Lin Bei was no exception. He had never anticipated acquiring a golden class promotion stone. Such items were virtually non-existent even in the kingdom of Longxia. Whenever they appeared, they were immediately utilized. Moreover, the insight pills were even more remarkable, allowing one to achieve enlightenment on the spot, effectively enhancing skill levels. However, for Lin Bei, the insight pills were akin to a mere delicacy with limited practicality. Did he truly require insight pills to elevate his skill levels? Nevertheless, he was quite curious about the nature of the golden skill book. Upon opening it and taking a glance, Lin Bei promptly learned it and began to refine its attributes. Power of Truth LV. 25. Golden increases the power of truth for a single target, lasting 60 seconds. Each attack inflicts an additional 25 points of true damage and imposes a suppression effect lasting 3 seconds. Each layer of suppression effectively reduces the target's overall recovery by 10, stacking up to a maximum of 5 layers with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Attribute 1. Duration doubled. Attribute 2. Additional 3 layers of suppression. Attribute 3. During the duration of the power of truth. Resilience increases by 35. Attribute 4. When health drops below 5%, execution effect triggers. Although Lin Bei did not acquire a vocational skill upon reaching level 20. He did gain a formidable golden skill, the power of truth. Particularly noteworthy was Attribute 4, which allowed for an execution effect to trigger when health fell below 5%. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. At this moment, the overall output capacity of the entire team has significantly improved. Suddenly, beside them, Long Xingyao transformed into a magnificent white dragon, emitting a mournful cry of agony. The onlookers were taken aback by this unexpected spectacle. Observing the situation, Lin Bei immediately cast a healing spell, but it proved utterly ineffective in alleviating Long Xingyao's suffering. The crowd wore puzzled expressions, clearly bewildered by the unfolding events. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, the scales on Long Xingyao's body began to shed, and her divine form elongated. From her head, 2 small dragon horns started to sprout, and her length ultimately reached 30 meters. Even her dragon body sprouted 2 wings, albeit small in size. This entire transformation lasted a full 10 minutes, and upon completion, Long Xingyao emanated an even more formidable aura. They finally grasped the situation. It was evident that she had received an enhancement to her bloodline from the rewards of the system's dungeon. The royal lineage already possessed dragon blood, specifically that of the legendary Yinglong. Therefore, if she could elevate the concentration of her bloodline, her power would ascend to new heights after utilizing her dragon transformation skills. If Long Xingyao previously possessed only 1% of dragon blood, she now likely boasted 10%. After her metamorphosis, Long Xingyao returned to her human form on the ground. However, unlike before, she now sported 2 petite dragon horns atop her head, and her eyes had transformed into golden pupils. Her bloodline had regressed to an ancestral state. Congratulations! The crowd began to express their felicitations, to which Long Xingyao nodded in acknowledgement. Just moments ago, she had received a drop of true blood from the Yinglong as a reward. Upon its use, she underwent a transformation, and even her dragon form had begun to take on the semblance of the Yinglong. The Yinglong is one of the ancestral dragons, immensely powerful and possessing the ability to create a world, albeit this is merely recorded in ancient texts as myth. Yet now, all myths have become reality. Even if the records are somewhat embellished, they do not diminish the might of the Yinglong. Due to issues with the dungeon's core, although the void creature had been resolved, after the rewards were distributed, no one had the chance to continue exploring, as they were forcibly ejected from the dungeon. It seemed to have entered a maintenance phase. At this moment, those still en route to the Lingxiao treasure hall, oblivious to the situation, suddenly found themselves back in the outside world. The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. Wait. We haven't finished exploring. We haven't even reaped any benefits. Unfortunately, no one paid them any heed, for the dungeon had closed. And no one knew when the South Heaven Gate would open again. Here lies the true Southern Gate, not merely a replica. Mo Lihong gazed in confusion at Neza, who had suddenly closed his eyes, evidently unaware of the circumstances. Your Highness? Your Highness? Mo Lihong shook Neza's shoulder, realizing that Neza's primary consciousness seemed detached from his corporeal form. After a brief span of several seconds, as Mo Lihong scrutinized Neza intently, Neza abruptly opened his eyes. Before Mo Lihong could react, he was sent flying by a powerful kick from Neza. What are you doing, Mo Lihong? Neza exclaimed, startled to find Mo Lihong so close upon awakening. Instinctively, he delivered a swift kick. Mo Lihong's figure soared 100 meters away, crashing into the wall and leaving a deep indentation. Fortunately, the kick lacked overwhelming force. Otherwise, given Neza's strength, the repercussions could have been severe. Your Highness, I feared there might be an unexpected occurrence when your spirit left your body. Thus I felt compelled to observe closely, Mo Lihong replied, a sense of grievance evident in his tone. At that moment, Neza sensed a remarkable surge in his physical prowess, an overall enhancement of at least 30%. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly discerned the cause. It must be linked to his summoning. Your Highness, you have grown stronger. Mo Lihong, having pried himself off the wall, was astonished as he sensed Neza's aura. At their level of existence, enhancing one's strength was a formidable challenge. Countless years had passed, and he had only attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, 150 points, in power. Unlike Neza and his companions, whose transformations in strength seemed almost effortless, now boasting the might of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal, 160 points. Neza had merely traversed an unknown realm with his spirit and returned, only to experience an immediate breakthrough of 30% in strength. Is this reasonable? Not in the slightest. Which benevolent being possesses such easily surmountable strength? Oh, I have grown stronger. Neza senses the power surging within him, a rapid enhancement reminiscent of his earlier, weaker days. Experiencing this transformation once more brings about a refreshing sensation. It seems the lower realms have birthed numerous intriguing phenomena. Were it not for the constraints of the power of order preventing their descent, Neza, with his spirited nature, would undoubtedly have sent a clone to the lower realms for some amusement. Instead, he finds himself confined to the south heavenly gate, guarding it alongside 3 other venerable elders. How dreadfully dull it is to stand watch at the gate, devoid of any excitement. Only during the ruckus caused by that wretched monkey thousands of years ago did he find a semblance of amusement. Gradually, the figure of Lin Bei began to materialize in Neza's mind. Without a doubt, he would eventually encounter Lin Bei. Oh, I almost forgot. Neza retrieved a dragon tendon from his divine essence. Mo Lihong gazed at Neza's actions with intrigue, her astonishment evident upon seeing the object in his hand. No, third prince. Is that not a dragon tendon? The dragon tribe has become formidable, no longer the oppressed race of yore. The primary reason for this transformation is the return of the Yinglong. That ancient deity possesses unfathomable strength, and it is said that the birth of the order system owes part of its existence to him. Now, with a dragon tendon in Neza's grasp, does this not imply that he is drawn from the essence of a dragon? If this were to be discovered, it would undoubtedly lead to the reckoning by the dragon clan. Indeed, it is dragon sinew, albeit not from the celestial dragon clan, but rather from the void creatures. After briefly recounting the recent events to Mo Lihong, Neza began to play with the dragon sinew. Intending to leave the southern heaven gate and seek assistance from the venerable Lao Jun in Do Shui Palace to craft a scarf for his father. After all, he is a dutiful son, and with the recent drop in temperature, what harm is there in gifting his father a scarf? However, the scarf must possess the ability to retract, lest the wind carry it away. Your Highness, you are still on duty. Unfortunately, Neza paid no heed to Mo Lihong, leaving him with no choice but to relay the message to his 3 other close companions. As for informing the great king of the heavenly tower, that was out of the question. Who in the celestial court is unaware of the bond between father and son? Following the distribution of rewards, everyone was unceremoniously expelled from the Southern Heaven Gate instance. In the next moment, all returned to the entrance of the Southern Heaven Gate instance. At that moment, Xianyuan Fengbo, who was suppressing the 2 void creatures, looked on in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of everyone. What was happening? Why had they emerged so soon? And upon closer inspection, it appeared that nearly everyone was present. Were they all eliminated? Suddenly, Xianyuan Fengbo seemed to notice something. Little Princess appeared to be undergoing a transformation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This concealed ability is truly extraordinary, capable of even deceiving demigod-level beings, and among them, there exist those who have mastered the art of sacrifice. Once the ritual of sacrifice is invoked, it summons formidable void creatures. Had it not been for Lin Bei's timely invocation of the deity Neza, it is likely that all present would have faced elimination, and the Southern Heaven Gate instance might have fallen into the hands of the Void Sect. Your Highness, Princess, you have worked hard. Now that the instance has concluded, arrangements will be made for your return journey. Under the direction of Xianyuan Fengbo, the group boarded a spirit-powered vessel to return to Blue Star. Upon their arrival in Dragon City, members of various families awaited their return, including those from the Lin family. As 2 prominent figures from the Lin clan were part of this instant's journey, at long last, they had returned. Wang Chongnong planted his feet firmly on the ground, greedily inhaling the air. Although Venus is the site of the Southern Heaven Gate's reward instance, its air quality is abysmal, rendering it uninhabitable for ordinary individuals. Only awakened beings can linger there for extended periods, yet it is far from suitable for habitation, unless a significant atmospheric transformation occurs, involving the cultivation of green shells and algae, along with the establishment of a sustainable ecosystem. Venus remains an inhospitable wasteland, rife with natural disasters, suitable solely for exploration. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the 10,000 races trial instance. Thus today is a day for recuperation. As the captain, Lin Bei briefed his team on the impending events. So soon? Wang Chongyang pondered, yet it was fortuitous. He flexed his fists, reflecting on the immense fortune acquired within the Southern Heaven Gate instance. He had inherited the legacy of the Divine Lord Erlang. While he could not assume the associated profession, he nonetheless inherited formidable skills. In particular, the ability to manifest heaven and earth ensured that Wang Chongyang would lack for damage output. His capabilities rivaled those of a warrior, resilient and powerful. He had swiftly ascended to the ranks of elite professions. I must enhance my own strength, Lin Bei sighed as he accessed his system panel. His support abilities remained woefully inadequate, and after the encounter with the Void Sect, he recognized his deficiencies similar to Lin Miao Miao's life-saving effects. Otherwise, if faced with more adversaries possessing shield-breaking abilities akin to that yellow void creature, his shield might not only fail to protect his allies, but could potentially become their doom. Fortuitously, his professional quality had reached gold status, granting him 2 additional skill slots. After leveling up to 20, he had also acquired a golden skill book, providing him with a total of 3 skills to learn. A meticulous plan was essential. Miao Miao, Lin Bei. At that moment, Lin Long, responsible for their transportation, approached with a broad smile, having quickly familiarized himself with the events that transpired within the instance. Undoubtedly, his nephew was extraordinarily gifted. However, it was also thanks to him that their Longxia kingdom avoided a significant calamity. Uncle, Dad. Lin Bei and Lin Miao Miao greeted Lin Long as they approached him, accompanied by their teammate Wang Chongyang and Long Xingyao. Following their departure from the Southern Heaven Gate instance, the special team mode had naturally concluded. Are you all unscathed? Of course not. We're perfectly fine. Lin Miao Miao refrained from disclosing her near demise at the hands of the yellow void creature, lest Lin Long insist on inspecting her for any injuries. That's good to hear. This time, we owe you a great deal, Lin Bei. It's nothing. It was my duty. By the way, Uncle, I would like to acquire a few skill books, preferably today. Oh, what type do you require? Without hesitation, Lin Long agreed upon hearing Lin Bei's request. I seek support skill books with life-saving effects, along with purple skill enhancement stones. Additionally, I would like some skills related to group healing, mass displacement, and spatial confinement. The group healing skill book was relatively common and, though somewhat challenging to obtain, persistence could yield results. However, skills featuring life-saving effects, unique group abilities, and spatial confinement were in high demand with limited availability. Fortunately, the Lin family possessed substantial wealth. If they could not procure these items in Blue Star, there were other worlds to explore. Nonetheless, acquiring them within a single day would pose a challenge even for the Lin family. Lin Bei, are you determined to significantly enhance your strength in preparation for tomorrow's 10,000 races trial instance? Indeed, Lin Bei remained uncertain about the kind of teams he might encounter in the trial instance, wondering if he would face any extraordinary races, such as the Western Dragonkin, who shared similarities with Long Xingyao's royal lineage and also possessed dragon transformation abilities, albeit with significantly greater physical prowess. There were also the Titans and other formidable beings. In summary, there would likely be a plethora of unique skills, and thorough preparation was essential to face the forthcoming unknown trials. Rest assured, I will ensure you obtain them. Lin Long then commenced discussions with the various commercial guilds of the Lin family. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is Tianlong City, not Jiangqing. Tianlong City is the residence of Long Xingyao. How could this possibly relate to their return to the Lin family? You are my fiancé, and I am following you. What is the issue? Long Xingyu delicately twirled her hair with her jade-like fingers, meeting Lin Bei's gaze without a trace of fear. However, it was evident that she felt a hint of shyness, as this was the first time she had maintained direct eye contact with Lin Bei for such an extended period. He is truly handsome. After all, with a visage that rivals that of a radiant star and a stature of 6 feet tall, he embodies the essence of a bright and cheerful young man. Who could possibly resist a sunny and lively boy? There is indeed a problem. A significant problem. Long Batian merely intended to cast her into the explosive Sky Squad to gain qualifications for entering the Trial of All Races dungeon. He never contemplated sacrificing his daughter in the process. If one were to return home yet refrain from stepping through the threshold of their own abode, instead trespassing into another's dwelling, what thoughts might the venerable father, Long Batian, entertain? A cold sweat broke out on Lin Bei's brow as he feigned wiping it away and tentatively ventured to explain. After all, this is Tianlong City. Should you remain absent from your own home, what would the sovereign think if he were to discover your absence? Indeed, you speak wisely, Long Xingyao acknowledged, finding merit in Lin Bei's words, and promptly extracted her mobile device to send a message to Long Batian, informing him of her decision to stay at the Lin residence for the night. At that moment, Long Batian was engrossed in a report from Xian Yuan Fenghua. unaware of the extent to which these void sect rascals had entrenched themselves. Fortunately, Lin Bei had taken decisive action, summoning the divine Prince Neza. Otherwise, the Southern Gate's instance might have faced dire repercussions. Your Majesty, if we fail to pinpoint the whereabouts of those void sect miscreants, such incidents are bound to recur. Long Batian lamented, his head throbbing with concern. Without divine intervention, it proved nearly impossible to accurately trace their movements, let alone ascertain their identities. Unless, of course, there existed an artifact capable of precisely probing into the identities of the void sect. Divine power. Among the myriad forces, only divine energy exhibits a potent repulsion against the void. Should we succeed in crafting an instrument to uncover the hidden manifestations of the void sect through divine power, there may yet be a chance to eradicate their presence, at the very least obliterating their activities on Blue Star. What insights have emerged from the Spiritual Energy Research Institute? After years of investigation, they have confirmed that divine power indeed serves as the most effective deterrent against void energy. However, to forge a tangible artifact, the expertise of a celestial master-level craftsman, or even a mechanist, is imperative. In the span of 3 centuries, only one master craftsman has emerged. Yet, this craftsman is currently limited to producing red-quality equipment and cannot fabricate specialized artifacts. Thus, the focus must shift towards cultivating artifact masters in the hopes of developing a tool to locate the void sect. At that very moment, Long Batian's mobile device unexpectedly chimed. This is a ringtone dedicated solely to his beloved little princess, crafted quietly by himself. The sound is reminiscent of Long Xingyo's childhood voice, soft and melodious to the ear. After all, Long Xingyo is his precious darling. As for her several unruly elder brothers, they are unworthy. The chat interface is rather simplistic, indicating that conversations are infrequent. The last message was exchanged 7 days ago. Oh, Yao Yao isn't returning home. She is staying at the Lin family today. Alas, she doesn't even come to check on her old father at the doorstep. Long Batian feels a tinge of sadness, for she is indeed his little cotton-padded jacket. Nevertheless, tomorrow the trial for the myriad races will commence, so it's best to let her foster good relations with her teammates. By the way, is the explosive team fully assembled? Not yet. Xian Yuan Fengbo is somewhat informed, as they still lack one member. Does that lad have any particular targets? Your Majesty, what do you mean? Perhaps recommend a few, based on his preferences. If he dislikes them, he may disregard them. Not to mention, based solely on his daughter's previous performances, there are few among the myriad races who could rival her. Moreover, Xian Yuan Fengbo just mentioned that Long Xingyao's bloodline has undergone a transformation. This transformation further solidifies their royal lineage, tracing back to the lineage of the Yinglong. Should an insurmountable adversary truly arise, it matters not. Once Lin Bei reveals his trump card, one could simply inquire how those newly awakened youngsters intend to counter it. Understood. Xian Yuan Fengbo comprehends Long Batian's intentions. It is merely to provide an opportunity for those on the list to see who is fortunate enough to catch Lin Bei's eye and gain some prestige. After all, the trial for the myriad races contains numerous opportunities, and the first place can even earn substantial rewards from the system. It is said that the rewards for the first place could grant a chance at ascension to godhood. For demigods, becoming deities is arduous. Otherwise, there wouldn't be merely a handful of them among the human race after hundreds of years. Thus, the reward for first place is coveted by all races. Lin Bei's explosive team has already secured a spot, now with one vacancy. If this team were to secure first place, it would imply the emergence of 5 new deities in the future. The foundation would be significantly bolstered by these 5 deities, a tremendous enhancement. Even though the myriad races are currently uniting to fend off the incursions of the void creatures, conflict still persists, as it has always been. It has merely been somewhat restrained. At night, Lin Bei has discovered the whereabouts of the skill books he requires. They consist of 3 skills: Death Resistance, Celestial Shift, and Spatial Seal. Among these, Death Resistance was acquired by the Lin family at a great cost, exchanged with a demigod-level necromancer from the Undying clan. Although it demanded a considerable price for the Lin family, it was merely the consumption of some superfluous assets. Indeed, an entire operational city was exchanged. However, it was not a city from Blue Star, but one from the realm of the necromancer, a place named Jilu. Its development has been quite rapid, but it is now used as a bargaining chip in exchange with the necromancer. Since it is a city from another world, they hold no sentimental attachment. The remaining 2 books, though costly as well, are of little concern to the affluent Lin family. Both were procured at auction, not from the Blue Star auction, but from those held in other realms. Celestial Shift was purchased at an auction in a world with an ancient fantasy backdrop, while Spatial Seal was acquired from an auction in a magical realm. Only the Lin family possesses the wealth to achieve such feats. This also serves as the foundation of the Lin family's unwavering confidence. Upon mastering all the skills, Lin Bei promptly acquired 3 level 25 abilities, elevating each to a purple quality while also refining their attributes. Gazing at his splendid attribute panel, Lin Bei realized that he had gained a modicum of confidence for the upcoming trial of the myriad clans. Although the panel appeared extravagant, Lin Bei was not yet at the stage of disregarding others. He remained acutely aware of the peculiar abilities possessed by that enigmatic yellow phantom. Were it not for Lin Miao Miao's divine effect, he would have been eliminated from the instance long ago. Thus, even with thorough preparation, Lin Bei remained vigilant against the unique skills of others to avert unforeseen complications. Very well. It's time to sleep. Rest well for the upcoming battles against the myriad clans. With that, Lin Bei extinguished the lights and fell into a deep slumber. During the night, the moonlight fell like frost, casting a silvery glow upon the wooden floor through the window. The door creaked open unsurprisingly. Upon awakening, Lin Bei found a beautiful maiden beside him. Her serene sleeping posture was undeniably enchanting. As Lin Bei stirred, the young lady also awakened from her slumber. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and Lin Bei sighed in resignation, clearly anticipating the events that would unfold next. Lin Long gazed pensively at the two emerging from Lin Bei's room, evidently taken aback that the esteemed princess of the Dragon Xia Kingdom would share a chamber with Lin Bei. Had the two perhaps already established a relationship? Lin Xiang refrained from sharing this tidbit with Lin Long, who remained unaware. After breakfast, a figure appeared within the Lin family residence, Xian Yuan Feng Bo. He presented Lin Bei with a list, personally conveying the wishes of the sovereign. Choose whomever you find agreeable from this list. Of course, if none appeal to you, feel free to abstain from selecting anyone. Lin Bei immediately grasped the underlying intention to fill the ranks with personnel, a mere formality of goodwill. Nonetheless, it was inconsequential, merely adding one more member to the team. Scanning the names on the list, Lin Bei ultimately chose Shang Guanhua. After all, he was somewhat familiar with this individual, having previously teamed up with him. Moreover, Shang Guanhua, despite his occasionally fiery temperament, was fundamentally decent and possessed area damage capabilities, qualifying him as a T0 tier damage dealer. Let's go with him, Lin Bei informed Xian Yuan Feng Bo of his choice. The latter nodded but cast a curious glance at Long Xing Yao, seemingly pondering the nature of her proximity to Shang Guanhua. However, he dismissed the thought, perhaps attributing it to his own overthinking. Upon returning to the palace, Xian Yuan Feng Bo reported to Long Batian, who then personally engaged in discussions with the Shangguan clan. Shortly thereafter, Shang Guanhua arrived at the Lin residence. Upon learning he had been selected, his astonishment was palpable. Big shot. You chose me, Shang Guanhua exclaimed, immediately sliding to his knees before Lin Bei, clutching his leg. After witnessing Lin Bei's astonishing support capabilities, Shang Guanhua felt that Zhuge Guixing was inconsequential. They were hardly acquainted. Moreover, let us not forget that his acquisition of the skill Samadhi True Fire was entirely thanks to Lin Bei summoning the third Prince Neza. Without that, he would never have obtained such a formidable ability. Samadhi True Fire LV 1. Purple. Each of your spell attacks automatically inflicts Samadhi True Fire, dealing an additional 100 true damage per hit for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 60 seconds. Attribute 1. Increases spell attack by 20. Attribute 2. Boosts final damage by 10. Attribute 3. Inflicts continuous true damage equal to 50 of attack power for 5 seconds. After acquiring this skill, Shang Guanhua felt as though he had taken flight. Particularly with Attribute 3, his sustained output potential skyrocketed. I regret my choice. Can I select someone else? Lin Bei thought, wanting to cover his face in feigned ignorance of this individual. Did he not notice the bewildered expressions of those present, staring at Shang Guanhua? Had it not been within the confines of the Lin residence, such a display would undoubtedly have gone viral on the streets. Upon hearing Lin Bei's thoughts, Shang Guanhua immediately stood, exclaiming, "No way. I've finally been chosen by Lin Bei. If this were to be returned, it would indeed be a monumental embarrassment." The Shangguan family, after all, is one of the 8 ancient noble families. If word of this were to spread, how could Shang Guanhua possibly navigate the elite circles of Tianlong City? My esteemed elder, I was mistaken. I shall never dare again. Shang Guanhua responded earnestly, while Lin Bei waved him away. Upon their first encounter, Lin Bei had assumed that Shang Wanhua was a man of a fiery temperament, yet he was surprised to discover this endearing side of him. Unbeknownst to Shang Wanhua, however, Lin Miaomiao had already recorded the entire episode on her phone and shared it within her small circle of acquaintances. At that moment, her circle was in a frenzy. Although the dissemination was not rapid and was currently confined to a small sphere, it would not be long before the events circulating within this circle would ignite a sensation throughout the entirety of Longxia Nation. Furthermore, after sharing the affairs of her cousin and cousin-in-law, Lin Miaomiao had emerged as the most formidable informant within this so-called extraordinary genius exchange group. After all, one must ponder, whose informant possesses the capacity to unveil the daily life of a little princess? At this juncture, Xian Yuan Fengbo regretted having submitted Shang Wanhua's name. If this were to catch the eye of foreign races, they might very well think that humanity is afflicted by some grave ailment. Well, now that you humans are gathered, it is time to embark on the trial of the myriad races. The leader of this trial will be the esteemed General Xian Yuan Fengbo. Regrettably, he is currently the only general of divine might available, possessing semi-divine strength, and being a trusted confidant of the sovereign. In the face of such matters, who else could possibly take his place? General, where is the entrance to the trial of the myriad races? Xian Yuan Fengbo cast a glance at Wang Chongyang and solemnly replied, "The battlefield of the myriad races. The battlefield of the myriad races is a place where conflicts among various races erupt into war when disagreements cannot be resolved. However, war invariably brings death and destruction, thus to avert the depletion of viable combatants and to prevent the Void Sect and its monstrous entities from seizing the opportunity to invade. The battlefield of the myriad races was established. This is a miniature world fashioned by the hands of deities, suspended above the azure realm of Blue Star. Its expanse rivals that of an entire planet. Within the battlefield of myriad races, death does not signify true demise. However, should one emerge as the vanquished, they are obliged to compensate the victor accordingly. While one may opt to renounce all ties, the consequence is to confront the collective wrath of the myriad races. Even if one cannot repay their dues, they will resort to any means necessary to procure the funds. Thus, the battlefield of myriad races remains dormant unless absolutely essential. Now, the trial instance for the myriad races has been meticulously crafted by the deities and was introduced into the battlefield 3 years prior. After absorbing energy for 3 years, the trial instance is finally prepared for activation. Under the leadership of Xian Yuan Fengbo, Lin Bei's explosive team has at last arrived at this fabled battlefield of myriad races. The entrance to this battlefield is situated at the very heart of the extreme south continent. This place is guarded by formidable races such as humans, dragons, and elves, underscoring its significance. Today marks the opening of the trial of all races, and Lin Bei encounters teams from various races, including the Titans, the Dragonkin, the Elves, and the Orcs, among others. There are also numerous unfamiliar races that Lin Bei has yet to see, yet they undeniably exist. All have gathered for the trial of all races today. After all, the allure of ascending to godhood is exceedingly captivating. Once one embarks on the path of awakening, who can resist the temptation of becoming a deity? To attain true divinity and rise to the ranks of godly beings equates to possessing boundless life. While demigods enjoy extended lifespans, living for billions of years is hardly an issue. There will inevitably come a day when their lifespans are exhausted. Moreover, in certain realms, one's perception of time may be distorted, and if one remains unaware, even a demigod could meet their demise due to the depletion of their lifespan in such a place. This can be said to have precedent. Death Valley is precisely such a place. It may also be referred to as the Valley of Time's demise. Here, the concept of time is rendered meaningless, as one cannot ascertain whether the next moment will bring death due to time's expiration. Aside from true deities, it is likely that anyone daring to tread upon this land would meet their end. It must be acknowledged that the presence of other races is indeed formidable. Wang Chongyang observed the throngs passing by. They belong to various alien races, each possessing remarkable strength, with many boasting levels exceeding 20. The weaker among them still reached level 19, yet it was evident that these lesser races had merely been fortunate enough to secure a spot. The trial of myriad races also imposes a limit on participation, with only 100 slots available. While the human race is guaranteed a single entry, the remaining 99 positions must be contested among countless other races. 10 slots are allocated through random selection, while the rest are determined by absolute strength, with humans being the exception. After all, having already secured a slot, They cannot compete further, lest they provoke a coalition against humanity. Although the human race is formidable, it is still vulnerable when facing multiple foes simultaneously. Is everything all right? Upon hearing Wang Chongyang's voice, Lin Bei silently replied. The strength of the alien races is not surprising. After all, powerful races do exist. For instance, there is a group from the Dragon Clan, who, despite possessing only levels 23, exhibit physical resilience comparable to monsters of level 30. The Titan race is similarly impressive. Humans? At that moment, Lin Bei and his companions heard a rather arrogant voice. They turned to find it belonged to the Orc race. The Orc race is not a singular entity, but a conglomeration of over 100 lesser races. Individually, these weaker races may seem insignificant, yet when united, their combined strength is quite formidable. Leading them is a faction known as the Honeypot Clan, referred to derisively by humans as Flathead Brothers. This moniker stems solely from their appearance resembling honeypots. In truth, they possess the lineage of ancient ferocious beasts, the bloodline of the battling Frenzy clan, and are one of the royal bloodlines among the orcs. Known for their fiery tempers, they revel in combat. The orcs' ability to secure a trial slot is largely attributed to the strength of this particular lineage. Their audacious inquiry directed at Lin Bei and his companions stems from their disdain for the notion that humans could obtain a slot without effort. As a prominent clan, they believe they should actively strive for their place rather than receive it passively, unlike those lesser races. What of it? Lin Bei replied with a calm demeanor, his tone equally laced with arrogance. They represented the dignity of the human race. To show any signs of weakness would invite derision from the orcs. Although Lin Bei generally shunned ostentation, he understood the importance of asserting their presence. Today, they stood as the face of humanity, and they could not afford to falter in their resolve. Your spirit is commendable. I eagerly await our encounter in the trials of myriad races. The trials are primarily an elimination contest, during which participants may gather resources and potentially acquire legacies bestowed by deities. The event spans 3 days, with the active areas gradually shrinking until a champion emerges. Though the orcs were not as boisterous as the Flathead Brothers, they still held their heads high, exuding an air of superiority. I, too, look forward to it, Lin Bei replied with narrowed eyes, evidently devising a strategy for dealing with the Flathead Brothers should they cross paths. He noted that other races acknowledged the presence of humanity with nods of greeting. Even unfriendly races refrained from direct confrontation. However, the orcs seemed somewhat reckless in their provocation. Spectators from various races appeared eager to witness a spectacle of chaos. Yet the trials had not officially commenced, depriving them of the anticipated drama. The Flathead Brothers are indeed insufferably arrogant, if not for the representation of humanity during the trials. The fiery-tempered Shangguan would likely have unleashed a torrent of insults by now. No matter, should we encounter them, I shall allow you to vent your frustrations, Lin Bei remarked. The Flathead Brothers possess commendable prowess, reaching level 22, yet in comparison to their own strength, they appear somewhat lacking. Defeating them should pose no challenge. After surveying the scene, Lin Bei grasped the overall strength of the other teams participating in this trial. Thanks to his eye of insight, none could evade his scrutiny. While lesser levels of this ability might attract attention, his eye of insight at level 25 is undetectable, even to demigods, save for those who command the power of the laws. The power of the laws transcends ordinary skills, akin to an elevation in dimensionality. Although he can still discern the information of others, they would undoubtedly become aware of his gaze. The power of the laws is indeed the essence of supremacy, with its priorities reigning highest. I have already marked them. Lin Bei observed the orc tribe, which continued to provoke other races, and could not help but commend them. Truly, they are worthy of the nickname Flathead Brothers. Their heads are as hard as iron, and their demeanor is unabashedly arrogant. They dare to challenge not only the human race, but even the dragon and titan tribes. Fortunately, the current regulations dictate that any disturbances may result in disqualification, which has spared them from dire consequences. Otherwise, with the orc tribe's current disposition, this team would have been swiftly eliminated for antagonizing so many others. Lin Bei also noticed that other races possessing marking skills were eagerly placing marks on this team, evidently intending to cause them trouble once they entered. Lin Bei narrowed his eyes, as if a thought had crossed his mind. Interesting. It appears that the orc tribe is somewhat different from the rumors. At this moment, Shangguan Hua had already discerned the underlying issue. These individuals likely understood that someone would attempt to mark them. Once they entered, there would be individuals targeting them, hence their intention to gather everyone together. After all, It is inconceivable for a powerful race to remain unperturbed when provoked in such a manner. They embody the dignity of their respective races. How could they possibly allow these orcs to go unchallenged? Consequently, Lin Bei and the others realized that the orc tribe merely sought to lead everyone into a chaotic melee, hoping to reap the benefits as bystanders. However, despite the orcs possessing certain tactics, could they truly succeed? As the teams continued to arrive, the moment for the dungeon to commence finally arrived. The gates of the myriad races battlefield, designated for the trials, swung open, and the qualified teams vanished in the radiant light emanating from the entrance. Once Lin Bei and the others regained their composure, they discovered themselves upon a desolate expanse. Littered with the remnants of war, corpses, shattered armor, and weapons lay strewn across the ground haphazardly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The owners of these corpses are at least of demigod caliber, with the strongest among them reaching divine status. Captain, what should we do now? As the leader of the team, Lin Bei naturally held the decision-making power. All eyes were focused on him as he pondered for a moment before responding. Let us first seek out that orc squad. Although he was aware that this was a trap laid by the orc race, it was a blatant scheme, since they had already marked them. Not pursuing would be an admission of fear. However, once they ventured forth, they would inevitably encounter other teams that had marked them as well. There was a modicum of intelligence among them, but not much. In the face of overwhelming strength, everything else is but a fleeting thought. The others had no objections. Lin Bei's authority as captain was paramount. As they followed Lin Bei's marked direction, they did not forget to gather the treasure chests that appeared on the battlefield. All resources manifested in the form of chests, and what one could obtain depended entirely on luck. Naturally, the task of opening the chest was entrusted to Lin Miao Miao, whose profession as a luck walker endowed her with extraordinary fortune. Along the way, they uncovered a considerable number of rare resources, including 7 or 8 blue skill enhancement stones, and even a purple enhancement stone. They had not yet unearthed a legacy. Perhaps the resources grew richer the closer one approached the heart of the battlefield. At this moment, among the orc race, the team led by the flat-headed brother bore expressions of concern. Captain, do you think those other races will fall for it? Humph. They certainly will. As long as they refuse to admit their cowardice, they will come, fully aware of the deception. By the way, has the mark been transferred? It has already been transferred. A goblin emerged, producing a puppet. His profession was that of a goblin priest, whose core ability allowed him to transfer all statuses from himself to a hastily crafted puppet. Since everyone in their team bore marks from other squads, those would naturally be transferred to the puppet as well. At that point, they could place the puppet in a basin, luring all teams to converge in that location, leading to mutual slaughter. When the time was right, the orcs would then charge forth, demonstrating what true courage and cunning entailed. What of their innate strength as a race? Then let them exhaust one another. How would they face us in our prime? Let the plan commence. Upon uttering these words, the puppet was tossed into the nearby basin, and under the priestess' skill, they all entered a state of invisibility, crouching in the grass and waiting for the opportune moment to arise. The first team to arrive was the Western Dragon race. Were it not for the risk of disqualification from the myriad races battlefield, their fiery tempers would have ensured that these orcs did not survive. Even so, the blue dragon within the team left a mark on them, anticipating the chance to hunt them down once they entered. Where are those lowly orcs? The leading red dragon of the dragon race questioned, perplexed. After scanning the surroundings, he found no sign of the orc race. The blue dragon, equally confused, could not fathom where the lowly orcs had hidden themselves. Amplifying their senses, they finally discovered that the orcs were indeed hiding behind a nearby rock. Do those orcs truly believe they can evade the pursuit of our dragon race by hiding? The red dragon grinned menacingly, a visage reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Gathering crimson flames in his mouth, the scales on his body slightly parted, revealing magma-like patterns that exuded a scorching aura. Fire breath. The dragon race's transformation had only a few variations. Some specialized in melee combat as holy dragon warriors, while others were adept spellcasters known as dragon language mages. He, however, was the blazing dragon king, a fusion of both. A natural-born ruler, destined to become the dragon king, perhaps even the dragon emperor. The fiery breath erupted from the red dragon's jaws, incinerating the targeted location, leaving behind a massive pit from which red molten lava flowed, emitting thick, white smoke. How dare those wretched orcs play tricks on us? At this moment, the green dragon realized that something was amiss. They had been outsmarted. Just then, a sound of breaking air echoed in the distance. 5 colossal figures descended from the sky. The red dragon squinted slightly. It was the Titan race. Both the Titan and Dragon races belonged to the ranks of powerful races, and they harbored an ancestral enmity. Now, disregarding the Orc race, they charged into battle. 2 formidable races clashed violently, their strength relatively weak, around levels 20 to 30. Yet their immense physiques made their confrontation akin to the very collapse of the heavens and earth. Provoked by the Orcs, more and more racial teams began to arrive at the scene. Although they sensed the disappearance of the marks, the absence of marks merely indicated that other teams had arrived. The Orc's blatant scheme presented an opportunity for them to gather and fish in troubled waters. By the time Lin Bei and his team arrived, over 30 squads had already congregated at the site. None had concealed themselves, standing by and observing the fierce duel between the Dragon and Titan races. Both races were known for their fiery tempers, and their considerable strength often led to reckless confrontations. Just like now, they sought out opponents to engage in battle. However, their fighting remained restrained. Thus far, their health remained within safe limits, as if they were merely performing for an audience. Yet, it was indeed akin to a performance. While they were adversaries, they had not forgotten the nature of this place. This is indeed the trial of the myriad races. Each participant represents their respective race, and the strength of each opponent is on a comparable level. Should they engage in combat, even if one side emerges victorious, it would undoubtedly be a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, it is wiser to restrain themselves, resolving enmities while simultaneously avoiding ambushes from other races. It seems that the other races have nearly assembled, as the Dragon and Titan tribes have surprisingly chosen to cease hostilities. A profound silence enveloped the arena, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. With the impending storm, all races present refrained from making any rash movements, except for the humans. Lin Bei led the explosive team to the edge of the Great Pit. Noticing that only the human faction remained active among the gathering, all eyes were drawn to Lin Bei and his companions. However, they remained indifferent to the scrutiny of the other races. Prior to their entrance, Lin Bei had employed his eye of insight to glean every detail about them. It must be acknowledged that the teams representing their respective races are formidable. Notably, among the Dragon tribe, the leading Red Dragon possesses a formidable core skill, time stasis, which can halt the movement of all beings within the surrounding space. This already pertains to the application of time. However, for Lin Bei, it is merely a trivial matter. Although gathering over 30 teams in this locale is a carefully orchestrated scheme by the Orcs, for Lin Bei, it presents a remarkable advantage. Had it not been for Lin Bei's unforeseen presence, the one stepping onto this stage might have been the Dragon battle team. While Long Xingyu possesses formidable strength, it remains a daunting challenge to attain the title of champion in the trials of the 10,000 races. After all, several races exhibit power that rivals that of the human race. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The immense Red Dragon, upon noticing Lin Bei standing atop the high valley and gazing down upon them, was thoroughly displeased. The audacity of a puny human to stand elevated and look down upon them. Humans, it appears that your race continues to be as arrogant as ever, showing no regard for the other races. Among the Dragon clan, the Green Dragon was the first to speak, casting aspersions. Should this pot be covered, it would undoubtedly incite animosity from other races. In the event of a chaotic melee, the first to be targeted would invariably be the human race. Upon hearing this, the attention of the other races would swiftly shift towards Lin Bei and his companions, as it was evident that Lin Bei's forthcoming response would determine their fate. The Orcs concealed within the underbrush were utterly exhilarated by this turn of events. The humans, in their stubbornness, had unwittingly drawn the ire upon themselves. Initially, the scheme he had devised carried its own risks. After all, should they reveal themselves, they would likely become the primary targets of hostility. Yet now, the humans had boldly stepped forward, becoming the focal point of this enmity. Should Lin Bei falter, it would signify a loss of face for the humans, potentially leading to a decline in their fortune. The trial of myriad races is not merely a contest of strength, but also a struggle for the fate of their respective races. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This has led to their extraordinary strength initially being the weakest. However, under the auspices of fortuitous fate, their elite powers now rival those of other races. Even in the higher realms, the deities who have ascended are formidable. If they do not unite, the other races stand no chance against these divine beings from the Blue Star. Lin Bei surveyed his surroundings, noting that all the various racial factions focused their attention upon them. Behind him, Long Xingyao's beautiful eyes reflected displeasure, while beside her, Shang Wanhua seemed poised to speak, only to be halted by Wang Chongyang's firm grasp on his arm, accompanied by a gentle shake of his head. Shang Wanhua appeared to comprehend, observing Lin Bei's expression of calm confidence. As the representative of humanity in battle, Lin Bei would certainly not tarnish the reputation of his race. Moreover, after surveying all the factions, he truly regarded them with disdain. You, Green Lizard, have spoken truthfully. Perhaps for other humans, there would be a semblance of courtesy towards you, and they might overlook your barbaric behavior. However, from my perspective, none of you present here command my respect. To put it bluntly, all of you gathered are nothing but refuse. Lin Bei grinned, baring his teeth. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. Even the observer hidden within the grass, known as the Flathead Brother, gasped in astonishment. Is this individual truly so audacious? After uttering such words, does he genuinely remain unconcerned about the repercussions? Here, there are indeed 35 teams, which signifies that humanity is now confronted with the siege of 34 factions. Is victory attainable? Perhaps humanity is formidable enough to contend against 2. But we are speaking of 34 teams. Where does this human race derive its confidence? The Green Dragon clearly did not anticipate that Lin Bei would utter such audacious words. To compare them to uncivilized savages is to imply that they possess no wisdom, acting solely on instinct like mere beasts. For them, it was an immense disgrace. Furthermore, this human truly regarded them with disdain. Excellent. One and all, the assembled team was ignited by Lin Bei's words. The companions beside Lin Bei, Shang Wanhua, Wang Chongyang, and Lin Miao Miao looked at him in astonishment. You, who usually behave with such decorum and politeness, are surprisingly audacious today. After hearing these words, Long Xingyu felt her heart racing. Initially, she thought Lin Bei was merely a gentle soul, but she was taken aback by this formidable side of him. It seemed she was beginning to take a liking to him. Observing the crowd around him, struck into silence by his discourse and on the brink of eruption, Lin Bei showed no signs of leniency. With a slight smile playing on his lips, he declared, since everyone here is unconvinced, let us settle this through our abilities. Spatial lockdown, activate. Spatial lockdown LV. 25 purple consuming 10,000 points of energy. It creates a spatial barrier in the surrounding area reached by mental power, prohibiting the use of spatial skills within. The duration is determined by one's own mental strength, and there is no cooldown period. Entry 1. Significantly reduced consumption. Entry 2. Targets marked by mental power are unaffected by the spatial lockdown. Entry 3. Consuming a certain amount of mental power allows one to traverse freely within the restricted area of the spatial lockdown, spanning a radius of 5 kilometers. Except for the targets marked by Lin Bei, no one else can utilize spatial skills within this zone, including spatial items. Only spatial skills or items of a quality surpassing purple may be used. Otherwise, they are entirely restricted. Upon successful activation, all teams within a 5-kilometer radius felt the confinement of space. This implies that a portion of their means of evasion has been rendered ineffective. What audacity possesses humanity, daring to employ such tactics? Are they truly fearful of our escape? 34 against 1. If they were to flee under such circumstances, where would the dignity of their races reside? Ha ha ha. Humanity, one cannot help but admire your courage in confronting all our forces. Given this, we must not allow the human race to underestimate us. All factions are already brimming with anticipation, united by a singular purpose, to prioritize the elimination of humanity. After all, that impudent human has been excessively arrogant, audaciously uttering such words. Prepare for battle. Lin Bei responded coolly, then commenced bestowing various buffs upon his team. Group Shield Spell. Multiple triggers activated. Power of Truth. After applying buffs to everyone in the team, Lin Miao Miao also enhanced each member with additional buffs. If any profession possessing insight skills were to activate their abilities at this moment, they would discover that the shield of Lin Bei's explosive squad had astonishingly surpassed 100 million. It had reached over 200 million in real shield value. This is largely attributable to Lin Bei's enhancement in skill level. The 25th level of the group shield technique inherently provides a formidable amplification of 209, 715, 200. In addition to an extra 500 maximum health points as a shield. Although Lin Bei currently possesses a modest health pool of just over 110,000, the substantial base amplification cannot be overlooked. And what if the shield is shattered? It can be regenerated in a mere 3 seconds, coupled with the ability for multiple releases. As long as Lin Bei is not incapacitated, theoretically, the shield can be perpetually maintained. Unless confronted by peculiar entities such as the yellow void creatures, which possess bizarre abilities, he can essentially secure an invincible position. This is precisely why Lin Bei, after employing his insight skill to observe all the teams, would utter such audacious words. With the Dragon Riders already in the fray, how could they possibly face defeat? The grand battle was on the verge of erupting, as the support members of each team bestowed various enhancement buffs upon their allies. The human race, so arrogant, would certainly not allow the others to have an easy time. Charge! Tear them apart. At that moment, the red dragon of the Dragon Clan took the first step, unleashing a furious roar as it began to gather terrifying energy within its maw. A violet ray erupted from the sky, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the location of Lin Bei and his companions. A horrific numerical explosion ensued. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,010. Minus 10,086. With every passing second, a staggering 10,000 points of health were deducted, leaving the other teams in shock. They were merely in their 20s in terms of levels. And even with the enhancement of purple quality, their health barely reached 50 or 60,000. This particular skill drains over 10,000 health points in a mere second. Is this the essence of the Dragon Clan? In an instant, a cloud of dust erupted, enveloping everyone, including Lin Bei. The teams from other races could not help but chuckle at the scene, relishing the apparent downfall of the arrogant human race. However, as their laughter subsided, they began to sense something amiss. Did the captain of that human team not just employ a spatial blockade? If a spatial blockade was indeed in effect, then after such a devastating blow, it should have been dispelled. Yet, why did the spatial blockade remain intact? Before they could ponder this perplexity further, a sound akin to a flute pierced the air. The dust enveloping Lin Bei and his companions was shattered by the sonic waves emanating from the flute. To their astonishment, Lin Bei and his team stood unharmed, the ground beneath them seemingly unaffected, save for a slight indentation of a few centimeters. Beneath the waves of sound, the team's enhancement surged once more. Meanwhile, among the other races, some teams struck by Lin Bei's sonic assault began to exhibit signs of distress, clutching their heads in anguish. Before their comrades could extend a helping hand, these individuals revealed their true forms. Ethereal monstrosities. Lin Bei's bewitching flute, a divine artifact, naturally exuded a hint of divine power. Any ethereal creature or being that came into contact with the sonic waves would inevitably feel the force repelling them, thus exposing their true selves. Recently, Lin Bei has uncovered a method to compel the manifestation of the void creatures, a discovery that has left the exposed beings in a state of bewilderment. How could there be a race capable of forcing their true forms into the open? Initially, they had intended to infiltrate the myriad races' trials, to eliminate these talented beings and seize their fortunes. However, to their astonishment, their plans have already unraveled before they even began. It is this human. How unexpected that a mere human possesses the means to reveal our true selves. 15 void creatures have been exposed, each possessing a strength around level 30. Yet, even in their revealed forms, they exhibit no fear. As beings of the 4th tier, they find confronting those of the 3rd tier akin to descending upon the weak from a great height. There exists a mechanism of reduction when lower-tiered entities engage higher-tiered ones, while the inverse results in amplified damage. With their combined strength, these 15 could easily subdue the over 100 3rd-tier talents present. Though they are certain to perish here, they must transmit a crucial message before their demise, that the human race has discovered a method to force their true forms into visibility. Upon hearing the words of the void creature, Lin Bei found himself at a loss. He had merely sought to enhance his team's capabilities, inadvertently unearthing 15 void creatures. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At level 19, he had already proven capable of leading his team to slay 4th-tier void creatures, and now, having reached level 25, he felt even more formidable. Attack! Without allowing the void creatures to continue, Lin Bei's command rang out. Every individual present, every race, united in their assault against the nearby void entities. The peril posed by the void cult was well understood by all who had encountered them. Their eradication was imperative. Thus, at the moment Lin Bei called for action, every race instinctively engaged the void creatures around them. However, the void creatures were not to be underestimated. Though compelled into their true forms by Lin Bei's resonant flute, they were not lacking in combat prowess compared to the assembled talents, save for Lin Bei and his allies. Yet, despite their combat strength, They were caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. Lin Bei's sonic waves continually disrupted the state of the void creatures, preventing them from unleashing their full potential. Moreover, their esteemed spatial talents were rendered ineffective under the spatial lockdown. Unless their spatial abilities were of a higher tier or quality than Lin Bei's, they could do little but succumb to the ceiling of their spatial skills. Deprived of this significant advantage, the void creatures found themselves reduced to mere targets for their attackers. The battle commenced with an onslaught of control and damage skills directed at the nearby void entities. The once arrogant creatures, who had intended to retaliate with fierce words, were swiftly eliminated by the coordinated efforts of the teams. Although their ranks were diminished, the disruption caused by the void creatures was no more. In the outside world, at the entrance to the myriad races trial, numerous races stood guard, awaiting the outcomes. Yet, barely half an hour into their entrance, a team had already faced elimination. As several beams of light appeared, the assembled strongmen fell into silence upon grasping the situation. 15 void creatures. They were seen cursing angrily at the team responsible for their expulsion, with Lin Bei among them. Had it not been for Lin Bei's ethereal flute, they would never have been exposed. Thus, the success rate of the mission would be significantly enhanced. While they were grumbling and complaining, it seemed they became aware of something amiss. Why was this place so eerily silent? A multitude of void beings cast their gazes around, only to discover that 100 semi-divine beings from various races had encircled them. They were not the same as when they had entered, but had manifested in the true forms of the void beings. The aura of the void had been laid bare, and even those who had just awakened could distinctly recognize them as void beings. This was even more evident to the semi-divine beings who had previously encountered the cult of the void. In an instant, the surrounding air fell into silence, where even the sound of heartbeat could be heard with crystalline clarity. The demigods never anticipated the sheer malevolence of the void sect, which had insidiously poisoned their new generation. Such wickedness is intolerable. This enmity is irreconcilable. Though the reason for the collective teleportation of the void beings remains a mystery, perhaps due to certain circumstances, it does not hinder their resolve to subdue these 15 void beings on the spot. With 100 demigod-level beings confronting a mere 15 void beings of only the 4th tier, the outcome is unequivocally predetermined. At this moment, the hearts of the 15 void beings are in turmoil. They are acutely aware that any one of their adversaries could effortlessly suppress them. So why must they confront 100 simultaneously? After successfully subduing the 15 void beings, the assembly of demigods began deliberating their next course of action. The first to speak was a demigod dragon from the Western Dragon clan, smoke billowing from its nostrils. Once again, we are plagued by these insufferable wretches. Another 15 seedlings extinguished. There must be more among them. Do any of you possess a strategy to root out these scoundrels? In the face of the void beings, they lacked effective means for detection. After all, only divine power could manifest the void beings of the void sect. Among the demigods, only those who wield the power of the laws, during the fleeting days before their ascension to divinity, could accurately compel the void beings to reveal themselves. Unfortunately, the world is vast, and the number of beings capable of becoming divine is exceedingly scarce. These fiends, not only treacherous but also possessing formidable evasion skills, prove challenging to capture. They could potentially employ divine artifacts, yet such artifacts are national treasures, instruments of fate for a race, and would not be wielded lightly. Thus, even now, they remain bereft of effective strategies to confront the void sect, with their only recourse being to trace the residual energies left behind after the void beings have committed their misdeeds. This is indeed the most effective approach. A gathering of demigod-level beings engaged in discussion, while Xin Yuanfeng Bo pondered deeply. He harbored suspicions that the emergence of the void beings was somehow connected to Lin Bei and his companions. Once Lin Bei and his group emerged, it would be prudent to inquire about the nature of this phenomenon. Within the instance, all the void beings were swiftly eliminated, leaving the remaining individuals on high alert, vigilantly observing the surrounding races. Although the void beings were their primary target, their ultimate ambition was to secure the top position in the myriad races trial. Apart from their teammates, everyone else in their vicinity was regarded as an adversary. Nonetheless, they were particularly wary of one specific team, Lin Bei's explosive squad. More accurately, they were apprehensive of Long Xingyao, who had transformed into her dragon form. At this moment, Long Xingyao had assumed the shape of a white dragon with dual wings, and the unintentional aura of draconic majesty emanating from her left the 5 members of the dragon race, along with those possessing dragon bloodlines, in a state of profound astonishment. Why is the bloodline concentration of this Eastern Dragon clan so remarkably high? Although they merely exhibit ancestral traits, the aura they emit rivals that of purebred Eastern dragons. What they do not realize is that Long Xingyao has not absorbed an ordinary divine-level dragon bloodline, but rather the bloodline of the Yinglong, which possesses the power of creation and has even participated in the construction of order. For other dragons, it would be utterly impossible to absorb the Yinglong bloodline when at a lower tier. Even ordinary blood would pose a challenge. However, Long Xingyao is rumored to be a descendant of the Yinglong, making it entirely reasonable for her to absorb her ancestors' bloodline and grow stronger. Just moments ago, Long Xingyao, with the enhancement of Lin Bei and Lin Miao's skills, single-handedly annihilated a 32-level void creature. The creature had yet to react when Long Xingyao pierced its heart with her dragon claw and crushed its skull. Such a brutal display of strength inevitably instilled trepidation among the assembled teams of various races. Demonstrating such prowess, the outcome was only to be expected. They would become the primary targets for elimination. In unison, the diverse teams sprang into action, prioritizing the eradication of their output. It was evident to them that Long Xingyu was the very core of their team. Once the core was eliminated, what would they utilize for offense? What mechanism could they employ to vanquish their foes? Relying solely on two support characters with merely auxiliary skills? Observing the multitude of teams launching their assaults against the soaring Long Xingyao, Lin Bei's lips curled into a faint smile. This was precisely the moment he had awaited. Thorned armor. In an instant, thorned armor enveloped Long Xingyao, granting her an impressive damage reduction capacity that soared beyond 100. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is it not playable without a nerf? Particularly for certain squishy characters who possess relatively low health but high attack power. Under the full release of power, the damage inflicted was astonishingly double that of his health bar. Aside from those who could react promptly, possess a death immunity skill, or have teammates capable of resurrection to safeguard their fragile health, the others were immediately eliminated by the explosive force of the magic core. What on earth was happening with these humans? Why did our attacks barely diminish their health while we suffered losses instead? This was clearly cheating. I demand a thorough investigation by the order system. In an instant, members of various races felt a surge of retreating instincts. It was absurd. After a single strike, they found themselves on the receiving end. How could they proceed? This was undoubtedly a case of cheating. Their shields boasted a staggering 1,000,000 points. At that moment, a member of the Great Eye race, having surveyed Long Xingyao's condition, instinctively shouted. The arena fell into a profound silence. A shield worth 1,000,000 points? Was it a genuine shield? Seriously? Were they not cheating? 1,000,000 points already equated to Tier 5 strength. Tier 1 was no trifling matter. They could claim to challenge Tier 4 with their Tier 3 prowess, but to contend with Tier 5 was exceedingly difficult. Now, Long Xingyao's shield, in sheer numerical terms, was already comparable to Tier 5. How could they engage in combat? The instinct to retreat surged forth. They had to flee this place. Without further contemplation, the outcome of this trial among the myriad races was already sealed. How could one fight against a genuine Tier 5 shield? Even the proud and formidable dragon and titan races were compelled to withdraw. They were proud and powerful, yet not foolish. Why confront an insurmountable foe? To march to their demise? Retreat. A voice rang out, and all teams present began to flee in haste. However, due to the spatial blockade, they could only employ skills other than spatial ones. They fled without a fight, gathering whatever they could salvage. Wang Chongyang was immediately displeased. He and Shangguan had yet to demonstrate their abilities. Everything had been showcased by Lin Bei, Lin Miao, and Long Xingyao. While he was eager to cling to Lin Bei's coattails, he also yearned to contribute. No matter, they would not escape. As they attempted to flee, Lin Bei had already marked them. Regardless of where they ran, they could not elude Lin Bei's control. Star Shift and Combat Turns. Star Shift LV. 26. Purple consumes 1,000 energy points, marking one or multiple targets to be relocated within the perceivable range, cooldown time of 20 seconds. Entry 1. Drastically reduces mental energy consumption. Entry 2. Allows marked targets to be immobilized for 3 seconds upon relocation, granting a 10-meter teleportation ability. Entry 3. After relocation, the user gains 3 seconds of immunity. The entire explosive team vanished from their original location. At this moment, among the dragon race, upon hearing the call to flee, they scattered in all directions, especially the dragons. They realized they had never flown so swiftly before. Did we escape? One blue dragon exhaled, relieved. Though the space was sealed, they could still flap their wings and utilize dragon language magic to escape this cursed place. They were unable to win. The outcome of the competition was already determined. Their only recourse was to strive for a better ranking. Moreover, this competition spanned 3 days. Ample time to explore the resources cast down by the deities during the trial among the myriad races. If fortune favored them, they might even acquire formidable legacies or artifacts, or powerful skills. As for materials, apart from certain rare ones, which race participating in the trial lacked resources, each was the strongest team of awakened beings from their respective races, ensuring they would not be deficient in resources to elevate their powers. They should have escaped by now, remarked a smaller black dragon, exhaling foul miasma. They had truly been terrified. Fortunately, their dragon lineage endowed them with robust physiques, resulting in higher health than other races. Otherwise, the damage from the earlier attack would have left them severely wounded. Why are we running? Can't we confront them directly? Questioned the astute white dragon. Its left eye gazed right, while the right eye looked left, presenting a comical cross-eyed appearance, its tongue occasionally flicking out, exuding a chilly aura. The other 4 dragons fell silent. While the dragon race was formidable and possessed great physical strength, the white dragon stood out as an enigma. With limited intellect, it could communicate and had inherited dragon legacy, yet its behavior often left others perplexed. Sometimes, they wondered if the coldness within its body had frozen its brain. Just then, the spatial area above the 5 dragons began to tremble, and in the next moment, Lin Bei's explosive team appeared. Lin Bei surveyed the surroundings, discovering only the dragon race present, which left him somewhat disappointed. It seemed they were the only ones here. Thus, he kindly invited them to return. Stepping back, Wang Chongyang, Shang Wanhua, and Long Xingyao advanced. Wang Chongyang cracked his knuckles. The dragon clan, once so arrogant, now finds itself in a state of disarray, hardly living up to its majestic identity. Yet, with the mastery of profound techniques and divine combat prowess, Wang Chongyang flashed a grin, and in an instant, his figure vanished. The next moment, the celestial law was invoked, and a colossal 3-meter giant reappeared, wielding a trident blade. With a leap that soared hundreds of meters into the air, the blade erupted with azure lightning, descending with tremendous force under Wang Chongyang's command. 5 mighty dragons attempted to flee this dire situation, while 4 managed to escape. The black dragon remained ensnared, immobilized by Lin Bei's binding skill, rendered unable to move. With no means of evasion, it could only brace itself to endure Wang Chongyang's formidable strike. However, a red-quality semi-divine artifact is not easily withstood. The black dragon's claw was brutally severed in half, and even the dragon scales across its chest were violently breached. Had it not been for its head's timely retreat, the blow would have cleaved through its very skull. A staggering -66,666 appeared, denoting true damage. The first strike merely inflicted harm upon the claw, while the second unleashed explosive damage that pierced the black dragon's chest, shattering its heart. At this moment, bolstered by the power of truth and a myriad of buffs, coupled with the might of a semi-divine artifact, the black dragon's survival from immediate annihilation attests to its formidable profession and physical prowess. Its health was remarkably resilient. Observing that the black dragon still retained a sliver of vitality, Wang Chongyang seized the moment and, with a deft flick of his 3-pronged, double-edged blade, struck. A secondary strike. -52,114 with a reluctant roar of defiance. The black dragon's health was utterly depleted, leading to its elimination. Its colossal form, spanning several meters, disintegrated and was expelled from the instance. In the air, the remaining 4 dragons that had managed to escape bore expressions akin to those who had just ingested something foul. They had not anticipated that Lin Bei would choose to target them first. Humans, spare us. You could earn the friendship of the dragon clan. They were acutely aware that they stood no chance in combat. Did they not witness how effortlessly the one among them, transformed into a 3-meter energy giant, dispatched the black dragon in their ranks? Although the black dragon was not the mightiest among them, it ranked 4th. Even the red dragon required a modicum of time to deal with it. Yet, this singular black dragon fell to Wang Chongyang's 3 strikes. Such output, coupled with that enigmatic supportability, which seemed akin to cheating, rendered them helpless. The only recourse was to appeal to emotions. Lin Bei, upon hearing this, quietly inquired of Long Xingyao, what is the relationship between the Western Dragon Clan and our human race? Long Xingyao pondered deeply before responding. It seems they hold humans in disdain. Even we, the Blue Star humans, appear to be beneath their notice. The Dragon Clan is exceedingly proud, considering themselves the apex predators of the food chain. Humans? While some individuals possess remarkable strength, collectively, we are still too weak to be compared to them. Thus, among the various races, the Dragon Clan shares little to no camaraderie with our Blue Star lineage. One can only imagine their regard for humans from other worlds. If they scorn the Blue Star humans, how could they possibly esteem those from other realms? Lin Bei contemplated this, and then turned to Shang Wanhua. Shang Wanhua, the next steps are in your hands. Empowered by the power of truth. Silence. Confinement. Multiple release triggers. Celestial transmutation. The 4 dragons were forcibly transported before Lin Bei and his companions, eliciting an expression of exhilaration from Shang Wanhua. This is an opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. Hiki, leave the rest to me. Shang Wanhua lightly licked his lips, preparing to unleash the skills he had recently acquired. Fire Gathering. Hellfire. Sixting Divine Fire. True Samadhi Fire. At this moment, Shang Wanhua had gathered 3 types of flames, merging them together, using his own mental strength as a guiding force, transforming them into a colossal fireball of resplendent golden hue. The 4 colossal dragons could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within this orb of flame. With a strike, the dragon shall surely perish. We cannot withstand it. Truly, we cannot endure. No. Humans, spare us. We, the Dragon Clan, genuinely wish to forge a bond with you. At this moment, the pride of the Red Dragon as a member of the dragon lineage has vanished. It is no jest. This is the trial of the multitudes. They have only just entered, yet have not begun to seek the resources within. To be eliminated at this stage would be a tremendous disgrace. Furthermore, if the worst comes to pass, they would be the first team to be entirely ousted. The honor of the Dragon Clan is on the verge of being utterly tarnished. Regrettably, Lin Bei and Shang Wanhua pay no heed to their words. The Dragon Clan is indeed formidable, yet it is not a necessity to befriend them. Just as the Western dragons are not confined solely to the Dragon realm, humanity is not the only race inhabiting the Blue Star. The dragons hailing from the world of dragons are notoriously proud. Their camaraderie is merely a product of the current circumstances. 3 fires. Convergence at the summit. With a cry, Shang Wanhua commanded a colossal fireball, amalgamated from 3 distinct flames, hurtling towards the remaining 4 dragons. Although the 4 dragons attempted to summon their abilities for defense, Lin Bei's silent skill remained in effect, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of heaviness, utterly incapable of activating their innate powers. This meant they could only rely on their physical forms to withstand the impending assault. The numbers of true damage appeared: -122,255, -152,235, -105,556, -99,831. Except for the Red Dragon, which, possessing a fire attribute, had a relatively higher resistance to flames. The other 3 dragons could not withstand the onslaught. Their health points plummeted to 0, transforming into charred corpses that vanished within the dungeon. At this moment, the Red Dragon was left with merely half of its health, unable to stir up any significant turbulence. Following this devastating blow, Shang Wanhua gasped for breath, evidently strained by the immense effort required for such a potent attack, even as he had summoned the pinnacle of his 3 flames. Fortunately, the damage unleashed from the convergence was overwhelmingly formidable. Among dragons of equal tier, their robust physiques and high health resistance typically afford them considerable endurance. Yet, apart from the Red Dragon, the other 3 were swiftly eliminated. Just as Shang Wanhua was poised to unleash another skill to finish off the Red Dragon, he noticed Wang Chongyang, brandishing his 3-pronged, double-edged knife, sprinting rapidly while shouting, "Spare the dragon under the flames." Shang Wanhua paused, clearly bewildered by Wang Chongyang's intent, while the Red Dragon, upon hearing this, felt a surge of elation. Is this his intention? Indeed, the human race still requires the friendship of the dragon race. If he survives, he resolves to cultivate a strong bond with Wang Chongyang as a friend. Were it not for him, that venomous human would have surely dealt him a fatal blow. Seeing that Shang Wanhua genuinely ceased his assault, Wang Chongyang hastened his pace, rushing towards the Crimson Dragon. Yet, before the Red Dragon could revel in its narrow escape, Wang Chongyang exclaimed with elation, "I shall claim this dragon's head." The Red Dragon, huh? Before the Red Dragon could react, Wang Chongyang soared into the air, executing a thunderous crescent strike, descending directly upon the Red Dragon. Boom! Thunder erupted from the 3-pointed double-edged blade, striking the Red Dragon's neck with precision. Its head was severed outright. minus 100,106. The health bar was instantly depleted. The red dragon never imagined that Shangguan Hua's sparing its life would merely serve to add to Wang Chongyang's kill count. The red dragon's bewildered and incredulous head was severed. The massive head falling to the ground, its lifeless eyes staring blankly at Wang Chongyang. Moments later, the corpse dissipated, banished from the trial instance. Shangguan Hua silently observed Wang Chongyang's actions, and for some reason, he felt that this person was quite the sycophant. Is the collection of heads truly that significant? Outside. Within the Myriad Realms trial instance, after a group of demigod powerhouses forcefully suppressed those 15 ethereal oddities, before long, a figure appeared before the demigods. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the demigods were all in disbelief. Aside from the 15 ethereal oddities and those few youngsters, the dragon race from the dragon world was unexpectedly the first powerful race to be eliminated. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Among the demigods, the dragon demigod from the western dragon world emerged. Its colossal form, spanning 1,000 meters, resembled a mountain, seemingly on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Izart, what exactly happened? Just moments ago, he was still provoking the Titan demigod of the Titan race. Unexpectedly, before he could say much, his own kin was eliminated. In his view, among the various races, only a few powerful races possessed the ability to eliminate them. However, eliminating them would require a significant price. Therefore, generally speaking, the final battle would only occur on the last day. Yet now, the black dragon had been eliminated prematurely, causing the dragon demigod to seethe with rage. Does this not imply that the dragonkin have lost a chance to explore resources and even forfeited the opportunity to secure the first place in the trials of the races? Sensing the wrath of the demigod dragon, the demigod titan also emerged. Towering over 900 meters, one could hardly call him anything less than a small mountain. Fortunately, the battlefield of myriad races is vast, and the ground sufficiently sturdy. Otherwise, their presence would indeed be untenable. Glaret, why are you so furious? The trials of the races unfold as such. Do you truly reject the outcome? The demigod dragon huffed, evidently incensed. Yet, this locale is not suited for conflict. Otherwise, they would invite retribution from the demigod strongholds of other races. Though formidable, they rank among the elite of the 100 demigods present. However, no matter how powerful, they cannot withstand an assault from the other 99. Not to mention, there are several among them who are his equals. Azatat, speak swiftly. How were you eliminated? The black dragon, still ensnared in the terror of being slain by Wang Chongyang, snapped back to reality upon hearing the voice of the demigod dragon. Yet, before he could utter a word, 3 figures materialized in the air. Upon recognizing them, the assembly of demigods burst into raucous laughter. Another from the dragonkin. Excluding the red dragon, this implies that the other 4 dragons have already been eliminated. The demigod dragon, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless with fury. Is there a race targeting our dragonkin? Elder, it is the human race. It is the human race that has laid hands upon us. The mere thought that he could have escaped, only to find himself confronted by the explosive squad that appeared out of thin air, filled the black dragon with dread. He even touched his chest, recalling how he had been brutally disemboweled by Wang Chongyang just moments ago. At this moment, Xianyuan Fingbua, who had been casually watching, was taken aback by these words. Huh? What does this have to do with us humans? Human race? The demigod dragon narrowed its eyes, its gaze fixating on Xianyuan Fingbua. Human race, I demand an explanation. The tone was stern and carried an air of irresistible authority. However, it was evident that this demigod dragon was incensed. Xianyuan Fingbua, albeit unaware of the unfolding circumstances, retorted, You, a mere large lizard, wish for us humans to provide you with an explanation? He even dug at his ear, seemingly extracting earwax, which he then flicked in the direction of the demigod dragon. The impact of such an act was rather diminished, serving merely as an insult. This demigod dragon, a member of the Red Dragon clan, was already known for its fiery temperament, and now it was surrounded by layers of golden flames, on the verge of eruption. Oh, are you preparing to strike? Xianyuan Fingbua would not coddle this demigod dragon. A golden quality wave cleaver materialized in his hand. An azure armor conformed to the demigod-s form, his gaze icy, his expression calm yet imposing. The earlier nonchalance had vanished, replaced by the formidable presence of a general of the Dragonxia kingdom. Though his aura was not as powerful as that of the demigod dragon, this was Blue Star. The battlefield of myriad races lay in the far southern continent of Blue Star, and should a conflict arise, the human race could rally support at any moment. The demigod dragon before him boasted a level of 95, indeed stronger than his own 92, but who could deny the might of humanity in this place? Thus, the two stood in a fierce standoff, the demigod dragon truly infuriated. Yet, irrespective of the circumstances, engaging in combat was strictly forbidden, a pact established in advance. This is not a decree established by them, but rather by the deities above. Even they cannot contravene it, should they defy it. The consequences for the divine beings above would be dire. To put it simply, they cannot descend to confront the lesser beings, let alone challenge the elders. Humanity, you possess audacity. I shall remember you. The demigod dragon inhaled deeply, striving to quell the fury within. Presently, the red dragon remains inside, as long as he survives. With his formidable strength, he can still see some opportunities. Though they may be scant, they are certainly preferable to none. However, before the demigod dragon could exhale in relief, the silhouette of the red dragon manifested before the assembly of demigods, and the four smaller dragons exhibited expressions of resignation upon seeing him. In the face of such overwhelming power, escaping would indeed be a rarity. Simultaneously, after the Dragon Clan's team was eliminated, there existed a realm shrouded in the enigma of fate. It is a place inhabited by the spirit of fortune, imperceptible yet undeniably real. There, the fortune of humanity coalesced into a giant, alongside a golden dragon formed of fortune, which soared forth to rend the fortune of the Dragon Clan. In an instant, the dragon manifested from the Dragon Clan's fortune let out a pained roar before vanishing, having lost a portion of its essence. With this severance, humanity's fortune expanded by 1%. The inhabitants of Blue Star sensed a sudden illumination as many perplexing matters unexpectedly fell into place. Yet, in the arena of myriad races, at the moment the red dragon was ousted, the demigod dragon was utterly incensed. The dragons of their western realm had been entirely eliminated, and not on the final day, but on the very first day. It had barely been an hour since the beginning. How could he endure such humiliation? The other semi-divine beings from various races observed with a mixture of amusement and astonishment. They had not anticipated that humanity would exhibit such overwhelming strength, capable of swiftly eliminating even the formidable Dragon Clan. Wait. They began to realize that this indicated humanity's potential to claim the top position and the divine opportunity reward in this trial of myriad races. Although they considered themselves equal to the Western dragons in strength, it was merely an assumption. Did they not see that the Western Dragon Clan had already been dispatched? Minus. What on earth is happening? Now that elimination has become a certainty, there is no recourse to alter it. The demigod dragon cast a furious gaze at the red dragon, demanding to know how they could have been so swiftly vanquished by humanity. At that moment, the red dragon's eyes still shimmered with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Wang Chongyang's act of sparing his life was merely a prelude to the execution of his own head. This is an utter humiliation. Upon hearing the inquiries from the demigod dragon of their faction, the red dragon recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. However, as he spoke, various racial teams were gradually eliminated from the competition. The Snowman tribe, the Azure Wolf tribe, and others marked by Lin Bei were systematically dispatched. Witnessing the downfall of their own team, the demigod warriors from the eliminated factions could no longer contain their distress. "You were all defeated by the human race?" asked one of the dog-headed demigods, looking at the weeping dog-headed creature clinging to his leg. "Indeed, Elder. Those humans are terrifying. It's as if they are cheating." Especially remarkable was their shield, boasting a value of over 1 million, and it was a genuine shield. Having been semi-gamified for hundreds of years, they naturally understood gaming terminology with clarity. Thus, upon hearing about the true shield with a value in the millions, all the demigods present were left dumbfounded. If memory served them correctly, those human youngsters only possessed a third-tier strength, did they not? A third-tier strength with a fifth-tier shield? And a genuine shield at that? This must be a jest. At this moment, a curious demigod from the elven race, which had fared relatively well compared to the human race, approached Xian Yuanfingbua. "Xian Yuanfingbua," they inquired, "are all the awakened beings of your human generation so extraordinarily formidable? Millions in values appear with such ease, showing no regard for face whatsoever. Particularly, I have heard that when attacks strike the shield, not only is there a substantial damage immunity, but also a remarkable 160% reflection of true damage. This certainly does not seem to be merely a case of exploiting game loopholes to gain an unfair advantage, does it?" Xian Yuanfingbua cast a glance at the elven demigod, who, without a doubt, referred to Lin Bei as the singular anomaly among them. Others, even the illustrious Long Xingyao, while formidable, could not possibly match the feat of single-handedly confronting over 30 teams. It is solely due to the extraordinary assistance of Lin Bei, a paragon of virtue, that such an achievement was rendered possible. One cannot help but ponder the peculiar fate of the Lin family, whose fortune seems to rise as if summoned by ancestral spirits. An inexplicable phenomenon rather than a mere isolated incident. The elven kin have maintained a relatively amicable relationship with humanity, particularly with the Lin family. Is it merely an isolated case? The eyes of the elven demigod sparkled with curiosity, evidently eager to inquire how Xianyuan Finbo and his companions managed such a feat. For the sake of the 10,000 races trial, they had concentrated resources to cultivate a singular team, allowing them to employ skill-enhancing stones prior to entering the novice dungeon, thereby gaining renown and securing their place in the trial. Yet, none have reached the heights achieved by the human race. Who could possibly accomplish such a remarkable feat of 1 against 34? Only humanity could. Do not look at me. I too am at a loss regarding how he achieved this. At this moment, Xianyuan Finbo felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. He had grown numb to the unfolding events. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This opportunity, bestowed by the gods, holds the potential for one to attain divinity. Yet, within less than an hour, they find themselves systematically eliminated. How could they not harbor murderous thoughts when they haven't even begun to seek their fortune before being cast aside? Xianyuan Finbo, in his helplessness, can only hope that Lin Bei, this little god of slaughter, might exhibit some restraint and allow other races a chance, rather than indiscriminately eliminating them upon sight. Although there are rules prohibiting violence in the battlefield of myriad races, who can assure that these individuals will not act out of humiliation and strike back? As time progresses, an increasing number of teams face elimination, predominantly at the hands of the human race. The atmosphere in the battlefield of myriad races grows tense, with the semi-divine beings from the eliminated factions casting their accusatory gazes upon Xianyuan Finbo. If glances could kill, it would be fair to say that Xianyuan Finbo has been subjected to countless deaths by their stares. Confronted with such murderous intent, Xianyuan Finbo feels an overwhelming sense of frustration. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This also serves as a warning, showcasing the strength of formidable teams, allowing weaker races an opportunity or preparedness to contend with them. Upon learning of the human team's feat of eliminating 33 teams in a mere hour, the Titans were utterly dismayed. Can you fathom the sentiment as the countdown for each team's demise concludes? With each elimination, they dreaded becoming the next casualty. They were cognizant that none of the races present could evade the humans' inevitable triumph. Now, with Lin Bei appearing before them, their suspense had finally culminated. The 30-meter-tall Titans huddled together, warily observing Lin Bei's group in the sky, poised for immediate action. Observing this, Wang Chongyang couldn't help but chuckle. He hadn't anticipated that these previously audacious Titans would be so terrified of them. Humans, your actions are exceedingly arrogant. Are you not concerned that the other races might unite against you? A Titan radiating blue flames bellowed in desperation. His marble-like skin chafed due to tension and fear, causing stone fragments to cascade down. Upon hearing this, Shangguanhua fell silent, as did the others, excluding Lin Bei. Lin, are our actions perhaps too brazen? Shangguanhua surprisingly engaged in self-reflection. It was indeed rare for the usually fiery-tempered individual to utter such words. Indeed, it's somewhat flamboyant. Will we face retribution from other races upon our exit? Wang Chongyang, despite his family's local status, possessed some knowledge of the myriad races. Although humanity is a hub and a powerful race, one of the strongest, it might suffer if other races were to collaborate against it. While eliminating those teams alongside Lin Bei was gratifying, they realized they had inadvertently eliminated over 30 teams within an hour of entering the trial. An hour spent evading, with no time to seek opportunities or resources. Isn't this indirectly offending the 30-some races? Brother, we indeed appear to be somewhat arrogant, heh. While Lin Miao Miao felt exhilarated just now, who will bear the consequences of this thrill? After all, they represent the human race. And such frequent eliminations of other races would surely raise suspicions that the humans harbor intentions of annexation. Long Xingyao wished to voice her thoughts, but chose to remain silent, for she noticed that Lin Bei seemed to possess an air of strategic foresight, showing no signs of recklessness. It is worth noting that she had personally investigated Lin Bei's background, being amiable and making friends, How could he possibly engage in actions that offend others? No worries. I have already devised a plan to address this, so there is no need for concern. Lin Bei waved his hand in reassurance. Although the crowd was puzzled by his response, they refrained from further inquiry. Based on their understanding of Lin Bei, he would not undertake actions without confidence. Due to their endeavors, the fortune of the Blue Star human race had reached an unprecedented level of strength. Though they had absorbed only 1% of the fortune from 33 races, the cumulative effect had transformed the fortune of the Blue Star human race into a formidable force. The increase in fortune resulted in an influx of individuals awakening powerful professions and skills, while those trapped at a bottleneck became increasingly rare, leading to breakthroughs in research. This truly makes it possible for everyone to be as mighty as dragons. So, shall we proceed to eliminate them further? Indeed, we must take action. On that day, Lin Bei personally inquired with the sovereign about the trials of the myriad races, and Long Badian did not withhold the true purpose of these trials from him. This is a rare opportunity to rapidly augment the human race's fortune. Such chances are fleeting. Even if it means momentarily offending others, so be it. Lin Bei possesses methods to cope, thus he remains unperturbed. So, let us proceed to eliminate them. Helplessly, as the captain, Lin Bei's directives must be followed. Furthermore, Lin Bei never acts imprudently. Although the rationale behind his actions remains obscure, there is undoubtedly a well-considered motive. Upon witnessing this, the 5 Titan giants felt a chill in their hearts. Surely, they wouldn't dare. Did they truly disregard the potential for retaliation from a coalition of races once they were expelled? Charge. Even in defeat. We shall ensure these humans understand that the Titan race is not to be trifled with. Subsequently, they unleashed their latent power, charging towards Lin Bei and his comrades with a valiant spirit, akin to heroes defying a great demon. Observing the Titan giants' defiance and aggressive advance, Lin Bei slightly raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised by their audacity. Collective shield technique. Power of truth. Lin Miaomiu began bestowing beneficial enchantments upon the group while experimenting with her new skill, Celestial Union. Celestial Union LV. 1. Purple unleashes the power of matrimony, materializing into shackles. Effect 1. Consumes 1,000 stamina to cast a bond of attraction upon 2 selected targets, causing them to be drawn to one another. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Effect 2. Consumes 1,000 stamina to cast a bond of aversion upon 2 selected targets, causing them to despise one another. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Modifier 1. All effects are significantly enhanced. Modifier 2. Targeted individuals enter a brief state of confusion, lasting 3 seconds. Modifier 3. Targets afflicted with the aversion bond are unable to use skills for 3 seconds. Lin Miaomiao acquired Celestial Union from the Southern Heavenly Gate dungeon, but had yet to find an opportunity to utilize it. The majority of foes had been dispatched by Wang Chongyang, Shang Wanhua, and Long Xingyao. Lin Bei could offer support by providing potent buffs and occasionally employing Star Shift to pursue targets. However, she primarily remained by Lin Bei's side, occasionally casting core enhancement spells, spending the rest of her time as a mere spectator. Now, with the Titan giants refusing to surrender and instead launching an assault, Lin Miaomiao saw a perfect chance to test her new skill. Quick, let me test the effects of this new skill. Lin Miaomiao had eagerly awaited the chance to use Celestial Union for quite some time. Now that the opportunity had arrived, she would not let it pass. The others did not object. With Lin Bei's collective shield technique in place, the Titan giants stood little chance of depleting their health. The charging Titan giants paused, taken aback that the shortest member of the human group, a mere 5 feet tall, would step forward to confront them. This further solidified their belief that the humans were mocking them, sending forth a diminutive figure instead of their damage-dealing professionals. This inflicted both physical and mental anguish upon them as Titans. However, before they could unleash their fury, Lin Miaomiao conjured 2 pink chains from her hands. The chains, resembling elongated pink serpents, swiftly ensnared the flame giant and the blue flame giant. The flame giant attempted to shatter the chains with a mighty swipe, but to his astonishment, the chains were formed at the moment of impact, binding him and the blue flame giant together. The tactic had succeeded. The 2 giants abruptly froze in place, their thoughts turning peculiar. The other 3 Titan companions were equally taken aback. Had they truly been subdued? Could it be that this diminutive individual possesses such formidable control skills? Soon, just 3 seconds later, the blue flame giant and the fire giant glanced at their status bars, only to discover that there were no negative debuffs present. If there were any, it was merely the brief indication of confusion they had just experienced. They exchanged puzzled glances. wondering if the earlier effect was solely intended to induce confusion. If that were the case, why was she allowed to act alone? Although the fire giant and the blue flame giant were baffled by Lin Miao's actions, they could not conjure a more satisfactory explanation, especially since their status bars displayed no other adverse debuffs. At that moment, the neighboring mountain giant and climbing giant fell victim to black chains that bound them together, plunging them into a state of confusion that rendered their skills unusable. Upon regaining their senses, they looked at Lin Miao with a hint of fear. To possess such powerful control abilities, these humans truly were extraordinary. The cloud giant silently observed as his teammates fell prey to the effects, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be the only one unaffected. Is this a manifestation of disdain towards the towering giant? Upon this realization, the colossal figure became irate, unleashing a thunderous roar as it plunged into the fray. With fists clenched high above its head, it executed a tremendous leap, channeling its might into a hammer-like strike aimed ferociously at Lin Bei and his companions. Observing the unfolding chaos, Wang Chongyang stepped forth, his solitary figure embodying the frontline defense of the group, committed to shielding his allies from harm. With the invocation of celestial forces, he summoned a 3-meter-high energy form, brandishing a trident-bladed weapon to counter the overwhelming force of the giant. The earth-shattering impact reverberated through the air, generating a fearsome shockwave. Regrettably, this sonic blast failed to inflict any damage upon Lin Bei and his party. While lesser beings might have been grievously harmed by such a phenomenon, all present were of the third tier, thus impervious to its effects. Having successfully withstood the onslaught, Wang Chongyang summoned his strength and, astonishingly, propelled the giant's 60-meter frame upward with his seemingly diminutive stature. What immense power must this be? The cloud giant pondered thus in his mind. Behind him, Shang Guanhua and Long Xingyao did not hesitate, directly unleashing their skills to confront the remaining 4 titans. Long Xingyao transformed into a winged white dragon, her claw forcefully shattering the defenses of the azure flame giant, extracting the heart of fire from within its core. The heart of fire, the very essence of the azure flame giant, once destroyed, would lead to its demise. With a slight exertion of strength, the core was obliterated, unleashing a roar of defiance from the giant as its azure flames dissipated in an instant, leaving behind only a pile of charred stones. Upon witnessing this, the fire giant felt an inexplicable sensation akin to angina gripping its heart. How could this be? Why did it experience such a feeling of heartache? As it beheld the azure flame giant fall before it, the fire giant knelt in disbelief, reaching out in a futile attempt to catch the fragments of the fallen giant, letting out a roar of indignation while glaring at Long Xingyao. Long Xingyao, taken aback by the fire giant's gaze, wondered why it seemed as if she had slain its beloved. Furthermore, was not the azure flame giant male? Could there be some hidden affection between them? Yet, even as she contemplated this, upon seeing the fire giant charge towards her instead of surrendering, she struck again with her dragon claw, extracting the fire giant's heart as well. With a squeeze, the heart shattered instantly, and the fire giant knelt, its flames rapidly fading away. Miraculously, the fire giant, defying its own demise, forced itself to gather its will and staggered step by step towards the remnants of the azure flame giant. Embracing a fragment, it could no longer withstand the strain. Its flames extinguished, transforming into stone, ultimately merging with the remnants of the azure flame giant. The Titan race is peculiarly unique. Their forms can be discarded at will. By merely placing their core upon a suitable mountain or rock, they can restore their physical presence. Long Xingyu gazed at this scene in silence, feeling as if she had become a villain, slaughtering an entire family. Meanwhile, Shang Guanhua gathered 3 flames, condensing them into a powerful orb. Even the red dragon, with its explosive fire resistance, could not withstand the force of his combined flames, let alone these 2 titans with virtually no resistance to fire. The climbing giant, observing the impending colossal fireball, turned his gaze towards the mountain giant beside him. For some reason, he felt a twinge of irritation towards this fellow. Suddenly, a memory of the giant's arrogance surfaced in his mind. Unconsciously, he utilized his skill to force the mountain giant in front of him as a shield. The mountain giant exclaimed, "Not me, buddy." Boom. The fireball descended, obliterating the mountain giant's form, even causing its earth heart to vanish on the spot. The residual force inflicted some harm upon the climbing giant, but the damage was minimal, akin to a mere scratch on a human. A loss of minus 6,666 health. A trivial 4-digit figure, was but a scratch compared to his 6-digit health. Shang Guanhua, clearly stunned by this spectacle, had not anticipated that the climbing giant would use the mountain giant as a human shield. Were these 2 giants engaged in a fierce internal conflict? though perplexed. Just as he was poised to intervene, he witnessed a dragon's claw abruptly pierce through the chest of the rock-climbing giant. The heart of stone was firmly grasped within the claw. It was Long Xingyao. After vanquishing the flame giant and the blue flame giant, she had swiftly proceeded towards the position of Shangwanhua. With a single strike of her dragon claw, she successfully extracted the heart of stone from the rock-climbing giant. The giant turned its head in disbelief, and as Long Xingyao exerted her strength, the heart of stone shattered, causing the rock-climbing giant to disintegrate into fragments. At that moment, only the cloud giant, engaged in a fierce exchange with Wang Chongnong, remained. Wang Chongnong possessed no formidable offensive abilities, relying solely on the skill heaven and earth to amplify his own power, which was limited in scope. Consequently, he found himself evenly matched with the distant adversary. Albeit this so-called equilibrium pertained only to their strength. The cloud giant's health was plummeting rapidly, while Wang Chongyong's remained utterly intact. The thin shield encasing his health bar appeared impenetrable, steadfastly safeguarding him. After a grueling battle lasting 300 rounds, Wang Chongyong inadvertently struck the head of the cloud giant. Within that head resided the cloud giant's heart of cloud. Upon its destruction, a furious roar echoed before it vanished into oblivion. The Titan giant clan was utterly annihilated. Within the enigmatic realm of fate, the spirit of fortune belonging to humanity reemerged. In contrast, the spirit of fortune from the Titan clan also materialized, emitting a roar of discontent directed towards the human spirit of fortune. However, the human spirit, brandishing a sharp sword, cleaved towards the Titan spirit, causing the fallen fortunes to merge into its own essence. After fulfilling its purpose, the human spirit of fortune vanished, leaving behind the Titan spirit's lingering cries of resentment. Meanwhile, in the external realm of the dungeon, the Titan clan had been expelled from the instance, transported back to the battlefield of myriad realms. The demigod of the Titan clan, upon witnessing the removal of his faction, glared at Xianyuan Fingbua, joining the chorus of dissatisfaction. A full 34 clans, 1/3 of their forces had been eliminated by humanity. Such disrespect was unfathomable. Was it that humanity had grown so powerful that they deemed the other races insignificant? Though Xianyuan Fingbua maintained an outward calm, his heart was in turmoil. Is it not astonishing how Linbei consistently stirs up trouble? He has remarkably eliminated 34 races. Could he not adopt a more discreet demeanor? At this moment, the flame giant, upon witnessing the blue flame giant, inexplicably softened in gaze. The blue flame giant reciprocated this sentiment, as if the flame giant before him were his destined counterpart. In stark contrast, the mountain giant confronted the climbing giant with seething anger, demanding, as hate, "Why did you use me as a shield against that skill?" With the aid of the demigod Titan, the mountain giant, having regained his strength, recalled how he had been used as a human shield during the trial of the myriad races. This remembrance ignited a fury within him, overshadowing even the disappointment of his elimination. Initially, the climbing giant intended to offer an explanation, but upon witnessing the mountain giantess' expression, an inexplicable rage welled up within him. "Why must I justify myself to you?" The demigod Titan, too, felt a surge of irritation, even at this juncture. These two were still engaged in petty squabbles. "Enough. Silence yourselves." Simultaneously, the demigod Titan pondered, had not these two always shared a commendable bond since childhood? What could have precipitated such a sudden quarrel? Moreover, it appeared that the climbing giant had indeed employed the mountain giant as a barrier against an attack. Is this a betrayal of allies? With the intervention of the demigod Titan, neither side dared to voice further objections. Yet, the simmering anger within them remained unquenched, escalating instead. The fire giant and the blue flame giant remained silent, standing together, though the occasional furtive glances exchanged between them suggested a clandestine bond. The cloud giant, though quiet, harbored thoughts about the newfound strength of humanity. His resolve nearly shattered. He questioned how this seemingly frail race could triumph in direct confrontation. Each of the 5 titans now bore their own sentiments. However, this did not concern Linbei and his companions, who were engaged in the instance. 34 races had been eliminated, yet the competition continued. In their quest to discover other teams, they sought the opportunities left by the myriad deities in the trials. They had already gleaned numerous legacies from foreign gods, though regrettably, these inheritances were of no use to Linbei and his group. In fact, using them would merely result in transformation into other races. They did, however, amass a significant collection of scarce resources. Time continued its relentless march. Xianyuan Fingbua began to perspire profusely. The spirit of humanity's fortune had grown ample, yet it seemed they had offended too many races. 2 days passed, and the number of races eliminated by humanity had reached 56. Out of a total of 77 races, humanity had vanquished 56. As Xianyuan Fengbo observed that nearly half of the demigods were eager to claim his head, he began to pray that Lin Bei and his companions would eliminate fewer opponents. Alas, despite his fervent prayers, Lin Bei remained unresponsive. Those destined for elimination were still to be eliminated. Xianyuan, it appears we are unable to maintain the situation ourselves. As 40 races fell, Beihai Toad Dragon, leader of the Dragon Guard in Longsha Kingdom, had already arrived in the southernmost continent, joining Xianyuan Fengbo in the battlefield of myriad races. After all, Xianyuan Fengbo had mentioned that their group had offended quite a few races. Initially dismissive, Beihai Toad Dragon thought, how many could that possibly be? Their humanity was formidable, with over 80 demigods now. Frankly speaking, even if all 99 demigods joined forces, they might not be able to subdue humanity, and they would likely be left standing. However, upon witnessing the explosive prowess of Lin Bei's team, he began to regret his earlier thoughts. Like Xianyuan Fengbo, he started praying for Lin Bei to spare his divine powers. Brother, may I call you brother? Please stop eliminating them. We are truly in a precarious position. Should we recruit more allies? We must, for dozens of demigods are watching them closely. And who knows if any of them might become incensed enough to incite their peers against them. Though if they were to act, their own deities would intervene. Yet, which race here does not have a deity watching over them? If they offend too many deities, who can say if their own deities would be able to prevail? Recruitment is a must. Meanwhile, far away in the capital of Longsha Kingdom, the sovereign Long Batian fell into silence upon receiving the news. Although he had informed Lin Bei that the primary purpose of the trials was not merely to grant the first-place winner an opportunity to ascend to godhood, but also to devour the fortunes of races, he had not anticipated Lin Bei's audacity in consuming the fortunes of over 50 races. Initially, he thought Lin Bei would only absorb the fortunes of 4 or 5 races, which would be manageable for humanity. But 50 was excessive. He had not adequately conveyed this to Lin Bei and could only address the situation as it arose. However, if they could withstand the repercussions, the advantages for humanity would be unprecedented. Not to mention, the emergence of powerful professions, individuals with formidable core skills, and even more demigods and ascended beings would be inevitable. This is the advantage of abundant fortune. Wang Hansheng. After a moment of contemplation, Long Batian silently uttered a name. A figure materialized before him, exuding the aura of a demigod. How many battle dragons are available in the Battle Dragon Hall? Each battle dragon is a demigod, and their assistance would be most beneficial. Currently, 5 are at leisure. Very well, you shall lead them to the battlefield of the myriad races. It is imperative that you ensure the safe departure of Lin Bei and his companions. Although Wang Hansheng was unaware of the circumstances, it was evident that whatever had captured Long Batian's attention was of monumental significance. The mere deployment of a demigod is a substantial matter, and now he was summoning 5, if not more. This clearly indicated that the situation had exceeded expectations. As the commander of the Battle Dragon Hall, subordinate to the dragon head, Long Batian, Wang Hansheng's prowess was unparalleled, reaching the pinnacle of level 99. Regrettably, the ascent to divinity remained a formidable challenge. The ability to transcend the confines of skill slots for personal use is not something an ordinary demigod can achieve. Such a feat requires extraordinary insight, liberating one from the limitations of skill slots, thus accelerating the path to divinity and the comprehension of laws. While he may not be the most eminent among demigods, he was still a formidable level 99, capable of holding his ground. In Lin City, Lin Zhantian gazed at the half-tattered sheepskin map in his hand and sighed, ultimately deciding to entrust it to Lin Long. Summon someone. What is your command, Chief? Deliver this map to Lin Long, and inform him that it is the sole opportunity in the past decade to uncover a passage between the two realms. However, remind him that this quest is fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to death, and he should be well aware of the consequences. Understood, Chief. At the Myriad Races trial grounds, after 2 days of exploration, Lin Bei and his companions had amassed an astonishing wealth of legacies and resources. Yet, they were puzzled as to why Lin Bei would expend effort to acquire these legacies and resources, which bore little significance for them. Was he perhaps intending to sell them to other races upon their exit? Despite their curiosity, they refrained from questioning him, trusting that Lin Bei had his own plans. Meanwhile, other races within the Myriad Races trial grounds were equally apprehensive, fearful that they might be the next to be eliminated. The human race proved to be exceedingly formidable, having already ousted over 50 races within these 2 days. That was a substantial and palpable achievement. The remaining teams present had largely abandoned any thoughts of claiming first place. They were content merely to acquire usable legacies and resources. However, aside from them, there were those with ulterior motives, the Void Beings. In instances involving such race-level dungeons, the presence of the Void sect was almost a given. Their aim was to obliterate everything and return to the Void. Should their plan succeed, they could decimate a significant number of prodigies among the myriad races. Additionally, this myriad races trial was the first of its kind in history, making it all the more critical for the Void sect to make an appearance. They had invested considerable resources to ensure their success, infiltrating nearly all novice dungeons available to eligible races during their awakening days. Although only a few of their primal void monsters remained, they had at least managed to blend in. Currently, within the myriad races trial, 7 void beings were still alive. They had severed ties with their respective teams, except for those who had been discovered and eliminated due to their late escape. These 7 void beings represented the last hope for the Void sect's disruption efforts. As they convened, one of the blue and white void beings quietly interjected, "I have found a legacy." During their deliberations, the existence of a legacy was announced. Is it more powerful than our Void clan's legacy? Due to the differing races they had fused with, the remaining 7 void beings each exhibited distinct forms. 3 were werewolves, lizardmen, and fishmen, while 2 bore the single horn of the ghost race. Their appearance had grotesquely altered due to their fusion with void monsters, resembling the decaying flesh of a biological mother. Although not as potent as the legacies of their own clan, I discovered within it an unconscious energy entity. This so-called unconscious energy body is intentionally bestowed by certain deities. After all, the lower realms do not permit divine beings to descend. Even their avatars are subject to this rule. Unless one possesses a unique channel, no matter how extraordinary your abilities may be, adherence to the established order is mandatory. However, the unconscious energy body differs significantly. Devoid of any consciousness, it can be regarded as a mere object. Even if cast down, it would exert no influence, merely serving as a coach for transmission or being refined by the inheritor into a nascent form of a divine manifestation. One could assert that within the trials of myriad races, it stands as a paramount heirloom. If we consider the unconscious energy body in this light, does it not present an opportunity for us to invade and claim it as our own through the power of the Void? Indeed, if we unite our efforts, we could certainly seize that energy body and even harness the residual power within it to obliterate our adversaries using the might of the laws. The power of the laws resides within the domain of the divine. Once successfully invoked, it could eradicate the races lingering in the secret realm. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. An ominous premonition gnaws at him. Should we delay, dire consequences may ensue. Within the trial of myriad races, silence enveloped the atmosphere, as if all were engaged in a struggle for inheritance and resources. Concurrently, the barrier began to contract slowly, driving everyone toward the central area. The 3rd day approached, heralding the imminent onset of the final duel. In the upper realm, the territory of the human deities, within the Doshuai Palace, Neza clutched a somewhat malodorous dragon tendon, pinching his nose as he approached an elder. "Master Taishur, pray, assist me in crafting this dragon tendon into a scarf. I wish to present it to my father." The elder, known as Taishang Laojun, upon hearing Neza's request, instantly wore a disheartened expression. After a moment of resigned contemplation, he shook his head. "Little Neza, what mischief are you plotting this time? Shouldn't you be stationed at the southern heavenly gate? Are you not concerned about the Jade Emperor's reckoning?" Taishang Laojun stroked his beard and chuckled. "What is there to fear? My second brother fears nothing, would I?" Neza retorted nonchalantly, then raised the somewhat fetid dragon tendon toward Taishang Laojun, continuing, "Setting aside everything else, could you lend a hand? The weather has turned chilly, and I wish to gift my father a scarf. Ideally, it should have a retractable feature, as he is sensitive to the cold." Neza's visage radiated filial piety, prompting Taishang Laojun to shake his head in disbelief. "Ah, it has been such a long time, and you still cannot let go. What are you implying?" "Master, that is my father. How could I harbor resentment against him?" Neza maintained his cheerful demeanor, his eyes closed, exuding the innocence of a sunny boy. "Do not be absurd. Moreover, isn't it possible for my attendant to assist you with such tasks? Yet, it is far more secure with you, master." Taishang Laojun was left speechless, realizing that Neza had inadvertently revealed too much. Furthermore, he had no intention of truly aiding Neza. For should he inadvertently become an accomplice, it would lead to an awkward predicament. The two exchanged glances, and eventually, Neza conceded defeat. Fine. If you will not assist in the crafting, then I shall forego it." Neza expressed his dissatisfaction, and then, as if struck by a thought, relayed the happenings he had encountered to Tai Shang Laojun. "You mean to say that a little fellow can transport your consciousness to the lower realms? Even this dragon tendon was acquired down there?" "Indeed. Otherwise, why would I provoke the Dragon Clan when the Azure Dragon deity oversees the heavenly court? I initially intended to frighten a little dragon, but the Azure Dragon deity caught wind of my antics. Recalling that scene still makes me wince. Very well then. Let us proceed to refine it into a binding dragon rope." With a flick of his dust brush, Tai Shang Laojun caused the dragon tendon in Neza's grasp to soar toward the 8 trigrams furnace. Under Tai Shang Laojun's refinement, the dragon tendon gradually underwent transformation. Since there was no need for the advanced tools typically employed at their level, the process did not require excessive time, though it still necessitated some duration. In the lower realms, within the trials of myriad races at the edge of the center, the 7 monsters from the Void sect finally discovered the inheritance spoken of by the Wolfmen. This inheritance belonged to the eastern deities of humanity. Upon activating the inheritance, an ethereal figure of a deity materialized, composed entirely of energy, devoid of consciousness, its sole purpose being to serve as a conduit for legacy. This entity could be extracted from the instance and bestowed upon an unawakened individual, enabling them to inherit the vocation known as the Tower Defender. Once inherited, one would possess a red-quality small tower with formidable suppression capabilities, an invaluable hybrid of support and offensive prowess. At long last, we have found it. Now, we must seize this energy body left by the deity. One of the void creatures dispersed its energy to merge with the entity. As the dispersed energy dissipated, a bewildered figure emerged. It was a wolfman. Had others been present, they would have realized that this formidable void creature, notorious for its inability to be expelled, could voluntarily disengage from its merged state. However, this also meant that once separated, it would revert to pure void energy, destined to be completely absorbed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This was utterly unacceptable to him. The remaining 6 entities of the Void disregarded the spectacle entirely. He was merely an insignificant werewolf, to be dealt with later. Alas, even the werewolf void creature, by sacrificing himself and transforming into energy to merge with the energy entity, could not fully dominate it. The remaining 6 void entities nodded in unison, initiating their purification abilities. 6 streams of pure void essence detached from their beings, subsequently merging into the energy entity left behind by the deity. Ultimately, the energy entity erupted in turmoil. The pristine power within was tainted and corrupted at that moment, transforming from a golden energy entity into a jet black one. With the corruption complete, the ebony energy entity was utterly reduced to a void monster. Yet, similarly, it was unable to depart from the trial instance for all races. As for the consequences resulting from the purification, the void race gave them no consideration whatsoever. To them, fulfilling their intrinsic mission was of utmost importance. Thus, even knowing that their consciousness would vanish, they would proceed regardless. This is the terrifying nature of the void beast. The energy entity rampages, transforming into an entirely new void monster. The werewolf, regaining its senses, instinctively lifts its head to gaze upon the pitch-black energy form. LV. 60 Totem King Li Jing. Red. Void monster. 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 The werewolf cries in terror, witnessing the icy expression of the Totem King morph into a sinister grin. In his hand, the exquisite pagoda activates, summoning a colossal ebony tower, towering at least 1,000 meters high. It envelopes the 7 unfortunate souls present. The force of suppression takes effect, accompanied by a hint of the power of law as emotion. Their skills become utterly unusable, trapped within the suppressed area. All abilities are sealed. Ultimately, the 7 unfortunate souls emit cries of agony as they meet their demise. Their deaths are absolute, caused by the force of law rather than mere elimination from the instance. As the Dark Tower materializes, all surviving teams within the instance witness this harrowing spectacle. What is this? A gigantic tower? Why do I sense a horrifying aura? This trial of myriad races is exceedingly arduous, but which deity is engaged in battle? Lin Bei and his companions also observe the emergence of the immense tower. For reasons unknown, the moment they behold its presence, a sense of foreboding washes over them. Has the instance once again encountered upheaval? Wang Chongnong, gazing from a distance at the massive ebony tower, instinctively speaks. They can distinctly feel the aura radiating from it, even from several kilometers away, and it feels strangely familiar, as if power of the void. It appears the void sect's anomalies have yet to be eradicated. and now they VE conjured something new. The group feels a headache coming on. The Void Sect is indeed loathsome. Large instances, special instances, are particularly vexatious. Smaller instances are far preferable, offering stable leveling without such convoluted troubles. What should we do now? Prepare for battle. Most likely, their targets are all the surviving teams. Lin Bei rubs his temples, resigned. The aura is overwhelmingly strong. He is uncertain if they stand a chance. If things go awry, they may have to exit the instance prematurely. Within the instance, the Void-turned Totem King, holding the ebony tower aloft, begins to sweep across the entire area with a ferocious countenance. The barrier continues to operate, and it won't be long before everyone is driven into the central region. At that moment, they will all face the fate of annihilation at his hands. Ha ha ha, little ones, have you all hidden well? I hope I don't find you. The Totem King's sinister laughter echoes throughout the instance. The remaining teams instinctively tremble. That is the aura of a higher being, crushing them underfoot. They are undoubtedly no match. They must not be discovered. If they are found, they may truly meet their end. This is a warning from instinct. Flee this place. But how shall they escape? By losing. Indeed, if they are defeated by the other teams, they can finally liberate themselves from this cursed location. In an instant, various factions began to search for opponents, eager to provoke conflict. Unfortunately, nearly all remaining teams harbored the same intention. Each wished for the others to eliminate them, thus providing an avenue of escape. However, the Lord of the Tower was not in a hurry to act. The more frantic the situation became, the more desperate they grew. He relished the sight of these ants struggling in fear. The barrier continued to constrict, while Lin Bei and his companions amassed a considerable amount of legacies, treasures from various races. After all, the closer one approached the central region, the higher the likelihood of encountering such inheritances. Look, it is the human race. Marvelous. At that moment, the team of the crocodile people erupted in joy upon spotting Lin Bei and his companions. Before the arrival of the Lord of the Tower, they would have been deeply concerned about encountering a human team, as the human factions were akin to harbingers of death. Those they touched met with inevitable elimination. But now, the situation had changed. Only by confronting the human teams could they hope to face elimination. Throughout their journey, other races' teams were hesitant to eliminate them, even imploring them to do the deed instead. When did the myriad races trial become so amicable? Humans, please, eliminate us. Wang Chonong Shangwanhua and Lin Miao Miao tilted their heads in bewilderment, wondering if the Crocmen had lost their minds. Why would they willingly offer themselves as sacrifices? Lin Bei, what is the meaning of this? Let us proceed, granting their wish. We cannot refuse the fortune delivered to our doorstep, even if the master of the terrifying aura in the central region is formidable. However, Lin Bei possesses trump cards to contend with it. Before encountering the aura's master, he needs to amass a wealth of resources, or else the situation may become unmanageable. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the Crocmen were moved to tears of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. They then hurled themselves at Wang Chongyang's three-pointed double-edged blade, much to his astonishment. Wang Chongyang, I appreciate you presenting your heads. As everyone busied themselves with self-destruction, the announcement of the humans eliminating the Crocmen reverberated. Those who were previously terrified now rejoiced as if hearing celestial music. To think that even at this moment, the humans would eliminate them. It was simply marvelous. Quick, find the humans. Only they will eliminate us at this juncture. But where are the humans? Over here. I found them. A werewolf from the wolf race, utilizing his keen sense of smell, successfully detected the scent of blood. And fresh blood at that. This suggests that direction leads to the human settlement. Haste. Pursue that individual. Good heavens. Why do you all advance with such alacrity? This is not a suicide mission, but an engagement against adversaries. Should not a death march be characterized by solemnity? Yet, why do you exhibit such exuberance? Despite these contemplations, the Tiger Man's velocity remained unslackened. Is this a single squad vanquished already? With a casual flourish, Wang Chongyang expunged all traces of blood from his glaive. It was his maiden encounter with such eagerness to offer oneself as a sacrifice. However, due to the elimination of the crocodilian race, a fraction, precisely 1%, of their racial fortune has been assimilated into the human race's own. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. There exists a precedent for this. Thus, for the sake of their own survival, they deemed it prudent to embrace death. If they had yet to awaken, they might consider self-destruction to escape the scenario. However, having ascended to the third tier, They were more than capable of shattering mountains and boulders. In a situation where teammates could not inflict harm upon one another, the notion of suicide? Setting aside the question of whether death was even attainable, the agony alone would etch itself into one's memory for a lifetime. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. Wang Chongyang crouched down, caressing the earth, sensing that a multitude of entities was rushing toward their location. Before long, they beheld the surviving factions of various races converging upon them. It was indeed the human race. Splendid. It is the humans. We are saved. Quickly, fellow brothers of humanity, come forth and deliver us from our plight. The words of the crowd left Lin Miaomiao, Shang Guanhua, and Wang Chongyang utterly bewildered. Although Lin Bei had provided them with an explanation, such statements still sparked a sense of novelty within them. So, they were indeed going to take action? Well, why not seize the opportunity for fortune that was presented to them? After all, this was all at their behest. It was imperative to document this moment. Quietly, Lin Miaomiao took out her phone to begin recording. Are you certain you wish to be eliminated by us, without any grievances? Absolutely no grievances, came the unanimous reply. The others hesitated to act, leaving only the human race willing to charge forward resolutely. If they lingered in this place any longer, who could predict the consequences of encountering the madman from the Void Sect? Very well, if that is your desire, we shall oblige. With Lin Bei's words, Long Xingyao, Wang Chongyang, and Shang Guanhua sprang into action. The surviving teams from various races observed the trio showcasing their abilities, collectively marveling at the strength of the human race. Boom. Moments later, only Lin Bei's team remained in the arena, while all other teams had been completely eliminated. Meanwhile, the wandering Toda Heavenly King sensed the continuous disappearance of numerous auras, an unsettling feeling creeping over him. Could it be that those insignificant creatures were attempting to flee? This is unacceptable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. If this doesn't proceed swiftly, what will happen if we are annihilated by that terrifying void creature, rather than being obliterated by the void monster? It would be preferable to be eliminated by the human race. At the very least, if the humans were to vanquish them, they could still leave this place alive. The ground trembles, and Lin Bei and his companions sense that something is amiss. That entity has arrived. Moments later, only their party remains in the vicinity, while 4 other groups are lurking in the shadows, presumably vying for first place. They believe that achieving the top rank might grant them a direct escape. Hence, unlike other races, they have chosen to conceal themselves. The tremors grow increasingly intense, and they finally discern the identity of their visitor, a colossal figure clad in black armor, cradling a magnificent pagoda. Its visage is grotesque, and its gaze is laced with murderous intent, evidently incensed that Lin Bei and his companions have disrupted its plans. Humans? It snarls. I cannot believe you have meddled in our affairs. I shall make you call upon the heavens and the earth, yet receive no answer. With that, it launches its hand, hurling the pagoda skyward. The obsidian structure ascends, expanding until it towers thousands of meters high, enveloping their vicinity. The oppressive force bears down upon Lin Bei and his companions, as if intent on crushing them where they stand. They observe their status indicators displaying the effects of a binding debuff and a slowing debuff, both of which persist until the pagoda disappears. Humans. Since you have disrupted our plans, you shall take their place and bear the consequences. A pitch-black sword materializes in its grasp, ready to unleash a devastating sword aura intended to obliterate Lin Bei and his comrades. With the formidable swordsmanship inherited from the Totem King, combined with its level 60 prowess, it is more than sufficient to dominate the battlefield and crush all present. With a sweeping strike, the annihilating sword aura hurtles toward them. Lin Bei realizes that if he does not act soon, it will be too late. The 4-tier level disparity could easily nullify any damage they inflict on the Totem King. In a flash, Lin Bei casts Lunar Blessing, causing a radiant full moon to manifest above, bathing everyone in its silvery light, cleansing all negative effects. As the sword aura approaches, he successfully transports everyone beyond the reach of the pagoda's influence. Witnessing this, the Totem King is consumed with rage. How is it possible that this human skill has such priority? It can even purify the effects of my pagoda. Nevertheless, he thinks, even so, what does it matter? The 4-tier difference guarantees the demise of all survivors here. After their narrow escape, the group exhales in relief, though Lin Bei's expression bears an unusual intensity. At the moment of their flight, he had cast Eye of Insight upon the Totem King. LV. 60 Totem King, red, void creature. This is not the most critical matter. The most pressing concern is that the opponent possesses an astonishingly high health pool in the millions. Additionally, when they engage formidable high-level monsters, they experience significant damage reduction, with each tier reducing damage by 30. The disparity of 4 tiers is sufficient to hinder their ability to inflict damage. However, Lin Bei harbored a bold idea. Although he remained uncertain about how the void beasts infiltrated and exerted control over the formidable Toda King, he believed there was one individual who might hold an interest in the Toda King. With the azure flute materializing in his hand, Lin Bei commenced to play the tune of Neza. As the melodious notes resonated, those present felt an unusual sensation wash over them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This crimson-grade dragon-binding cord was freshly forged by the Supreme Lord Lao Tzu. Yet it hasn't reached the level of a divine artifact due to the inferior quality and low grade of its raw materials. Achieving even this level of quality speaks volumes of the Supreme Lord's formidable crafting skills. How tedious. When will there be a battle to wage? Below. The 4 heavenly kings shook their heads, finding the impish deity perpetually restless. Cannot he, for once, diligently guard the southern gate as we do? Suddenly, a subtle sensation stirred within Neza, as if he were deliberately nudged. His divine sense unfurled. That feeling again, the boy is destined for another fray. Stowing the dragon-binding cord, Neza grinned, his primary consciousness vanishing, leaving only his shell to watch over the southern gate. Down in the mortal realm, within the myriad races trial instance. Despite their successful escape from the pagoda's reach, the tower-bearing heavenly king was not to be trifled with. His 60th level made escape impossible for any prey he marked. JJ. Puny human ants, why have you ceased your flight? Have you resigned yourselves to the inevitable? The tower-bearing heavenly king sneered, his blade scraping against the earth, igniting sparks in its wake. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over Wang Chongyang and his companions, though the Titan giant had possessed a similar stature. The disparity in their power was astronomical. Finally, the tower-bearing heavenly king halted before Lin Bei and his group, uttering 3 sinister JJ sounds before raising his sword high above his head. Perish here. But as he prepared to unleash his skill, he felt his energy body begin to destabilize. Impossible. What is interfering? It was the melody emanating from the human's flute. This is a miraculous artifact. He never anticipated that a mere human could possess such a divine tool. It must not be allowed to remain, since the use of skills would result in bodily instability. Then a direct strike is the only solution. This time, the treasured sword encountered no hindrances, slicing through the air as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Clang. The king of the heavenly guardians looked perplexed. What was going on? Who was this little figure that effortlessly blocked his sword? His gaze fell upon the diminutive figure, and to his astonishment, he noticed a fervent intensity in the little one's eyes. I say, old fellow, do you truly dare to strike against the younger generation? The shadow wielded a spear engulfed in blazing flames, thrusting it upward. The sword in the king of the heavenly guardian's hand was forcefully dislodged. The king stood in a daze, bewildered by the identity of this formidable opponent. As his gaze settled upon the shadow, information materialized. LV 60, the great deity of the 3 altars, Neza, Black. The visitor was none other than Neza, summoned by Lin Bei. Due to the previous summoning, even outside the southern heavenly gate instance, Lin Bei could call upon him again. Kid, you are impressive. Neza's eyes blazed with excitement as he regarded the king of the heavenly guardians. So, you must be the king of the heavenly guardians. Without needing Lin Bei to elaborate, the summoned Neza, facing the towering figure of 60 meters, conjured the binding dragon rope. Old fellow, the weather has turned chilly. Allow me to warm you up. With that, the binding dragon rope began to extend under Neza's guidance, riding on the wind and fire wheels. He approached the king at an imperceptible speed, tossing the binding dragon rope with precision around the king's neck. Seeing this, the king attempted to remove the rope, ensnaring him. But in the very next moment, the rope constricted. Neza tugged with his right hand, a grin spreading across his face. Delightful. Delightful. Ha. With a surge of strength, he astonishingly flung the 60-meter-tall king of the heavenly guardians away. Below, Wang Chongyang and the others thought they were about to be cleaved by the king's sword, only to be saved at the last moment by Neza. I nearly had a heart attack just now. Wang Chongyang patted his chest, still trembling with fear. And the same sentiment was echoed by Shang Wanhua and Lin Miao. Although Long Xingyao said nothing, she instinctively clutched the hem of Lin Bei's clothing. However, Realizing the situation, she quickly released her grip, ensuring no one noticed her, and breathed a sigh of relief. So, this creature is indeed the king of the heavenly guardians, isn't it? Lin Miaomiao observed, confirming her thoughts. But why was the third prince so elated? Lin Miaomiao and Shang Guanhua fell into silence. Long Xingyu fiddled with her fingers, seemingly attempting to divert attention, while Lin Bei continued to play the flute, invoking the melody of Neza. After sending the king of the heavenly guardian soaring, Neza, upon hearing the tune, felt his power increase by 50%. This represents a comprehensive enhancement of 50%. Young lad, your abilities. Neza cast a glance at Lin Bei, clearly taken aback by Lin Bei's formidable amplification prowess. However, the immediate priority was to deal with this old foe before him. The king of heavenly kings was violently hurled aside by Neza, his colossal form crashing to the ground, creating a fissure in the earth. Law manifestation of heaven and earth. As Neza's words resonated, a massive energy entity materialized behind him, resembling an enlarged version of Neza himself. It bore 3 heads and 8 arms, each grasping a corresponding weapon. The king of heavenly kings, attempting to free himself from the dragon binding rope around his neck, found his efforts futile. With no other choice, he resolved to confront this divine manifestation first. If he failed to eliminate it, the prospect of annihilating everyone else was inconceivable. Pagoda, arise. The pagoda in the king of heavenly kings' grasp possessed only a fraction of its true power, yet it was sufficient to unleash its capabilities. The suppressive force descended, transforming into a gigantic pagoda that enveloped the onlookers within. Neza could distinctly feel the weight of oppression emanating from the pagoda. Not again, this accursed tower. Neza sensed that his own strength was being stifled. After all, this artifact was specifically designed to counter him, with the suppression of others being merely incidental. Thus, even a replica retained the power to restrain Neza. In the next moment, a full moon emerged, casting its luminescence upon Neza, instantly dissipating the sensation of oppression. Neza, what sorcery is this? You can even nullify the suppressive force of his father's pagoda. With the pagoda's power diminished, Neza's strength flowed freely once more. Armed with the fire spear and standing upon the wind and fire wheels, with the universe ring in hand, he charged towards the king of heavenly kings. Yet before that, he needed to dismantle this replica tower. With a swift throw of the universe ring, it collided with the pagoda, resulting in visible cracks appearing on its vast surface. Within 3 seconds, Neza launched hundreds of strikes. The pagoda ultimately succumbed to Neza's relentless assault, shattering into fragments, while Neza himself stood before the king of heavenly kings. The latter instinctively conjured his sword once more, preparing for a battle of epic proportions. However, Neza swiftly threw forth the celestial silk, ensnaring the king of heavenly kings tightly in a massive crimson ribbon. Old fool, without this wretched tower, do you truly believe yourself my match? The king of heavenly kings, eyes wide with terror, clearly did not anticipate that this divine manifestation, with its formidable law, would possess such strength. Most crucially, this deity appeared to be acquainted with the owner of this body, and it was a relationship steeped in enmity. What grievances have transpired? What actions did the owner of this body undertake to provoke such a powerful deity? Initially believing the king of heavenly kings to be sufficiently formidable, particularly with the immense power of the pagoda and the demon-slaying sword in hand, it was astonishing that these 2 legendary artifacts could not contend with this divine being. They had maximized their efforts, yet still faced defeat. The source of all this failure lies with that flute-playing human, observing with a gaze filled with resentment. King Toda fixed his eyes on Lin Bei, who seemed to sense the malice and met the king's gaze. In the next moment, a resounding slap struck King Toda's face. Old fool, what are you glaring at? With that, Neza unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon King Toda, driven solely by a desire to settle personal scores. The scene was so gruesome that Wang Chongyang and his companions could not help but turn away. Especially when they witnessed Neza thrusting his fiery spear towards King Toda's core, they were overwhelmed by a visceral sense of horror. Ultimately, King Toda met his end in bitterness, his head severed by Neza. Yet, due to his energy form, no blood spilled. The brutality lay solely in the imagery. This entire ordeal, from summoning to conclusion, spanned a mere 30 seconds, leaving Lin Bei's complexion somewhat pallid, though he could endure for another 10 seconds. Delightful, Neza exclaimed, crushing King Toda's head beneath his foot, reveling in an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Gradually, the majority of King Toda's form dissipated into murky energy, while the remainder transformed into experience, evenly distributed among Lin Bei and his companions. As the experience coursed through him, Lin Bei's level instantly surged to 35, a remarkable 10-level enhancement. All his skills also ascended to level 35. Initially, in a summoned state, Neza could only maintain his presence for 10 seconds. Now, he could sustain this power for an additional 5 minutes. Beyond the elevation in level, Lin Bei's skill slots increased by 2. And he gained a new professional skill, Virtue and Talent on the Shoulders. Virtue and Talent on the Shoulders LV 35 wide enhances all resistances by 70. Significantly boosts physical attributes by 350. A robust physique is the key to effective learning. Upon this skill's manifestation, Lin Bei's physical prowess expanded dramatically, his already athletic build becoming even more formidable. Externally, he appeared only slightly more fitted in his clothing, soon returning to his usual state. In his current condition, he bore no distinction from before. The levels of others also escalated rapidly, with everyone exceeding the 30-level threshold, entering the 4th tier of power. After Neza had thoroughly obliterated King Toda's head, his gaze turned toward Lin Bei. Kid, what is your name? Lin Bei. Lin Bei, you say? Excellent. From now on, I shall call you Beizi. Beizi, should there ever be a fight in the future, remember to summon me. The heavenly cord is dreadfully dull. Neza, devoid of any arrogance befitting a deity, casually draped his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder, eliciting astonishment from Wang Chongyang and the others. This was the legendary god of slaughter they had heard of since childhood, yet here he was, displaying an unexpectedly personable demeanor. That third prince at that moment. Wang Chongyang seemed compelled to voice his internal curiosity. You bear the legacy of my second brother. You are his successor, aren't you? But your strength appears somewhat lacking. Is there something amiss? Neza scrutinized the group, his eyes widening in surprise upon glimpsing Long Xingyao, realizing the girl had undergone a significant evolution in her bloodline power. Advancing toward the lineage of the Yinglong, likely due to the previous rewards. The Yinglong lineage is not to be trifled with, after all. A previous encounter nearly led to his downfall at the hands of the great Yinglong. Had it not been for Yinglong's consideration of Neza's youth, the outcome would have been far more dire. You just battled King Toda, correct? Oh, that old fool indeed. What's your query? You should be father and son, right? Wang Chongyang was aware of their familial ties. Although that creature was merely an avatar, it still represented a father-son relationship. Why then? Did Neza and King Toda appear as mortal enemies? The image of Neza methodically severing King Toda's head was particularly brutal, reaffirming his reputation as the god of slaughter. Yes, we are father and son, Neza replied nonchalantly. But why? This avatar is not my father. Oh, I see. Perhaps the resemblance triggered some resentment in you, leading to such treatment. While this explanation seemed plausible, it still bore a hint of strangeness. However, unbeknownst to Wang Chongyang, Neza harbored an unspoken thought. Even if you were my father, I would still dare to act thus without that damn tower. Lin Bei, observing Neza's nonchalance, recalled a historical speculation he had encountered. Previously, when Neza clashed with the Dragon Clan of the East Sea to protect the citizens of Chintang Pass, he chose to rend his bones to return to his father and to sacrifice his flesh for his mother. Yet, when his master, Tai Jinren, illuminated the path to divinity, it was King Toda Li Jing who thwarted Neza's ascension, nearly resulting in his demise. Such a vendetta against one's life would hardly be forgotten. Had it not been for the restraint of others, Neza would have long since avenged himself upon King Toda upon his revival. In the present day, the arduous journey from demigod to deity is evident. King Toda Li Jing had nearly cost Neza his life when he could have ascended directly to divinity. The bond of fatherly affection had long since been severed. Hey, Beizi, why can I remain in the lower realm for so long this time? Just then, Neza sensed something amiss. He recalled that his previous venture into the South Heavenly Gate instance lasted only a few seconds, yet now, several minutes had elapsed without his disappearance. My skill level has increased, allowing you to linger for an extra few minutes. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, given your current state of power. Neza was astonished. This Beizi's skills were unexpectedly impressive. I must enhance your abilities. The upper realm was dreadfully dull, becoming overgrown with tedium. Those ethereal creatures were truly infuriating, bullying other divine beings rather than making a concerted effort to assault the South Heavenly Gate. If they tried earnestly, perhaps the gate could be breached. Yet now, Lin Bei had the capability to summon him to the lower realm. Although it was not his true form, the avatar could carry his primary consciousness, making it nearly indistinguishable from his actual presence. Upon returning, he intended to elevate the quality of Lin Bei's skills, perhaps with an upgrade. He could stay in the lower realm for an extended period. Beizi, the next time you summon me, I will enhance the quality of your skill. By the way, What is the quality of your skill? Purple. Only purple? I shall return and search through my inventory to see if I can elevate it to black quality. As for colorful quality, that is exceedingly challenging. Attaining black quality is already a significant achievement. Colorful quality pertains to skills of a rule-level nature. Even Nez's most powerful skill quality is merely black. Thus, the skills capable of elevating Lin Bei to the realm of black quality could be considered as Nez's utmost effort. Perhaps, should he seek the guidance of his esteemed master, there might indeed be a viable solution. However, locating the true form of his master proves essential. Currently, being in the lower realm, devoid of combat, alongside the scarcity of knowledge pertaining to the higher realms, Neza took it upon himself to impart some fundamental insights of the upper realm to Lin Bei and his companions. Yet, it was not long before Lin Bei felt overwhelmed. Your Highness, the time has come. Is it so? Have you reached your limit so swiftly? Bei Zi. You must persevere and continue your training. As he spoke, Neza placed a hand upon Lin Bei's shoulder. A gesture that appeared rather comical given the height disparity, Lin Bei towering at 185 centimeters while Neza stood only at 160 centimeters. Although aware that Neza's intentions were not of that nature, Lin Bei could not shake the feeling that there was a subtle implication in Neza's words. Before long, Lin Bei dispelled the divine summoning state, the crimson lotus in his eyes fading away, and Neza's figure transformed into sparks, dissipating into the air as Lin Bei's main consciousness returned to its original form. Upon the return of his awareness, Neza sensed a remarkable enhancement in his strength once again. His overall power surged to an impressive 71. This increase surpassed the strength gained from his previous return. Neza, originally at level 162, now experienced a 71% boost in overall power, propelling him to level 163. For beings of their caliber, even a minor difference in level could result in a significant disparity. A mere 1% enhancement could potentially lead to overwhelming dominance. Thus, the fact that Neza's overall strength surged by 71%, reaching level 163, was truly extraordinary. At this level, each advancement corresponds to a 100% increase in strength, while the subsequent realm further amplifies it by another 100%. Neza made a preliminary estimation. With just 2 more ascensions, his power would reach level 164. The alacrity of this progress far surpasses the pace of self-cultivation. Reaching this echelon of power required tens of millennia, a feat achieved through extraordinary innate talent, the aid of myriad rare and precious treasures, and the blessings of cosmic fortune. This surge in power evoked in Neza memories of his rapid advancement in his youth. While the realm may not compare, his strength is now sufficient to overwhelm his adversaries. It seems Bei Zi harbors significant secrets, Neza mused quietly, further solidifying his resolve to safeguard Lin Bei. He envisioned a future where Lin Bei's continued assistance would elevate his power to surpass even that of the Jade Emperor enthroned in the Hall of Miraculous Heaven. In such a scenario, he could emulate his second brother, accepting summons but defying decrees. Yang Jin's position of nominal obedience stemmed from his familial ties with the Jade Emperor. Neza, however, lacked such a connection, making him vulnerable to the Jade Emperor's potential wrath. Yet, he possessed his own formidable backing, allowing him to feign compliance, preventing the Jade Emperor from acting against him overtly. With a firm resolve, Neza resolved to seek out his master, the Taoist Tai, hoping to extract some resources from him. Failing that, he would turn to the goddess Inhua and the celestial venerable of the primordial beginning. In terms of connections and influence, Neza stood among the elite. Within the instance, despite Neza's dispatch of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, the presence of 4 remaining teams prolonged its duration. With 3 hours remaining until the instance's conclusion, ample time remained for them to continue plundering the resources and inheritances within the myriad races trial instance. This is indeed a remarkable asset for trading. Bei Zi, I truly envy you. Even Wang Chongyang cannot help but express his admiration. After all, it is none other than the great Neza, who affectionately refers to Lin Bei as Bei Zi. How could he possibly have the audacity to address Lin Bei by his full name? Moreover, Neza has stated that in the next summoning, he wishes to find a way to elevate Lin Bei's core skill to black quality. It is worth noting that currently, the most formidable quality announced is merely red quality. If Lin Bei were to truly ascend to black quality, it would signify that he is the first man in the lower realm to master a skill of such caliber. Upon reflection, Wang Chongyang turned his head and playfully winked at Lin Bei, saying, Bei Zi, if I were to engage in a mutually beneficial arrangement with you, would you be inclined to speak favorably to the Crown Prince on my behalf? The crowd gazed at Wang Chongyang in astonishment, particularly Lin Bei. After years of brotherhood, It was the first time Lin Bei had witnessed such shameless behavior from Wang Chongyang. "Get lost," Lin Bei retorted, delivering a swift kick that landed squarely on Wang Chongyang's backside. Before Wang Chongyang could comprehend the situation, he was propelled several meters away, landing awkwardly in a rather undignified manner. "What the heck? Bei Zi, where did you get that strength?" he exclaimed. Fortuitously, Lin Bei had awakened a professional skill, enhancing his physical attributes and resilience, though lacking offensive capabilities, merely allowing him to run faster and better protect himself. I too am not lacking. I have awakened my own professional skill. However, mine is rather underwhelming, which is why I opted for a legacy skill. With a smile, Wang Chongyang tapped his forehead with his right index finger, revealing a golden vertical eye. 3 realms divine vision. Open. Heavenly eye. With the golden eye activated, all malevolent spirits and entities were rendered visible to Wang Chongyang. "That appears quite formidable," Lin Bei remarked, curiosity piqued, and requested Wang Chongyang to share the skill's details. Wang Chongyang consented, recognizing the importance of team synergy among those who would likely embark on future endeavors together. Golden Heavenly ILV 1 consumes 100 energy points, allowing the user to inflict true damage via a ray that combines 200 of their own attack power with 500 magical attack points and an additional 1,000 points. This ability consumes mental energy, enabling the user to see through illusions, leaving hidden entities with no place to hide. Entry 1. Significantly reduced mental energy consumption. Entry 2. Capable of discerning various types of energy flows. Entry 3. Consuming mental energy. Targets marked will be immobilized for 3 seconds. The same target cannot be marked again within 10 seconds. Entry 4. Increases mental energy by 50. "Wow, this skill of yours is quite powerful," Lin Bei and the others exclaimed, astonished by Wang Chongyang's new ability. What truly incited their envy was the sheer fortune Wang Chongyang possessed, having acquired yet another golden skill. Counting his abilities, he had gained one from the novice dungeon, inherited a professional skill from the Southern Sky Gate dungeon, and now, upon leveling up, he had inherited yet another professional skill. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is a privilege reserved for only the most elite demigods. It can be said that even now, Wang Chongyang could single-handedly establish a team and receive significant support from the Longsha Kingdom. This is the manifestation of a demigod, and in the future, it may even ascend to divinity. Rather unremarkable. Although Wang Chongyang spoke with such nonchalance, his heart was already brimming with joy. The probability of awakening a professional skill is only 50%. Lin Miaomiao was fortunate once again to acquire her professional skill, the lucky card. Essentially, this allows her to select a target for a game of chance. If her opponent's card is inferior, the adversary will incur a comprehensive penalty, weakening their strength by 10. Yet another formidable ability. One might say it truly befits a practitioner of the Wanderer's class. After everyone examined the changes in their skills, they commenced a widespread scavenging for resources and legacies. It must be noted that Lin Miaomiao's fortune seemed to flourish since her level rose to 35. The group now often relied on Lin Miaomiao to lead the way. Wherever she ventured, they could uncover rare resources and inheritances from other races. Lin Bei conducted a preliminary estimation of the treasures within their system backpack, a golden quality skill enhancement stone, and several peculiar resources. Among the legacies, there were inheritances from the dragon race, the Titan race, and several from the Elven race as well. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. All of this is thanks to Lin Miaomiao, the fortunate wanderer class. Lin Miaomiao, would you consider being my girlfriend? At that moment, Wang Chongyang gazed at Lin Miaomiao, who had just inherited the legacy of the undead clan, and instinctively spoke up. "Ah?" Lin Miaomiao exclaimed, taken aback by his unexpected declaration. Was she mishearing him? What nonsense was Wang Chongyang uttering? Bang! Before Wang Chongyang could comprehend the situation, Lin Bei swiftly kicked him, so fast that no one had time to react. Unsurprisingly, Wang Chongyang landed in a dog-like position, his rear end amusingly elevated. "You scoundrel! I regarded you as a brother, and yet you dare to pursue my sister." If he had merely thought it in his heart, it would have been one thing. But to vocalize such sentiments in front of him was utterly shameless. Did he not notice that his own cousin was blushing profusely? Bei Zi, good fortune should not flow to outsiders. You know my character. It is precisely because I know your character that I intend to teach you a lesson, Lin Bei retorted, genuinely preparing to deliver another kick to Wang Chongyang's backside. After this brief interlude, the final countdown for the Multitude Trials dungeon had finally commenced. There remained 10 minutes before the dungeon was completely enveloped by a barrier. Only 5 teams remained in the arena. In addition to Lin Bei and his compatriots from the human race, there were the Elven, Groundhog, Lion Man, and Naga clans, all gathered in this modest central area of 10,000 square meters. Aside from Lin Bei and his group, the other races cast wary glances at one another. Humans, we elves are your steadfast allies. Leading the elven contingent was a stunning elven maiden, her beauty rivaling that of Long Xingyao. Truly, the elven race was renowned for its strikingly handsome individuals. Elves, what do you mean by that? Do you intend to rely on the strength of the humans? Have you no pride as elves? The elven maiden responded without hesitation, we elves are allies of the humans. Why can't we form an alliance here? Exactly. The princess is right. The other elven members echoed in agreement. To their surprise, this elven maiden was a princess. No wonder she possessed such beauty. The purer the elven bloodline, the closer one approaches perfection. As a member of the elven royalty, her lineage was undoubtedly among the highest echelons. The other 3 races seethed upon hearing this. Honestly, they had witnessed the system announcements proclaiming the humans' overwhelming victories. Hadn't they seen that even the terrifying monsters had been vanquished by the humans? Although they were unsure how the humans accomplished such feats, their capabilities implied that they could easily handle the others without exerting themselves. Nevertheless, they still aspired to secure a commendable ranking. The multitude trials aimed, in part, to allow various races to consume each other's fortunes. However, those who ranked higher would receive significant rewards in the form of enhanced fortune. These are the subtle messages hinted at by the deities of the upper realm. Were it not for the constraints of the order system, they would likely have conveyed their intentions directly. Regardless of the circumstances, securing a high rank is imperative. Human race. Do you truly intend to forge an alliance with the elven race? The captains of the 3 races turned their gazes towards Lin Bei, who stands as the representative leader of the human team. Indeed, that is correct. The time for the humans and elves to strengthen their bond has now arrived, rendering the arrangement of alliances and rankings inconsequential. Moreover, Lin Bei possesses elven blood, being half-elf himself, as his mother is a priestess of the elven race from the natural continent, which is renowned as the strongest faction among the elves. However, perhaps due to the overwhelming purity of his human bloodline, Lin Bei does not exhibit any distinct elven traits, save for his striking appearance. He lacks the innate talents associated with the elven kin, such as an affinity for natural energies. Thus, he harbors no aversion towards the notion of an alliance with the elves. How infuriating! The other 3 races, filled with indignation, yearned to retaliate. Yet, they faced the humans. If you are dissatisfied, then challenge the humans directly. If you dare, we welcome you to a duel. Anytime you wish, Lin Bei added. While Wang Chongyang stepped forward, shouldering his dual-edged blade with a grin, "Come, I am eager to test my new skills." As he spoke, a golden vertical eye appeared on his forehead, a sight most extraordinary. Although Shang Wanho remained silent, he had already conjured a tricolored flame in his hand, clearly prepared to unleash his skills at a moment's notice. Long Xingyao, expressionless, stood guard beside Lin Bei, while Lin Miao cheerfully rubbed her hands together, eager to try out her innate skill of fate. The 3 races seethed with frustration, yet they could do nothing, for their strength was inferior. In light of this, they resolved to determine the rankings of 3rd, 4th, and 5th among themselves. Wait a moment. As the 3 races prepared for battle, Lin Bei suddenly interjected. What is it? The 3 races, still irked, found themselves at a loss, as Lin Bei had spoken, leaving them with little choice but to listen. Shall we play rock, paper, scissors? The 3 races, huh? What on earth is rock, paper, scissors? This is indeed the trial of 10,000 races dungeon, not merely a game of rock, paper, scissors. This way, you can swiftly determine the rankings without igniting genuine conflict, Lin Bei remarked with an air of benevolence. The 3 clans fell silent, having comprehended the true implications of Lin Bei's words. It was merely a matter of coveting the opportunity to devour the fortunes of their opponents by eliminating them. However, with Lin Bei's proposition laid bare, they felt indifferent. After all, even if they were consumed, the amplification of fortune from placing 5th would sufficiently compensate for the loss, perhaps even augmenting it considerably. Thus, within the trial of 10,000 races dungeon, the 3 clans embarked on an unprecedented game of rock, paper, scissors, with the elven clans serving as impartial witnesses. Ultimately, the rankings of the trial of 10,000 races were revealed. Just as the outside world was poised for conflict, the conclusion of the trial was announced. All eyes turned towards the grand gate of the trial as a massive leaderboard materialized, displaying rankings from 1 to 100. Among them, the Western Dragon clan appeared in the first position. Oh, but it was the last position. Witnessing this spectacle, the semi-divine dragon's countenance darkened to such an extent that it seemed ready to drip with despair. Who could be unaware that, in the myriad realms, the Dragon clan held their pride in high regard? To now find themselves ranked last among the myriad races was tantamount to conceding that they were the weakest among the top 100. The ground beneath the semi-divine dragon began to crack under the weight of its humiliation, while the Titan semi-divine being could not help but grin. Although their Titan clan had also faced elimination at the hands of humankind, animosity simmered between the Dragon and Titan clans, often leading to conflict upon their encounters. Now, witnessing the Dragon clan's abysmal ranking, the Titan's resentment towards humankind diminished considerably. What are you staring at? What of it? Dare to take another look. Let us see who dares. The semi-divine dragons and Titans exchanged barbs, only for a powerful force to intervene, forcibly separating them. This was the power emanating from the trial of 10,000 races. Though they were physically parted, the flames of fury in their eyes remained undiminished. Especially for the Dragon clan, they were in dire need of a punching bag to vent their pin-up rage. Soon, the top 100 clans beheld their respective rankings. And upon seeing the human clan at the pinnacle, expressions of confirmation spread across their faces. From the moment the human clan decisively eliminated over 50 races, it was evident that they would claim the first position. And indeed, it came to pass. The second rank was astonishingly held by the Elven clan. While the elves were formidable and counted among the strong, there were races even more powerful, such as the Titans and Dragons. Yet, due to the human clan's influence, these two clans, capable of contending for the top 5, found themselves ranked 63rd and 100th. Regarding this ranking, both clans felt a sense of injustice but realized they could not alter the established order. Well done, humans. The semi-divine dragon spat through gritted teeth as it gazed upon the rankings. The ire was palpable, detectable even from a distance of 1,000 meters by Xinyuan Fengbois. We humans have always excelled. Otherwise, how could we compete for the title of the foremost race among the myriad? It is indeed the powerful figures above them who have fought for their interests. If they were to display any signs of weakness, would it not be a disgrace to those influential leaders? Thus, they cannot afford to lose face and must respond with strength. After all, their only recourse is impotent fury. It is unlikely that this incident would incite a full-blown racial war, is it? One must remember that the Void Sect's minions are lurking in the shadows. And who knows if they might seize the opportunity to invade and wage a war of annihilation against all races, until they can uncover those hidden remnants of the Void. Even deep-seated enmities must be restrained. Soon enough, the rewards for the rankings of the top 100 were announced. The 100th place, occupied by the Dragon clan, received a meager reward of a mere 1 increase in their racial luck from the trial of all races. It can be said that the Dragon clan has suffered a substantial loss this time. Not only has one of their racial fortune been devoured by the human race, but they also walked away empty-handed from the trials, missing out on legacies and rare materials. That paltry 1 increase in luck feels akin to a resounding slap across their faces. Do they truly lack this bit of luck? Indeed, they are somewhat in need of it, as a loss of 1 is not insignificant. Yet, what purpose does this one serve? This represents merely a 1% increase in fortune based on what has been stripped from them, which can be deemed a loss. The Titan Giant clan, on the other hand, has reaped a 34% increase in fortune. It can be said that if they are the first to be eliminated, the others are bound to profit in some manner. All the races were taken aback by the astonishing rewards bestowed by the trial of 10,000 races. The second-ranked Elven clan has garnered an impressive 99% increase in fortune, signifying a tremendous gain. Not only have they survived until the end, but they have also acquired a substantial amount of legacy resources, albeit not in overwhelming quantities for their kind. When it came to the human clan, however, the rewards soared to a staggering 200% increase. This doubling of fortune has rendered the already formidable human clan, the strongest in terms of fortune among the myriad races, even more extraordinarily powerful. In the realm of fortune, the aura belonging to the human clan radiates like a brilliant rainbow, shimmering with golden light. Numerous teams engaged in special or ordinary dungeons to gather materials felt as if the goddess of luck had graced them, experiencing a remarkable surge in drop rates. Even those craftsmen attempting to enhance weapon quality through probability felt an uncanny confidence. as if they could succeed blindfolded. If this trend continues, it seems the entire human clan of Blue Star is on the path to divinity. In the kingdom of Longxia, the ruler, Long Badian, felt an unusual lightness in his body. Years ago, during a fierce battle, he had been poisoned. Although the toxin had been suppressed, it remained a lingering affliction, rendering his demigod form incomplete even to this day. Yet now, he felt a profound ease, and upon introspection, he realized that the toxin within him had inexplicably been eradicated. Just as Long Badian pondered this, he sensed something extraordinary. His eyes, gleaming with golden light, beheld the fortune belonging to their human clan enveloping the entire Blue Star. Long Badian had not anticipated the magnitude of the human clan's fortune on Blue Star to be so extravagant. Could it be connected to Lin Bei and his companions? He understood that the trial of 10,000 races was of great significance, particularly as it was conducted with the fortunes of the races at stake. However, he had not foreseen such a scenario. If not handled appropriately, who could predict how other races might react? While it is true that the human clan has obtained formidable fortune, this must be accompanied by the ability to rise swiftly. Should they disregard everything and allow the Void Cult to flourish while stifling the human clan of Blue Star, it could spell disaster. Whether the higher powers could withstand such a situation remains uncertain, but Long Badian was acutely aware that they could not. The entire human clan of Blue Star is guarded by only a handful of demigods. Although the other races may have fewer, their combined strength cannot be underestimated. You might take on 3 at once, but what of 4 or 5? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The reward for the first place has astonishingly reached 200%. Is this for real? While it was known that there might be rewards of fortuitous enhancement, the extent of it has proven to be astonishing. Within the trial of 10,000 races, after consuming the fortuity of the elven race, the human race triumphantly secured first place in the trial. At this very moment, the slowly advancing barrier came to an abrupt halt. Everything seemed to freeze in time as numerous luminous points descended upon Lin Bei and his companions. Upon accessing the status panel, they were astonished to discover an additional status, Divine Seed. Divine Seed. Once the level reaches 90, the Divine Seed will begin to sprout, continuously nurturing divine power until the demigod physique is forged into a divine body. The foundation of ascension to divinity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This entity, once rewarded, ensures that one remains in a state of unrest. Most significantly, over 60 races have been eliminated. The fortune devoured by one's own race is already substantial, attracting enough enmity. If others were to discover the existence of the divine power seed, which can continuously nurture divine strength once one reaches the demigod realm, regardless of cultivation or level grinding, it could elevate one to the status of a deity. Such knowledge might incite attempts to seize the divine power seed, potentially leading to one's demise. Have you all observed this? Remember, not a single word must be disclosed to them. Who knows if there are ears lurking behind the walls? For the sake of their lives, discretion is paramount. Wang Chongyang and the others nodded, having recognized the gravity of the situation. Despite their high standing among the human race as disciples of esteemed families, should other races or certain deranged demigods among humanity go mad, they would not care about the family backing one possesses. Ascending to divinity, who does not desire it? Attaining godhood signifies the promise of boundless lifespan, immortality. At that moment, the reward for the race holding the first position was also distributed. A fortune enhancement of 200%. Lin Bei thought, my friends, the fortune of humanity is already a source of envy and jealousy among other races. Now, with an additional 200%, do they wish to obliterate our kind? A headache ensued. Just then, a beam of light descended upon Lin Bei's hand. Instinctively, he received it, and as the light dissipated, a seal appeared in his grasp. Gazing at the seal, Lin Bei fell into a profound silence. Entrusted by heaven. Longevity and prosperity, my friends, I am perfectly well. I have no intentions of usurping any dynasty. Behold, the fabled and long-lost imperial jade seal, an artifact of legend, now unexpectedly rests within Lin Bei's grasp. Lin Bei, with a rigid turn of his head, cast a glance towards the current princess of the Dragon Summer Empire. Long Xingyao gazed back with a puzzled expression, seemingly unaware of the cause of Lin Bei's sudden shift in demeanor. "Your Highness," Lin Bei promptly declared. Eager to dispel any misinterpretations, "I assure you, I harbor no ambitions to usurp the throne. Why would he, a privileged young master, abandon his life of leisure to assume the responsibilities of an emperor?" Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Managing a nation was a task ill-suited to Lin Bei's inherently indolent nature. Wang Chongyang, too, had noticed the imperial jade seal in Lin Bei's possession. At that moment, his expression mirrored the second image in the third row of your meme collection, utterly astonished. What revelation had just unfolded before him? His brother had acquired the imperial jade seal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Could this possibly be a counterfeit imperial seal? Lin Bei, is it not true that this imperial seal may be inauthentic? Upon hearing this, Lin Bei scrutinized it carefully. At first glance, there appeared to be no discrepancies, yet upon a second look bestowed by heaven? No. To be bestowed implies that one commands heaven, rather than being appointed by it. Ding. Special artifact detected. Ding. Binding successful. Congratulations on acquiring the Kongtong seal of the Human Emperor. Kongtong seal, special equipment quality, colorful binding, Lin Bei attack power, 0 defense power, 0 effect 1. Can mobilize the fortune of the race for offensive maneuvers. Effect 2. Under the protection of the race's fortune, those not of the same lineage cannot slay. Effect 3. Ignores the hierarchy of superior and inferior beings. Effect 4. Suppresses the fortune of the race, preventing its dissipation. Karmic transgressions can gradually be diminished. Effect 5. The bearer of this seal is the sovereign of their race. Effect 6. Mobilizes the race's fortune, enhancing the combat prowess of the lineage. Effect 7. Mobilizes the race's fortune to suppress opposing forces. Attribute 1. Until the fortune dissipates, it cannot be worn down. Attribute 2. Within the controlled scope of the race, the ability to create instances is granted. Attribute 3. Can invoke the heavenly principles of the race to eradicate those with profound karma. Attribute 4. Capable of identifying members of other races. Attribute 5. The bearer of this seal is immortal and ageless. Attribute 6. Can acknowledge foreign races merging into their own and can sever racial identity. Attribute 7. The majesty of the sovereign. Attribute 8. Can appoint the spirits of fortune to initiate a war of racial fortune. At the moment the system's prompt resonated, Lin Bei perceived the Kongtong seal melding into his being. An aura, emblematic of the emperor of a lineage, emanated from within Lin Bei. Even without any deliberate display of power, the 4 individuals nearby found themselves compelled to kneel on one knee. At that instant, a veritable sovereign of humanity was inaugurated. Within the nation of Dragonaxia, Dragon Batian perceived a cataclysmic shift in the destiny of the human race on their planet, Azure. Even his own strength was significantly augmented due to the dissipation of hidden injuries. Yet, why did he experience a sensation of being overshadowed? Dragon Batian was perplexed. For he was the monarch of a nation, virtually the human king of their race. However, this peculiar feeling caused him some unease. Could it be that an unforeseen event was unfolding? Within the trial instance, Lin Bei regained his composure, the golden radiance in his eyes subsiding. As he contained the aura of a sovereign emanating from him, the quartet beside him finally returned to their normal state. All 4 were members of the human race. And although they possessed the blood of other races to varying degrees, their subconscious self-identification as human earned them the recognition of human destiny. With the sovereign's rebirth, their involuntary genuflection to congratulate the sovereign's advent was only natural. You need not observe such ceremony, Lin Bei remarked. Wang Chongyang silently demurred. Did he desire to kneel? It was merely that the sudden, bizarre aura emanating from Lin Bei had compelled him to kneel instinctively. When he regained his senses, he was utterly bewildered. What was that just now? Lin Miao inquired of Lin Bei with curiosity. This is not something I can readily disclose to you. You will understand in due course. The others did not dwell on it. With a flash of light, the Myriad Races trial instance completely returned to tranquility. On the Myriad Races battlefield, while other races were lauding the abundance of the destiny rewards this time, they harbored nascent, untoward thoughts upon witnessing that the human race's destiny rewards had reached an astounding 200%. Why did the human race merit such a bountiful reward for attaining first place? They were not inferior. Some of the lower-ranked races mused thus. On the side of the Western dragon race, the demigod dragon cast a somber gaze about. Other demigods nearby could not help but distance themselves from this demigod dragon, wary that it might suddenly erupt in a fit of madness and attack them. After all, the dragon race's gains this time were the most dismal. Thus, they dared not provoke the ire of this demigod dragon at present. At that instant, the human race's team emerged. The figures of Lin Bei and his companions materialized without warning before the eyes of the various races. Is this the first place of the human race in this trial of myriad clans? It appears to possess no extraordinary qualities. Is it merely a slight superiority over the others, which they refuse to accept? Especially when considering that the first place can obtain a 200% enhancement of fortune, how could various races not covet such a prize? Human race, why must you eliminate my dragon race? The demigod dragon, exuding an aura of divine pressure, advanced with a crushing presence. Witnessing this, the North Sea Toad dragon let out a cold snort, instantly appearing beside Lin Bei and the others. The aura of the demigod erupted in an instant, surging toward the demigod dragon. As the leader of the Dragon Guardian, the North Sea Toad dragon possessed a formidable strength of level 99, far surpassing that of this level 95 demigod dragon. What is this, great lizard? Is it permissible for your dragon race to eliminate other races, yet forbidden for others to eliminate your dragon race? What kind of bandit logic is this? Or do you dragons believe that we humans are easy to bully? The North Sea Toad dragon's gaze was frigid as a 3-foot azure peak sword materialized in his hand. The human race holds little regard for the Western dragon race. After all, their arrogance is notoriously known. Were it not for the considerable distance between the two races, a racial war would likely have already erupted. Now, seeing the Western dragon race's demigod dragon so audacious, the North Sea Toad dragon naturally would not show leniency. Furthermore, he was not inexperienced in slaying dragons. The azure peak sword in his hand had already claimed the lives of 3 ninth-tier dragons. These 3 were all slain by him when they trespassed upon the Blue Star human race and sought to massacre a city. Even if the dragon race was initially enraged, they were ultimately powerless against him. Over time, numerous conflicts arose between the two races. However, due to the great distance separating them, these tensions remained suppressed. Now, the demigod dragon, incensed by the dragon race's ignominious early elimination, recalled past grievances and became consumed by resentment. So, are you humans seeking to initiate a racial war with the dragon race? The dragon race does not fear the human race, at least not in the lower realms. Who cares so much in the upper realms anyway? It won't be them who suffers. The dragon race, being largely prideful, would never allow themselves to be underestimated. This demigod dragon felt that the North Sea alligator dragon was looking down on him, and he was displeased. He wanted to initiate a racial war. What? Can a mere lizard like you represent your entire race in initiating a racial war? Speaking of war, the North Sea alligator dragon was unafraid. They had waged war before. The Blue Star human race had earned their current status through relentless struggle. You shall soon see. The demigod dragon began to coalesce several draconic runes in his mouth. Simultaneously, in the distant western dragon world. In this realm resides nearly all the dragon clans of the lower world. Within their vast stronghold, over 300 demigod-level dragons awaken from their slumber. They do not belong to the sealed world of Blue Star. Rather, they have always existed in a domain infused with extraordinary power. These 300-odd demigod-level dragons represent the accumulation of eons, countless ages since the inception of the dragon race. Typically, they slumber, awaiting the passage of time. Should fortune favor them, they might even ascend to become god-level dragons, entering the upper realms. It remains a mystery why the dragons of the upper realms transmit no tidings. Perhaps they have become disdainful of their brethren in the lower realms. Having beheld the splendors above, it is precisely for this reason that they vie so fiercely to attain godhood. At the very instant the demigod dragons coalesce the draconic runes, every demigod-level dragon in the lower realms comprehended the entirety of the unfolding events. Commence the racial war. The mere human race. Do they presume that their past triumphs over feeble races qualify them to rival the dragon race? Humans, abundant in fortune, shall serve as sustenance for the dragon race. Initiate the racial war. The human race must pay the ultimate price. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is not a conflict that can be resolved through a mere battlefield. It is a life-and-death duel between two races. Moreover, when they called upon this matter, the dragons of the upper realm did not intervene, which suggests they support their actions. Indeed, despite the aloofness of the upper realm's dragons and their reluctance to respond, their pride as dragons compels them to endorse the initiation of a racial war. Within the battlefield of myriad clans, other races were astonished to witness that this demigod dragon could communicate with other demigod dragons, thus igniting a racial war. Is it true that a racial conflict is about to erupt? It appears that between the two races, one will face ruin, and even the risk of annihilation looms. Human race, my dragon clan has consented to commence this racial war. Prepare yourselves to be obliterated by the formidable dragonkin. The demigod dragon exuded arrogance. As if anticipating the demise of its foes, the North Sea Toad dragon could hardly tolerate such brashness and immediately drew its sword to strike. The demigod dragon, caught off guard, only realized the imminent threat as the North Sea Toad dragon closed in, sword raised high. No, this cannot be. He is a demigod. A powerful being of the dragon clan. How could he perish in this manner? Yet, regardless of the demigod dragon's attempts to evade, he could not escape the fate sealed by the North Sea Toad dragon. With a single stroke, the demigod dragon's head was severed, and at that moment, his soul was forcibly expelled from his corporeal form. The void erupted with a surge of spiritual energy, and in that instant, the demigod dragon's essence was obliterated. The entire event transpired within a mere 3 seconds. Others had not even comprehended the gravity of the situation before the demigod dragon's soul was vanquished. The swiftness of the demigod dragon's demise left the onlookers in stunned silence, unable to react until the very moment his spirit was cast away by the North Sea Toad dragon. This is excessively ruthless, isn't it? Had the divine soul been spared, the demigod dragon could have, at the very least, sought an opportunity to resurrect its physical form or seize another. However, with its divine soul utterly annihilated, it is irrevocably deceased, save for the intervention of resurrection abilities. Yet, who would expend such a skill on a demigod dragon? Certainly not. They currently find themselves within the territory of the human race. Even the lizard folk, kindred to the dragon race by blood, dare not utter a word, cowed like quails. The 5 juvenile dragons, having witnessed the obliteration of their clan's demigod, cast gazes upon the North Sea alligator dragon, filled with such animosity that they seemed poised to flay it alive. The North Sea alligator dragon's gaze descended upon the 5 hatchlings. A mere glance sufficed to cause the 5 young dragons to explode on the spot, unable to withstand the pressure exerted by a demigod powerhouse, resulting in their utter demise. Unlike demigods, they lacked the ability to salvage their souls after the destruction of their physical bodies. Utterly savage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, such adversaries, even amidst the myriad realms, would undoubtedly rank among the top 100 in existence. Yet, they express a profound lament for the human race of Blue Star. For they are pitted against the formidable Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan's profound heritage is well understood, though humanity has swiftly risen to prominence in a short span. Their true foundation pales in comparison to the ancient lineage of the dragons, which spans several 100 million years. However, humanity is not a solitary race. They have allies. The demigod of the elven race, Amaya, approached the North Sea Toad dragon. Rest assured, guardian of the dragons, we shall assist you in repelling the Dragon Clan. While the elven race may not possess the overall strength of the dragons, their alliance with humanity suffices to confront the challenge. On behalf of humanity, I extend my gratitude. The North Sea Toad dragon sheathed its 3-foot blue blade and wiped the golden dragon blood from its visage. If any among you dispute this ranking, you may have your sovereign communicate with the order. Should you wish to strike against humanity, feel free to do so. Haha, worry not. Our Titan clan shall not turn against you. At that moment, a demigod of the Titan clan emerged. Initially, he was quite incensed. After all, humanity had eliminated their clan, rendering their participation in the trial of myriad races seemingly futile. However, upon grasping the enhancements afforded by the trial's rewards, the loss of a fraction of fortune seemed trivial. Despite lacking superior inheritances, the Titan clan, like the Dragon clan, boasts a history spanning over 1 billion years, possessing formidable depth that renders such losses insignificant. Now, witnessing humanity's opposition to the Dragon clan, they find a natural ally. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Humanity is indeed the Titan clan's inherent ally. From this day forth, our Titan clan shall aid humanity in resisting the Dragon clan. Racial warfare? What excitement lies in a mere one-on-one conflict? Let the myriad races engage in chaotic battle. The Titan giants are not a complacent breed, while they often slumber. They shall promptly join the fray when an all-out racial war erupts. To put it simply, They are simply too restless. With the Titans supporting humanity alongside the elves, the scales of victory are decidedly tipped in favor of humanity. Though the Dragon Clan possesses subordinate races, how formidable can those subordinates truly be? Only the Lizardmen have managed to breach the ranks of the top 100. The rest are not but ineffectual. Within their clans, having a single demigod is already a considerable achievement. Well then, if there are no further matters, you may take your leave. After all, this is Blue Star. Were it not for the battlefield of myriad races situated in the southernmost continent, and Blue Star serving as a nexus among the realms, they would not permit so many demigods from various races to enter. It can be said that if demigods from other races do not receive permission, they cannot freely traverse into other worlds. Demigods possess the power to obliterate an entire realm. If these walking harbingers of destruction are not kept in check, who can foresee the consequences that may ensue? Please, everyone, hold on a moment. At that instant, Lin Bei's voice resonated unexpectedly. The various races then turned their attention towards Lin Bei, particularly the demigod-level beings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Is this truly the manifestation of destiny? Pray tell. Are you not the reincarnation of the spirit of fortune? Although the numerous demigod elites were rather displeased by Lin Bei's abrupt interruption, they nonetheless paused to see what he had to convey, drawn by the overwhelming aura of fortune that surrounded him. It was certainly not out of fear that they might incur Lin Bei's wrath should they choose to depart, leading to potential retribution once he ascended to power. Esteemed beings, during this trial of the myriad races, it is likely that many of your factions have returned empty-handed, have they not? The various alien races were left speechless, wondering why he would broach such a sensitive topic. Particularly, the 34 teams that Lin Bei had eliminated were filled with a profound sense of incredulity. Is this intended to reopen old wounds? Although they are indeed not a match for the human race, such humiliation seems unwarranted. The Northern Sea Alligator Dragon wore a blank expression, evidently taken aback by Lin Bei's audacity. My dear prodigy, couldn't you just take a respite? The human race is already on the verge of a full-scale war with the dragon race. Perhaps you could refrain from provoking other races. I express my regret regarding the outcome of this trial of myriad races. After all, there were too many unforeseen circumstances, and you must find this list unsatisfactory, wouldn't you? Therefore, I have decided to establish a new ranking. This will serve to rearrange the positions of the top 100 races. Simultaneously, I will bring forth the resources we have gathered this time for exchange. I wonder, gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this matter? Although Lin Bei's voice was soft, it was sufficient for all the races in the southern continent to hear clearly. Upon hearing Lin Bei's words, the assembled powerhouses pondered the meaning behind them. Rearranging the ranking of the top 100 races? Indeed, they were tempted by this decision. Those confident in their own race certainly believed that their race was powerful and could ascend several ranks. Even reaching the top 10 was not impossible. Therefore, when Lin Bei proposed this idea, they agreed without hesitation. However, Lin Bei also mentioned bringing out their gains for exchange. Humans, you speak of exchanging inheritances. Could it be that you possess the inheritances of our races? A demigod werewolf from the werewolf race emerged, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Bei. Indeed, they have found the inheritances of various races, all thanks to the treasure-hunting prowess of Lin Miao Miao. As long as she is sent out, she can randomly acquire an inheritance or rare resource. Currently, these inheritances are still in Lin Bei's inventory. Lin Bei retrieved an inheritance from his system inventory. It was a silvery white orb with the head of a wolf engraved upon it. It was the Fenrir inheritance. Upon seeing the Fenrir inheritance, the demigod werewolf could barely restrain his desire to seize it. This is the divine Fenrir. Once attained, it could elevate one to the status of the mightiest demigod, bestowing the eligibility to ascend to divinity. How could he remain unmoved? Just as the demigod werewolf contemplated action, he noticed the North Sea Alligator Dragon silently drawing his sword. The sound of the blade being unsheathed instantly sobered the demigod werewolf. He nearly forgot that this was human territory, and the seemingly unhandsome man before him had, mere minutes ago, slain a demigod dragon. He hadn't even spared the dragon's soul, obliterating it completely. The werewolf doubted he could even contend with the demigod dragon, let alone the North Sea Alligator Dragon, who had vanquished it. Human. What must we offer in exchange? That depends on the price you're willing to pay. Lin Bei retracted the inheritance, ceasing to display it. The demigod werewolf's anticipation grew, wishing Lin Bei would just state his demands. Knowing what Lin Bei wanted would at least allow for negotiation, but being left to decide himself was agonizing. Offering too little would result in a loss of face and a failed transaction, while offering too much would be painful. After all, the werewolf clan was not a top-tier race, with only 5 demigod werewolves and a single god, Fenrir, overseeing them. Moreover, this transaction had to be kept secret from the other demigods in the clan, lest they vie for the inheritance. All right, everyone, we can discuss the exchange later. Oh, and by the way, I will only trade with my allies. Lin Bei's words were a stroke of genius, as the North Sea alligator dragon and the others belatedly realized. With a single sentence, he was effectively forging an alliance between the human race and various other races. This young man is indeed remarkable. Consequently, if other races desire to exchange legacies, they must form an alliance with humanity. As for verbal agreements, that is out of the question. A true alliance requires the binding of fates. A contract must be established, with violators facing the repercussions of fate's backlash. The North Sea Toad Dragon quietly orchestrated matters, clearly preparing to send some contracts from the rear. Various races pondered whether humanity was worth allying with. At that moment, Princess Emile of the Elven race spoke up first. We, the elves, are willing to sign a contract with humanity and become allies. The Elven race possesses the ability to discern the inner goodness or malevolence of an individual, a gift exclusive to the royal lineage. As a princess, Emile naturally belongs to this lineage, granting her this ability. She sensed that Lin Bei spoke the truth, devoid of any deceit. Thus, she was the first to step forward and propose a contract with Lin Bei and his companions. Very well, but what shall you offer in exchange? Although the elves were forming an alliance with humanity, clarity was still paramount in such matters. Furthermore, the resources in question were not solely Lin Bei's, but rather the collective bounty of the entire team, rightfully considered common property. Lin Bei presented 2 legacies from the Elven race but subsequently retracted one. Observing this maneuver, Emile was momentarily speechless. After all, the Elven race was not impoverished. Why not trade both? Seemingly perceiving Emile's thoughts, Lin Bei explained, "My mother is an elf." Emile was taken aback, having failed to recognize Lin Bei as a half-elf. After a moment of careful perception, she finally detected the elven blood coursing through Lin Bei's veins. It was no wonder he appeared so strikingly handsome. Exuding an aura of elegance, their elven lineage was indeed extraordinary. This is the legacy of the sun goddess. What shall you offer in exchange? There are multiple sun goddesses, with every race capable of birthing one. They embody a profound understanding of solar principles, thus belonging to the same divine path. The sun goddess possesses formidable power among the elves, primarily waging war. Currently, what the elven race most lacks is combat strength. Had it not been for the recent trial among the myriad races and their alliance with humanity, they might not have secured second place after hiding during the final battle. We can offer golden skill enhancement stones in exchange. After much contemplation, this was the only item of sufficient caliber available for trade. Yet, Lin Bei continued to smile, as if amused by her naivete. 100 stones. Impossible. 100 stones seemed excessively abundant. After all, the elven race also required golden enhancement stones to elevate their skills. Moreover, they were not the primary lineage of elves from the natural continent, but rather from another world. Had it not been for the severance of their connection to the natural continent, they would not have been representing their race in this trial. Humanity. 100 stones is far too much. We cannot part with that. Is that so? Yet you seem to forget that, should fortune smile upon the inheritor, they might even ascend to godhood, a potential future deity. Is that not worth 100 golden skill enhancement stones? This was merely a possibility. Lin Bei's words were undeniably tempting. After all, the birth of a deity could significantly alter their current dynamic, especially with the impending opening of the domain gates in 97 years. The elves could potentially acquire even greater resources. I apologize. I seem to have overestimated your means, Lin Bei said directly to Emile. Emile? I did not anticipate your lack of wealth. That is my fault. Lin Bei's sincere gaze met Emile's eyes, devoid of malice. Yet, for reasons unknown, Emile felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. She merely wished to negotiate, yet Lin Bei's earnest and unmalicious apology left her feeling exasperated. 100 stones it is. In a fit of anger, Emile acquiesced. After all, 100 stones could birth a demigod, which was not a loss. However, not everyone possessed the capability to become a demigod. If one were to perish midway through the trial and be eliminated, failing to utilize a resurrection skill meant enduring a lengthy wait before re-entering the trial. Alternatively, one could slowly cultivate, but cultivation demanded innate talent. Without the aptitude for training, one would remain stagnant. Therefore, a legacy that guaranteed a demigod and potentially a deity was indeed worth their investment. A nearby demigod elf could only helplessly facepalm, uncertain of how to address his princess's behavior. Nevertheless, he understood that while 100 golden skill enhancement stones might be expensive, they paled in comparison to the value of a demigod or deity. In that case, let us formalize the contract, Lin Bei declared, shifting from his previous apologetic demeanor and signaling for the contract to be presented for signing. The North Sea Toad Dragon interjected with a hint of confusion. Wait, am I not the commander of the Dragon Guards? Is it truly appropriate for you to direct me thus? Although the North Sea Toad Dragon expressed dissatisfaction, Lin Bei was indeed gathering allies for humanity. A minor deviation, nothing of great consequence. Shortly thereafter, the contract was brought forth. Other races, aside from the elves, gradually approached Lin Bei and his team to engage in trade. After an extensive duration, they finally exchanged the legacies in their possession. In addition to acquiring over 50 legacies usable by humanity, they also obtained more than 700 golden enhancement stones and 3 golden occupational enhancement stones. Humans, do you possess legacies suitable for our lizardman race? At that moment, the lizardman race, a vassal of the dragon race, quietly approached. The sound of a sword being unsheathed resonated. The demigod lizardman instinctively wiped away non-existent sweat, clearly warned not to cause trouble, especially as he belonged to a vassal race of the dragon race. Whether the lizardman would turn against him was of no concern to Lin Bei. After all, with the Kongkong seal in his possession, he had automatically assumed the role of a monarch among races. Soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king, emperor against emperor. Only a king possessed the capacity to harm Lin Bei, but not fatally. Only a monarch of one race held the right to slay a monarch of another race. These are the rules of order. Thus, Lin Bei need not worry about the possibility of being slain by this lizard man. Indeed, it is true, but not by your kind. After all, the lizard men possess at most demigod status, divine beings. They do not exist. Among the 100 elite races, only the top 50 are graced with true deities. Yet, in a certain sense, the god of the lizard men is, in fact, the deity of the dragon race. Should the lizard men receive the baptism of dragon blood from the dragonkin, they possess the potential to transform into half-dragon lizard men. And it is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to fully metamorphose into true dragons. One might say that the dragon race is the ancestral lineage of the lizard men. The demigod lizard man, upon hearing this, appeared to perceive Lin Bei's words as a jest. If there were none, why would you speak of such things? Is it not appropriate? Could it be? The lizard man seemed to have an epiphany as Lin Bei, with a smile, produced 2 legacies. Both belonged to the dragon race. One was the legacy of the Deathwing Nidhogg, and the other was the legacy of the radiant dragon god. Thus, the question arises, what price are you willing to pay? Upon the revelation of these 2 legacies, Lin Bei instantly captivated the lizardman's gaze. The lizardman's nostrils flared wildly, betraying his intense excitement. However, a palpable aura of dominance quickly subdued him. A formidable presence loomed nearby, deterring any rash actions. Alas, the lizardman race lacked the financial means for such an exchange, plunging him into despair. It was a cruel irony. A treasure dangled before him, yet remained unattainable. Unperturbed by the looming interspecies conflict, Lin Bei calmly awaited a response. After a moment of deliberation, the lizardman declared, "Humans, our lizardman race pledges fealty to humanity, serving you for generations to come." He reasoned that acquiring the inheritance would elevate him to godhood. As a deity, he need only intervene selectively, his existence otherwise unchanged. The fate of his fellow lizardmen was of little concern. Furthermore, aligning with humanity might prove advantageous. The dragon race, notorious for its arrogance, had amassed numerous adversaries. Unable to directly confront the dragons, these enemies would undoubtedly target their affiliates, like the lizardmen. The lizardmen bitterly recalled the dragon's reckless actions and the subsequent repercussions they had to endure. Thus, the guilt of forsaking the dragonkin and choosing to submit to humanity vanished in an instant. I, Ogre, am willing to enter into a master-servant contract with you. I submit to you. The nearby North Sea Toad Dragon, initially wary of any potential aggression from the other party, was taken aback by this unexpected declaration of allegiance. Brother, you are a demigod. Must you not uphold the dignity befitting your status? As a demigod, it is rather unbecoming to voluntarily enter into a master-servant contract with a mere mortal of level 35. Such an act diminishes the grandeur associated with demigods. From this moment forth, You have been exiled from the realm of demigods. The North Sea Toad dragon internally condemned Ogre, regarding him with disdain. The surrounding demigods were equally astonished. Ogre was indeed remarkable. In all their years, they had never witnessed a demigod willingly submit to a human of such limited prowess. From a distance, Xianyuan Finbua, who was maintaining order, also caught wind of Ogre's proclamation. He recalled the deeds of Lin Bei, coupled with the formidable aura of fortune that now surrounded him. This is truly remarkable, a veritable child of destiny. Upon venturing outside, a divine beast appears to acknowledge its master. Although the lizardman can barely be considered a beast, nay, if he were to truly harness his legacy or transform into a divine dragon, it would not be an exaggeration to regard him as a divine creature. After a moment of contemplation, Xianyuan Finbua reached a conclusion. Well, you little rascal, you are indeed the protagonist. This is irrefutable. Have you made up your mind? Lin Bei was equally astonished by the audacity of this Ojal, who dared to acknowledge him as master in a semi-divine form. Indeed, my lord, please accept this humble bow from me. At the same time, he produced a master-servant contract to be signed with Lin Bei. The Lizardman clan, having submitted to humanity, would undoubtedly be required to undertake labor for the human race. However, should he pledge his allegiance to Lin Bei, he would serve solely him. He was adept at discerning the workload between the two. Most significantly, he could perceive the immense fortune radiating from Lin Bei, coupled with his emergence as the foremost contender. With his guidance, attaining divinity was inevitable. He was merely following a future deity. Was that a source of shame? Certainly not. The demigod elites from various races refrained from associating with Ogre, as it would be a disgrace to their status. Ogre, unfazed, produced the master-servant contract and willingly let his blood stain its surface. Lin Bei, witnessing this, also imparted his essence, successfully sealing the pact. Ogre became Lin Bei's servant, bound to perish at a mere thought from him. It could be said that as long as one's power could not surpass the force of the contract, adherence was paramount. They truly signed it. A multitude of powerful beings gazed in astonishment at this scene, some looking down upon Ogre. Master. Ogre knelt on one knee. Despite his towering height of 5 meters, even in this position, he still loomed above Lin Bei. Well, I shall gift you this, Lin Bei declared. Since Ogre was now one of his own, sharing the legacy of the Wings of Death with him was inconsequential. He cast forth the inheritance, which Ogre caught, commencing the absorption of its essence. Within it lay the bloodline of the Wings of Death, and upon absorbing this vital essence, Ogre's strength surged dramatically. Suddenly, Ogre began to wail in agony, as if beset by some horrifying force. His scaled skin began to rupture, and golden blood splattered across the ground. The Elder is evolving, exclaimed one of the lizard men from the team, unable to contain his excitement. Only by accepting the bloodline of the dragon race could they aspire to ascend to that exalted lineage. At this moment, Ogre was on the path to becoming a dragon. Typically, the lizard men inherited the weakest bloodlines of the dragon race. However, the Wings of Death were different. Even among dragons, they represented the pinnacle. It was worth mentioning that the Wings of Death were of divine caliber, with the inheritance of the Wings of Death coursing through him. Ogre was evolving towards that lofty ideal. His body expanded rapidly, the stretching of his muscles nearly driving him to madness. If not for his own strength having reached the demigod tier, he might have lost his sanity and attacked indiscriminately. Yet even so, Ogre felt the searing pain of his soul being torn asunder. All present silently observed the unfolding spectacle. Minutes passed, and then a dragon of colossal proportions, measuring 1,000 meters, materialized in their midst. Its fearsome visage, adorned with scales akin to obsidian armor, emanated a chilling aura even from its claws. Ogre had utterly transformed into a dragon, no longer a mere lizardman. Before them stood the demigod Ogre, inheritor of the legacy of the Wings of Death. Was this the power that heralded the ascent to divinity? Ogre now felt capable of obliterating his former self. Even his level had soared to 99. With but a further refinement of the essence within him, he could fully metamorphose and attain the status of a deity. The surrounding demigods naturally took note of Ogre's transformation, as he had ascended from a weak demigod to one of the most formidable, all thanks to the legacy bestowed upon him by Lin Bei. At this moment, they finally realized the terrifying potential of the opportunities presented in the trials of all races. Such a simple chance could forge a pinnacle demigod, even laying the foundation for one to ascend to divinity. If they were in that position, they too would strive to seize such an opportunity. Their admiration for humanity grew exponentially. They had initially suspected that the human race harbored some ulterior motive, but now it seemed that they were, indeed, truly benevolent beings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is an unstoppable trend, a force of nature. The colossal lizards of the Western world dare to oppose the human race. Yet they are met with resistance from the very first. In their eyes, the great lizards of the West are defying the heavens and will inevitably face dire consequences. Consequently, all races participating in this trial of myriad clans, with the exception of the Dragon Clan, have forged pacts with humanity, becoming their steadfast allies. Moreover, they are genuinely eager to support humanity in repelling the invasion of those Western lizards. The North Sea Toad Dragon and Xian Yuan Feng Bo exchanged glances, clearly taken aback by the realization that events had spiraled beyond their control. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. How would the dragonkin of the Western world react upon discovering the current state of affairs? Awakening to find the entire world as adversaries? Indeed, that is an apt description. Now, my esteemed companions, since we are now allies, there are many matters that you ought to be aware of. I previously mentioned the re-establishment of rankings, and I shall fulfill that promise. I possess a dungeon that will allow you to enter and refresh the rankings anew. Henceforth, this ranking will serve as the standard across all realms. What are your thoughts on this proposal? We are in your hands. One of the demigods responded immediately. They have now discerned that this human may very well be the harbinger of fortune among the human race, a being born of destiny itself. Otherwise, it would be unfathomable to explain the extraordinary fortune he has amassed, surpassing even that of a clan sovereign. Such individuals are indomitable, and it will not be long before they ascend to the pinnacle of power. In light of this, it would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with Lin Bei. Who knows, it may lead to acquiring divine prowess in the future. Did you notice that great lizard? It achieved its status as one of the peak demigods through flattery. Had they known that such sycophancy could elevate them to the heights of a demigod, they would have cast aside their pride to engage in it. Thus, while they may harbor disdain for Augur, they nonetheless hold a profound admiration for his actions. The lizard folk have undoubtedly hitched their fortunes to the rapid ascent of humanity. Lin Bei nodded, conjuring the Kong Tong seal, empowered by his own spirit. The second attribute of the Kong Tong seal grants the ability to create instances within the confines of one's own racial influence. Consequently, Lin Bei directly manifested an instance. The Kong Tong seal unleashed a power more formidable than that of a demigod, leaving all present utterly astounded. Is this truly the manifestation of power achievable at the fourth tier? Could it be that he is a demigod, while they are merely fourth-tier beings? Amid the astonished gazes of various demigods, Lin Bei completed the construction of the dungeon, successfully creating a medium-sized instance capable of accommodating 100 teams. Within the dungeon, various races could select their rankings, allowing those with lower standings to challenge those ranked higher. In this manner, the authentic ranking of the top 100 races could be swiftly determined. Naturally, the human race was included, proudly occupying the first position, which could not be challenged. The instances were crafted by him, and during the trials of myriad races, the human race had gained a notorious reputation for their ruthless slaughters. Thus, there were no objections to their top ranking, save for the dragon race, which had already been completely annihilated by the North Sea Toad Dragon. With the dungeon established, Lin Bei stored away the Kong Tong seal, disregarding the astonished expressions of the demigods, stating, "You are free to proceed as you wish." Lin Bei, how did you accomplish that just now? Xian Yuan Fengbo inquired as he approached Lin Bei, fully aware of the formidable difficulty associated with creating a dungeon. Their novice instances were always constructed through the connection of a race's ruler with the order of fate. Yet none had ever managed to create a dungeon so effortlessly as Lin Bei had done. Is this truly the extent of power that the fourth rank can manifest? At this moment, Xian Yuan Fengbo found himself utterly bewildered by Lin Bei's situation. Moreover, he had an ominous premonition that even if he were to confront Lin Bei, he might very well meet his demise. This is the keen sense of the demigods. First this way, then that way, and then this way will suffice. Lin Bei replied earnestly to Xian Yuan Fengbo. Xian Yuan Fengbo was at a loss for words. Wasn't that akin to saying nothing at all? Well, congratulations on securing first place in the trial of the myriad races. It can be said that you have become a great benefactor of the human race. Having multiplied its fortunes severfold, what else could be considered a great achievement? Shall we return now? Yes, let us return and manage the gains from this endeavor. Lin Bei nodded in agreement, recognizing that they had been out long enough. After spending 3 days in the dungeon, encountering such matters upon their exit, he simply wished to enjoy a restful slumber in his own abode. Upon hearing Lin Bei's intention to return, Ogre voluntarily took upon the responsibility. Master, please mount me, Ogre said earnestly to Lin Bei. Lin Bei responded, wait, what do you mean by that? However, Ogre's current appearance did indeed resemble a majestic steed. Very well. What about you all? I'll ride with you. Wang Chonong grinned, eager to experience the sensation of riding a dragon. Long Xingyou remained silent but quietly followed behind Lin Bei. Cousin, I also want to ride the dragon. I want to ride too, added Shang Guanhua, joining the excitement. All right, it seems I asked in vain. Xianyuan Fengbo observed the scene, realizing that they had no need for his assistance. Nevertheless, this was preferable, as it saved him some effort. At that moment, Xianyuan Fengbo received a message from Long Batian. Lin Bei, if possible, after you return and rest well, do pay a visit to the national ruler. Understood. I will certainly do so after returning, Lin Bei acknowledged with a nod. Ogre then used his psychic power to transport everyone onto his formidable head. With a fierce upward motion, his massive head lifted, and his wings flapped, stirring up a tempest of considerable magnitude. With the powerful beat of his wings, they swiftly departed from the battlefield of the myriad races, emerging over the southernmost continent. Within the extreme southern continent, the 5 powerful warriors of the War Dragon Hall, along with their commander, were stationed there, ready to respond to any changes in the region. They were following the orders of the Dragon Lord to provide support in the extreme south, should any unforeseen events arise. Their priority was to ensure Lin Bei and his companions were safely evacuated from the continent, having secured first place in the foundation to ascend to divinity. Their safety was paramount. Commander, the moment Ogre appeared in the extreme southern continent, the 6 members of the War Dragon Hall took notice. Wang Hanxing was taken aback upon realizing that Lin Bei and his companions were on Ogre's head. Their divine seeds were now manifested on the forehead of that colossal lizard. What could this mean? It appeared that this great lizard harbored no hostility towards Lin Bei and his companions. It seemed more akin to a steed. Just as Wang Hanxing and the others were about to intervene and inquire about the situation, the voice of the North Sea Toad Dragon resonated. Wang Hanxing, this demigod dragon is one of ours. North Sea Toad Dragon? It is I. The North Sea Toad Dragon's figure materialized, its gaze piercing as it looked into the distance. What is happening? I will explain everything upon our return, but for now, I bear both bad news and good news. Speak, Wang Hanxing replied, momentarily stunned. As the commander of the War Dragon Hall, his duty was to maintain the stability of the Dragon Xia Kingdom. The bad news was that the Western Dragon Clan had declared a full-scale war against our human race. This signified the commencement of a racial conflict. Wang Hanxing's pupils contracted. Yet he exhibited no sign of fear. The human race had endured such trials before. During the years of spiritual revival, they had already clashed with various races. Without exception, although humanity had paid a heavy price, suffering significant losses among those who might have become demigods or even deities, they had also succeeded in establishing their reputation, allowing the human race to firmly secure its position. If not, did anyone truly believe that the myriad races across the realms were merely idle? The Blue Star, where humanity resides, is the nexus of the worlds. Every race aspires to occupy it. But why have they not? Is it due to fear? No. They were simply deterred by their past encounters. Now, over a century later, it was unexpected that the Dragon Clan among the myriad races would initiate a racial war against them. Could this be attributed to the prolonged silence of the human race? However, Wang Hanxing was well aware of the Dragon Clan's formidable strength, as they had dominion over many weaker races. Once war commenced, it was highly likely that these weaker races would join the Dragon Clan on the battlefield. Therefore, the human race might face a situation of fighting against multiple foes. As for the human race's allies, under the circumstances of a racial war, not every race would have the resolve to participate. Should one side falter, they would be destined for reckoning in the future. Let the war begin. Does the Dragon Clan think we fear them? Though they possess deep resources and numerous demigods, our human race's spiritual technology is not to be trifled with. Have they heard of the Annihilation Cannon? One unit is comparable to a demigod. This represents the pinnacle of humanity's current spiritual technology. What is the good news? Wang Hanxing responded dismissively. The good news is that, aside from the Dragon Clan, all other races participating in the trials of the myriad clans have signed an alliance contract with us, becoming our allies. At this point, The Northern Sea-Toad Dragon seemed to recall something and added, "They will also join the race wars, standing alongside us." Wang Hanxing, wait, are you serious? He cast a skeptical glance at the Northern Sea-Toad Dragon. Don't look at me. I am just as perplexed about how Lin Bei managed to achieve this. Although he was present the entire time, that level of skill is truly beyond imitation. So, the demigod dragon of the Dragon Clan betrayed us? This is not a demigod dragon of the Dragon Clan, but rather of the Lizardmen. By the way, the Lizardmen have now become vassals of our human race. The werewolves are likely to follow suit soon, considering that the demigod werewolf is coveting the Finra legacy in Lin Bei's possession. However, their race is rather impoverished and lacks any substantial offerings. The werewolves can hardly gather even 100 purple skill enhancement stones, let alone 100 golden ones. Thus, it's highly probable that they might end up like the ogres, shamelessly becoming Lin Bei's subservients. Wang Hanxing fell into silence, pondering whether the rapid advancement of the times was the reason for his bewilderment. Why has the world transformed so drastically in just a few days? Do the Dragon Clan know this news? They probably do not, as the demigod dragon from their clan is the one I killed, and its body is still warm. Would you like to see it? After speaking, he revealed the corpse of the demigod dragon. Wang Hanxing silently gazed at the body for a long while before finally uttering a word. So, it was you who instigated the total war? Not at all. It was their inability to accept their ranking. After explaining this to Wang Hanxing, the Northern Sea-Toad Dragon stored away the corpse of the demigod dragon. This is indeed a valuable item. Upon returning, I can provide it to the younger members of my clan to enhance their nourishment. The North Sea-Toad Dragon is not a human, but rather a member of the demon cultivation tribe. Any sentient being can swiftly elevate its strength by entering the realm of dungeons. Naturally, those animals that have awakened their spiritual consciousness are no exception. In fact, many of these awakened creatures have become part of the human race, albeit only those who have attained enlightenment within the confines of human governance. The North Sea-Toad Dragon's true form is a Yangtze alligator. After the revival of spiritual energy, it fortuitously awakened its intelligence and, through a series of fortunate events, established a bond with the royal family, thus embarking on a path of ascension. With the presence of this peak demigod, over 30 Yangtze alligators in his clan have also awakened their consciousness. For demon cultivators, consuming flesh of this caliber can significantly enhance their power, and even feeding it to unawakened animals may lead to their successful awakening. The reason the North Sea-Toad Dragon takes on a human form is not only due to his current role as the leader of the Dragon Guardians, but also because he is romantically involved with the nation's ruler's sister. Although their relationship is clandestine and unbeknownst to others, he believes he is safe in this regard. I see. That reassures me. Wang Hanxing nodded in response after grasping the full situation. So, other races are still on the battlefield of the myriad tribes? Indeed. Very well. I shall escort them to maintain a watch, preventing any unforeseen incidents. Due to the aforementioned circumstances and the fact that Ogre is flying in the atmosphere, a considerable amount of trouble has been avoided. Soon, Lin Bei and the others returned to Jiang City. The enormous figure remained perched on a nearby hill and did not directly enter the city. Had it done so, Ogre's formidable presence would likely have alarmed many, inciting chaos that could have been troublesome. Ogre, remain in the vicinity for now. I will call upon you if needed. Yes, master. Ogre responded, filled with admiration for his earlier actions. It seemed he had indeed made the right bet. Lin Bei would only summon him when necessary, allowing him to slack off during ordinary times. Splendid. As for the current state of the Lizardmen, he need not concern himself too deeply. After all, he had not sired any offspring, and finding a suitable place for the Lizardmen was already a commendable achievement. Lin Bei possessed another legacy from the Dragon Clan, seemingly with no intention of distributing it. However, what did it matter to him? He was already Lin Bei's dragon, and none could hinder that. After returning to Jiang City, Lin Bei and the others went back to their respective homes. Shang Wanhua, looking bewildered, shouted as the others departed, "Captain, where are you going?" "Home, why?" Lin Bei felt utterly fatigued. The events of the past 3 days had been overwhelming, and he longed for a restful slumber. "What about me? You? You can return to Tianlong City on your own. If necessary, I can arrange a hotel for you." Shang Wanhua only then recalled that Lin Bei and Wang Chongyang were from Jiang City, and Lin Miaomiao was related to Lin Bei. Jiang City was also Lin Miaomiao's hometown. Long Xingyao. Yes, the little princess is from Tianlong City. Little princess, would you like to return to Tianlong City with me? Shang Wanhua extended the invitation. Long Xingyao hesitated, casting a glance at Shang Wanhua before responding, Why would I return to Tianlong City? Isn't Tianlong City your home? Did I remember incorrectly? It is indeed my home. But my father has instructed me to follow Lin Bei. Wherever he goes, I shall go as well. Shang Wanhua. Was he mistaken? Could it be that the sovereign has promised the little princess to Lin Bei? What a revelation! After accompanying the group for so many days, he has only just now uncovered this secret. Shang Wanhua appeared to have an epiphany, his expression reflecting understanding. No wonder Long Xingyao has been so close to Lin Bei. What was initially perceived as mere affection has evolved into a committed bond. Indeed, the sovereign exhibits remarkable foresight in investing in the future deity. Yet, Shang Wanhua too has risen to prominence. Shang Wanhua bears the essence of a deity. Since Lin Bei and his companions are currently residing in Jiaqing, Shang Wanhua must return to Tianlong City ahead of schedule. Had he known, he would have simply accompanied Xianyuan Fenghua back. Nevertheless, experiencing the thrill of riding a dragon occasionally is not without its charm. As Shang Wanhua departed, he felt buoyant, seemingly contemplating how to make a grand impression upon his return. Let us return, Lin Bei said, smiling at Long Xingyao and Lin Miaomiao. The two nodded in agreement. With Long Xingyu walking closely beside Lin Bei, though lost in her thoughts, she then turned to Lin Bei and asked, "Aren't you going to hold my hand as we walk?" Lin Bei replied, After all, I am your fiancé now," Long Xingyao stated earnestly. "Although we lack an emotional foundation, I will strive to cultivate one." Upon hearing this, Lin Bei couldn't help but chuckle. He took her outstretched hand without hesitation. As Long Xingyu felt the warmth of his grip, a genuine smile spread across her face. It seems the narratives in novels are indeed accurate. Upon returning, she resolved to continue reading to enhance their relationship. Faced with Long Xingyao's invitation to hold hands, Lin Bei did not decline. Setting aside the fact that she aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences, he considered the rarity of her taking the initiative. Should he refuse, it would surely hurt her feelings. Thus, Lin Bei felt compelled to embrace this fate. As for the concern of being captured and punished by Long Batian, previously he might have harbored some apprehension. However, now, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Their formidable team now collectively possessed the potential to ascend to godhood, and with a peak demigod by his side, it was likely that more would join their ranks in the future. Moreover, Lin Bei had now bound himself to the Kongtong seal, passively acquiring the identity of the human emperor. Long Batian, merely a sovereign of a single nation, could be referred to as the king of men. But he could never attain the status of the human emperor. The rank of the human emperor surpasses that of the king of men, possessing an inherent superiority. Thus, the king of men, Long Batian, posed no threat to Lin Bei. Consequently, Lin Bei finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Now that Long Batian cannot eliminate him, he finally possesses the courage to confront Long Xingyu. In recent days, Long Xingyu has gradually discerned Lin Bei's demeanor. Initially, it may have been the so-called task from her father that brought her close to him. However, it now appears that Long Xingyu's feelings towards him have undergone some transformation. Simply put, her fondness for him has increased. Thus, Lin Bei can unreservedly take Long Xingyu's hand and lead her back to the Lin family home. Within the majestic confines of the Dragon City Palace, Long Batian found himself enveloped in silence as he listened to Xianyuan Fenghua's report. He comprehended the significance behind each word spoken, yet the overall message remained perplexingly elusive. How could a war that necessitated the mobilization of the entire clan be so effortlessly resolved by Lin Bei? Moreover, with a mere flick of his wrist, he seemingly conjured an entire dungeon out of thin air? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The trial of the myriad clans has concluded, and yet, the question lingers. Why has she not returned? The perplexed Long Batian decided to reach out to Long Xingyu. At that moment, Long Xingyu was dining with the Lin family at their ancestral home, and she had heard that Lin Bei's grandfather was also expected to return today. This news filled her with a sense of apprehension, as meeting family inevitably brings the pressure of leaving a good impression. Just then, Long Xingyu received a message from Long Batian. Long Batian, Yao Yao. Why haven't you come home yet? Long Xingyu tilted her head in confusion. Perhaps it was due to her father's longing for her. Long Xingyu, father. I am having dinner with Lin Bei and his family. I should return tomorrow. According to Lin Bei, they would all set off for Tianlong City the next day to meet Long Batian. After all, It had been agreed upon that they would take the opportunity to see him today. On the other end of the message, Long Batian was taken aback, realizing that his daughter, upon returning from the trial of the myriad clans, chose to dine with Lin Bei's family rather than come directly home. This is indeed a groundbreaking first. It is known that in the past, Long Xingyao always spent her time within the palace. Even when venturing outside, she would return home without delay and would not roam about. For some reason, Long Batian harbored an unsettling premonition in his heart. He sensed that his little cotton-padded jacket seemed to be entangled in some predicament. Somewhere, a thief lurked, stealing away his little cotton-padded jacket. However, lacking evidence, he could only let it be. Long Batian, remember to come back early. Your mother misses you. Long Xingyao, all right, father. As he switched off his phone, Long Batian inhaled deeply, a cloud of smoke accompanying his melancholy. He had never felt so lost as he did today. Not long after, at the ancestral home of the Lin family, the sound of Lin Zhantian's hearty laughter echoed. Today was indeed a splendid day. His grandchildren had safely returned from the trials of the myriad clans, triumphantly securing first place. Those of their caliber understood that first place heralded the opportunity for divinity. Without doubt, these two grandchildren were destined to become divine beings. The Lin family was on the verge of producing a true god. Grandfather, Lin Miao exclaimed, leaping into Lin Zhantian's embrace upon seeing him return. Standing at a towering height of 2 meters and 15 centimeters, Lin Zhantian effortlessly caught Lin Miao, twirling her around before gently placing her back on the ground. Well done, my dear granddaughter. You all have performed splendidly. Lin Zhantian felt a joy he had never experienced before. Grandmother. At that moment, Lin Miao noticed a graceful figure behind Lin Zhantian. She appeared relatively young, perhaps in her 40s, exuding the demeanor of a noble woman. Indeed, she was a noble woman, for the Lin family was a prominent clan. Ah, my Miao, you've worked hard, Wang Ruoying said, affectionately stroking Lin Miao's head. At this moment, Lin Bei arrived, accompanying Long Xingyao to welcome Lin Zhantian and Wang Ruoying. Welcome back, grandfather and grandmother. Standing beside Lin Bei, Long Xingyao felt a bit bashful upon seeing Lin Zhantian, who was so exuberant that it left her slightly bewildered. Hey, you lad. You truly haven't disappointed me. You surpassed your father by far. Lin Zhantian remarked, his gaze softening as he turned to Long Xingyao, speaking gently. You must be Yao, right? Fear not. Our Lin family acknowledges you as our daughter-in-law. Should this rascal Lin Bei dare to provoke you, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall take care of him. Lin Bei's grandmother, Wang Ruoying, approached and took Long Xingyao's hand, pulling her aside as if to share a secret. Lin Bei felt a twinge of discomfort. Was he not the grandson? Why did it seem that Lin Miao and Long Xingyao were the ones with a closer bond? While he felt like an outsider. Rascal, Yao is a fine girl. You need not doubt that. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, she may have misinterpreted things. Lin Zhantian said, observing the conversation between his wife and Long Xingyao, his tone softening. Yes, indeed, Lin Bei admitted, having chosen not to conceal the truth. I know her background. Although I am unaware of the details, if she believes herself to be our Lin family's granddaughter-in-law, let us allow this notion to flourish into reality. Lin Bei, grandfather, can you not consider your grandson's feelings? May I inquire about your true thoughts? Well, I simply wish to become the father of Long Batian. Lin Bei, grandfather, you remain as childlike as ever. Since childhood, Lin Zhantian had accompanied Lin Bei and the others like a playful elder, but as they matured, he had naturally tempered his demeanor. Yet, it seemed that he had not truly changed, merely no longer presenting himself as the playful old man he once was. Truth be told, I can see that the girl has feelings for you, and her family is quite respectable. Most importantly, if you harbored no feelings for her, you would not have brought her along to meet us, Lin Zhantian said, patting Lin Bei's shoulder with a smile. Lin Bei remained silent, for indeed, as Lin Zhantian had observed, his affection for Long Xingyao had grown significantly over the past few days. Who could resist a partner who occasionally leaned close, remained quiet, and secretly cared for her husband? Lin Bei found it impossible to refuse her. As for whether he was worthy of the little princess of the Longxia kingdom, it was irrelevant. Not only did the Lin family possess immense wealth, but they also boasted enterprises in other realms. Lin Bei represented the human race, having garnered immense glory. Any one of his accomplishments could stand tall. Furthermore, he had recently acquired the Kongnong seal, ascending to a position as a sovereign of his clan. In a sense, Lin Bei now stood as the highest-ranking individual among humanity. Viewed from this perspective, Long Xingyu had indeed gained an esteemed partner. Of course, Lin Bei had no such notions. He had once contemplated finding a partner, but those girls were either enamored with his family's wealth or were solely interested in his physique. Now, having finally encountered a girl who was neither materialistic nor lustful, Lin Bei felt the need to cherish this opportunity. All right, I have matters to discuss with your father. The future of the family business will soon rest in your hands. Although you and Miao Miao's families have split, in my heart, you will forever remain one family. Lin Zhantian said, his tone turning serious as he mentioned the division of the family. The division had been proposed a decade ago by the ungrateful Lin Xiong. At that time, Lin Bei's mother had been forced to separate, as the vile factions of the Void sect had forcibly severed the connection between the natural continent and Blue Star. This is indeed the consistent modus operandi of the cult of nihility. Over the course of centuries, it has transpired at least 5 times, 2 of which were orchestrated to their advantage. The natural continent is among these instances. Lin Xiong, who returned with Lin Bei, was in a rather precarious state. And unbeknownst to many, he had acquired a spirit energy hydrogen bomb capable of annihilating an entire world. It appeared he sought a location where the cult of nihility could manifest, intending to perish alongside them. Moreover, his fervent insistence on the division of the family stemmed from the notion that post-separation, all prior actions would no longer be associated with the Lin clan's main lineage. Despite Lin Zhantian's vehement opposition, Lin Xiong ultimately succeeded in the division. At one point, Long Bat-Ian had even issued a decree for Lin Xiong's arrest to prevent him from committing any rash acts that could lead to the destruction of a world. Fortunately, Lin Zhantian was able to dissuade Lin Xiong by invoking Lin Bei as a reason. Otherwise, had he failed, Lin Xiong might have indeed obliterated a world, sharing the fate of those scoundrels from the cult of nihility. After all, a complete severance from the world would signify that the natural continent would be perpetually vulnerable to incursions by the cult of nihility, leaving it isolated and defenseless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. These fragments of the world are drawn in, invading various realms with the intent of assimilating all worlds. Thus, once a world is isolated and unable to receive support from others, it signifies its impending demise, with the possibility of encountering its remnants in the future. This explains Lin Xiong's seemingly irrational actions. I know, Grandpa. Rest assured, everything will turn out fine. Lin Bei nodded silently in response, harboring the same resentment towards the Void sect as his family. After a hearty meal, Lin Xiong and Lin Zhantian appeared to have matters to discuss. While Lin Bei commenced a comprehensive upgrade of his skills, he had procured the golden skill upgrade stones. It would be remiss not to enhance his abilities. Before long, all of Lin Bei's skills were elevated to golden quality, and even the attributes had been refined to his liking. Gazing at his array of golden skills, Lin Bei felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Concurrently, after inheriting the Kongtong seal, he sensed a newfound responsibility within himself, a duty of guardianship. At that moment, Long Xingyao approached Lin Bei. As a teammate and now recognized by the Lin family patriarch as the granddaughter-in-law, Lin Bei was determined to treat her well, offering her a skill upgrade stone to enhance her abilities as well. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he produced 5 insight pills. What are these? Long Xingyao inquired, gazing curiously at the 5 golden pills in Lin Bei's hand, a sight she had never encountered before. Yet she trusted that Lin Bei would not lead her astray. These are insight pills. Consuming one allows for rapid enlightenment and elevation of skill levels. Long Xingyao was taken aback. Lin Bei was gifting her such a precious item. Her instinct was to refuse. No, you should consume the insight pills yourself. They are far too valuable. Lin Bei understood the worth of the insight pills. While they might be incredibly precious to others, to him, they seemed as trivial as candy, having no substantial effect given his already elevated skills. He glanced at his uniformly golden skills at level 35. Thus, rather than using them for himself, he preferred to empower those close to him. You must understand. Insight pills hold no significance for me. It is far better to reserve them for your enhancement, he asserted. After all, you are destined to stand by my side for a lifetime. It would be unwise for you to remain weak. With a mischievous smile, he continued. Be cautious when I venture outside. You, Long Xingyao, though aware Lin Bei was jesting, felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Unable to resist, she playfully pinched Lin Bei's waist. Goodness, you girls are quite adept at this. Lin Bei was utterly taken aback by Long Xingyao's sudden gesture. He had initially assumed that the seemingly aloof princess was unlike other girls, but who could have anticipated that in this regard, most girls were inherently skilled. Rubbing his waist, Lin Bei quickly clarified, "I was merely jesting. I promise not to do it again." Upon hearing this, Long Xingyao released her delicate fingers, turned her head slightly, and with a soft hum, her voice gradually resonated, "I do not appreciate such jokes." "Very well, there shall be no next time." Lin Bei was momentarily stunned but then responded with a smile. It seemed that even the jealous little princess possessed a different kind of charm. Meanwhile, Lin Miao Miao had also elevated her skills to a golden quality, as had Wang Chongyang. As for Shang Guanhua, he had reserved a portion for him as well. Lin Bei had no intention of distributing the golden skill enhancement stones just yet. After all, they were a group of 5. And he would only consider sharing them after fulfilling the needs of all 5 members. Of course, there was also the option of resource exchange with the Longxia Kingdom. But one principle remained: Lin Bei would not divulge these crucial resources. Upon learning of his son's remarkable achievements in the dungeon, Lin Xiong could hardly contain his envy. While Lin Bei and his companions might not measure up in terms of low-level resources, they could easily surpass the Lin family when it came to high-level ones. That young man? Could it be that he has ventured into robbery? Fortunately, the spoils within the dungeon belonged to all members of their team. Otherwise, parting with them would indeed be a painful sacrifice. Yet, even so, should these resources leak, one can only imagine the myriad of monstrous beings that would emerge, vying for a share of the bounty. However, that would only come to pass if they possessed the requisite qualifications and strength. Long Xingyao accepted the enlightenment pill, refraining from further refusal, for to do so would be impolite. Moreover, a sense of impending crisis stirred within her. Lin Bei's performance was undeniably remarkable. Though merely a support role, he was an exceptionally formidable one. She had never encountered a support capable of achieving what Lin Bei has accomplished thus far. In the future, as Lin Bei ascends in level, he might very well possess the power to dominate all realms single-handedly. In the upper realm, Neza returned once more from the lower realms to his original form. With his primary consciousness reinstated, Neza stretched languidly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is Neza's heartfelt defense of his father. However, he has not forgotten the purpose of his return. With a swift glance, he summoned the wind fire wheels and departed from the southern heavenly gate. Below, the 4 heavenly kings, including the king of holding the nation, called out in unison, "Prince, where are you going?" "Hurry back to guard the southern heavenly gate." Alas, Neza seemed to disregard their pleas, continuing on his path undeterred. The 4 heavenly kings, faced with this situation, found themselves at a loss. They could not report to higher authorities, for who would heed their concerns? Moreover, what if the prince sought retribution against them? They were no match for his power. Should he choose to act against them, a mere hand would suffice. Soon, Neza arrived at the Qinyuan cave. This is the place where his master, Tai Zhenren, practiced. Ever since the division between the upper and lower realms, the cave dwelling had ascended to that higher realm. "Master!" Neza's voice echoed, and soon after, Tai Zhenren responded. "Neza, what brings you to seek me so suddenly?" Emerging from the Qinyuan cave, clad in a flowing white Taoist robe and holding a whisk, Tai Zhenren exuded an air of celestial grace, embodying the essence of a venerable master. "Master, do you still possess any skill enhancement stones?" Naturally, Tai Zhenren had such stones, albeit of a low grade, the highest being merely red. He currently lacked the black ones, which required exchanges with other celestial beings. "What do you need this for?" He recalled that Neza's abilities were all at the black level, and colorful enhancement stones were beyond reach. "It is undoubtedly useful. I encountered something in the lower realm." Neza swiftly recounted the events that transpired below. Tai Zhenren listened, astonished. He had not anticipated that someone could disregard the power of order, summoning the consciousness of celestial beings from the upper realm to the lower realm, and even assisting in the formation of a doppelganger. Though the doppelganger's duration was fleeting, it was an extraordinary feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. However, regarding the lower realm, their curiosity did not breed many thoughts. Setting aside the scarcity of spiritual energy there, the celestial realm now possessed energies far superior. As for descending to the lower realm, it offered little benefit aside from attracting the attention of the forces of order, leading to expulsion. Thus, Tai Zhenren calmly listened to Neza's experiences in the lower realm, occasionally chuckling softly in respect. Yet, upon hearing that the return of consciousness had resulted in an overall power increase of over 70%, Tai Zhenren could no longer remain composed. Neza, do you comprehend the absurdity of what you are saying? How could it not be absurd? In just a few minutes, one's power can increase so significantly upon returning. If one were to engage in their usual cultivation at such a level, it would take no less than several tens of thousands of years to hope for any improvement. Moreover, this so-called enhancement amounts to a mere 1% increment, rather than exceeding 70%. Thus, the initial reaction of Tai Zhenren was one of incredulity. However, upon reflection, who exactly is Neza? Would he weave lies to deceive him? What you speak of, could it be true or false? It must surely be true. Neza bore an expression that seemed to implore his master for belief, causing a slight blush to rise on Tai Zhenren's face. The sheer absurdity of the situation rendered disbelief difficult. Yet, if it were indeed true, this would signify a message capable of altering the current celestial order for all divine beings. Although the celestial entities of the upper realm can dispatch the void creatures with the ease of slaughtering fowl, the void creatures are inexhaustible. As long as they persist, the void creatures shall never truly perish. The void from which these creatures emerge is a realm even the highest among them cannot enter, for they sense an aura they're equal to their own. Although the reason for their inaction remains a mystery, the current state of affairs seems set, unless an unforeseen event arises, and Lin Bei may very well be that unforeseen event. Thus, you require the skill enhancement stones for this little fellow? Upon hearing Neza's explanation, Tai Zhenren finally understood why Neza had approached him regarding his skills of black quality. Indeed, Neza nodded, stroking his chin. If my skill quality were to be elevated, it could prove beneficial for us. Tai Zhenren pondered for a moment before responding. In that case, I comprehend your intent. However, at this moment, I only possess red skill enhancement stones. For those of higher grade, I must seek my master. Perfect. I shall visit the Empress. It has been a while since I last saw her. That is acceptable. Gathering a few more stones could enhance that little one's strength, thus fostering good relations in advance. With this thought, Tai Zhenren and Neza parted ways. He headed to the Taoist Hall of Yuanshu Tianzuan while Neza made his way to the Palace of Nuwa. Upon riding the wind and fire wheels, Neza soon arrived at Nuwa's palace. It appeared that Qinghuan sensed Neza's presence, transforming into human form and alighting before him. Little Neza, why have you left your post at the southern heavenly gate to come to Nuwa's palace? I seek the Empress. I have matters to discuss. Neza replied, hands on his hips. Soon after, a voice resonated. It was the voice of Nuwa. Little Neza, come inside. Hee, I shall take my leave, Qinghuan. With that, he mounted his wind and fire wheels and flew into the palace. Inside the grand hall, a woman with a serpent's tail reclined gracefully on a couch, holding a primordial spirit fruit that bore a resemblance to grapes. She was engrossed in a novel displayed on her mobile device, titled Transformation, starting with pretending to be a roommate's girlfriend. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, a sight to behold, but not to be disrespected. Empress, little Neza, what brings you here? It has been several centuries since your last visit. I presume you have come with some matter of concern. Nuwa powered down her mobile, her enchanting gaze settling on Neza. Since the ascension of the new divine being from the human realm a century ago, a plethora of technological marvels had been introduced to the upper realm, with the mobile device being one of them. However, there was no network available, limiting her to the novels stored on the device. Over the century, she had read them dozens of times. Recently, the Void Realm had been rather tranquil, showing no signs of unrest. Thus, when Neza arrived, she was curious to hear what he had to say. Hee, Empress, I have discovered something amusing in the lower realm. In the lower realm? Little Neza, since the establishment of order, the celestial beings of the upper realm are not permitted to descend. How did you come to know about matters in the lower realm? Could it be that new divine beings from the human realm have ascended, bringing forth treasures? At this, Nuwa's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It had been a century since any new divine being had ascended, leaving her somewhat bored. Each newly ascended deity typically brought with them the latest novelties from human society. As the maternal goddess of humanity, indulging in the wonders brought by mortals was hardly a transgression. No, Empress, if you listen to me, you will understand. Neza quickly recounted the events from the lower realm, including details about Lin Bei. Upon learning that Lin Bei possessed the ability to summon their main consciousness to the lower realm, Nuwa's eyes widened with excitement. Truth be told, remaining in the palace of Nuwa while keeping a vigilant watch over the void creatures had become exceedingly monotonous. There was no engagement, merely a constant, watchful scrutiny. Moreover, they could not initiate entry into the void realm, as the potent aura within posed a significant threat. Even Nuwa, who had recently ascended to the level of chaos, felt endangered, underscoring the tremendous power residing within. Now that she knew Lin Bei could summon their main consciousness to the lower realm, how could Nuwa not be tempted? Most importantly, upon summoning them, the return of their main consciousness would greatly enhance their own powers. Little Neza, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Empress, how could I possibly deceive you? Neza stepped forward, tugging at Nuwa's sleeve with a grin. I have come to request skill enhancement stones for Beizi, if his skill quality improves. It could yield tremendous benefits. Perhaps, at that time, you too may be summoned to the lower realm. Hearing this, Nuwa's interest was piqued, not solely due to the allure of the delicacies from the lower realm. Very well, fortuitously, I possess a few black skill enhancement stones. However, as for the colored ones, I currently do not have any. Colored skill enhancement stones can only be obtained by slaying chaos-level void creatures. Even for me, I possess only one skill that has reached the colored level. Hehe, rest assured, Empress, I will make sure to explain everything clearly to Beizi. In the lower realm, Lin Bei remained unaware that Neza had procured several black skill enhancement stones on his behalf. At that moment, he was beside Long Xingyao, serving as her protector. Though termed as protection, it was merely a watchful eye as she consumed a comprehension pill to elevate her skill quality. Long Xingyao, without hesitation, swallowed the pill in Lin Bei's presence and began the process of skill enlightenment. This entire endeavor lasted for several minutes, during which Long Xingyao's core transformation skill, the extreme cold power skill, and 3 other potent offensive skills shattered the constraints of level 6, awaiting only the enhancement of proficiency to seamlessly transition into level 6. Due to the substantial proficiency gained, Long Xingyao's highest skill level, Dragon Transformation, had now reached LV 3. Her power had surged significantly. Thank you, Lin Bei. Long Xingyu gazed at her skill panel and gratefully looked towards Lin Bei. The insight pill, such a precious item. And yet Lin Bei was willing to offer it to her. For the second time, Long Xingyao felt that her father's decision to betroth her to Lin Bei was indeed the wisest choice. It was hard to believe that she once harbored a hint of resentment towards Long Batian, considering that she had only met Lin Bei once, and that encounter had been during a competition where she had been eliminated by him. It would be disingenuous to claim that she felt no bitterness at the time. However, now, all such feelings had vanished completely. If this man could so readily part with something as significant as the insight pill for her, what more could a wife desire from her husband? Reflecting on this, Long Xingyao's gaze towards Lin Bei instantly became affectionate. Subsequently, under Lin Bei's astonished gaze, she lightly kissed Lin Bei's face and left the room, leaving Lin Bei alone, still stunned. Lin Bei was taken aback, wondering if he had been ambushed by the little princess. He felt it was unsportsmanlike and resolved to find an opportunity to reciprocate. With this in mind, Lin Bei opened his skill interface to admire his capabilities. Class, Benevolent Level, LV, 35 HP, 366000366000 Energy, 542, 4660 4660 Physical Attack, 4235 5 Magical Attack, for 7560 Physical Resistance, 6356 Magical Resistance, 6356 Core Skill, Divine Proxy Class Skills, Sacred Heart, Passive, Virtue and Talent, Passive, Skills, Resurrection, Divine Proxy LV, 35 Gold consumes 1 point of energy to randomly summon a deity for proxy combat. Affix 4 allows summoning of corresponding deities through remnants of their divine aura. Single Target Heal LV, 35 Gold consumes 10 points of energy to heal the target for 3435973838680 plus 640 of the caster's maximum HP. 3-second cooldown. Affix 4 Limb Regeneration Star Shift LV, 35 Gold consumes 1000 points of energy to mark and transfer single or multiple targets to a location within the caster's perception range. 10-second cooldown. Affix 4 can teleport to marked areas. 3-3 Group Shield LV, 35 Gold consumes 5 points of energy to provide the team with a shield of 21474836480 plus 1000 of the caster's maximum HP. 2-second cooldown. Affix 4 each attack consumes 10 shield value, carrying 10 of the current shield as physical damage. Spatial Lockdown LV, 35 Gold consumes 10,000 points of energy to lock down the area within the caster's mental reach. Affix 4 the locked area forms an independent space. Thorn Armor LV, 35 Gold adds a thorn armor to the target for 100 seconds, reducing damage taken by 75. 250 of the total single damage received is reflected as magical damage. 10-second cooldown. Affix 4. Successful kills reset the duration. Sacred Heart LV. 35 gold increases the final benefit of all skills by an additional 75. Affix 4. Unaffected by negative mental states. Power of Truth LV. 35 gold grants a target the power of truth for 60 seconds. Each attack deals an additional 35 of the damage as true damage and inflicts a 3-second suppression effect. Each layer of suppression effectively reduces the target's overall recovery by 10, stacking up to 7 layers. 20-second cooldown. Affix 4. Triggers an execution effect when HP drops below 5. Resurrection LV. 35 gold. Fragmented resurrects a target whose death occurred no more than 17,179,869,184 days ago, provided they have a complete body. Consuming 100 energy. 30-minute cooldown. Affix 1. Can resurrect those who died unnaturally through the deceased's personal effects. Affix 5. Gains a state of vengeance after resurrection, dealing triple damage to the target that caused their death. Multicast LV. 35 gold has a 300 chance to trigger multicast, consuming double the energy. Affix 1. Skill effects increase or decrease by -10/30 after multi-trigger. Affix 3. The final benefit of multicast skills increases by 10. Moonlight Blessing LV. 35 gold consumes 1,000 points of energy to release a moonlight that covers a range of 150,000 meters, removing debuffs from all marked targets for 5 seconds. 10-second cooldown. Affix 4. Negative emotional influences are cleared under the moonlight. Dispel LV. 35 gold consumes 50 points of energy to instantly dispel buffs on the target. 2-second cooldown. Affix 4 can dispel the target's special states. Imprisonment LV. 35 gold consumes 100 points of energy to forcibly imprison the target in place for 8 seconds. 8-second cooldown. Affix 4. The imprisoned target gains a weakened state after the effect, reducing all attributes by 10. Silence LV. 35 gold consumes 100 points of energy to seal 2 of the target's skills for 5 seconds. 15-second cooldown. Affix 4. The silenced target enters a vulnerable state for 3 seconds, increasing damage taken by 10. Eye of Insight LV. 35 gold consumes 1 point of energy to examine the target's data, up to 250 levels above the caster. 1-second cooldown. Affix 4. See through the target's own energy flow. Virtue and Talent LV. 35 gold increases all resistances by 70 and comprehensively enhances physical fitness by 350. Affix 1. Resistant to all spells, reducing magic damage taken by 20. Affix 2. Powerful muscles, increasing strength by 50. Affix 3. Eloquent, making it easier to convince others. Affix 4. Able to lift a tripod, reducing physical damage taken by 20. Death Rejection LV. 35 gold consumes 1,000 points of energy to provide the target with a 10-second reprieve, forcibly retaining 1 HP upon receiving fatal damage, unaffected by death. Affix 1. Attack speed increases by 50 during the reprieve. Affix 2. Damage amplification increases by 200 during the reprieve. Affix 3. Resilience increases by 25 during the reprieve. Affix 4. Has a 1 chance to share current HP with the target that triggered the reprieve. Weapon. Azure Jade Flute Armor. Wooden Dragon Armor. Wooden Dragon Boots. Wooden Dragon Gauntlets. Temporary. Stats. Increases healing by 150. Increases energy recovery speed by 200. Has a soothing effect and recovers mental energy faster. Core Stone. Wooden Dragon Orb 4-piece set. Temporary. Set bonuses. 2-piece. Increases healing by 150. 4-piece. Increases all allies' attack power by 50 and increases HP recovery speed after casting a skill. Item. Kunlun Mirror Special Equipment Subclass. Apprentice Skills. Learning LV. 35 Learning LV. 35. Green able to learn skills from other subclasses. Affix 1. Multitasking Enchantment LV. 35. Gold enchants an item, increasing its overall attributes by 70. Provides different quality upgrades based on the level of the caster's enchantment skill, up to red quality. Beholding his impressive stats, Lin Bei's mood improved. Now level 35. Lin Bei has 2 skill slots available for learning. Considering his current skill configuration, Lin Bei still lacks group, healing, and aura skills. This presents no impediment. After a sojourn to the celestial city of Tianlong, I shall endeavor to find skills befitting him. Having stowed away the panel data, and with the hour yet young, Lin Bei felt no urgency to retire. He resolved, therefore, to avail himself of this interstice to indulge in the game. At this juncture, the upper echelons of Tianlong City's disciples were in a state of utter pandemonium. The missive disseminated by Lin Miaomiao in the group 4 days prior had finally propagated, escalating with each retelling, such that an increasing number were now privy to the liaison between Lin Bei and Long Xingyao. Among them were not a few affluent disciples who harbored aspirations of courting Long Xingyao. Upon learning that their goddess had been betrothed by the sovereign to the Lin family as a granddaughter-in-law, they were instantly rendered as dispirited as salmons bereft of their dreams. Immediately, an order was issued to investigate the true identity of Lin Bei and the reasons for his deserving a marriage bestowed by the sovereign himself. However, upon conducting this inquiry, a profound silence enveloped the room. His appearance rivaled that of the most esteemed readers, possessing a striking allure surpassing that of even the most handsome. Standing tall at an impressive height of 1.95 meters, he hailed from the Lin family of Jiangqing. In truth, the Lin family maintained a close strategic partnership with numerous industries nationwide. Recently, their collaboration had been further enhanced due to the inclusion of a master-level enchanter, bolstering their alliances with various notable families. Moreover, through their extensive investigation, it was astonishingly revealed that the Lin family secretly boasted the support of over a dozen demigod-level powerhouses. This merely constitutes the fundamental data pertaining to the Blue Star. The Lin family's enterprises not only encompass the Blue Star, but also extend to various nations within it, as well as to the allied worlds that coexist harmoniously with humanity. Of utmost significance is the disruption of the Void Sect's nefarious schemes within the Novice Dungeon, the thwarting of their plans in the Southern Heavenly Gate instance, and the unprecedented achievements on the Novice Dungeon leaderboard, all of which have been meticulously recorded by Lin Bei. Most crucially, they have come to learn that Lin Bei took part in the widely acknowledged yet somewhat secretive trial of the myriad races and astonishingly secured first place. The remarkable surge in the fortunes of their races is inextricably linked to Lin Bei's actions. It is no wonder that they perceive their own strength as having soared to new heights and their luck as extraordinarily fortuitous. It is, after all, a testament to Lin Bei's brilliance. Thus, any thoughts they harbored against Lin Bei vanished without a trace. After all, the benefits are tangible. All of humanity partakes in them. And you do as well. How could one still harbor ill intentions towards others? Such notions are simply unattainable for them. The offspring of the elite are not fools. Their pursuit of Long Xingyao is largely motivated by the desire to align themselves with the formidable royal lineage. Presently, the data collected suggests that the Lin family, to which Lin Bei belongs, is likely on par with the royal family. In fact, should the Lin family choose to do so, they could establish a nation in other realms. It is indeed extraordinary. While their familial strength is considerable, it does not grant them the capacity to independently secede and form a nation. Yet, the Lin family possesses that capability. This exemplifies the formidable strength of the Lin family. For a long time, they merely assumed that the newly ascendant Lin family of Tianlong City was an ordinary clan that merely enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. Consequently, they paid little heed to it. Yet, upon deeper reflection, this is indeed the most terrifying aspect. The ability to conceal their true power beneath the guise of a typical family's rise, while in reality they have evolved into a formidable force, rivaling even that of royal lineage. Is this the extent of what a typical family can achieve? Upon further investigation into the Lin family's intricate web of connections, they discovered that even their own lineage bore certain ties to the Lin clan. Frightening. No, something felt amiss. They pondered why information that had previously eluded them was now so effortlessly accessible. A tingling sensation crept upon their scalps. It appeared the Lin family had risen to prominence, no longer shrouded in secrecy. Nevertheless, the fact that Lin Bei had audaciously claimed their goddess left them deeply unsettled, prompting a collective decision to voice their grievances publicly. From an anonymous heir of the Zhao family in Tianlong City, Lin Bei, you scoundrel, you must take good care of our goddess, Wu Wu. From an unidentified Eastern woman, damn it, I knew this day would come, but I never anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Sister Yao Yao, you must find happiness, Wu Wu. I can no longer accompany you. Today is destined to be a day of revelry for the scions of prominent families throughout the Longxia Kingdom. The proprietors of taverns were bewildered by the influx of these distinguished youths seeking libations, their spirits lifted by the unexpected patronage, though unaware of the underlying reasons. The tangible profits were undeniably gratifying. As night fell, Long Bat-Ian concluded his duties, as he did routinely, despite being the sovereign and a member of the royal lineage. Ruling over the Longxia Kingdom was not a solitary endeavor. He relied heavily on the assistance of his ministers. Thus, the primary responsibilities of the sovereign revolved around review and approval. However, Long Batian contemplated delegating some of these review tasks to a specific family, as managing everything alone proved to be excessively burdensome. Spending countless hours in that position began to feel rather monotonous. After sharing this thought with the current queen, Xing Yueyu, she took the initiative to massage his shoulders. Batian, your insight is commendable. Decades have passed, and we are no longer in that tumultuous era. It is time to learn the art of delegating authority. Should you shoulder all responsibilities alone, it could easily lead to your exhaustion. With a smile, Xing Yueyu responded. And the pair silently gazed upon the moonlight. The moonlight is truly enchanting, Long Batian mused, before turning to his queen to inquire, Yueyu, what do you think of establishing dedicated auditors to review documents and subsequently present them to me for approval? That sounds promising, but the selection of auditors is crucial. They must be wholly devoted to serving the nation. This is a matter of national policy. There can be no mistakes. Which family do you believe is more favorable? The 8 prominent families are not united. Each harbors its own ambitions. Nevertheless, they all act in the interest of the Longsha kingdom. Thus, Long Batian feels it prudent to select several individuals from these families to assist in the review process. Let us choose one representative from each of the 8 families, ensuring fairness in the selection. The paramount concern is to maintain a balance of power. I have noticed a promising descendant from the Sima family. He suffered a setback in a dungeon several years ago and has since been unable to enter such realms to enhance his strength. Recently, he seems to have settled down and appears to be seeking employment. Xing Yueyu replied with a faint smile. Oh, which descendant has captured your favor? Well, there is a young lad named Sima Shinha. It is a pity that this young man possesses a core skill, and his profession is rather commendable. Yet having perished in a dungeon, he cannot rapidly augment his power. Without the capacity for swift enhancement, he lacks the merit for significant cultivation, though it is harsh. It is the reality. The Void Sect has always been a considerable threat. Without absolute combat prowess, tranquility is a distant dream. Long Batian pondered for a moment and agreed that this young man could indeed be considered, yet the other prominent families must not be overlooked. Let us establish an institution called the Review Officer tomorrow, which may alleviate some of the burdens. Long Batian rubbed his temples and remarked, then reclined against the base of Xing Yueyu's legs, gently caressing her cheek and smiling. How long has it been since we have genuinely enjoyed each other's company? After a brief contemplation, Xing Yueyu smiled and replied, perhaps just a few months, for as the sovereign, you cannot remain ensnared in a haven of tenderness. Xing Yueyu understood that her partner was the ruler of a nation, while everyone has their own small household. Long Batian must consider not only his personal affairs, but also the greater good. The Long family bears responsibility for the Longsha kingdom, which necessitates Long Batian's constant engagement in various matters, both large and small. Such occurrences, having transpired for over a century since his ascendancy, have wearied Long Batian. By the way, Batian, I've caught wind of a rumor. What rumor? Long Batian inquired, luxuriating in Xing Yueyu's soothing ministrations. They say you've betrothed Yao Yao to someone? Long Batian? No, which scoundrel dared utter such a falsehood? What do you mean betrothed Yao Yao? How could he, as her father, be ignorant of this? Slander. This is pure slander. When did I ever betroth Yao Yao to anyone? Where did you hear this? Long Batian was incensed, and the repercussions would be severe. It should be known that Long Xingyao was his first daughter in over a century, the previous pregnancies having all yielded sons. Thus, one can imagine the magnitude of Long Xingyao's significance in Long Batian's heart. Now, rumors were circulating that he had betrothed Long Xingyao to another? Utter nonsense. He would never do such a thing. Suddenly, a thought struck Long Batian. Why was it that Yao Yao, who would invariably return home immediately after her previous excursions, had this time chosen to remain at the Lin household? Long Batian sensed an ominous premonition. He had a feeling that the so-called rumor originated from there. He promptly retrieved his mobile device to dispatch a message to Long Xingyu. Long Batian, Xingyu, where are you at the moment? Shortly thereafter, Long Xingyu responded, Long Xingyao, I am at the Lin residence. Is something amiss, father? Upon receiving Xingyao's reply, Long Batian suppressed the ominous premonition within him, attempting to dismiss the notion that events were unfolding as he feared. Long Batian, nothing of consequence. I was merely curious about your activities. Long Xingyu, I was preparing for slumber, as you are scheduled to meet with Linbei tomorrow, father. Witnessing this exchange, Long Batian experienced a sense of relief, attributing his previous anxieties to mere overthinking. Indeed, it must be so. Long Xingyao. Consequently, Lin Bei and I intend to retire early, ensuring we are well rested for our meeting with you tomorrow, father. Long Batian. Daughter, while your decision to sleep is your own, why must you and Lin Bei jointly resolve to retire early? At this juncture, Long Batian's countenance betrayed a state of bewilderment, as if grappling with the incredulity of the situation. Xing Yueyu, observing Long Batian's dazed expression, offered a faint smile. Batian, what troubles you? The scoundrel. That rascal Lin Bei dares. He intends to share a bed with our daughter, and within the same covers, no less. The realization that the precious flower he had nurtured for over a decade was abandoning her paternal home for another's residence filled him with indignation. Is this tolerable? In that instant, Long Batian felt an overwhelming surge of anger and yearned to vent his frustrations. Xing Yueyu paused for a moment, looking at Long Batian, before smiling and saying, Batian, please remain calm. Yao Ao has reached an age suitable for romance. Engaging in a romantic relationship is not inherently problematic, is it? Long Batian found himself momentarily speechless. Although her words held truth, was it necessary for such matters to escalate so quickly? They were sharing a bed. Long Batian attempted to protest. Have you forgotten? You were the one who stealthily crept into my bed back then. Xing Yueyu replied with a hint of melancholy, gently tapping Long Batian's chest in a somewhat bashful manner. They had initially agreed that their embrace would be innocent, devoid of further advances. Yet, here they were. Long Batian felt a wave of embarrassment. Indeed, he had acted in such a manner back then, ostensibly to deepen their bond. Moreover, Lin Zhantian had been a suitor of Xing Yueyu. Though Long Batian hailed from royal lineage and possessed inherent advantages, he had opted to discreetly enhance his standing to outshine this formidable rival. Ultimately, Xing Yueyu chose Long Batian. But this was contingent upon him risking his life to rescue her during a perilous adventure, which engraved his image in her heart. Otherwise, during the pursuit phase, they would have been unlikely to even hold hands, let alone share a bed. All right, Batian, let us take a moment to calm down. That little fellow is coming to see you tomorrow, is he not? We can inquire more then. I believe he is quite commendable, at least far superior to you at that age. Upon hearing this, Long Batian felt a surge of displeasure. What did she mean by being far superior to him? Although he was 18, and his caliber was incomparable to Lin Bei's at the same age, he was still a prodigy. You err, he said, exasperated. What is it, Batian? I am quite infuriated. In Jiacheng, Lin Bei gazed at Long Xingyao, who lay on the other side of his bed, and sighed in resignation. It appeared they had ended up in bed together once more. Since Long Xingyao had arrived at the Lin household, barring unexpected events, they would invariably retire to sleep side by side, with her ethereal beauty now clad in a delicate sleep dress beside him. It would be utterly unnatural for Lin Bei to remain unmoved. Xingyao, may I call you Yao Yao? Lin Bei ventured, having come to accept this reality. After all, having such an enchanting girlfriend was quite delightful, even if she had been practically delivered to him. Yes, that's fine, Long Xingyao replied, her cheeks flushing. Previously, Lin Bei would have been asleep, resulting in minimal interaction between them, even while lying on the same bed. However, the current circumstances were different. Both were awake, their gazes locking in an atmosphere of silence. They could even hear each other's heartbeats distinctly. Yet, Lin Bei ultimately refrained from making any advances. Aside from the fact that he was to meet the sovereign the following day, he also mentioned that the past few days had been filled with intense, sleepless battles, leaving him mentally fatigued. Mental restoration differs from physical recuperation, necessitating ample rest, and sleep is indeed a vital form of that rest. As they exchanged glances, both felt their faces heat up slightly, eventually drifting into slumber. However, just before succumbing to sleep, Lin Bei sensed a gentle embrace around his arm, prompting an involuntary smile to grace his lips. Having a beautiful, considerate girlfriend seemed rather pleasant. Early the next morning, Lin Bei and his companions boarded a spirit-powered vessel bound for Tianlong City, a journey that would take merely a few minutes. Upon arriving, their first order of business was to rendezvous with Shang Wanhua. Shortly thereafter, Shang Wanhua appeared, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale, indicative of a night spent awake. Old Hua, what troubles you? You look rather exhausted, Wang Chongyang remarked, stepping forward to pat Shang Wanhua on the shoulder, his towering frame towering over the latter's 1.8 meters. Don't go slapping me around. You know how much strength you wield. Shang Wanhua retorted, unable to suppress a grin. And how could I possibly be exhausted? I merely stayed up late last night. Indeed, how could he be fatigued? He was destined to become a deity. He certainly could not be worn out. It should be noted that he had engaged in an epic battle with his girlfriend for the entirety of the previous night. As he spoke, he wrapped his clothing tighter around himself, feeling an unusual chill that day. Well, since everyone is gathered, let us proceed to meet the sovereign. We can recount our experiences from the recent adventure, Lin Bei declared, leading the group toward the royal palace of Tianlong City. However, as Long Xingyao was more familiar with the capital, she took on the role of a guide, providing insights into the palace's interior. It was not as extravagant as one might envision. Rather, it resembled the typical ancient imperial palace. One could discern that Long Batian had exercised considerable frugality. Meanwhile, within the grand hall, Long Batian sat upon the throne, awaiting Lin Bei and his companions. The chamber was devoid of attendants, likely cleared intentionally to provide space for Lin Bei and his party. Long Batian's fingers drummed rhythmically against the throne, the sound echoing clearly in the empty hall. While Xing Yueyu stifled a laugh behind her hand, recognizing Long Batian's inner turmoil. Before long, Lin Bei and his friends entered the grand hall, the venue where ministers convened for morning assemblies. Upon their entrance, they immediately spotted Long Batian seated on the throne, accompanied by Xing Yueyu. Curiously, Long Batian appeared to have his eyes closed, perhaps resting. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," they chorused, with Lin Bei adding, "Father, Mother. Ah, children, you have all performed admirably." Long Batian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. His stern countenance softened considerably. Xing Yueyu nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as she accompanied Long Batian. "Thanks to your efforts in the recent trials of the myriad races, the fortunes of humanity have surged manifold. You are the true heroes. Thus, I extend my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the entire Longxia kingdom." Although Long Batian was not fully apprised of the events within the adventure, he had heard whispers of the chaos instigated by the Void sect. Fortunately, with their presence, the trials had proceeded smoothly. "It is our honor to serve the nation," Lin Bei replied, while Wang Chongyang scratched the back of his head and echoed, "Me too. Indeed, all that you have gained during the adventure belongs to you. Should anyone dare to threaten you, do not hesitate to inform me," Long Batian asserted, a hint of menace lacing his tone. Lin Bei and his companions now stood on the precipice of divinity. They must not falter. The future of humanity depended upon their protection, and it was imperative that they safeguard them while still in their nascent stages. "This is investment. By the way, could you share with me what transpired in the copy?" "Allow me to speak." Upon hearing this, Shang Wanhua immediately raised his hand. It is truly exhilarating to speak of matters that can be flaunted before the sovereign. No one opposed this, and thus, Shang Wanhua was chosen to convey the message. However, as they listened to Shang Wanhua's words, the crowd couldn't help but feel a wave of speechlessness. Could this individual refrain from employing such an abundance of exaggerated embellishments? It seems as though he is portraying an exceptionally perilous scenario. In contrast, Long Batian and his companion were taken aback. After all, if one were to truly heed Shang Wanhua's descriptions, the journey through the dungeon would indeed be fraught with danger. Yet, if it was said to be evenly matched, with a hard-won victory, why is it that he hears of other races harboring deep resentment towards the human race upon their elimination? What could possibly justify his decision to deploy the Dragon Guardians and even the demigods of the Battle Dragon Hall to maintain order? It was solely to prevent those eliminated from succumbing to chaos. Ultimately, Lin Bei could no longer contain himself. He gave Shang Wanhua a gentle kick and turned to Long Batian, stating, "That is generally the situation, though it is not as arduous as he claims. It is rather straightforward." After a moment's contemplation, Lin Bei added a supplementary remark. Long Batian pondered, "Straightforward?" Although it was not as challenging as Shang Wanhua described, it was by no means simple. The mere presence of the void beasts at the end was a significant concern, as they were said to possess the essence of a divine legacy, classified as a level 60 red quality entity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This is evident from his successful elimination of Lin Zhantian, his victory in winning the heart of a beauty, and his numerous narrow escapes from perilous dungeons. Nevertheless, he could not shake the feeling that Lin Bei's fortune shone as brilliantly as the sun. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. This can be regarded as the relentless waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the previous ones. Regardless of whether the journey is simple or arduous, you represent the Dragon Summer Nation and stand in battle for the human race, and this is beyond reproach. Thus, I have resolved to bestow upon you 5 the esteemed title of Sparks of Fire in the name of the Human Alliance. Furthermore, each of you shall receive a golden profession enhancement stone to expedite the elevation of your strengths. A single spark can ignite a prairie. The title of Sparks of Fire is the highest honor within the Human Alliance. The 5 of you have valiantly fought on behalf of humanity, achieving success in the trials against myriad races, thereby significantly augmenting our fortunes. If you are not deserving of the title, then who else could possibly qualify? Thank you, Your Majesty, responded Shang Wanhua, astonished. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement. This was indeed the title of Sparks of Fire. With this honor, he could return and take pride in his achievements. Perhaps he could even impress his girlfriend with a display of grandeur. Just imagining her gaze brimming with admiration for him was a delight to behold. Well then, my children, I shall not keep you any longer. Grow well. We have everything covered. After this incident, everyone can finally focus on enhancing their abilities. Lin Bei, Yao Yao, you two come with me. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei instinctively swallowed but did not dwell on it, following Long Ba Tian into a side chamber behind the grand hall. Soon, they passed through the side chamber and arrived at a remarkably humble abode. Lin Bei was somewhat taken aback by this sight, for within the vast palace, there existed such a modest dwelling. Of course, this simplicity was relative to the grandeur of the entire palace. It resembled an ordinary villa without any notable differences. Are you surprised that we reside in this place? Long Ba Tian seemed to perceive Lin Bei's astonishment. Yes, I thought you would live in the Grand Palace. The palace is merely a relic of ancient emperors' residences. What era are we in now? Such a vast space is impractical for living. This place is far more convenient. The palace was constructed for appearances, serving merely as a workplace. After all, as the leader of a clan, it would be quite embarrassing not to have a palace. Yao Yao, you should return to your mother. I need to discuss some matters with Lin Bei. Long Ba Tian's tone was calm, and Long Xing Yao cast a mild glance at him before nodding. In no time, only Lin Bei and Long Ba Tian remained. The two exchanged silent glances, the surroundings enveloped in tranquility. Yet, it was evident that both harbored inner turmoil. You're with Yao Yao now, aren't you? Shouldn't that be the case? To be honest, standing alone before Long Ba Tian left Lin Bei feeling somewhat lacking in confidence. However, the realization that Long Ba Tian could not harm him restored his courage. What do you mean by should? Speak to me about it. Lin Bei rubbed his chin and recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon learning the truth, Long Ba Tian felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. It turned out that due to his own words, Long Xingyo had misunderstood, believing he intended to betroth her to Lin Bei. No wonder rumors circulated that he had promised the little princess to him. The root of it all lay in Long Xingyao's misinterpretation. So, Yao, you misconstrued my intentions? Yes, that appears to be the case. For a moment, both fell silent. Long Ba Tian found himself genuinely concerned about his daughter's intellect for the first time. Yet, the situation was irreversible. They were indeed sleeping together, even if that had not been the original intent. It would be unreasonable to forcibly separate them now. Although Long Ba Tian harbored resentment towards Lin Bei, he could not deny the latter's exceptional qualities, surpassing even those of his younger self. You are indeed remarkable. But from a father's perspective, I hope you will treat Yao Yao well in the future. Rest assured, father-in-law, I will cherish Yao Yao. You. At hearing Lin Bei address him as father-in-law, Long Ba Tian felt a surge of anger. At that moment, he wished to give Lin Bei a good thrashing. Yet, the thought barely formed when he sensed that such an act might lead to unforeseen consequences. What is going on? Is there something else about you? And how can you create a subspace so effortlessly? The difficulty of creating a subspace is something I am well aware of. I struggle with it. So why can you conjure one with ease? Because of this, Lin Bei extended his hand, revealing the Kongtong seal. Upon seeing it, Long Ba Tian instinctively gasped. The Imperial seal? No, wait. Realizing, he also extended his hand, producing a similar seal. Lin Bei was taken aback upon glancing at Long Ba Tian's seal. He recognized it as the legendary Imperial seal that had long been thought lost. Father-in-law, is this the Imperial seal? Indeed, it is the Imperial seal. Wasn't it supposed to be missing? Who said it was missing? The Imperial seal was acquired by my Long family long ago. Otherwise, do you think we could have established the Longsha kingdom? Without the Imperial seal, we could not claim the mandate of heaven, nor could we harness the flow of fate. What astonished him further was that Lin Bei possessed a similar seal. What could this mean? May I take a look? Lin Bei inquired curiously. Long Ba Tian contemplated for a moment before nodding. Theoretically, the imperial seal should not be casually handled by anyone without great fortune. For even possessing it could lead to dire consequences. However, Lin Bei was different. His fortune surpassed that of this kingdom's ruler, allowing him to bear the weight of the imperial seal's fate. Lin Bei examined the imperial seal and noticed it was missing a corner. Though it had been replaced with gold, it had now completely transformed into a special artifact, the black quality imperial seal of the human king. Etched upon the imperial seal were 8 characters, commanded by heaven, may longevity and prosperity prevail. I see now, there are distinctions between the two. Lin Bei returned the imperial seal to Long Ba Tian. Huh, what distinctions? Your seal is, without a doubt, a replica of mine. Long Ba Tian. What do you mean by replica? Just as Long Ba Tian was about to retort, Lin Bei displayed his own seal for him to see. The Kongtong seal of the human emperor, commanded by heaven, may longevity and prosperity prevail. While both bore the same 8 characters, their meanings were entirely different. Not to mention, Long Ba Tian's was the imperial seal, while Lin Bei's was the Kongtong seal. One represented the human emperor, the other the human king. How could they be the same? In terms of rank, Lin Bei's human emperor seal was superior to the human king seal. Seeing this, Long Ba Tian felt as though his mind had exploded. The human emperor seal? His imperial seal was indeed modeled after Lin Bei's Kongtong seal. To possess the human emperor seal meant Lin Bei was the human emperor, of a higher status than himself, the human king. Had Lin Bei acquired the Kongtong seal within the myriad trials of the various races? At this moment, Long Ba Tian began to question his life choices. Initially, he had intended to take revenge on Lin Bei for stealing his daughter away while he was still weak. Yet now, it appeared that not only could he not settle that score, but he would also be overshadowed by Lin Bei. Is this truly something a human can accomplish? Indeed, after the competition concluded, the rewards suddenly appeared before me. Lin Bei spoke candidly, devoid of any embellishments. Yet, to Long Baishan's ears, it sounded like mere boasting. He felt an overwhelming urge to strike Lin Bei. However, he refrained. For a king of such stature could not lay a hand on the emperor of humanity without incurring divine retribution. Seemingly perceiving Long Baishan's thoughts, Lin Bei grinned mischievously. Are you wishing to give me a thorough scolding, father-in-law? If it brings you joy, feel free to proceed. With that, Lin Bei adopted a stance that invited confrontation. Long Ba Tian felt a profound frustration, turning his gaze away from Lin Bei. He feared that should he look back, he might be unable to restrain himself and would strike Lin Bei, risking divine punishment. After the jest, Lin Bei's expression turned serious as he inquired, Father-in-law, how shall we address the impending racial conflict? Long Ba Tian, taken aback, pondered, but do we not have nearly 100 allies? It was evident that he did not grasp Lin Bei's implication. Could it be that even with 100 allies, they could not contend with the Western Dragon clan? Or was the strength of the Western Dragon clan beyond what he had anticipated? Indeed, we have 100 allies, yet there is a matter that requires resolution. What matter? Lin Bei's serious demeanor caused Long Ba Tian to feel an involuntary tension. As the emperor of humanity, Lin Bei was acutely sensitive to certain issues regarding their races, compelling Long Ba Tian to consider his perspective. If the Western Dragon clan were to be vanquished, there would be concerns regarding the distribution of their racial heritage. Long Ba Tian responded, Wait, you are contemplating this even before the war has commenced? Nevertheless, he breathed a sigh of relief. For this suggested that the impending conflict with the Western Dragon clan was indeed manageable. At the very least, they were already considering the distribution of racial heritage, indicating that there were no insurmountable issues ahead. The allocation of contributions based on the war would align with the interests of all races. The last race as domineering as the Dragon clan had already found itself surrounded by enemies on all fronts, had it not? Such is the consequence of excessive tyranny. Humankind would never tread such a path, despite their current formidable strength. Ah, yes, esteemed father-in-law, there is a matter I must bring to your attention. What is it? I now possess the ability to discern whether an individual is truly of the human race. Upon hearing this, Dragon Sovereign's eyes gleamed with sudden interest, and his countenance turned grave. You mean to say that you can now identify the elusive void abominations? The reason the nihilist sect is so formidable is precisely because, once concealed, their tracks are virtually impossible to detect. It is hardly feasible to indiscriminately slay 1,000 for the sake of not letting one slip through the net. Is it? What distinguishes this from self-digging? Thus, all races harbor a profound disdain for the void cult, including even the formidable Titan race. Yet, it is not solely humanity that is plagued by the existence of the Void Cult. Indeed, this is one of the capabilities of the Kong Tong Seal. Moreover, it is not only I who can wield this power. Even Wang Chongyang possesses this ability. Lin Bei's proficiency stems from the Eye of Insight having ascended to a golden quality, thereby unlocking the fourth attribute, which allows him to discern the flow of energy within a target. The essence flowing within each individual is unique, yet the fundamental energy remains largely the same. For instance, in Lin Bei's perception, the energy within Long Batian predominantly comprises spiritual power, pure void energy, experience, intermingled with a smidgen of divine power. This minuscule divine power is a byproduct of forging a demigod physique. Should one expel the spiritual energy and pure void energy from within, allowing the demigod form to be suffused with divine power, an automatic ascension to the divine tier would ensue. The reason ordinary demigods fail to discern the void aberrants is that the divine power within them must be meticulously extracted, and once utilized, it is depleted, necessitating a reaccumulation. Thus, they remain merely a step away from the divine tier. Only the pinnacle demigods, capable of autonomously generating divine power, can utilize it to identify the void aberrants. Wang Chongyang's ability to discern them is similarly attributed to his heavenly eye, granting him the insight to perceive energy flow much like Lin Bei. In their eyes, the void aberrants manifest as entities brimming with void energy. Therefore, should a void aberrant materialize before them, they would immediately recognize it due to its glaring visibility. With your abilities, does this not imply that the elusive nature of void aberrants will no longer pose a challenge? This news is not merely monumental for humanity. It resonates profoundly across all races. The animosity that other races harbor towards the Void Sect is no less fervent than that of humankind. Thus, the revelation that someone possesses the ability to unveil the hidden tracks of the Void Sect will undoubtedly elevate them to a position of great esteem. What are your intentions now? My plan is to ascertain whether the upper echelons of humanity harbor any remnants of the Void Sect. Lin Bei's expression remained calm, as if he were merely elucidating a trivial matter. However, beneath this facade, a fierce desire to eradicate the abominable entities of the Void Sect had begun to take root within him. He had not forgotten that a decade ago, due to their machinations, the passage to his mother's world was irrevocably severed. To this day, no method has been found to reconnect. A solitary world, besieged by the incursions of void monstrosities, might withstand the assault if it possesses sufficient strength. Yet, if it is weaker, it would have likely succumbed to becoming a special instance, invading other realms. Therefore, with the newfound ability to detect the void entities, Lin Bei's foremost objective is to eliminate the hidden dangers within the upper echelons of humanity. As for his subsequent aspirations, they naturally revolve around discovering a means to reopen the passage. This is not only Lin Bei's desire, but also Lin Xiong's objective. After all, Lin Bei has matured and can perceive the recent changes in Lin Xiong. While he appears the same as before, he is likely preparing for certain matters behind the scenes. Long Batian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Excellent. Thus, no unexpected occurrences regarding novice dungeons will arise within humanity. If it weren't for Lin Bei's formidable abilities, the schemes of the Void Cult might have indeed succeeded in their plans for the novice dungeons. Several hours later, the senior members of the Human Alliance, not just from Longxia Kingdom, but from all of humanity, began to make their way to Tianlong City. They were unaware of the events that had transpired, only knowing that a few hours prior, Long Batian, in his capacity as the leader of the Human Alliance, announced a significant matter concerning the survival of humanity. In that moment, the leadership of various human nations found themselves at a loss, clearly bewildered by the situation that was said to pertain to the very existence of their race. Could it be that the racial war had taken an unforeseen turn? Were other races betraying their alliances? Such a scenario could not be allowed, for it was known that other races had signed contracts. Reaching these agreements could easily jeopardize the fortune of their own race. This is indeed a matter of great consequence. So, apart from this singular issue, what truly deserves to be termed a matter of life and death for humanity? Although they did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, they dutifully made their way to the City of Dragon. At that moment, the specially established Alliance Conference Hall in the City of Dragon was already brimming with numerous high-ranking members of humanity, including several demigods who had taken their positions. A total of 30 demigods were present, all meticulously vetted by Lin Bei and Wang Chongyang to ensure their integrity. They were strategically dispersed throughout the hall to prevent any potential escape of the elusive beings should trouble arise. Shortly thereafter, the figure of Long Badian emerged. Surveying the assembly of high-ranking officials from various nations, Long Badian began to speak. I believe you are all quite curious as to why I have summoned you here. The leader of the Great Bear Nation raised his hand to speak, the cult of nihility. Upon the utterance of those 4 words, the assembly was left in stunned silence. Gazing at Long Badian, they were acutely aware of the cult of nihility, renowned for their elusive nature. Particularly, the incidents at the South Heaven Gate had made them painfully aware that their nation's prodigy had been parasitically integrated by the wretches of the cult of nihility. Thus, they had suffered the loss of their nation's most exceptional talent this year. This pain has persistently pierced their hearts. Leader, could it be that the Void Sect harbors some nefarious scheme? The ruler of the American Empire, trembling with apprehension, inquired. For their nation's genius had been ruthlessly harmed by the Void Sect. No, what I wish to convey is that the elusive whereabouts of the Void Sect will be entirely resolved today. Thus, the purpose of your summoning us is. The assembled individuals, not lacking in intelligence, have already grasped Long Badian's intentions. Clearly, he seeks to ascertain whether any among them are remnants of the Void Sect. Eliminate the aberrations of the Void. Moreover, there is another significant matter. You may assert that as sovereigns of nations, each possesses the fortune of their realm, and it would not be an exaggeration to label them as kings of humanity. Upon hearing Long Badian's words, the crowd unanimously concurred. The blessings of fortune bestow numerous advantages. Although some rulers may not meet the standards of a true king, they still benefit from the fortune, thus qualifying as pseudo-kings, reaping the rewards of their endowment. At last, our human race has birthed a genuine sovereign. Although our monarch currently remains in a nascent stage under his leadership, the rise of humanity will no longer be a matter of doubt. As he spoke, Long Badian gestured for Lin Bei to take the stage. Lin Bei silently pushed open the grand door, emerging into the gazes of the crowd. What an overwhelming fortune! Though some rulers have yet to attain the semi-divine realm, they are still pseudo-kings, possessing the ability to perceive the extent of fortune. Upon witnessing the immense fortune radiating from Lin Bei, the assembly was left in a state of disbelief. This destiny undoubtedly belongs to the true sovereign. Yet, why must this sovereign originate from the Dragon Summer Kingdom? The hearts of certain ambitious rulers are filled with profound anguish. Although humanity is a unified entity, it encompasses numerous factions. The demon cultivators represent one such faction, while the various national powers constitute another. The Dragon Summer Kingdom was already dominant, possessing the capability to rival other nations. Now, with the emergence of a sovereign from within its borders, the prospects for others appear utterly bleak. The birth of a sovereign signifies the consolidation of a race's strength. This can be considered a fortunate occurrence. At the very least, the emergence of an emperor from the human race signifies their firm establishment within the myriad realms. Moreover, the deeds accomplished by this emperor are well known. The fortunes of humanity have multiplied severalfold, a testament to this individual's influence. Thus, they harbor no objections to Lin Bei ascending to the throne. Rather, they merely lament that he does not hail from their own nation. As Lin Bei stood at the center, all gazes converged upon him. Beside him, Long Badian nodded, signaling Lin Bei to address the assembly. Lin Bei surveyed the crowd, gaining a general understanding, and began to subtly indicate his intent to take action. Esteemed sovereigns, having been favored by the fortunes of humanity to become an emperor, I shall undoubtedly lead our people towards the pinnacle of the myriad realms. Therefore, you may place your trust in me. At this juncture, I must extract the vestiges of the void that lurk among us. There is no need for alarm, all shall be well. With resolute determination, Lin Bei summoned the Kong seal, activating it with his own power. The seal hovered above him, emanating a ripple that spread to all present. Those touched by the ripple experienced an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized. At that moment, one of the ministers from the dying empire began to undergo a grotesque transformation, taking on the characteristics of a creature of the void. Before this entity could make a move, a demigod materialized above, forcefully subduing and restraining the void creature. Witnessing this, the remaining entities of the void realized their clan's most potent hidden ability was utterly ineffective against this seemingly feeble emperor, who had them firmly in check. This cannot stand. We must disseminate this information at any cost. The young emperor of humanity must be eliminated. Otherwise, all the schemes of the void sect within the myriad realms will be utterly thwarted by this young sovereign. Since you have all gathered, do not attempt to flee. Space is now sealed. At this moment, empowered by the mystical imprint of Kong Tong, Lin Bei's spatial confinement extended an astonishing 10 kilometers. Within this domain, the effects of the fourth entry activated, creating an independent space. This signified that, unless one possessed formidable spatial disruption abilities, escaping this secluded realm was an unattainable dream. Such formidable capabilities necessitated skills that surpassed Lin Bei's level or were of equal caliber. Even the mightiest of void creatures, regardless of their ranks, could not breach this isolated space, including the demigod-level void beings. As a multitude of void creatures witnessed Lin Bei's uncanny ability to perceive them, they immediately transformed into their true void forms. Among the thousands present, over 100 were void creatures, with one being a demigod from the American Empire, an official who held the nation's economic lifeline. The Emperor of the American Empire was taken aback and infuriated to discover that his trusted finance minister was, in fact, a demigod-level void creature. It was astonishing that this close aide, in whom he had invested so much trust, was a creature of the void. No, it should be said that it was precisely because of their relationship that this creature had ingratiated itself with him. Preposterous. He felt as though the years of camaraderie had been in vain. The emergence of the demigod void creature was utterly unexpected. As the concealed demigod contemplated intervening, the void creature swiftly appeared before Lin Bei. He sensed the spatial confinement, but found himself incapable of breaking through its shackles. Thus, he redirected his focus onto Lin Bei. If he could eliminate Lin Bei before anyone reacted, the threat posed by their kind would vanish. This strike was a culmination of immense power, poised to obliterate all beings below the demigod level present. He had every confidence in his capability. Observing the sudden attempt at ambush by the demigod void creature, Lin Bei feigned surprise for a fleeting moment before a smile crept upon his face. Under the gaze of the demigod, he uttered 2 words: silence. Buzz. The demigod void creature felt his internal energy flow abruptly interrupted. The power he had gathered dissipated due to the loss of energy. Did he think he could harm him? No chance. In the next instant, a strikingly vivid tiger materialized in the conference hall, slamming the void creature to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the creature plunged into the earth, wearing an expression of disbelief. At this juncture, the Mountain Lord appeared, unleashing his divine power. As a deity, the energy system of the Mountain Lord naturally fell within the realm of divine might. Upon the eruption of this divine force, the void creatures felt immense discomfort. Their powers rendered nearly impotent. The demigod void creature, having been struck into the ground and realizing his energy had been silenced, promptly altered his strategy, intending to assassinate Lin Bei with sheer physical strength. Confinement. Buzz. The binding force descended upon the demigod void creature. Despite the significant disparity in their levels, the confinement still took effect in the presence of a skill exceeding 30 levels. The demigod was forcibly immobilized, unable to move. The Mountain Lord circled Lin Bei and then seized the demigod void creature, tossing him into the air. Tiger's roar. Soul-devouring slash. Though the Mountain Lord possessed only an 82-level strength, she was a true deity of red quality. The strength of this demigod of the void is undoubtedly formidable. Yet it remains at a mere level 92. In a one-on-one confrontation, while it may not dominate the situation entirely, it can nonetheless leverage its divine power to counteract the essence of the void, thereby hindering its abilities and allowing it to exert only 80 to 90% of its potential. Now, with Lin Bei's assistance, it has been vanquished with overwhelming force. Its claws pierced through the demigod of the void's form, leaving traces of divine power within. This residual divine energy continuously ravaged the demigod's body, compelling it to expel or assimilate the divine essence. However, such actions require time and a tranquil environment, which are utterly unattainable at this moment. Capturing a demigod of the void alive is a first. Meanwhile, Long Bat-Ian refrained from intervening, silently observing the unfolding scene. In truth, the moment their true forms were revealed, the outcome was already sealed. Ah, young human monarch, I curse you to be relentlessly hunted by the void lineage for eternity. Your friends and family shall never find peace. The demigod of the void, endowed with the ability to curse, was presently sacrificing its own life force to unleash this potent demigod-level curse. Do not even think of immunity before attaining divinity. Even upon becoming a deity, this curse would only escalate in potency. Unless a formidable entity intervenes to dispel it, one must resign to living under the shadow of this curse for a lifetime. Ha ha ha, the nemesis of the Void Clan, if you do not perish, my kin's ambitions shall remain unfulfilled. As Lin Bei gazed at the curse taking shape in midair, he countered with a forceful silence. An abrupt interruption. The demigod of the void spewed forth foul blood, and in that instant, the terrifying curse, nearly complete, was forcibly disrupted. Yet, due to its near formation, it still designated Lin Bei as its target, hurtling towards him. In an attempt to intervene, the Mountain Lord's claws passed through to no avail. As the curse sped directly towards Lin Bei, the demigod of the void laughed heartily. Although interrupted, it deemed the endeavor successful, albeit with less than ideal results. However, success meant that Lin Bei had been marked, and the void sect would pursue him at any cost. This is the terror of the demigod-level void monstrosity. As Lin Bei confronted the approaching horror of the curse, he conjured a full moon in his hand and hurled it skyward. Thanks to the blessing of the Sacred Heart, there was no need for a preparatory stance. With a swift motion, the crescent ascended into the heavens. Under the radiant moonlight, the skull-like curse emitted a wretched scream at that moment. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, the curse dissipated. The demigod void monstrosity was left bewildered. This is a curse born from a life sacrifice. Even if it is an incomplete form, a mere fourth-tier emperor should not be able to withstand it. Is the world truly mad? Indeed, the curse of the demigod void beasts is formidable, with skill levels reaching the pinnacle of LV7. Coupled with the suppression of tiers, an ordinary fourth-tier being stands no chance. Yet, Lin Bei's skill level has soared to 35, rendering the might of tier suppression insufficient to counteract the effects of level suppression. Otherwise, with the typical strength of a fourth tier, one would be incapable of even attempting to engage in battle, let alone have their skills affect a demigod. It is crucial to understand that when the disparity in tiers is too great, even enhancement and debilitation skills face diminishment. Only Lin Bei, with his unconventional skill level, possesses the ability to produce tangible effects. Initially, there were concerns regarding Lin Bei falling prey to the curse, but upon witnessing him cast a crescent moon and nullify the curse, those worries dissipated, replaced by admiration for the young sovereign. To influence a demigod with the frailty of a fourth-tier body is a feat beyond the capabilities of all present. Upon realizing that his skills had been forcibly dispelled by Lin Bei, the demigod void beast, filled with bitterness, transformed into pure void energy and dissipated into the cosmos. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend why a mere fourth-tier ant could annul his curse. I refuse to accept this. With a final impotent roar, the demigod void beast vanished completely. Within the venue, all void beasts were swiftly subdued by the suddenly arrived demigod forces. The infiltration of the higher echelons of humanity by the void beasts, who held significant sway, was entirely eradicated. Should they not be uprooted now? The consequences of their actions during a critical moment in the future would be unimaginable. Once all void beasts lay vanquished, Lin Bei lifted the spatial confinement, restoring everything to its original state. Beside him, the Mountain Lord licked his claws, seated closely by Lin Bei, his gaze periodically surveying the foreign powers around them. Fiercely protective of Lin Bei. At the onset of the plan, Lin Bei had summoned Xian Yuan Fingbo to bring the Mountain Lord, clarifying the purpose, prompting the Mountain Lord to journey from Jiang City to Tianlong City once more. However, upon his arrival, the Mountain Lord bore an expression of grievance, as if he had something to express. Mountain Lord, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. No need for such formalities. Call upon me whenever you require. Do not feel pity for me. The Mountain Lord was fervently hinting, prompting Lin Bei to recall why the Mountain Lord had gazed at him with such a mournful look upon their first meeting. It was because it would have been more convenient to summon her directly rather than trouble Xian Yuan Fingbo, facilitating explanations and enhancing their strength. Amused by this realization, Lin Bei responded, "Very well, should there be a need for battle in the future, I hope the Mountain Lord will not refuse." Agreed. It is settled. The Mountain Lord was immediately elated. Lin Bei, all the spies planted by the void cult within the upper echelons of various nations have been eradicated. Next, we must uncover all remaining void beasts lurking in Blue Star. After all, it is not solely the higher-ups who are infiltrated by void beasts. Many more are concealed across Blue Star, and their numbers will only increase. Fortunately, those lurking outside possess a maximum strength of merely 9th tier, which poses little threat. The only concern is their extreme dispersion. Although demigod powers are capable of obliterating a world, they dare not unleash their full strength upon Blue Star. This constitutes a limitation. If all demigod-level beings were to be dispersed across the Blue Star, could they swiftly suppress the emerging void creatures? Currently, the alliance of the human race on Blue Star boasts over 90 demigod-level beings. With such formidable strength, it is indeed plausible. After a moment of contemplation, Long Badian nodded. Yes, as long as no demigod-level beings emerge, it is sufficient to suppress the other void creatures. Very well, in that case. Let us disperse in various locations. Shortly, I shall employ the Kongtong Seal to conduct a thorough screening of Blue Star. The actions are already underway, and our primary objective this time is to eradicate the hidden dangers of Blue Star. This also serves to showcase to other races the capability of the human race to unearth the Void Sect. Is it feasible? Long Badian harbored some concerns, after all. Lin Bei's strength was merely at the 4th tier. Although he held the status of Emperor of Humanity, his foundational power was somewhat lacking. On Blue Star, I could rely on the luck of the human race to assist, which would suffice to address the current situation. Within the territory of humanity, such feats could still be accomplished, but beyond those borders, one must rely solely on oneself. With that in mind, stability is assured. Long Batian began to arrange for personnel to be deployed across various locations. 30 minutes later, all individuals were in position. According to calculations, over 90 demigod-level powerhouses were now situated in positions that could cover the globe, and they would proceed to suppress any emerging void creatures. Lin Bei was situated within Tianlong City, flanked by Shanjun and Long Badian for protection. No one could predict the nature of the impending crisis. Thus the security around Lin Bei must reach the highest standards. With the Kongtong Seal in hand, Lin Bei commenced communion with the luck of the human race. As the luck enveloped him, the Kongtong Seal radiated a resplendent golden light. The spirit of the luck belonging to humanity manifested, appearing beyond Blue Star. It was a spirit of fortune that was several times larger than Blue Star itself. At this moment, people across the Blue Star beheld the manifestation of the spirit of fortune. Were it not for the semi-divine beings deploying their divine consciousness to inform the populace that this was indeed the spirit of fortune of the human race, many might have assumed it to be an invasion by foreign entities. Meanwhile, in the southernmost region of the Blue Star, the semi-divine beings of various races, awaiting the conclusion of their ranking trials, felt the terrifying aura descend upon them as they emerged into the skies above the southernmost continent. The true form of the spirit of fortune came into view, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Despite being semi-divine beings, they felt as insignificant as ants in the presence of this spirit. The spirit of fortune is capable of attacking, yet each assault demands a sacrifice of the race's fortune. Thus, it refrains from striking unless in critical moments. This is the spirit of fortune of the human race. What intentions do the humans harbor? Although they have already forged an alliance with the humans, becoming their allies, the sheer magnitude of this action instilled fear even in those who stood as allies. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted at this moment. Demigods across the globe were startled by the sudden emergence of the void beasts, with their sheer numbers taking them aback. Over 300,000 of these entities were scattered throughout the world. Had it not been for their relatively weaker powers, this formidable force alone could have posed a significant threat to humanity. In the span of several centuries, it was astonishing to realize that the cult of the void had amassed such a multitude of these creatures. The plight of humanity was dire, and one could only imagine the situation for other races. Despite humanity's stringent measures against the cult of the void, the presence of so many void beasts lingered. Other races likely faced even greater challenges. The demigods who acted in unison were filled with trepidation, but fortunately, the emergence of the human emperor bestowed the ability to discern the void beasts. Moreover, not long ago, they had successfully subdued the powerful void beasts on Blue Star. The remaining tens of thousands of these creatures were now relegated to being forcibly confined within the demon sealing array, converted into pure energy to sustain their needs. After completing this task, the spirit of fortune, even more immense than that of Blue Star, began to gradually conceal itself. Lin Bei was also taking deep breaths, for the manifestation of this spirit of fortune demanded a considerable amount of mental fortitude. Thankfully, he was merely utilizing it for reconnaissance, which did not exhaust too much of his mental energy, otherwise he would have already collapsed. Are you all right, Lin Bei? Long Badian, at the center of the Dragon City region, inquired immediately upon noticing Lin Bei's pale expression after suppressing the void beasts that had emerged around him. It appears rather diminished. Does it not? Nevertheless, it is merely a slight depletion of mental energy. A brief respite will suffice. After all, I have experienced the invocation of divine beings several times, so it is hardly a matter of concern. Were it not for my limited strength, resulting in a low reserve of mental energy, I would not feel so weakened. Presently, All the void entities on Blue Star have been identified. We merely need to remain vigilant against any void beings that may traverse from other realms into our human territory. Furthermore, we must conduct an assessment of the dungeons. This, I assure you, is not a matter for concern. In response to Lin Bei's request, Long Batian nodded, stating, "Our research institute in the Longxia Kingdom has made some promising advancements. However, we have consistently struggled to replenish divine energy. Divine energy, aside from those demigods who stand on the precipice of godhood and can generate their own, is scarce among other demigods, whose accumulated divine energy diminishes with each use. Moreover, if one harbors any affliction, it may entirely sever their capacity to amass divine energy. Thus, the divine energy of demigod warriors must not be squandered recklessly." Suddenly, Long Batian's gaze fell upon the Mountain Lord, who stood protectively beside Lin Bei. "Ah, here is a ready source of divine essence. With strength comparable to that of a demigod, utilizing the Mountain Lord's divine energy as a foundation could undoubtedly expedite the development of a device to detect void entities." The Mountain Lord, feeling the intensity of Long Batian's stare, immediately bristled. "Human, what are you planning?" The Mountain Lord's baring of teeth left Long Batian feeling somewhat awkward. Realizing his previous expression had been overly impetuous. "Mountain Lord, may I propose a matter for your consideration? Would it be possible to provide a portion of divine energy at intervals? There is no need for concern. We humans shall engage in an equitable exchange, ensuring no one benefits without due compensation." Divine energy? The Mountain Lord coalesced divine energy and then cast it towards Long Batian. "Is this what you mean?" Indeed. Long Batian suddenly recalled that their territory was graced by the presence of a Mountain Lord. He possessed some knowledge regarding this Mountain Lord. During the revival of spiritual energy, she had accompanied her master into various dungeons. Regrettably, due to her master's exceptional prowess, her brilliance had attracted the attention of void entities, leading to her untimely demise in her youth. Otherwise, the ranks of our divine warriors would have surely been greater. Her master was a diviner, possessing the core ability to bestow upon one individual the potential to ascend to godhood at intervals. Among our kind, the majority of those who attained divinity did so through her master's divine bestowal. Of course, this was contingent upon their inherent potential, qualifying them to ascend as pseudo-gods, thus obtaining the prospect of becoming true deities. The void entities were aware of this prodigious talent among humanity, which prompted their assaults. Ultimately, the minions of the void sect succeeded, resulting in the Mountain Lord losing her master. However, in her master's final moments, she activated her core ability, the gift of death, successfully elevating the Mountain Lord to true divinity, establishing her as an authentic deity independent of the celestial realm, existing solely in the mortal realm. Unlike those pseudo-gods, who, although divine, merely serve to hasten their progression towards godhood, the Mountain Lord stands as a true deity. Thus, the purity of her divine energy renders it exceptionally suitable as a foundational material for identifying void entities. As for the various incense gods scattered across Blue Star, while they too wield divine energy, their levels are significantly inferior, akin to spiritual energy. Unless their strength can be augmented, they hold little merit. After all, in this era, as long as one does not perish within a dungeon, they can easily surpass those incense gods. The most formidable among them is still weaker than an average fourth-tier warrior. Moreover, another interpretation exists. Their divine energy lacks purity, being infused with incense power. This is the true reason. Long Batian gazed at the unclaimed divine power in his hands, his palms trembling. The Dragongxia Kingdom had astonishingly forgotten that a legitimate deity had always existed within the Blue Star. This oversight stemmed from the fact that the Mountain Lord had remained hidden in the mountains for centuries, not revealing her divine presence among the populace. Moreover, they had previously experimented with the incense deity's power, only to find it ineffective. Thus, the Mountain Lord, who also bore the title of a god worshipped by humans, was unconsciously overlooked, distinct from the other incense deities. However, it is not too late now. Regrettably, many of the talented individuals from the human race who perished over the years fell victim to the void beasts. Had they survived, humanity's foundation would undoubtedly have ascended to greater heights. This is it. With this, we can devise a device to detect the void beasts. As long as we periodically replenish divine power, we can prevent the invasion of the void beasts into the Blue Star. If this truly comes to fruition, Blue Star may very well become the sole sanctuary untouched by the void sect across all realms. Furthermore, mastering this technology would elevate humanity to become the foremost race in the multiverse. But the prerequisite is the Mountain Lord's willingness to cooperate. Is it true what you say? The Mountain Lord's readiness to act, aside from her connection to Lin Bei, also stems from her desire to eradicate the Void Beasts. Her master perished at the hands of the Void Sect, thus she is immensely willing to combat the Void Beasts. Yet, this is merely a small fragment of unclaimed divine power, which can be replenished in mere moments, hardly exhausting at all. Moreover, due to the exceptionally pure quality of the Mountain Lord's divine power, it can be sufficiently diluted to detect the presence of the Void Beasts, allowing for the creation of more detection devices. Indeed, all that is needed is the Mountain Lord's cooperation. She is currently the only deity in Blue Star. No. Even amongst all the lower realms, her rarity is beyond measure. Should this news spread, the Mountain Lord, being unique in the multiverse without any protective faction, would easily become the target of other races vying for her. Even if the Mountain Lord possesses strength comparable to a demigod, it is still just comparable. Not truly a demigod. Those peak demigods might even seek to extract divine power from her to hasten their own ascension. Furthermore, upon learning this news, the Void Sect would undoubtedly launch relentless assaults against the Mountain Lord. Do not doubt the mobility of the Void Beasts, in a certain sense. They operate as a singular entity, obeying one will, the will of the Void. Very well, I am willing to cooperate. I shall obliterate all remnants of the Void, even if it costs me my life. After gaining enlightenment, the Mountain Lord felt immense gratitude towards her master who had raised her. When her master fell before her, she became the rightful deity, using her divine power to vanquish all Void Beasts that had once attacked her. Subsequently, she concealed herself in the mountains until now. She desired to hunt the Void Beasts, yet her master had once told her to survive, for she had a greater mission ahead. Otherwise, she would have long since emerged from the mountains to confront the Void Beasts. It seems that the significant mission her master spoke of has finally arrived. On behalf of all humanity, I express my gratitude to you. Upon hearing this, Long Bat Ian bowed to the Mountain Lord, a gesture she graciously accepted. Now that the subsequent issues have been resolved, it is time to address the impending war with the Western Dragon Clan. Lin Bei's expression softened as he spoke slowly, simultaneously producing the Konggong seal, intending to deliver a decisive blow to the Western Dragon Clan. In a full-scale war, the foundation of a race is paramount. However, as long as fortune remains and the number of races diminishes, the strength of that fortune will only intensify. Should either race dwindle in numbers, as long as they endure for a while, they will become incredibly formidable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In this manner, it is also possible to encroach upon the fortunes of other races. This is a tactic favored by many powerful races. However, now that Lin Bei has engaged in a full-scale war against the Western Dragon Clan, he is not merely intent on subduing them. Having forged an indelible enmity with humanity, he can only pursue their annihilation with relentless fervor. Lin Bei, what are you planning to do? Dragonbot Tion inquired, puzzled as Lin Bei once again produced the Konggong seal. Nothing much. Merely preparing a little surprise for the Western Dragon Clan, he replied. Upon activating the Konggong seal, Lin Bei soon felt his consciousness blur, and when he regained awareness, he found himself in an immense, boundless space. Looking down, he realized he had transformed into the Spirit of Fortune. No, rather, he had assumed the form of the Spirit of Fortune. Presently, the Spirit of Fortune had taken on a likeness of Lin Bei. I am the Spirit of Fortune of the Western Dragon Clan. Lin Bei's voice resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the entirety of the Fortune space. Before long, the Spirit of Fortune of the Western Dragon Clan manifested. It was a colossal creature, albeit relatively diminutive compared to humanity. Indeed, it was at least 2 or 3 times smaller than the Spirit of Fortune of the human race. The Spirit of Fortune of the Western Dragon Clan gazed at Lin Bei in confusion, clearly unaware of the purpose behind the actions of this human Spirit of Fortune. As the Emperor of Humanity, I hereby declare war on the Western Dragon Clan. The victor shall consume all that belongs to the vanquished. Let this serve as a lesson. As his words fell, the entire Fortune space resonated with the sound of thunder, reverberating like a storm. Even in the real world, all beings of the human race, the dragon race, and indeed every race with residual energy within them could distinctly hear Lin Bei's voice. A war of fortune. This marks an unprecedented event across the myriad realms. Long Bat Ian gazed in astonishment at Lin Bei, who had closed his eyes, clearly taken aback by the extraordinary capabilities inherent in the title of Emperor of Humanity. No wonder there exists a legend throughout the realms, proclaiming that only when a certain race gives birth to an emperor can that entire race truly ascend. It appears that the saying holds true. Truly, the heavens have favored the human race. The Western Dragon Clan, upon declaring a full-scale war against humanity, began to assemble their formidable dragon army and summon their vassal races, intent on encircling and subjugating the human race, aiming to force them into submission and enslave them as mere tributary races. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the audacious response from humanity. Humanity, so brazen, surely they will be enslaved, doomed to a fate of perpetual subjugation, with no hope of resurgence. Although they had not experienced the war of destiny, the name itself suggests a conflict that demands a toll of the race's very fate. Should they falter, the consequences would be dire indeed. Thus, this battle must end in victory. There can be no defeat. The Western Dragon Clan has never feared any adversary. Even the so-called evenly matched Titan clan has faced them, suffering far more losses than victories. It is the Western Dragon Clan that ought to be recognized as the mightiest race in all the realms. In the extreme southern continent, the demigod powers of other races were still reeling from the terrifying spectacle of Lin Bei manifesting the spirit of fate, reaching towards the blue planet. Now, they were taken aback to learn that Lin Bei had initiated the declaration of the War of Racial Destiny. At this moment, they could only think of one thing: how fortunate they were to heed Lin Bei's counsel, to engage and trade with him, and to form an alliance. Otherwise, they would truly be at odds with a race destined for greatness, and they would have no inkling of how their demise might come to pass. Quickly, more resources must be sent to the human race. The rise of humanity is now inevitable. It is time to forge a favorable relationship with them. In a world besieged by the Void Sect, the urgency is palpable. This is the world that serves as the ancestral realm of the Elven race. Yet it now finds itself struggling to withstand the relentless invasions from the Void Clan, a consequence of their destruction of the connection to the Blue Star. Nevertheless, due to its status as the Elven ancestral world, it possesses considerable strength, with over 30 demigods still residing within, thus preventing its swift downfall at the hands of the Void Clan. However, the increasing frequency of attacks in recent years, coupled with cunning strategies employed against the elves, suggests that it will not be long before this world succumbs to the fate of becoming a mere dungeon. In the heart of the Elven Forest, a sacred domain of the elves, there stands a modest treehouse devoid of ostentation. Within, a stunning elven woman carries a hint of sorrow upon her visage as she administers healing to a fellow demigod. Recently, the onslaught of void monsters has intensified. Talented individuals emerging from novice dungeons have fallen prey to the Void Sect, which has claimed many lives. If this continues, the extinction of the elven race will become an undeniable reality. With a heavy sigh, the woman reflects on the events of 3 years prior when the sacred grounds of her people were besieged by the Void Sect. Although they managed to subdue the void monsters, their intrinsic inability to be killed necessitated their sealing instead. This sealing requires constant vigilance from demigods, leaving them unable to combat the rampant void monsters scattered throughout the world. This delicate balance puts the elven race in a perilous state, akin to a frog slowly boiling in water. Should a breach occur in any location, it would spell doom for the elven ancestral realm, leading to its transformation into a dungeon that invades other worlds. At that very moment, a resonating voice echoed within the minds of all sentient beings across the natural continent. I, Lin Bei, in my capacity as the human emperor, declare a war of fortune against the Western Dragon Clan. The victor shall devour all that belongs to the vanquished. Let this be a lesson. The voice reverberated powerfully in the consciousness of all awakened beings, particularly startling the elves of the natural continent, who were fully aware of their current isolation from the Blue Star. In a mere decade, they had lost considerable territory. To hear such a proclamation in their secluded world was astonishing. Yet, despite the shock, it offered little solace. The elves, save for those ignorant of the truth, understood that the annihilation of their realm was an inevitable fate unless the world passage could be reopened for aid. Otherwise, they would be doomed to become a dungeon that invades other worlds. The exquisite elven woman's hands trembled as she treated her patient. Could it be as she had imagined? Meanwhile, in the dragon city of Longxia within the Blue Star, Lin Bei successfully utilized the Kongtong seal to issue a declaration of war between the races, igniting the battle of fortunes. Lin Bei, though, regarded this merely as a slight exertion of the human emperor's authority. After all, those who are not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. If the Dragon Clan could not be thoroughly subdued here, who could predict their potential retaliation in the future? Lin Bei retracted the Kongtong seal and silently turned to Long Badian, who gazed at him with a mix of admiration and envy. Is this what it means to be the sovereign of humanity? Indeed. It is evident that such a being is on an entirely different level compared to the monarch of humanity. The monarch, at best, relies on their own fortune, temporarily harnessing the power of the nation's destiny to confront foes. In contrast, the sovereign wields the ability to summon the fortune of the entire human race. One draws strength from a nation, while the other derives it from a whole race. The disparity in power is unmistakable. Now, we must prepare for the imminent assault from the Western Dragon clan. How many forces should we dispatch? The Western Dragon clan possesses formidable heritage. Yet this time we have forged an alliance of 99 races, with some of the weaker factions contributing merely a single demigod. Thus, based on the strength we deploy and the contributions made, we shall allocate the resources of the Western Dragon clan. This method ensures fairness. As the ruler of the nation, Longbatian is undoubtedly aware of the delicate balance of power. Should fairness be compromised, although the alliance's contract might provide temporary respite over time, such inequity will inevitably lead to backlash. Lin Bei nodded in agreement. This approach is acceptable to him, and he intends to journey to the front lines to engage in this battle. As the emperor of his race, unless faced with a rival of equal status, even kings can only inflict harm upon him, not death. Moreover, Lin Bei's abilities can also affect adversaries of demigod caliber. With this advantage, he is prepared to step onto the battlefield. As for the other members of the explosive team, they too may join, for Lin Bei possesses the confidence to safeguard them amidst the throng of demigods. Those resplendent, high-tier golden skills are no trifling matter. With a stroke of luck, one might even trigger extraordinary effects, allowing a fourth-tier individual to counter a demigod.